Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 6 Knots Chapter 173 Backlash is the key to strategy. Ha ha ha. Stupid. The summoned beast with its back turned to me is dead. Kidomaru laughed wildly with disdain, looking very proud. His spider-summoned beast not only has a hard shell, but also has extremely sharp claws that can easily break through ordinary defensive ninjutsu. What's more, this arrogant kid lost his balance the moment he was hit by himself. While performing the flash ninjutsu with both hands, there was no way to adjust in time to perform the defensive ninjutsu. He could only watch helplessly as his back collided with the sharp claws of the spider beast. Definitely dead. The body seemed to be completely transformed into a ninja spider monster, with a smug grin on his face that looked extremely crazy. But in the next second, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Almost at the same moment, Sasuke lost his balance and a sneer suddenly appeared on his face. He burst out with a violent breath and twisted his body forcefully. When he was only 1 meter away from the spider-summoning beast's claws, he was already facing the spider-summoning beast. Boom! The dazzling compressed aura condensed was almost forcefully emitted from the spider-spirit beast. Amidst the loud bang, a dazzling white light engulfed the spider-spirit beast. The spider beast screamed and instantly disappeared in the powerful beam of light. This guy's target has been my summoned beast from the beginning, right? I deliberately put myself in a desperate situation with my back to the summoned beast. That kind of ninjutsu that emits strong light is not prepared for me at all. Kidomaru's pupils contracted slightly and his scalp felt numb. What a thoughtful little devil. Being able to quickly come up with such a strategy in such a high frequency of battles is definitely not something that an ordinary ninja can do. No wonder, Konoha's Class 7 was able to stand out in the Chunin exam. This kid accounts for at least half of the credit. As expected of a kid that Orochimaru-sama has chosen. Without the spider spirit beast, the next battle will definitely be more difficult. Is that the only way to do it? Tisk, that was my trump card. Normally, an opponent of this level wouldn't force me to use a move that consumes a lot of chakra. Especially when State 2 is activated, using that kind of move will cause a stronger backlash. Perhaps after a few minutes, your body will become more seriously injured because it cannot withstand the pressure of the backlash. But for Orochimaru-sama, it is worth the risk. Advertisement. This guy, the stinky ghost, turns out his target has always been the opponent's summoned beast. I was worried for nothing. Naruto let out a sigh quietly, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, while at the same time casting an unconvinced look over his shoulder. This arrogant guy still uses the Grandmaster strategy. In comparison, I seem to be lacking a bit. It has to be admitted that it was because of his excellent brain that the entire battle situation was reversed. Without the interference of the spider-summoning beast, Konoha Team 7 can attack the opponent without any worries, although the opponent's strange ninjutsu and the hard armor on his body are also troublesome. Great Sasuke! Little stars flashed in Haruno Sakura's eyes, and she admired silently in her heart. Stinky B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈ with this stinky guy. Naruto chuckled and prepared to try the strategy he had just come up with. Snort. You arrogant guy, don't think you're the only one who can use strategies. I can do it too, and I'm no worse than you. This is not a child's game. Don't forget, time is running out. The only way to complete the assessment is through teamwork. Let me tell you my strategy first. Sasuke frowned fiercely, glanced at Naruto with a slightly annoyed look, and said coldly. What child's game? My strategy is not a child's game. Are you really listening? My strategy is very powerful? Naruto immediately accused unconvinced. Really? Sasuke sneered at Naruto, his tone full of distrust. Stop looking at me with that arrogant look. My strategy will definitely defeat my opponent. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Haruno Sakura. He sighed quietly again, his whole body disheveled in the wind. At this hour, the two of them were still discussing whose strategy was better. Both of them give people the feeling of noisy children, which makes people feel tired. Who are you two ignoring? No matter what strategy you use, it's useless in front of me. Don't think you can look down on me just because you killed my summoned beast. Let me show you my true power. Boom. Advertisement. Feeling the critical blow from Team 7's disregarding attitude, Kidomaru could no longer remain calm and roughly pulled down his forehead protector. The eyes that had always been like spider eyes and made people's scalps tingle suddenly appeared on the forehead. Then, disgusting mucus spit out of its mouth, and 6 hands worked together to make the solidified mucus into a strong longbow. One of the hands reached into the mouth and quickly pulled out a long arrow that was also made of mucus. Then the bow and arrow worked together, and the arrow tip emitting intense chakra light was aimed at Team 7 from above. What a disgusting move. This move can't break my defense. You disgusting fellow, let me beat you away. Naruto curled his lips and labeled the opponent's moves disgusting. Then he took a stance and focused his energy on defense. In an instant, layers of strong aura enveloped Chen, and with him as the center, the aura continued to surge out. The spider-like ninja's third eye moved strangely, locking onto the orange figure. A grim smile broke out on Kidomaru's face. Arrogant little devil, facing this kind of move with a 100% hit rate, even if you try your best to dodge, you can't do it. But if you think you can block my attack with that kind of defense, you are totally underestimating the penetrating power of this move. Let me show you. Crazy laughter. The bow was like a full moon, and the powerful chakra in stage 2 continued to inject arrows madly. Whoosh! The moment the move was launched, the meteor-like arrow left the bow, Nuo Zhao's, and reached a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Idiot! Almost at the same time, Sasuke's pupils contracted and a strong aura burst out from his body, sending Naruto flying. Boom! The arrow condensed with chakra directly penetrated more than a dozen towering trees and disappeared in the distance. What? He avoided it. How can this be lungs? Kidomaru's 3 eyes widened at the same time, his face filled with deep disbelief. At the same time, a sharp pain started from Dantian and spread throughout the body. 2 of the 6 hands subconsciously covered their heads, which were in severe pain as if they were splitting apart, and their whole bodies trembled violently. The backlash from stage 2 has reached an unbearable level. Sure enough, my perception is correct. Even if I don't defeat you, this amount of chakra consumption will soon make you unable to bear it, right? Sasuke sneered and slowly raised his eyes, his bright eyes full of mockery. Chapter 174. Under the perception ability, chakra has no secrets. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* eyes wide, and his heart went cold. Was he seen through? This kid is so damn smart, isn't he? Intelligence in battle is a matter of life and death, and if the second state is activated for a long time, it will backfire, which is the so-called fatal intelligence. As soon as the battle started, he noticed the powerful strength of the three brats in Konoha's Team 7, and he immediately went all out with the goal of getting rid of them as quickly as possible within the effective time of State 2. Otherwise, the chakra explosion that exceeds the body's ability to bear will continue to drag down the body due to the activation of State 2. But the problem is that I have been hiding this flaw during the battle, and these three little ghosts can't see through it with their intelligence analysis ability. What is the answer? How on earth did this little devil see through it? Well, there is no need to fight him head-on. Just focus all your energy on speed and avoid his attacks. You will win the battle quickly, right? Hearing this, Haruno Sakura let out a sigh, and her nervous pre-face relaxed a lot. I thought I had encountered some tough opponent that I couldn't break through. As it turned out, the breakthrough method was so simple. You don't even need to take the initiative to attack, just delay the time. From this perspective, the opponent is not as scary as it seems. Naruto was slightly stunned, then he showed a look of sudden enlightenment and nodded repeatedly. So it's that simple. Stinky Ghost, your first goal is to get rid of his summoned beast. In fact, you have discovered that the most difficult thing is actually the summoned beast, right? This guy who looks very strong can't keep up with our enhanced speed, and the high-intensity fight with him just now was to speed up his chakra consumption process, right? You're a smart guy. As he said this, he chuckled and looked up at Kitamura on the tree. The opponent is in so much pain that he can no longer act, which means he has reached his limit. Just wait, the current opponent looks very weak. The orange-figured little ghost couldn't help but comment in his mind. Is this the truth? Put away your bow and arrow, that move can't hurt us at all. It will only make your own injuries worse. Is it necessary to go to this extent for someone like Orochimaru? Advertisement. The cold-faced little ghost looked at Kitamura from the side, with mockery in his eyes. The opponent who was seen through was really weak. Able to see through the opponent's flaws, all thanks to Master Su Kong, BDDD. Teacher Su Chen has demonstrated more than once that he possesses a powerful ability to perceive chi. With this goal in mind, after a month of special training, my weak perception ability has been strengthened to the point where I can barely detect the flow of chakra in the other person's body. In this strange state activated by the other party, the use of chakra is all under the monitoring of the chi perception ability. The secrets contained therein cannot escape this powerful monitoring capability. The answer to defeating the opponent is simple. You just need to maximize your dodge. It won't be long before the opponent's body is overwhelmed by the damage caused by excessive use of chakra, and the damage will explode quickly. Actually, I was seen through. You are not allowed to insult Lord Orochimaru, especially you little brats who know nothing. In front of Lord Orochimaru's great dream, you are just stupid idiots. Die. Boom. The sudden outburst of emotions caused Kitamura to launch a series of arrow attacks without regard for the consequences. Sniff sniff. The arrow was like a flying locust, so fast that it seemed to disappear into the air and could not be seen with the naked eye. This is the secret of this ninjutsu's 100% hit rate. However, with Sasuke's perception ability, even with this fast and invisible attack method, the chakra covering the arrow will completely expose the attack angle and the trajectory of the arrow. Faced with this astonishing attack method, the cold-faced kid just smiled coldly and kept reminding Naruto and Haruto to dodge accurately. Just half a minute later, the furious opponent suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils became bloodshot, and his body trembled wildly. The bow and arrow in his hand, due to the lack of chakra, turned directly into slime and flowed down. The changes in the body slowly returned to normal amidst the waves of severe pain. Status 2, released. Bang. With a look of reluctance on his face, Kitamura fell from a great height and landed heavily on the ground. Tisk. I was beaten so badly by three little ghosts just because the secret of State 2 was seen through. How embarrassing. Advertisement: those three companions will definitely laugh at me for this, right? And Lord Orochimaru will definitely be disappointed in himself. In the end, his all-out attack only delayed the enemy for a short 20 minutes. And in these 20 minutes, at the super high speed of these three little devils, they will soon be caught up. My efforts were completely in vain. If I can still move even a little bit, I must try to delay time even at the risk of my own life. But now, the backlash of State 2 made the body suffer from unbearable pain, and he couldn't even move a finger. I can only watch them and continue to chase after Orochimaru-sama. Well, if you're weak, then practice hard and don't use these weird ninjutsu. If you can survive, you have to work hard. An orange figure walked past, and the kid with his hands on his hips paused for a moment, looking down at the fallen Otonagakure ninja, and kindly reminded him. Is this guy an idiot? How could you say, try your best, to your enemy? It's really infuriating. You are too weak. I have no interest in attacking you. Just stay alive. A weakling like you will not pose any threat to us anyway. Next came the cold-faced kid who walked by. He had his hands in his pockets and didn't even look at the Otonagakure ninja on the ground. With a cold voice, his handsome figure floated past. Just now, I was mocked by a genin, right? Damn it, this guy who I could have punched away before actually dared to mock me. It makes people unable to do anything except get angry. At this moment, a pretty face blocked the view. Haruno Sakura looked at the fallen Otonagakure ninja with a complicated expression, said nothing, turned around and chased after the other two companions. Boom. The aura burst out at the same time, and the three figures quickly disappeared from the spot, rushing towards Orochimaru, leaving only a gust of wind after the explosion, making Kitamura lying on the ground continue to be disheveled in the wind. Three friends, the mission of protecting Orochimaru-sama is up to you. I fell down, and it seemed like I had done nothing. However, the information I collected about the strange ninjutsu of these three little ghosts is at least of some use to you, right? Thinking silently, the Otonagakure ninja slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, 10 minutes into the battle, the spiders used to transmit information at the spiritual office were moving quickly towards the escort team. Chapter 175, Dragon Ball Information, Shocked White Zetsu. At the same time, in the cave, the tall and handsome figure closed his eyes slightly, continuously injecting breath into the stone ball while resting, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a handsome arc. Those three little devils took care of the first opponent so quickly. Unexpectedly fast. When I took over Class 7, I just wanted to make some money from them, and I didn't have any expectations for their growth rate. After all, the training in the Dragon Ball world is completely different from the training they receive as ninjas. Unexpectedly, the three little ghosts kept giving me surprises. In terms of the speed of cultivation, it even exceeded the original expectations. This Jonin assessment is much easier for you than you expected. That stinky snake is in big trouble this time. He smiled gloatingly, and suddenly, his gentle eyes turned a little cold and glanced towards a certain part of the stone wall in the cave. The deep eyes that seemed to see through everything slowly closed again. Well, this cockroach has been here for a long time. Judging from the fact that he was carefully hiding his chakra, he must have been simply curious about his behavior and stopped to collect information. You want more information about yourself? Don't walk away, you will soon have an unexpected reward. Even someone as well informed as you will be surprised by the appearance of Dragon Ball soon. That's right, Chen was not going to take action against this uninvited guest, and even welcomed his arrival. Some information was leaked out voluntarily, which led to more interesting events. And once the information about Dragon Ball is leaked to the mysterious organization through this uninvited guest, it will become even more interesting. If he continues to follow me, I don't mind letting him see more eye-popping information. That organization, which is very mysterious to the current ninja world, will definitely become extremely agitated due to the emergence of this information. Am I right, White Zetsu? The handsome figure remained calm and thought leisurely in his heart. In the stone wall, an invisible figure who did not dare to reveal his chakra at all was tilting his head, carefully observing Chen's every move. His expression became more and more confused. The gentle light in the palm of the hand showed no signs of chakra usage. It seemed to be a completely new energy similar to chakra. Advertisement: why do we need to inject such powerful energy into the 7 stone balls? Chen, what are you doing? It seems that this energy injection process will last for a long time. Is this information worth waiting for? The ethereal figure, apart from intense curiosity, fell into a brief dilemma. He originally wanted to report the information about Konoha village as soon as possible, but when he passed by here, he discovered Chen's habitual behavior. He just wanted to observe for a while and then quickly get away from this dangerous man, but he was attracted by this strange behavior. Decided to stay and continue collecting intelligence. This behavior of continuously injecting large amounts of energy into the 7 stone balls gives people the feeling that important information is about to appear. It's worth staying and continuing to observe. The figure lurking in the stone wall, trying hard not to leak even a bit of chakra, continued to observe carefully. An hour later, under the gentle strong light emanating from the palm, the 7 stone balls underwent subtle changes again. Become more crystal clear. A mysterious aura gushed out from the 7 beads, and the production of the Dragon Balls immediately entered the next stage. Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded with satisfaction. Judging from the current progress, it seems that the successful production of Dragon Ball will not take as long as expected. I almost forgot. With various character panels, I am stronger than God, and my ability to make Dragon Balls is naturally improved. If we keep going like this, we'll soon be able to create Dragon Balls that can fulfill people's wishes. I'm looking forward to it. What should I choose as my first wish? The handsome figure seemed to be mumbling to himself, frowning slightly, considering what 10 wishes he wanted to fulfill. The figure in the stone wall couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his first reaction was to doubt his own ears. What did you just hear? Fulfilling people's wishes, Dragon Ball. Is this what Chen is doing now? Is this some kind of forbidden technique? Or is it a very powerful genjutsu? Advertisement, but no matter which one it is, it means that Dragon Ball is a good thing. Of course, this could just be his casual remark, but if it is true. The ethereal shadow subconsciously looked at the 7 Dragon Balls, and felt more and more that this thing was by no means simple. It seems that I have accidentally collected some incredible information. If this thing can really make wishes come true, then it is also a chance for Mom to break free and come back to this world. With an uncontrollable and gradually growing expectation, the figure in the stone wall has been completely attracted by the mysterious color of the Dragon Ball. Oh, the enemy appears again. Another one? In order to ensure that Orochimaru could leave Konoha village alive, the 4 sound ninjas actually came up with this stupid strategy. With the ability of perception, the action status of Konoha Team 7 dozens of kilometers away once again appeared accurately in his mind. The same explosion of 4 auras also represents the start of a battle. This time, in less than 20 minutes, one of the auras became extremely weak, and it was obvious that the winner had been decided. Ding! Detected that the bond object, Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha village, worships the host, and awarded a bond value of 2089. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The bond object, Konoha village Uchiha Sasuke's admiration for the host, is detected, and the bond value 1864 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Detected that the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha village, admires the host, and awarded a bond value of 2234. Close black lens bracket. As a result, the bond between the 3 members of Class 7 burst out again out of admiration. In the cave, Chen smiled slightly. The 3 little ghosts have become stronger in battle, so they have developed a worship mentality? At the same time, the deep forest was in a mess after the war. Huff, huff, huff. After a long battle, the 3 guys from Class 7 were all breathing heavily, but their faces were filled with excitement. Just 20 meters opposite them, a female Otogakure ninja fell in the dust, unconscious. In the previous battle, Team 7 used the experience gained from the battle against Kitamaru in this battle, and quickly forced the opponent to enter State 2, causing Tayuya's chakra to be quickly consumed. Then, the 3 of them attacked together, using the changing properties of chi to attack and easily defeated their opponents. At the same time, they could clearly feel that this opponent seemed stronger than the previous one, but the time it took to defeat her was much shorter than before. This is enough to prove that the ultimate course can improve strength very quickly. Even if you don't reach the near-death state, you can still grow your strength rapidly in the intense battle. This is the huge advantage that practitioners of Chi have. Chapter 176. Dragon Balls are completed. The wishing experiment is about to begin. Hey, Kaki, this isn't a surprise, is it? You seem to know the enemy's chakra usage like the back of your hand. Have you been practicing in secret? Could it be that teacher Chen is biased and gave you special guidance? At the edge of the battlefield, Naruto quietly mobilized the Kai in his body to quickly recover his strength. He looked suspiciously at Sasuke, who had also contributed the most in the battle just now, and couldn't help but blurt out. This arrogant guy said with certainty that his opponent was in the same situation as the previous enemy shortly after the battle began. And during the battle, he kept telling himself and Sakura about the enemy's chakra usage. This is by no means something that can be achieved through simple intelligence analysis. Therefore, he must have undergone some special training to gain new abilities. It makes people feel envious. Sasuke, just now, you did use your new ability to see through chakra's use of 633, right? Can you teach us? Haruno Sakura clasped her hands in front of her chest and asked with a slightly flushed cheek. Sasuke is handsome and smart. If Sasuke hadn't been able to see through the opponent's chakra flow, even if Team 7 could eventually defeat the enemy, it would definitely take a long time. It will never be as smooth as it was just now. Sure enough, the handsome Sasuke is the soul of Team 7. The female ninja of Team 7, who was beginning to have a love-crazy mentality, looked at the handsome kid with his hands in his pockets with a weak gaze, and admiration continued to spread in her eyes. Naruto, who was standing next to him, noticed this look. His face suddenly fell slightly, and he immediately felt lost. Sakura should be the type of girl who likes strong men. Then, you have to work hard. Humph, I must improve my strength as soon as possible and surpass a cocky guy like Sasuke no matter what. The way Sakura looked at him, I want one too, and I want it for sure. If Chen was present at this moment and noticed the optimistic kid's mentality, he would definitely cast a look of contempt at him and mercilessly comment on him as a hopeless loser. Huh, you should have noticed that ability, right? It's just using chi to sense the faint breath. As practitioners of chi, you should have this perception ability like me. Not realizing this ability exists only means that you are idiots. Advertisement. The cold-faced kid glanced at his 2 companions from the side and mocked them mercilessly. Obviously, that ability had already emerged with the practice of Kai, but the two idiots who practiced Kai, with the old-fashioned concept of chakra practice actually ignored such an important ability. They deserve the description of idiot, DB. The female ninja was slightly stunned, her cute face flushed with embarrassment due to being ridiculed by an important boy, and then her eyes trembled. Is it a companion ability that appears along with chi? By the way, I have experienced that feeling of faint perception before. However, due to lack of self-confidence, I was unable to take this feeling seriously, let alone develop it. It turns out that this seemingly unimportant ability is so useful. If you concentrate on practicing to a certain level, you can even see at a glance the chakra usage in the enemy's body. Huh? That kind of perception ability? I thought I couldn't sense chakra or something. It's really a very useful ability? Naruto scratched his head, his eyes lit up slightly, and he suddenly realized. This guy, Stinky Ghost, is quite smart. He was the first to realize that this seemingly insignificant ability actually plays a vital role. There is one more, a new direction for practice. But who is, idiot, talking about? After looking at his cold-faced companion angrily, the optimistic kid decided not to get angry for the time being. After all, the cocky guy who selflessly shared this kind of cultivation information was indeed a great help. It's almost time to rest, it's time to continue the assessment. Let's go. Looking at the sky, the cold-faced little ghost frowned secretly, and a hint of annoyance appeared in his eyes. Although teacher Chen gave sufficient time for the assessment. But if the task is completed at the last minute of the assessment deadline, given the teacher's personality, he will definitely ridicule Class 7 mercilessly. Humph, teacher Chen, you have already been seen through. Just wait. Within 2 days, Team 7 will definitely bring Orochimaru to you. Let you know that even if you don't take the initiative to increase the difficulty of the task, Team 7 will conduct the ultimate course on its own. Sniff sniff. Advertisement the next second, all the members of Team 7, who had the same mentality, once again exerted super speed, and with Sasuke's sense of the opponent's breath and guidance, they continued to chase Konoha's strongest rebel ninja. 3 hours later. In the cave, the dazzling aura and light were even more intense than a few hours ago. In the constantly flickering white light, 7 Dragon Balls gradually turned into crystal orange and also emitted light, complementing the aura of the tall, handsome and powerful man. The production of Dragon Ball smoothly entered the final stage after only a few hours. Looking down at the most mysterious and shocking thing in the ninja world that was about to take shape, the powerful master's eyes showed a sense of indifference. Before the production is completed, some kind of anticipation and fun inevitably arises. At this moment, it becomes boring. The reason is that as the strongest person in the ninja world, he doesn't seem to have any urgent wishes to fulfill. After all, any wish can be fulfilled in an instant in the face of extremely powerful forces. D. The handsome and powerful man, with a look of impatience on his face, let out a light breath and frowned slightly. After all, I underestimated my interest threshold. From being full of interest to being bored, it only took a few hours. But, considering that Dragon Ball has appeared before, and the ninjas in the entire ninja world are drooling and staring at this thing with a perverted look on their faces, it is better to finish it as soon as possible. As the breath in the palm and the energy in the Dragon Ball collided violently, under the operation of an extremely powerful strong man, the production of the Dragon Ball entered its final stage. Suddenly, the eyes of the figure hidden in the stone wall trembled again. As a bystander, even though he is not a practitioner of Chi, he has already noticed the changes in the so-called Dragon Ball, just from his premonition. 0.3 Is this magical Dragon Ball that came from Chen's mouth and can fulfill wishes finally going to be completed? So exciting. Is the effect really as he said, that any wish can be easily fulfilled? If so, it should be a target more worthy of capture than the tailed beasts, right? Boom boom boom. Another series of strange and violent energy collisions occurred. In the gradually dazzling glow, varying numbers of 5-pointed star Dragon Balls appeared on the surface, rising into the air. An even more mysterious aura gushed out of them, and then floated towards Chen's palm very sensibly. Finally, is it done? Next, this guy who can rub such mysterious objects with his hands will conduct a wish-making experiment, right? This strange creature, with the greatest curiosity since its birth, almost had its eyes popping out of the stone wall. Chapter 177 The Shadow of the Dragon Cuts Through the Sky. Is it finished so quickly? There is no fun in the challenge at all. Looking at the 7 Dragon Balls lurking before his eyes, the handsome and powerful man complained calmly, and even the last trace of excitement on his face disappeared. It's like something that is fun and fulfilling during the process, but once you enter the sage mode, everything becomes boring. Zetsu. This guy, is he here? If it is true as he said, this thing called Dragon Ball is the kind of thing that can make any wish come true, then it must be called the strongest treasure in the Jonin world. It is conceivable that once the information about the Dragon Balls is leaked, the entire ninja world will be in an uproar. In the fight to win them, one can even foresee a bloody storm on a scale even larger than the Ninja World War. Faced with this treasure that makes people drool at the first sight, this guy's attitude is actually boring? Tisk, an arrogant guy who is always hard to guess. The figure hiding in the stone wall twitched his lips slightly, staring at the 7 Dragon Balls with greedy eyes, looking forward to the start of the wishing experiment. I have a strong feeling that the process of making a wish must be quite explosive. By the way, what kind of wish would a guy who can easily create a Dragon Ball make? Unify the ninja world? Or become the strongest person in this world? Or is it some other wish that you can't think of? Bang bang bang. In his imagination, Baizetsu heard his own heartbeat gradually speeding up. And at this moment, well, is it time to set up the trigger spell to summon the dragon? Troublesome Dragon Ball. He looked at the magical object floating in front of him with a bit of disdain, and a trace of thought flashed across his indifferent eyes, and then... Yes, Chen is the most handsome man in the entire ninja world. Use this extremely honest and well-known truth as a spell to summon the dragon. The handsome and strong man said it seriously. White Zetsu. Summoning spell? Shenron, I have gathered some incredible information. Chen is the most handsome man in the entire ninja world. Advertisement. Well, remember this arrogant and narcissistic summoning spell. Silently complaining, White Zetsu, who couldn't wait to see the magical effect of Dragon Ball, turned into a body that disappeared from the stone wall and merged into the ground quietly, following the mysterious figure. Come outside the cave. Placing the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, the tall and handsome figure gently stroked his chin with his fingers and fell into a brief thought. As if he had finally confirmed his first wish, a faint smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well, that's it, let's just make this wish, it will definitely be interesting. The little kids in class 7, especially the little tablet kid, I, as your teacher, am really worried about you. So, it's not too much to take a little wool from you, right? And Naruto-chan, this is also the wish you want to see, right? The happiest one should be Sasuke, who seems indifferent on the surface, but actually has some youthful excitement, and finally becomes the biggest beneficiary of this wish. You guys, you need to provide more bond value in the future, so as not to let down the teacher who has given you so much. Unconsciously, the faint smirk on the handsome face became more and more outrageous. Baiju, who had been watching all this quietly, took a deep breath and felt inexplicably nervous. This smirk, did you think of some incredible wish? It's a grand wish like, to dominate the entire ninja world and make all ninjas my slaves. This kind of dangerous perception makes people have to think like this. Would it be the kind of wish that, once spoken, would immediately make all of Akatsuki's ideals and goals worthless? Bang bang bang. The uninvited guest didn't dare to show up in front of a powerful person who was known to be unmatched, and even had the idea of snatching the Dragon Ball, annihilated in his lifetime. He secretly swallowed his saliva filled with fear. Then he stared at Chen closely, at the speed of his heartbeat. A hint of mockery suddenly flashed across his cool and handsome face. The peeper seems nervous. Why are you so nervous? After all, this Dragon Ball has nothing to do with you. The reason why I didn't pull you out from under the ground is just to enjoy the pleasure caused by your long-awaited anxiety. So, continue to be nervous and have great expectations. I am going to start a performance that will arouse the greatest desire in your life. Watch your chin later, don't let it drop, peeping Tom, White Zetsu. After quietly teasing in her heart, she fixed her eyes on the 7 beads in front of her again with a gentle smile. Finally, a magnetic voice that could make the hearts of all the female ninjas in the ninja world tremble sounded slowly. Chen is the most handsome man in the entire ninja world. As the strange summoning spell was gently uttered from his mouth, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the sky under the entire Konoha village was as dark as midnight. Advertisement in the gradually thickening dark clouds, crackling sounds were heard, and flashes of thunder were shaking the earth with unstoppable force. Buzz buzz. On the ground, 7 Dragon Balls flashed dazzling light, and then the concentrated strong light merged into one, rising into the sky against the grand background of flashing thunder, and a dragon-shaped beam of light tore through the sky. It seemed like a huge creature from the ancient wasteland, appearing in the light column with incomparable domineering power. A figure over 100 meters tall, with blue scales gleaming in the strong light of lightning, a huge dragon head full of majesty, and a pair of huge eyes flashing scarlet light looking down at everything below. Boom! The unprecedented terrifying feeling made the shadowy figure on the ground stare with eyes wide open, and his heart almost stopped beating. God, Shenlong! Is this what Chen was talking about? This terrifying feeling gave people a huge impact that could make them despise the entire ninja world. Who could believe that the Dragon Ball that could summon this thing was made casually by this unreliable guy in front of him? But 277 is scary. Not only the dragon, this man is even more terrifying than the dragon. Konoha village. The sudden strange weather changes also made the Konoha ninjas, who were already nervous due to the invasion, look surprised. Sniff sniff. One after another, figures suddenly appeared in the sky, looking at the thunder in the sky in disbelief. And, in the distance, there was a huge dragon-shaped figure looming in the light of thunder. Beneath the wide eyes, there was a heart beating wildly. What is that kind of unsettling existence? Tail Zung. No, even the tailed beasts don't have this suffocating look. They seem to be even more terrifying. Hokage is an adult. On top of the Konoha Hokage building, lightning flashed in the strong wind, and the ninja's clothes rustled. The white-haired ninja Kakashi tried to regain his calm eyes and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third-generation old man with a gloomy face looked in the direction where the strange vision flashed and nodded cautiously. The next second, a group of figures led by Kakashi moved and headed straight to the back mountain to investigate. Then, what exactly is it? Who can give me an answer? That troublesome kid must have shown up at the scene out of curiosity, right? The thought flashed through his mind, and the solemn old man felt a little relieved. Activate the highest alert status. Until we can confirm that this is not an invasion, treat it as a crisis of the tailed beast level. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order coldly. Chapter 178. Under the dragon, the tailed beasts become a backup plan. Yes. The Anbu ninjas who were half kneeling nearby agreed in unison, and then quickly took action, spreading the Hokage's orders to various parts of Konoha. At this time, in the back mountain of Konoha, next to the cave. This dragon has a familiar smell, but it is much more domineering in comparison. Is it because of me, Chen? Thunder stood in front of the dragon under the dark clouds, with his hands in his pockets. A tall and lazy figure, in the flashing lightning, was reflected on the ground, but his figure was very tall. In terms of momentum, it is taller, more domineering, and more dangerous than the dragon. Baiju inexplicably had the same feeling in his heart, and a drop of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. This feeling must be an illusion, right? Even if this Dragon Ball was born from his hands, or in other words, he used the Dragon Ball to summon spirits, it is still a very terrifying creation. How could a mere mortal body reveal a domineering aura that surpasses that of a dragon? Illusion, yes, it must be an illusion. Summoner, please make a wish and I will do my best to help you realize it. The noble dragon head, hanging in the sky 100 meters above, looked down at the person who summoned him and asked slowly in a majestic voice like thunder. However, when his eyes fell on the tall figure standing in front of him, facing the wind, his two huge eyes immediately widened, and he was obviously slightly stunned. I don't like having things to look up at, Chen said lightly and gave him a cold look. Please, what can I do for you? It was just a casual remark, coupled with a look that seemed to contain no threat. The dragon, whose figure was powerful enough to tear the sky apart, immediately changed its tone and became extremely polite, and then something even more incredible happened. The dragon bent down and lay on the ground facing Chen, looking extremely well behaved. Boom! It was not the sound of thunder exploding, but the sound of Baizetsu's little heart suffering continuous critical hits. The whole person was completely dumbfounded. What the hell did you see? Chen just said lightly, I don't like looking up to you. This dragon, which was extremely terrifying in his mind and very likely had the terrifying power to destroy the world, actually became polite? What's even more explosive is, it was like a well-behaved puppy, lying directly in front of Chen, almost wagging its tail? Advertisement, this is not the dragon I imagined. Or is Chen so terrifying that he can burn even such a terrifying existence in a second? I dare not think about it, I dare not think about it at all. The stunned uninvited guest seemed to have used up all his life's shock in an instant, and was completely stunned. Excuse me, what can I do for you? The dragon, lying on the ground, asked again in a flattering tone. Its domineering attitude was gone, and it was left with only a strong sense of awe for its master. If I say to max out the bond value, it will lose a lot of the fun of watching the three brats in Team 7 suffer. So, my orders are. The tall and domineering man narrowed his eyes slightly, giving people the feeling that he was not making a wish, but more like, free purchase. Baizetsu, who was lurking under the ground, suddenly had his pupils shrink. Has the wish-making session finally arrived? This guy is so terrifying that even a dragon would sacrifice its precious head for him. The content of his wish must be extremely overbearing, the kind that starts with, conquering the world. So, we will be able to hear some very exciting wishes soon, right? What will it be? I'm so curious that I don't want to wait even a second. Let Haruno Sakura, the female ninja of Team 7, become Juru. The handsome and powerful man smiled wickedly and expressed his wish calmly. Boom! As the thunder exploded, the other two creatures at the scene, including the dragon, were all stunned and seemed to be petrified in an instant. White Zetsu. The so-called Dragon Ball, that can summon the psychic dragon, the ninja who went through great pains to summon the strongest summoning beast in the ninja world. That can fulfill wishes, spend so much time, just to make a female ninja become, like. What the hell? It's simply unimaginable. As a result, it exploded unexpectedly, but the way it exploded was completely unpredictable. It has to be you, Chen, the guy who is known as the mysterious and powerful man whose personality can never be predicted. Your train of thought is simply impossible for others to guess. Shenlong. So, I summoned myself out just to fulfill this kind of boring wish, right? Great Lord Chen, believe it or not, if it were someone else, I would beat him hard with my big tail. Advertisement, but it is better to obey Lord Chen's words. The dragon lying on the ground obediently had an anthropomorphic expression, changing from confused to obedient, nodding slightly. Your wish has come true. Well, see you next time. Boom. As the words fell, the huge body turned into light again, split into 7 beams and rushed into the sky, flying randomly to various places in the ninja world, dragging the dazzling Dragon Ball, and the light disappeared into the distant sky. At the same time, the dark clouds that gathered in the sky dissipated, and the thunder disappeared, as if nothing had ever happened. It seems that this experiment went very smoothly. Tablet kid, you should have received this surprise, right? Don't thank me too much, teacher. With a faint smile, Chen said in a teasing tone. The eyes emitting a deep and faint light seemed to glance unintentionally at where Baiju was. That disgusting clay figure should have collected the information he wanted, right? Next, we just need to wait quietly for the information about Dragon Ball to ferment, and interesting things will soon emerge one after another. Shao, it's time for you to make your debut. The secret to summoning spirits is just to gather 7 Dragon Balls and then chant that disgusting summoning spell. It seems very simple. They must be very interested in this information. This trip to Konoha has been very rewarding. The ethereal figure fell into deep thought, with an expression of excitement that was difficult to suppress on his face. If you use Akatsuki to gather all the Dragon Balls and say the summoning spell first, you may be able to make Mom come to this promised world instantly. Well, it is a simpler and easier path to achieve than collecting the tailed beasts. Then, implement it seriously. With Akatsuki's strength, it is not difficult to collect all the Dragon Balls. Of course, the plan to collect the tailed beasts cannot be stopped. It can only be regarded as a backup plan for safety reasons. The lurker made up his mind silently, his confused expression gradually eased, and he decided to wait and see. He had a hunch that this scary man had more information worth paying attention to. Next, let's seal the tailed beast happily. First target, 1 tail. He uttered a few words lightly, and the handsome figure squinted his eyes to look at several figures approaching quickly in the distance, and immediately used his body skills to head towards Konoha village from another direction. It was Kakashi and the others who were too lazy to explain why they appeared at the center of the celestial change. As for why not teleport to the destination, I'm afraid Baizetsu can't keep up with this speed. Chapter 179 Naruto. Did Sakura strengthen that part on purpose? A tall figure in white clothes and his followers quickly disappeared into the distance. After a while, several figures who had arrived late finally landed on the ground with a bang. After some investigation, the Konoha ninjas, led by Kakashi, all showed a hint of disbelief in their eyes. The weather phenomenon just now came and went quickly, and even the figure over 100 meters tall that appeared in the dark clouds accompanied by lightning did not leave any trace. It seemed as if everything was just an unreal dream. Kakashi, there doesn't seem to be anything worth noting here. It's just a little weird. Jiraiya squatted on the ground, examined it carefully, then raised his head and smiled faintly. Did you find any abnormal signs? Kakashi turned his head and asked with a little expectation. All the gazes from the Konoha ninjas were focused on Jiraiya at the same time. As for traces, there aren't any. But there was one guy who was the most curious, but he wasn't the first to arrive. You know, he has a teleportation ninjutsu that can satisfy curiosity at any time, but he hasn't shown up yet. It's very surprising. Kakashi. Indeed, it is an unusual situation that deserves attention. As one of that guy's few friends in Konoha, neither himself nor Jiraiya could predict his weird personality. But one thing is certain. 353 The guy who seemed not to care about anyone or anything was only very interested in watching the show. Such a huge commotion caused by an unusual weather phenomenon could not fail to arouse his interest. According to prediction, he should be the first one to appear on the scene. But unfortunately, the guy who loves to find fun in the boring and dull ninja life has not appeared until this moment. One cannot help but suspect that this vision is related to him. At least, in his eyes, it was no longer a scene so rare that he had to witness it with his own eyes. Huh? Does it have anything to do with Chen? It's incredible, but if it's Chen, it doesn't seem so surprising. Well, I can only say that this is just speculation. After all, no one can be sure. But that mysterious feeling is indeed very similar to his temperament. The several Konoha ninjas around him were all stunned and gave their comments with mixed emotions. Advertisement. It seems that all seemingly unusual signs become natural as long as they are related to the equally unpredictable Chen. Anyway, let's continue the investigation. I hope it's related to him. At least this way, I'll feel more at ease. After a bitter smile, Inkasi said helplessly. The premonition was the same as Jiraiya's, but it was getting stronger and stronger. Is this really related to him? Chen, what on earth are you doing? Outside Konoha village, 60 kilometers away, on the grass at the edge of the forest, 4 pairs of eyes filled with wonder were fixed on a certain place where a sudden and earth-shaking change had occurred. The female ninjas of Team 7 sat on the grass in a duck-like posture, looking disheveled. The little kid in orange clothes was lying on the opposite side, holding his cheeks with both hands, his confused eyes almost popping out of their sockets, staring at Haruno Sakura with an incredible look. The cold-faced kid, with his hands in his pockets, leaned against a tree, also looking at a certain part of his female companion with a strange expression, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Sakura, are you sure you didn't use the special concentration enhancement ability of Ki to enhance that area? Even if it is, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Sakura is even cuter like this. Naruto put away his doubtful look and smiled broadly, comforting her. Bang. Then he immediately felt the stunned feeling brought by the pink fist falling from the sky and hitting his head. His whole body sank directly into the grass in a big shape, and a big bag instantly appeared on his head. Sakura, it's just a guess. Now I'm sure you didn't use that ability. In a weak voice, the optimistic kid immediately denied a guess. After all, with Sakura's strength, she is not yet able to concentrate the ki on her fist and continue to maintain the strengthened state of that area. When Sakura made her move just now, you could clearly see the 2 soft and tight places shaking elastically. In cuteness, there is one more thing that can be called S**x. How about the perception of feeling? Naruto the brat commented silently in his mind. Damn it, how could it become like this? Is this some kind of side effect of practicing Kai? It suddenly becomes so annoying that it will affect the battle. Phew, this is so annoying. The female ninja from Team 7 let out a long breath and said helplessly and irritably. The next second, the honest and irritable second personality in the body raised his fist excitedly, unable to hide Yuan's loud shout. Advertisement. Ah, I finally have this long-desired dimension. Yamanaka Ino, next time we meet, I will give you the envious and jealous looks without any hesitation. And the damned teacher Chen, from this moment on, you no longer have any reason to say the 4 words, flabboard ghost, right? Roar, 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 Haruno Sakura, I am finally going to be the kind of woman that will be recognized by teacher Chen. And the handsome Sasuke, on the surface, she seemed indifferent to this change, but in fact, she was so fascinated by it for 2 seconds just now, and her cheeks were slightly red, so cute. Sure enough, there is a reason why teacher Chen likes Juru. Even the extremely aloof Sasuke couldn't resist this huge attraction. Roar, roar, roar. Whatever the reason for the sudden increase, please, keep it up. Becoming too big to flow smoothly is just a lie. It is just the complacency of modesty. Please don't believe in the magical power that makes you bigger. Get rid of it. The pretty face of the female ninja from Team 7 seemed full of distress, but she was secretly delighted in her heart, and she shouted wildly in her heart. Is it the effect of chi training? I thought it was something boring. The arrogant little boy took another look at the part that had inexplicably risen, his face slightly blushed, and he turned away. Sakura, who suddenly grew up, seemed to give people a very beautiful feeling. Now it seems that she is not the ugly girl that I had imagined before. It seems that she has become more lovely. Cut. What are you thinking about? Even though he just defeated 2 troublesome opponents in one go, Orochimaru is still in good shape. How can we delay the important Jonin examination because of this boring change in Sakura? Let's go. I'll try to solve this unimportant mystery later. Finish the assessment as soon as possible. The arrogant kid with his hands in his pockets said coldly, then glanced at Jirobo and Yunjin, who had lost their ability to fight not far away, and took the lead to walk towards the direction of the sensed breath. A very close breath. As Orochimaru has completed the assessment target, we will meet again soon. This time, the class 7 that you once beat up will definitely surprise you. A cold sneer appeared on his cold little face, and Sasuke said silently in his heart with confidence. Chapter 180. The Harvest as the Tailed Beast, or Supot. Konoha Village. Hokage Building, in the Hokage's office. The whole office was filled with the smell of white dry tobacco and a solemn atmosphere. So, until the very end, Chen didn't show up. Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe in his hand, frowned slightly, and his eyes became serious. The strange phenomenon happening in the back hill seemed to be related to this painful guy. However, it seems a bit fishy to simply judge that the occurrence of the strange phenomenon is related to him based on the fact that that guy has a great curiosity, but did not appear at the scene of the strange phenomenon that was enough to arouse his strong curiosity. But that strong premonition makes people have to pay attention. Have you, by your own efforts, brought people problems that they could not figure out? Sighing silently in his heart, the third-generation old man only hoped that this so-called strange phenomenon would not bring any trouble to the village. Do you want to ask? In front of the desk, Kakashi stood casually with his hands in his pockets, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The old man holding the pipe shook his head slowly, having already made up his mind. That guy, he won't reveal anything, right? He has always considered himself a guest of Konoha and has always avoided associating himself with the word responsibility. He would be very resistant to any action that seemed to involve fulfilling some kind of responsibility, so even if he did it or knew any information, he would never reveal it. He has an unpredictable personality, and this seems to be a deliberate display of his power. After saying that, he finally sighed helplessly. Kakashi was speechless. Indeed, even if that matter was related to Chen, if we ask him directly, given his personality, he probably wouldn't provide any answers, right? Anyway, we should focus on Tsunagakure for now. As for Chen, his performance in the Chunin exam is enough to reassure us. The third-generation old man said meaningfully. The white-haired ninja with his hands in his pockets nodded slightly when he heard this. The guy who seemed to be indifferent to everything and only cared about his own mood was the key to thwarting Orochimaru's invasion in the Chunin exam. On the surface, it didn't seem that he did anything special, but if it weren't for the battle between him and Orochimaru in the Forest of Death that exposed the invasion plan in advance and aroused Konoha's vigilance, judging from the subsequent invasion, even if Konoha eventually crushed the invasion, it would inevitably cause Konoha to suffer heavy losses. Judging from the results, it seems that Chen, that lazy guy, has, inadvertently, helped Konoha a lot. Advertisement, but, was it really, unintentional? The white-haired ninja fell into deep thought. Due to Chen's unpredictability, he did not dare to come up with an answer easily. Tsunagakure. Judging from their active and nervous attitude towards this invasion, it seems to fit the hypothesis that they were fooled by Orochimaru and participated in the invasion. Of course, everything depends on the progress of the follow-up investigation. Do you need to use this to put pressure on Tsunagakure? The white-haired ninja glanced slowly at the third-generation old man with dead fish eyes, cautiously testing his attitude. Whatever the truth behind this invasion, this seems like a good time to clamp down on Sand Village. After all, no matter how harmonious the hidden villages may appear on the surface, they all see each other as potential dangers. Using the invasion incident to put pressure on Tsunagakure and let Konoha gain benefits from it, if it were other hidden villages, they would definitely choose the same approach without hesitation. The third-generation old man turned around and took a deep look at Kakashi, in his heart admiring that he was indeed worthy of being an excellent student of the fourth Hokage. Compared to that guy who was so powerful that he was unpredictable but only pursued the so-called fun, he was much more mature. Their tailed beasts, the Jinchuriki, have been left in Konoha for now. That seems to be enough. Then, the third-generation old man reminded calmly. So, it seems that Tsunagakure has been punished and is completely passive compared to Konoha, right? The white-haired ninja raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. Some things don't need to be explained too clearly. Those who understand will understand, especially the importance of the tailed beasts. From the fact that the distribution of tailed beasts among the major hidden villages almost led to the Ninja World War, it can be seen how important the tailed beasts are to a village. Does Tsunagakure dare to say that in this invasion, they did not use the one-tailed Jinchuriki named Gaara as the main weapon of invasion? Now, Konoha is equivalent to controlling two-tailed beasts Jinchuriki at once. The advantage is mine. This is enough, at this time. The once bustling streets of Konoha village have become a little desolate because of this invasion. The constant patrolling of ninja teams added a sense of solemnity, akin to that of wartime alert, which resulted in only a small number of store gates open and even fewer pedestrians on the streets. In front of a daily necessities store, Master Su Chen suddenly feels like having some free time. Would you like to try cooking yourself? Haha, if this happens, those courtesans in the brothel will be sad for a while. Advertisement, it is said that they are secretly practicing cooking skills in order to please Master Su Chen. Is Master Su Chen tired of eating delicacies from land and sea? The shop owner smiled as he escorted a tall figure to the door and asked with a respectful yet teasing smile. The tall figure smiled playfully and looked at the soup pot in his hand. I just want to collect some interesting things. Cooking for myself? I'm too lazy to do such boring things. Goodbye, then. He waved his hand and turned to head towards Anbu. Collect interesting things. What interesting things can be collected with that kind of thing? Master Su Chen's thoughts are still so unpredictable. The shop owner shook his head and muttered in confusion. Those sealing techniques are a little less effective when used with cooking utensils other than rice cookers, but they can be solved by using more kai to suppress the seal. Anyway, let's collect the things from the red-haired kid's body first. As for Naruto Kid, his perception ability was activated effortlessly in an instant with his thoughts, and the results of his perception made the corners of his mouth slightly curl up again. So quickly, have you caught up with that stinking snake who claims to be the most important trader in Konoha? It seems that the Jonin examination is about to end. By then, that stinky fox will stay in the soup pot obediently. No one would have thought that the fate of the powerful tailed beast that moved the entire ninja world would be this seemingly inconspicuous and common kitchen utensil, right? Just thinking about it makes people feel very interesting. The tall and strong man with a faint smile on his face thought so in his heart. Then, he came near Anbu, pressed his finger on his forehead, and his figure flashed, and he appeared in Anbu's cell in the next second. Just now it was. The Anbu ninjas in charge of guarding the prison cells noticed the sudden strange aura fluctuations and gathered vigilantly towards the source of the movement. The next second, a strange aura enveloped the entire cell, and everyone stood there with a dazed look in their eyes. Even though the figure that suddenly appeared walked past them leisurely, it seemed as if they were unknown. Advertisement Chapter 181 The Strongest Genjutsu, Mafuba Extraction One Tail. A powerful genjutsu that can instantly put everyone to sleep? This man has once again demonstrated his terrifying genjutsu abilities. Baizetsu quietly poked his head out from the ground, swallowed subconsciously, and his heart started beating wildly again. A terrifyingly powerful summoning technique. The ultimate physical technique that was already known before. He was originally thought to have a weakness in genjutsu, but he was able to use it easily, and he could even make all the Anbu ninjas in the Anbu cell lose consciousness instantly. The man's terrifying abilities are gradually being revealed. After a slight hesitation, White Zetsu was sure that with his special hiding ability, his life would not be in danger, so he decided to continue following and collecting information. After all, the opponent is powerful, and the more valuable it is to collect intelligence, the more intelligence can be collected so that when Akatsuki faces this opponent, it will not fail due to its lack of understanding of the opponent's 603. Oh, is the interrogation in progress? Morino Ibiki, it seems that even you, the Grandmaster interrogating Genjutsu, can't do anything about this red-haired brat. Su Chen appeared in Gaara's cell, squinted his eyes to observe the situation in the cell, and commented lightly. The torturer Morino Ibiki, who is known as the Master of Mental Torture, maintained an irritable look, staring at the red-haired kid who was firmly controlled on the wooden stake by the wood-style barriers ninjutsu. The four Anbu ninjas who were also in charge of the interrogation formed seals with their hands and forcibly connected the chakra in Gaara's body to prevent the tailed beast in his body from running wild. Yamato, known as the Anbu Top Elite Jonin, relies on the sealing ability of the wood-style bloodline limit to serve as the main force in suppressing the tailed beasts. At this time, he is concentrating on maintaining the wood style to suppress ninjutsu. There was also a serious feeling of failed interrogation in his indifferent eyes. However, all of this was in a static state like cloth under the strongest genjutsu, created by the hypnosis technique, that he used in the Crane Senryu's mental control skills. You have a strong will, you red-haired brat. You are so proud of yourself because you can use tailed beast chakra at will and resist Morino Ibiki's interrogation genjutsu? With a faint smile on his lips, Chen quickly came to a conclusion after noticing the smug sneer on Gaara's face. The red-haired kid who can develop the power of the tailed beast to this extent is really something. But it is relative to others. As for my own, genjutsu. Whether it is Master Kane's hypnosis technique, or Crane Senryu's mind control ability, even in this ninja world where all kinds of genjutsu flourish, they cannot be considered the strongest power of their kind. But it depends on who is using it. Advertisement. The activation of these two abilities relies on chi. No matter whether it is the lecherous old man or the skinny old man, they do not have much chi, so the effect of these two abilities is relatively limited. I am different. With several powerful character panels and immeasurable kai, the effect of using these two abilities is definitely the strongest in history. Even if it is Mangekyo Sharingan, he can only be called younger brother. Then, happily extract the tailed beasts and seal them. The tall, handsome and strong man spoke calmly, and then leisurely placed the soup pot in front of Gaara. These calm words were like thunder, exploding directly in Baiju's heart, who was lurking on the ground, causing him to fall into confusion again. What did you just hear? This guy bought the soup pot in order to extract the tailed beast from one-tailed Jinchuriki. Using this common kitchenware to seal one tail. Funny, right? You know, even in Akatsuki's plan to collect the tailed beasts, they have to prepare extremely powerful related techniques. Moreover, it is definitely not something that can be accomplished by one person. The man in front of him was preparing to extract the tailed beasts with a very relaxed attitude, and it seemed that he was going to use a random object like a soup pot as a carrier to collect the tailed beasts. Unbelievably casual. It's simply impossible to do, right? The lurkers beneath the ground widened their eyes, feeling the waves of critical hits on their little hearts, and stared at the mysterious strong man in front of them, to see how he would operate. I almost forgot an important step. If this kid dies in the Anbu cell, the third-generation old men will have a headache. Besides, we can foresee that there will be an endless war between Konoha and Sanagakure, which will lose a lot of fun. Well, although I don't care about the life or death of this red-haired kid, and even because he beat up Team 7, this mentality has intensified, so it's better to use the senzu beans. Just think of it as an experiment before extracting 9 tails. He didn't want to let Naruto, the kid who was being fleeced, risk death. He couldn't let the account he had worked so hard to develop go to waste. Use Gaara to conduct a dangerous experiment to extract the tailed beasts, and make sure that the senzu beans can really guarantee the survival of the tailed beasts after being extracted, and then it will not be too late to collect the 9 tails. Advertisement. With a flick of his finger, a magic bean fell accurately into the mouth of the red-haired kid, who still maintained a smug sneer, and melted in his mouth. This puzzling behavior once again raised a question mark in Baiju's mind. What was that bean-like thing just now? Is it some kind of step necessary to extract the tailed beast? In short, there are too many things about this man that are incomprehensible. So, next. The handsome and powerful man with a slight smile on his face murmured something lightly, and while aiming his hands at the red-haired kid, he used his chi to quickly lock onto one tail's aura in his body. Inside Gaara's body, in the sealed barriers, the sleeping tailed beast seemed to sense the danger and suddenly opened its eyes. This feeling. A strange and powerful aura is forcibly attacking the seal from the outside. Is some powerful being forcibly breaking the seal? Interesting. The tailed beast narrowed its eyes slightly and had an evil sneer on its face. It should be a ninja from Yi, right? After all, the Jinchuriki have been captured by Konoha, and it is impossible for the Konoha ninja to remain indifferent to such a powerful tailed beast as 1.8 themselves. Is this to pull myself out of Gaara's body and try to control myself? Isn't this a chance to free yourself from the shackles? Then, the moment the seal is broken, without waiting for the other party to seal you again, rush out of the cage immediately and create a bloody chaos. In the strong psychological call for freedom, the powerful tailed beast secretly mobilized the chakra in its body to seal the internal impact barriers. It wants to give the caster a terrible surprise. Boom boom boom. The tailed beasts, becoming manic due to excitement, struggled frantically in the barriers. At the same time, the chakra in their mouths condensed and compressed, and finally condensed into a powerful black-tailed beast ball, which continuously bombarded the barriers. BK. Barriers, which looked like transparent glass covers, began to develop cracks on their surfaces under the impact of the internal and external forces, and then suddenly shattered. Chapter 182. Shukaku. It's him again? I won't go out. Outside world. Feeling the powerful aura emerging from within the barriers, Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. This tailed beast is quite cooperative, but the accompanying mentality is that it should regard this sealing as regaining freedom, right? All I can say is that this stupid animal doesn't know how powerful the Mafuba is. Wrong judgment can only lead to great hope turning into endless despair. Eventually you will find that you have simply been transferred from one cage to a more powerful one. Silly one tail, I really want to see what kind of funny expression you will show when you discover the truth soon. The tall and strong man thought in his heart, gloating over other people's misfortune. At the same time, the strong aura that burst out from the hands raised high condensed like a hurricane and continuously poured into the dantian of the red-haired kid. This is where one-tail Shukaku is sealed. Under the ground, Zetsu, who witnessed this incredible scene, was dumbfounded again. Although it is impossible to understand what exactly these sealing techniques are, one can clearly feel the domineering energy contained in them. It can be said that it is more powerful than any sealing techniques he has seen since his survival from ancient times. Compared to this unknown sealing techniques, Shiki Fujin and 5 elements sealing techniques are simply weak. 13 extremely powerful physical skills that can be regarded as the pinnacle of the ninja world. Various powerful ninjutsu with amazing destructive power at will. A genjutsu that can instantly stop time and catch all the Anbu ninjas of Konoha, including the elite Jonin, off guard. Every piece of information about strength is extremely explosive even in the entire ninja world. Now there is one more, an incomparably powerful sealing technique. And it seems to be a strange way of sealing the target into the soup pot. This man is so mysterious that it is unbelievable. The annoying thing is, Su Chen's goal is not as simple as sealing one tail shukaku. That commonly seen soup pot seems to be used as a carrier to seal all the tailed beasts. So, even the backup plan, collecting the tailed beasts, besides Dragon Balls, must also make Akatsuki face this scary guy again? It's very disturbing advertisement when he thought that no matter what plan he carried out, he couldn't get around this terrifying guy. Even someone as outrageous as White Zetsu felt his scalp tingling. Boom. At this moment, the strange aura that was madly rolling around the red-haired Jinchuriki's Dantian seal burst out with more violent agitated energy, representing the aura of the tailed beast's chakra slowly overflowing from his navel. Instantly, the entire Anbu cell seemed to become extremely cold as signs of the tailed beast were about to appear. In the sealed space that looked like nothingness, the evil tailed beast raised the corner of its mouth, revealing an anthropomorphic smile of success. Finally, I am free again. I want to see which Konoha village ninja is so stupid as to rashly release the seal, allowing himself to escape from the cage, and then use brutal killing him as reward. The complacent tailed beast slowly raised its eyes and looked through the shattered gap in the sealed space at the figure who was so reckless as to dare to lift the seal. DB. The next second, the anthropomorphic evil smile solidified, and the corner of the giant tailed beast's mouth twitched inexplicably, and the earth-shattering aura that had been brewing for a long time seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water. Black lines quickly appeared on the face of the tailed beast until they covered the entire face. Was it the guy who, as soon as he showed up at the Chunin exam hall, smiled and gave him a domineering punch, instantly making him lose his fighting power? Nima. Where is the chance to be free? If I take the opportunity to slip out, I will be killed, right? This is not a way to survive, but a huge trap that will definitely kill you. No, I don't want to go out. By comparison, it's safer to seal the barriers. Although I'm not free, at least I can stay alive. You unreasonable guy, I was staying at home peacefully, but you insisted on breaking into the house and taking me away. Do you want me to die? I don't want to play. The tailed beasts, which had just been smug and thinking, which fool had the audacity to lift the seal, now frantically retreated away from the gap in the barriers, as if they were avoiding something terrifying enough to give them nightmares. Buzz. A strange breath created a strong suction force that domineeringly wrapped its entire body until it could not move, and forcibly extracted it from the sealed barriers. No, I don't want to go out. With a heart-wrenching roar, the tailed beast, wrapped in air, and with a look of despair on its face, turned into a twisted shadow and fell into the soup pot wrapped in the swirling air. Everything returned to calm in an instant. Well, the Mafuba was a success. As for this red-haired kid, the handsome and powerful man who easily performed the demon sealing wave and offset all the backlash side effects with his own powerful strength nodded with satisfaction, and then his cold eyes fell on the red-haired kid who was still in a motionless state. Advertisement. Well, under the observation of perception ability, the red-haired kid who is a Jinchuriki has stable vital signs. The conjecture that senzu beans combined with the Mafuha can safely extract the tailed beast without hurting the Jinchuriki has been perfectly confirmed. That is to say, soon, he will be able to collect the second tailed beast, 9 tails. It's exciting and interesting to think about raising a tailed beast as a pet in a soup pot. And White Zetsu, he should hand over all the information that I deliberately leaked to him to Akatsuki, right? I really want to see what expressions those long-lost companions of Akatsuki would have when they heard this information. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. The purpose of actively leaking information has been achieved, so. Have you seen enough? Are you tired of living if you continue to peek? 250's slightly sharp gaze suddenly turned to the ground behind him. Su Chen, who had seemed unaware before, asked in a cold tone. Boom. A simple sentence plus 2 cold looks overlapped to create a powerful effect that was enough to chill one's heart. The peeper, who was caught off guard, suddenly widened his eyes, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze instantly. Buzz. Accompanied by the sound of a hasty chakra explosion, White Zetsu hurriedly dived deeper into the ground, and then fled in panic. DJ-18. It was discovered at the last moment. Fortunately, I reacted in time, otherwise, that kind of powerful genjutsu would have destroyed my formation. The collected intelligence must be reported as soon as possible without any delay. After all, Su Chen's actions in just a few hours had disrupted all of Akatsuki's plans. Everything has to start all over again. Of course, the premise is that I can leave Konoha alive. Huh? You were scared away by just one look? I wanted to play with you for a bit, but you're such a boring clay figurine. Sensing the figure disappearing in the distance at the fastest speed and quickly fleeing from Konoha, Su Chen smiled indifferently. Then he picked up the soup pot and walked out of Anbu prison leisurely, unlocking genjutsu, by the way. The next second, a commotion could be clearly heard from within the boss's room. Chapter 183: The Mysterious Organization Surfaces and the Inevitable Entanglement. It's a very strange feeling. Did someone break in? Why is there no sign? But the feeling of being watched is very strong. The Anbu ninjas who recovered from their static state all felt a strange feeling in their hearts, but they had no evidence at all. Especially since I clearly noticed the presence of an uninvited guest just now, but in the next second, everything seemed to return to normal. Morino Ibiki's sharp eyes swept across the prison solemnly. Was he hit by some kind of genjutsu just now? There was nothing strange about it, but in the blink of an eye, the strange feeling emerged in my mind uncontrollably. There was no evidence that anyone had ever appeared. However, as a cautious interrogator and a grandmaster of interrogation genjutsu, his strong sixth sense told him that something unusual was definitely happening right under his nose just now. The only explanation is that genjutsu was used, very powerful genjutsu. Is it genjutsu? The proof is time. At this time, Yamato, who also looked solemn, spoke up to remind them. Genjutsu. Time. The moment his conjecture was confirmed, the interrogator frowned and subconsciously looked at the clock hanging on the wall, his eyes trembling violently. According to the time on the clock, 5 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. Without noticing, my consciousness went blank for 5 minutes. Only genjutsu can do this. The terrifying thing is that this genjutsu can actually control everyone in an instant, causing everyone's consciousness to be blank for up to 5 minutes, but no one noticed how the enemy appeared. Is he a tough ninja from Sand Village or Odogakure? Instantly, the interrogator's gaze fell on the most noteworthy target, the red-haired Jinchuriki. The moment his gaze touched the target, he was shocked again. The red-haired ninja from Sand Village had a face full of shock, with beads of sweat all over his face, and his body was shaking violently, as if he had realized something incredible. This scene also attracted the attention of other Anbu ninjas, and they all looked at Gaara in surprise. The aura of the tailed beast in my body is gone. Why is this happening? Advertisement Gaara, who had remained calm even in the Konoha prison, could no longer hold back and felt unprecedented shock. With complicated eyes, he looked at the Anbu ninjas of Konoha. Were the tailed beasts extracted by them? Sure enough, the so-called interrogation was just a cover. Their real goal was to get the tailed beast in their bodies. What a bunch of hypocritical guys, but why are they equally shocked? The next second, a trace of surprise flashed across the face of the indignant red-haired ninja, and he realized that he was not the only one who was shocked and confused at the scene, but even the guys whom he regarded as the guys who stole his tailed beast were as confused as him. They were the ones who stole the tailed beasts, weren't they? Boom. As soon as the thought came to mind, the red-haired imp and the Anbu ninjas of Konoha stared at each other in confusion, and the scene suddenly became weird and funny. I can't sense the aura of the tailed beast in this kid. Just now, did someone use genjutsu to control the whole scene, break the seal and steal the tailed beast? Who on earth could do this right under our noses? At least he must be a cage-level warrior, right? Only someone ridiculously powerful can do this. It seems that an incredible enemy has appeared. This is a big trouble. Amidst the comments, the scalps of the Konoha Anbu ninjas kept tingling. The invasion of Konoha had just ended, and before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the tailed beast disappeared. Moreover, it happened in front of everyone, but no one saw the enemy. One can imagine how terrifying the enemy is. We must report the situation as soon as possible. Damn, troubles come one after another. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen. Morino Ibiki gritted his teeth, his heart continuing to shake. The Jinchuriki of Sanagakure was a key figure in the invasion, which gave Konoha the opportunity to control the second-tailed beast. They were also an important bargaining chip in the subsequent negotiations with Sanagakure. It is precisely because of this that the interrogation of the Sand Village Jinchuriki this time has involved the dispatch of all Anbu's elite personnel, on the one hand to ensure the maximum possible digging of important intelligence about the Sand Village and the tailed beasts, and on the other hand, to ensure the safety of the Sand Village Jinchuriki. With such a luxurious lineup, even a tough guy like Orochimaru can't easily touch the Sand Village Jinchuriki. No one would have thought that someone would steal one tailed Shukaku right under our noses, and do it so smoothly that not a trace was left behind. Anbu, you are to blame. It also means that there are more terrifying enemies sneaking into Konoha. Advertisement. No matter which situation it is enough for Konoha to step up its defenses on the basis of putting it on the highest alert. Such a powerful genjutsu must have traces of chakra left behind. Be careful and look for relevant information. I'm going to find the Hokage-sama. Ibiki Morino issued the order decisively and then rushed to the Hokage building without stopping. Yes. The shocked Anbu ninjas quickly set out to track down the intruders, and at the same time, under the command of Yamato, they sent additional personnel to guard the Anbu prison. An hour later, Hokage's office. A genjutsu so powerful that it can come and go in the Anbu prison without leaving any trace? Yes, that person, D. The third-generation old man took a deep puff of cigarette and exhaled after a long time. His face was surprisingly solemn. It is difficult to achieve this level with ordinary genjutsu, unless it is a kind of eye-power genjutsu that is accompanied by a powerful bloodline limit. It is possible to do this. It was made by the genius of the Uchiha family, right? Perhaps, only Uchiha Itachi, who had already stood on the opposite side of Konoha, would appear at this time. However, there are still many doubts about this matter, and it is not just Uchiha Itachi that can be the best answer. For example, the amazing sealing techniques that can extract the tailed beast in just 5 minutes and still ensure the survival of the Jinchuriki. According to the current information, few people in the entire ninja world can do this. The reason why the name, Uchiha Itachi, popped up in my mind was because the information that Jiraiya brought back to Konoha showed that this former Konoha genius joined a mysterious organization called Akatsuki, and their goal seemed to be related to the tailed beasts. Combining the keywords like Genjutsu and lost-tailed beast, one cannot help but think that the tentacles of Akatsuki have already reached Konoha village. A small Chunin exam seemed to bring a lot of incalculable threats. The old man lowered his head slightly, and his cloudy eyes, which were unique to the elderly, flashed with a gleam of light. It should be them, right? Just after we got their information, they immediately showed up in Konoha with the tailed beast one tail. It seems like the entanglement between Konoha and them is unavoidable. Across the desk, the white-haired ninja Jiraiya smiled bitterly and expressed his opinion calmly. Them? Kakashi and Morino Ibiki looked at Jiraiya at the same time, their eyes questioning. Chapter 184, Shao, I didn't do anything, but I was targeted? It's time to reveal some intelligence about that organization. Jiraiya, you are the one who collects that information, so you should answer it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. Okay, then, let's make it short. Jiraiya nodded and continued, in fact, in recent years, I have been tracking down a few people I once knew. Who there has nothing to do with this intelligence report, so there is no need to disclose it. During the investigation, a mysterious organization caught my attention. The investigation showed that they were involved in many major events that happened in the ninja world in recent years. It's just that this organization is too mysterious. Even if we try our best to collect information, we can only get a little information about them. The people of this organization, calling themselves Akatsuki, have been particularly active in the past 2 years. Intelligence suggests that their latest goal is likely to be collecting the tailed beasts. The white-haired ninja explained calmly, as if he had touched upon some memories that he cared about deep in his heart, and a hint of melancholy flashed across his eyes. The unspoken identity of the person being sought is his student, who does not belong to Konoha village and has disappeared for a long time. He has no connection with the information of Akatsuki, so there is no need to reveal it. Are they okay now? 3 small cute figures appeared in my mind. A gloomy long-haired imp, a cute little female kunoichi, and that optimistic little devil. It's very similar to Konoha's Team 7. Open black lens bracket don close black lens bracket. Is the purpose to collect the tailed beasts? Kakashi and Morino Ibiki frowned slightly. With the emergence of the mysterious organization, an ominous premonition came along. For a long time, the tailed beasts have been coveted by all the major hidden villages, and Yi is no exception. The reason is that the terrifying tailed beasts have great potential to become controllable weapons. It can even be said that many of the frictions and wars between hidden villages were caused by the fight for the tailed beasts. Later, in the tailed beast distribution meeting, there was a situation where the issue of tailed beast distribution almost triggered a new round of ninja world war. It can be said that the tailed beasts are the source of chaos in a sense. The coveting of the tailed beasts by the major hidden villages is enough to cause people a headache. Now another, Shao, jumps out. Advertisement. It is not difficult to foresee that a new round of battles surrounding the tailed beasts has been ignited since the loss of one tail. The Sand Village, which had lost one tail, was in a passive situation due to the invasion and regained the initiative to attack Konoha. The situation is very unfavorable to Konoha. Thinking of this, all the people present in the office looked solemn. Considering that the ninja who extracted one tail used a powerful genjutsu, there is a piece of information about Akatsuki that I have to mention. Jiraiya's expression suddenly became serious, and he slowly spoke. The Uchiha family's traitor ninja, who is known as a genius, might be a member of Akatsuki. Of course, since Akatsuki is very mysterious, there is no direct evidence to prove this, but considering that the genjutsu that appeared in Anbu prison is very similar to the nature of a certain ability of the Sharingan, we can only take this into consideration. After thinking for a moment, Jiraiya added calmly. Uchiha Itachi. When this name was mentioned, Kakashi looked a little strange, and Morino Ibiki frowned again. The trouble seems to be bigger than expected. A difficult character emerged. With Uchiha Itachi's understanding of Konoha, and the powerful eye power that comes with the Sharingan's bloodline limit, the abnormal situation in Anbu prison today is very likely caused by him. Of the 2 tailed beasts in Konoha, one may have fallen into the hands of Akatsuki, and the other will inevitably become its target. Hokage-sama, Naruto may be the next target. Konoha should take action. Jiraiya reminded seriously. Well, I can only remind that troublesome guy to focus on protecting Naruto. As for the consequences of one tail being seized, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his eyes and said calmly. It is necessary to hold talks with the cage of each hidden village to clear up misunderstandings and share information about Akatsuki. If Akatsuki's target is really all the tailed beasts, then they can be considered the enemy of all the hidden villages. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of all the ninjas present changed slightly. Will Konoha take the lead in holding a cage meeting? Things have come to this point, which means that the Hokage is trying to avoid greater trouble. The Akatsuki, which has not officially surfaced yet, has caused such a big stir. Everyone took a deep breath at the same time, and everyone's attention was focused on two key figures. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, advertisement and his teacher, Chen. Unconsciously, the four teachers and students of Konoha's 7th class seemed to have been drawn into a huge vortex that affects the entire body. Chen's residence. It was late at night. Outside the open window, the moonlight is bright, and the summer insects are chirping happily, accompanied by a lazy figure lying on the bed. The atmosphere here is incompatible with Konoha, which has become tense due to the invasion. That's interesting. The guy in the soup pot is very well behaved, he doesn't even struggle. Were you frightened by that punch? One Tail, my new pet, is so quiet that it's boring. With a slightly teasing look, he glanced at the brand new soup pot on the table and yawned lightly. Instead of going to the brothel to have a fun in-depth discussion about saving the ninja world, with the Oran, I was looking forward to watching the manic-tailed beasts trying to make a fuss in the soup pot, and then suppressing them myself to experience the joy of taming a ferocious pet. At the same time, experiment with the stability of the small soup pot combined with the mafuba to seal the tailed beasts. As a result, with the ability to perceive, it is obvious that the new pet is too well behaved, even to the point of being so docile that it dares not even make a sound. Is this the thing that once caused so much trouble for the entire ninja world, and countless lives were sacrificed in order to seal it? Chen thought with some doubt. One Tail Shukaku. In the powerful barriers of Mafuha, the tailed beast, which was lying docilely, couldn't help but twitch its mouth. So, he pulled himself out of Gaara's brat's body and waited with great interest, waiting for me to try to break free from the seal, and then suppress me with his terrifying strength, right? You are such a scary guy that makes my heart shudder. I am not stupid enough to give you such a chance. Not to mention whether one can break free from these unprecedentedly powerful seals, even if one succeeds in escaping from the soup pot, one will be beaten mercilessly. I wouldn't be stupid enough to cause such trouble. Thank you. I don't need the mentality of, the tailed beasts will never be slaves. I feel very comfortable in the soup pot. The fun of anticipation is gone. I can only watch those three little devils suffer to pass the long night. The bored strong man yawned again, with an indifferent attitude. Anyway, it's a lot of fun, just change it. Through the ability of perception, you can watch the drama of the three brats of Team 7 versus the remnants of Orochimaru. You don't even have to be there in person to get the same pleasant feeling as if you were watching TV series while lying down in your previous life. Very comfortable. Chapter 185. The end of the Jonin assessment, mocked by the container? Lying comfortably, he activated the ability to perceive chi, and several breaths dozens of kilometers away were captured almost instantly. The handsome and strong man raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly as if he had expected it. It has only been an hour since the last time they sensed something, and the three kids in Team 7 have already made some progress. Outside Konoha, 70 kilometers away, at the edge of the forest. The moonlight is cold, and the wind blows through the grass like rolling waves, making a harmonious sound of symphony of wind and leaves. In the grass waves, the four-eyed ninja holding a kunai was panting heavily, looking at the three small figures opposite with incredible eyes. Actually has Jonin's strength. Sure enough, that terrible teacher in charge is not only very strong. The students I taught are far beyond the average level. This is a bit tricky. Pharmacist Do sighed silently in his heart and felt his scalp tingling. In order to avoid the three little devils from Team 7, he deliberately let the four members of Hokage stop them one by one on the road. In addition to blocking Team 7, he also intended to mislead Team 7. Even if the four members of Hokage were defeated by Konoha's Team 7, the three victorious brats should have been led in the wrong direction. The result was that after killing the four Yin strongmen, they quickly caught up with him in an almost absolutely correct direction. Is it some kind of powerful sensory ninjutsu that shouldn't be easily learned by a kid like this? What was even more beyond expectations was that in the brief fight just now, the three little ghosts showed even more astonishing abilities. Imitation ninjutsu, hide chakra, making it impossible for people to understand their status through sensing chakra. Open black lens bracket, super strong physical skills, close black lens bracket. It is worth mentioning that the super speed accompanied by physical skills. It forces people to quickly make the judgment that they will be ruthlessly defeated. Hey, Do you understand now? That damn guy Chen is simply a monster. Even the little ghosts he taught can be called little monsters. At the side, more than 10 meters away, Orochimaru, who was wearing a white ninja robe that looked like morning clothes, sneered and commented in a tone of watching a good show. Well, that's a fair assessment. It can indeed be called a monster. Master Orochimaru, I will be captured and brought back to Konoha with you this time. Maybe we will even stay in the same cell. The four-eyed rebel ninja raised his lips and responded. On the opposite side, in the wind-blown grass waves, three small figures stood side by side. The orange figure clenched his fists and maintained a vigilant posture, with fighting spirit still burning in his eyes, accompanied by Mi Fen with 10 faces. This, Jonin assessment, was very rewarding. With 4 opponents, I almost went through 4 ultimate courses. Every time I defeated an opponent, I could feel a significant improvement in my strength. Advertisement. Although it has not reached the level of near-death status, the improvement caused by continuous battles cannot be underestimated. And this is the result of teacher Chen's teaching. Ding. Detected the gratitude of the bond object, Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto, towards the host, and rewarded a bond value of 2,806. Close black lens bracket. The cold-faced kid put his hands in his pockets and looked coldly at Orochimaru, who had once made him feel endless despair. In just 1 month, his strength was improved to the point where he could face this terrifying existence. Teacher Chen, who brought Class 7 into the world of chi practice, deserves to be treated with the utmost respect. Ding! The gratitude of the bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha Village, to the host is detected, and the bond value is rewarded with 2508. Close black lens bracket. Team 7 female ninja Haruno Sakura. This time, the Jonin assessment was really rewarding. Although it is impossible to prove that the enlargement is caused by chi, this must be the only explanation, right? It can be said that it was the teachings of the handsome teacher Chen that finally enabled me to get rid of the nickname, Flat Kid. So, thank you, Teacher Chen. Humph, next time we meet, you won't be able to use that name, right? Will Mr. Chen, who is very interested in big, use a bad look at him? A strange scene that might happen immediately emerged in her mind. The cute female ninja's cheeks flushed slightly. She wondered to herself, what on earth am I thinking about? At the same time, she could not hide the faint expectation in her heart. Ding! Detected that the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha Village, worships the host, and awarded a bond value of 2654. Close black lens bracket. Orochimaru, before I catch you, answering a question can make the process of being caught less painful. The cold-faced kid with his hands in his pockets fixed his cold eyes on the tall, pale figure and asked coldly. I want to know why you are interested in me, of? The night wind blew, and Sasuke's handsome messy hair fluttered in the wind. His cold questioning made the other two kids in Team 7 look at him in surprise. Orochimaru, interested in him? The one who showed up at the death-forced examination room was for him? It seemed that the details that they had not had time to think about before revealed many clues in an instant, and there was a look of realization in the surprised eyes of the two little ghosts. They looked at the weak and white figure in confusion. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ha ha ha, you finally figured it out, Uchiha brat. I was just proposing a possibility of mutual benefit. Now, this possibility still exists. I can make you strong enough to avenge your family. Advertisement. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly and replied with a sneer. Humph, it's all because of that damn guy Chen who suddenly appeared. If it weren't for his interference, the Uchiha family kid, Shijin, who had witnessed his powerful strength, would not have left Yi Village with him under such temptation. Eventually, one will become addicted to power, ignoring the potential threats within it, and become one's own container. Damn Chen. Becoming stronger. 0. The cold-faced kid gave him a mocking look. Can you help me become as strong as I am now in just a few months like Teacher Chen did? You can't do it at all? Sasuke glanced at Orochimaru with a sneer. You are being suspected. Your speed of becoming stronger is just so fast, I can make you stronger very quickly. Just follow me and you will get it, Orochimaru sneered. It's the kind of improvement that is achieved by excessively burning chakra in a short period of time, by overdrawing chakra and vitality to create the illusion of becoming stronger. I won't be fooled as easily as those 4 idiots who were knocked down. Sasuke sneered and shook his head slowly. Just now, I just wanted to confirm the purpose of the human snake approaching me. As for the nonsense that it will help me become stronger. From the method his 4 subordinates used to forcibly increase their combat effectiveness, it can be deduced that it was nothing more than a bait that did more harm than good. If you rashly believe the nonsense that becoming his student will make you stronger, you will only end up with the same fate. What's more, I already have a stronger teacher. In contrast, the other party's proposal was not attractive at all. On the contrary, Japan was so serious that it made people want to laugh. Damn you, you conceited little brat. You'll soon realize what an opportunity you've missed. Orochimaru, who was exposed, showed a hint of anger and clenched his fists. Another purpose of invading Konoha is to successfully obtain this perfect container. As a result, I was mocked by the container. I can't stand it at all. Chapter 186, Akatsuki, Duo appears, reinforcements are the only hope. Besides, how did this little devil see through the secret of the curse? Did the 4 Odininas reveal any flaws when they were fighting this brat? Or was he forced to reveal the secret of the curse? Of course, there is another possibility, that is, this kid found out the truth through his ability to collect and analyze intelligence during the battle. But this possibility is very small. After all, no matter how you look at it, this kind of perception ability should not appear in this kind of kid. Is the wish to take the other person as a container shattered just like that? This plan to invade Konoha has failed miserably. Even the usually calm Orochimaru couldn't help but grit his teeth at this moment, feeling a sense of humiliation and anger. Very powerful kid. No matter how he saw through the secret of the spell, it's very rare for a 560 ninja like him. His teacher is a bit too powerful. After a brief moment of confusion, the 4-eyed ninja silently admired in his heart. So, next, are you going to surrender, or put up a symbolic struggle? I can reveal in advance that the result will be the same no matter what, so in order to avoid wasting everyone's time, I suggest you choose the former. Glancing at the tall and thin figure and the 4-eyed ninja, Sasuke suggested coldly. Just now, after fighting with the ninja named Kabuto, he found that his strength was just so-so. As for Orochimaru, the important rebel ninja of Konoha who possessed the strength of Kage, he had already been seriously injured by Teacher Chen, and his terrifying strength was completely suppressed due to the pain. The Jonin assessment reached the final step, which was surprisingly easy. No matter what they choose, the result will be the same. Although it would be fun to see you struggle a bit, I still suggest you just surrender. There is no chance of escape when facing Team 7, two traitors from Yi. Naruto also smiled excitedly, glanced at Sasuke, and secretly commented, "What a cocky guy," but he also expressed the same opinion to his two opponents. Advertisement, is it going to end? Just like that, I'll become a Jonin? I feel like I'm dreaming. The female ninja from Team 7 exhaled, feeling a little dazed. He clearly considered himself a weak student in the ninja school 2 months ago, but after becoming a student of teacher Chen, in just over 2 months, he continued to grow through one instruction after another, and possessed the powerful strength he had always dreamed of. This time, after successfully becoming a Chunin, teacher Chen immediately and forcefully fought for the qualification to take the Jonin assessment, and he directly became a Jonin. It's so surprising that even if you experience it yourself, you still can't believe it. I can only say that being able to become teacher Chen's student is the greatest luck after leaving the ninja school. Humph, damn Yamanaka Ino, you are still a weak genin right now, and I, as your opponent, will soon be awarded the title of Jonin. That's a big win, right? Ding. Detected the gratitude of the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha village, towards the host, and rewarded a bond value of 2054. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, the female ninja of Team 7 blushed as she actively contributed a lot of bond value as the handsome figure of teacher Chen appeared in her mind. Two arrogant brats, do you think you've won? Do, as their senior, shouldn't you teach them a lesson? Orochimaru looked at Kabuto Yakushi and hinted with a sneer. When they realized that the Otonaga Cure 4 could not successfully complete the evacuation mission, the information sent by the summoned beast had reached the supporters, and powerful reinforcements would arrive soon. What we need to do now is how to hold back these 3 arrogant little devils. There were only 2 people left in the evacuation team. One was himself, who was seriously injured and unable to participate in the battle, and the other was Kabuto Yakushi, who had proven in the previous battle that he was unable to stop the 3 little ghosts. He could only leave the task of delaying time to Yakushi Wei. Tisk, Chen, the students you taught actually put me in a terrible situation where I need to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. It makes me especially angry. Delaying time. Humph, that's a good idea, but these 3 little brats are so powerful that they make people tremble uncontrollably. I hope the delaying tactic works. A nervous light flashed across the 4-eyed ninja's lenses, and he thought secretly. Through the battle with the 3 brats of Konoha's Team 7 just now, he had already cleverly come to the unexpected conclusion that it is impossible to defeat them and escape safely. Delaying time is equivalent to trying your best to be beaten by them, but not being defeated quickly. Just thinking about it makes me feel overwhelmed. But this should be the only way, right? There is simply no better choice. Advertisement, have you decided to waste your time struggling? In that case, I guarantee you'll be beaten very hard in a moment. Naruto chuckled and seemed slightly excited about the choice of enemy. Humph, these 2 guys caused Konoha Team 7 to track us for so long. Apart from what they gained from the battles, they suffered a lot. It wouldn't be too much to punish them a little, right? There was also a guy named Orochimaru who, during the battle in the Forest of Death, actually controlled that disgusting giant snake to swallow himself. Wait, I must make him pay the price without mercy. Well, it's a happy decision. Then, please respect the wishes of the guy who is about to be defeated. You should be prepared that we won't treat you politely. After all, I have already reminded you. There was a hint of expectation in his cold eyes, and the cold-faced kid seemed to be very satisfied with the answer. Then, like Naruto, he slowly took up a fighting stance. Huh. I don't want to fight, but since it's unavoidable, let's try our best to end it all as soon as possible. It's been a long time since I last had any beautiful clothes. The cute female ninja from Team 7 sighed silently, and looked at her clothes that had become dirty due to the battle. She thought that she had to end the battle as soon as possible so that she could go back and change into a set of 3.1 clothes that would make her look more beautiful. Finally, the will to fight finally burned in her clear eyes. Then let's officially begin. Yakushi Kabuto took a deep breath and secretly concentrated his chakra. The night wind blew, and the grass waves continued to surge, as if it sensed the murderous intent from both sides. In the woods far away, 2 feet stepped on the treetops, as quiet as ghostly shadows, watching everything coldly. The night wind blew by, and the red clouds above the fluttering black robe danced. Interesting, Orochimaru was actually forced to this extent by 3 little brats from Konoha. However, the one who injured Orochimaru should not be them, but our Akatsuki traitor, that arrogant guy. Am I right, Itachi? On the treetop, Hoshigaki Kisame, who had a terrifying face like a shark, asked with a faint smile. Chapter 187. Where is Sharingan? Is the skill point of my brother off? Beside him, Uchiha Itachi's face was as calm as water, and his deep eyes were silently staring at the small figure on the battlefield that he had not seen for many years. He has grown taller and become more stable, but the hatred hidden in his eyes is as heavy as that of Yoruichi. But it's been so long, his eyes. A hint of disappointment flashed across Uchiha Itachi's handsome and cold face. Another purpose of coming to Konoha to investigate the tailed beasts was to witness Sasuke's growth, especially the development of the Sharingan. Now it seems that it is far from what I expected, and it can even be said that there has been no improvement. However, he has made unexpected progress in other ninjutsu and taijutsu. However, this is clearly a deviation from the correct training direction of the Uchiha clan. Not focusing on the development of the Sharingan but wasting too much training time on other insignificant ninjutsu and taijutsu is a clear choice error. My brother, you finally let me down. It was already disappointing that you failed to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan during the bloody night of the Uchiha 13th wave. Are you ready to give up this natural advantage now? Or is it that your teacher is incompetent, which led you to the wrong path of practice? In that case, as a brother, do I have to use other means to stimulate you and open the possibility of opening the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Itachi, his clothes fluttering in the wind, slowly turned his cold eyes to the other two ninjas of Team 7. There was a slight flash of coldness in his eyes. These are his two companions. From the cooperation between the three of them when fighting the enemy just now, it can be seen that these two companions are very important to Sasuke. Perhaps it is the key to unlocking the talent of pupil power. One of them in particular is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who happens to be the target this time. Itachi, what are you thinking about? Now is a good time to collect the tailed beasts. You won't show mercy just because the Jinchuriki's companion is your brother, right? Advertisement Hoshigaki Kisame rolled his white eyes and looked at Uchiha Itachi with a playful smile. Although this companion didn't talk much, as his companion, Hoshigaki Kisame still knew a little about Uchiha Itachi's past. The secret that Uchiha Sasuke is Itachi's younger brother is no longer a secret. Showing mercy. That night, I cut off a lot of things with my own hands. He who regards me as a target that must be killed should not show mercy to me, right? As for you, don't be anxious. Wait until Jinchuriki's chakra is consumed to a certain extent before you can be sure of success. Uchiha Itachi said calmly with no expression on his cold face. Then, continued to stare at Sasuke. In the previous battle, Sasuke displayed many ninjutsu and taijutsu, but never used the power of the Sharingan. He wanted to see where the problem lay. Tisk, you are so strong yet you are so cautious. You are indeed Uchiha Itachi. Hoshigaki Kisame sneered and made a blunt complaint, then continued to observe the battlefield with slightly narrowed eyes. The waiting process would be boring, but all he could do was complain. Facing the unfathomable strength of Uchiha Itachi, choosing to obey could avoid a lot of trouble. However, Samahada, who was on his back, was already eager to taste Jinchuriki's delicious chakra. At this moment, in Su Chen's apartment, the figure who was originally lying flat suddenly opened his eyes and narrowed them slightly. Finally, it appeared. It seems that due to my intervention in this world, some of the original plots have changed. The troublesome guy who should have appeared later actually appeared in the timeline of the Chunin exam. That won't do. If you interfere with the Jonin assessment rashly, your plan to get away with it will go awry. And Uchiha Itachi is still invincible to Team 7. His appearance will make the sneering kid confused about his chi training, right? Forget it, let's intervene a little. The strong man who enjoyed lying down smiled calmly and then stood up. At the same time, advertisement on the vast grassland at the edge of the forest, Team 7's new round of battle against Kabuto Yakushi has already begun. The tail end, be careful of his palms, that's not just a simple taijutsu hand knife, but a powerful ninjutsu that can cut off the meridians. Even chi will be affected. Whoosh! Sasuke quickly made a detour and rushed towards the four-eyed ninja, and whispered a reminder with an impatient look at Naruto who was also attacking in a ninja running posture. You idiot, I told you not to call me the last one. Do you think you're the only one who can sense it? I've also mastered the trick of sensing it a little bit. Naruto's face turned dark, and he roared back in a somewhat defensive manner, and then his slightly sharp eyes locked onto the opponent in the distance whose palms were condensed with chakra light. This guy seems to be far behind Team 7 in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. But the ninjutsu that condenses chakra in both hands and can cut off the opponent's meridians the moment it hits the opponent is very troublesome. Even if just touched, the opponent will immediately lose the ability to use strength due to broken meridians. This is not only true for ninjas. Practitioners of martial arts also need meridians as channels to mobilize chi. The four-eyed enemy doesn't look strong, but his opponent must make no mistakes to have a chance of defeating him, which is very troublesome. As for the generation of this inference, it comes from the perception ability of chi. Although it is only a very weak perception, it can quickly draw conclusions from the opponent's chakra usage situation and method. So, this opponent who seems to be easily defeated is actually the most troublesome one among the 6 people, right? Huh, I always run into troublesome opponents, but with Sasuke and Naruto here, there's nothing to worry about, right? Haruno Sakura, who was also rushing forward, worried silently for a moment. The next second, her eyes met the backs of the two companions rushing in front of her, and she felt relieved and determined. Sniff sniff. As the three figures quickly approached Kabuto Yakushi, they immediately launched a high-speed physical attack, avoiding the opponent's palm attacks at high speeds while trying their best to punch and kick the opponent. Although Kabuto Yakushi's strength is not outstanding, he relies on his high IQ to make up for his shortcomings with smoke balls, shadow clone technique, substitute technique, etc. Even though he is at a disadvantage, he can ensure that he will not be knocked down quickly. It is a ninjutsu that uses chakra to gather in the palm of the hand, making the hand blade extremely sharp, and can also use chakra as a direct attack method. Sasuke and the others seem to have seen through this from the beginning. How did he see through it without using his eye power? On the treetops in the distance, a handsome figure wrapped in a red cloud and black robe, the scarlet pattern representing the activation of the Sharingan disappeared from his eyes, and a slight surprise appeared on his calm face. Chapter 188. Failed to copy the mouth trick, Sasuke's terrifying side. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. If you use the Sharingan, it is not surprising to be able to see through the opponent's ninjutsu. Recognizing ninjutsu and even copying ninjutsu are just basic abilities of Sharingan, nothing to be surprised about. However, Sasuke showed no signs of using the Sharingan from beginning to end. Is it just based on intelligence analysis capabilities? Or did he already have some knowledge of this type of ninjutsu, so he could immediately determine how it worked? Things don't seem that simple. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he finally became somewhat interested in his brother's abilities. Brother, it seems that I misjudged your strength just now. Well, give me more surprises, if you can. The corners of his mouth slightly raised on his cold face. The Konoha rebel ninja, who had been worried about his brother, finally had a faint expectation for his brother's display of strength. Tisk, Kabuto, did that Uchiha brat see through his important moves from the beginning? The advantage of this move has completely disappeared with the leakage of combat intelligence. How on earth did that brat do it? Anyway, it's no wonder that I consider you as a perfect container. The snake eyes emitting evil light stared at the small figure that kept flashing in front of him and chasing after Yakushi Kabuto. The thin and pale man licked his lips subconsciously and commented with a sneer. Super strong physical skills. But it's a weird ninjutsu that imitates other people's ninjutsu. Also, the super combat intelligence gathering capability that can only be explained by perception ability. Everything shows that this little devil is indeed a perfect container. Moreover, he has the shadow of Chen, who is so arrogant that it makes people's teeth itch. This container is up to you, Do. Try to delay time as much as possible. When that person arrives, maybe there is still hope of collecting the container. Boom. The four-eyed ninja crossed his arms and tried hard to block Haruno Sakura's fist. His body slid backwards involuntarily, and he slid for more than 10 meters before he barely stopped. Along with labored breathing, beads of sweat the size of beans on Pharmacist Do's forehead kept dripping onto the grass. He had been trying to remain calm, but now he looked annoyed. Damn it. Relying on the powerful ninjutsu of Chakra Scalpel, I actually had a slight advantage over the three little ghosts who lacked combat experience and were eager for success. But judging from the battle just now, the three damned little ghosts did not use their defensive advantage and ignored this, seemingly ordinary taijutsu. The truth of this ninjutsu has been completely seen through, right? Sharingan's eye power? Advertisement simple intelligence analysis capabilities? Perception. 5. Many options flashed through his mind, and the four-eyed ninja immediately locked onto the last one. I see. These three troublesome little ghosts really have powerful perception abilities that they shouldn't have at their level. The fact that they should not have known the whereabouts of him and Orochimaru-sama from the Oto Nagakure 4, but they tracked them down at an incredibly fast speed is another piece of evidence. I just didn't expect that the three little ghosts' perception ability, in addition to tracking ability, can also be used for combat intelligence analysis. So strong that it is hard to believe. Bang! The moment the thought flashed through his mind, an orange figure quickly appeared in front of him, and then the four-eyed ninja was ruthlessly knocked away, falling heavily 10 meters away. Well, it's just as expected. Even if we fight to delay time, we won't be able to hold out for long. Humph, whether it's students or teachers, they are all troublesome. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with an angry look on his face, the four-eyed ninja stood up with difficulty and tried to continue executing the delaying tactic. If my identity as a spy is exposed and I am captured and brought back to Konoha, my fate will be miserable. The apparent peace of Konoha is a facade built on a strict system. Underneath, both the third Hokage and the Anbu gang are very tough in their attitude towards traitors and spies. Especially Anbugen, the ruler with bandages all over his body, who would do anything to protect the so-called wall of fire. Therefore, earnestly implementing the strategy of delaying time is the only way to survive. Hey, you guy, I advise you not to stand up again, just let us take you back to Konoha. If you continue to resist, you will only get beaten badly. Naruto, who had punched Kabuto Yakushi and sent him flying, kindly reminded him. This guy named Kabuto, has he been in the Chunin exam room before? And he is treated as a senior by me. Even though he is an enemy, he is my senior after all, so I really don't want to beat him too badly. Really? Thank you for your kind reminder, but I'm a little unwilling to give up so easily. So, I thought, let's try again. Pharmacist Do stood up shakily, adjusted his glasses, and responded with a smile. Oh, I see. It is indeed very rude to ask others to give up so hastily. Then I will try not to beat you too badly. Naruto was slightly stunned, then nodded deeply in agreement. Advertisement, that's right. If it were me, I wouldn't give up so easily just because of one word from my opponent, right? Not giving up easily is your way of ninja. Seniors would have the same idea, apart from anything else. This is indeed a response. Idiot, can't you see that he is using your style to confuse you? He and you are not the same kind of person. It is to delay time and wait for reinforcements. At this moment, Sasuke smiled coldly and exposed it bluntly. Oh, I've been seen through again. He's really so smart that it makes my scalp tingle. Pharmacist Do raised his eyebrows, with a hint of appreciation in his tone, and Tien Fen became anxious. This kid not only has a strong perception ability, but can also easily see through other people's thoughts. As expected, he is a true genius chosen by Lord Orochimaru. Tisk. As you expected, this kid has already seen through that Do is stalling for time, right? A thoughtful little devil. Orochimaru's face darkened, and his heart also began to beat faster. On the surface, it seems that he is just a little devil with incredible strength, but he lacks combat experience and corresponding strategic experience, so he is not to be feared. They never expected that, in addition to being stronger than their age, their intelligence analysis was no less than that of a mature ninja. Tisk. Things are starting to become more troublesome. The three little devils, who have confirmed that Yakushi Kabuto is trying to delay time, which they got from Zhao, will inevitably launch a fierce attack. The battle will probably end before reinforcements arrive. Humph, damn Su Chen, he really taught a student who is as arrogant and troublesome as you. What's this sway feeling like? Is it true that just facing that fellow student makes me so embarrassed? The tall and pale figure gritted his teeth and subconsciously clenched his fists, with veins on his forehead slowly bulging. Even without seeing the man, one has a strong feeling that his defense is about to break again. Well, you idiot, do you think you're the only one who can tell that he's stalling for time? I was clearly trying to persuade him to surrender with good intentions just now, so I didn't fall for his trick. Naruto blushed immediately, his face flushed red. Damn, he was tricked by this stinky guy again. Then let me finish the battle quickly and complete this Jonin assessment. Boom. In the night wind, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi both widened their eyes. On Jonin assessment, Chapter 189 Itachi. We must intervene, even if it means fighting Su Chen. Jonin assessment? This must be that guy Su Chen's idea again. No wonder the Leaf Village, after learning of the escape route, sent out 3 little brats instead of the village's powerful Jonin. After all this time, we found out that we were all assessing the little ninja class. As for why we can be sure that Su Chen is behind this. Who else, apart from his unpredictable personality, could have come up with such an insulting idea? So, how much do those guys who are so arrogant as to think that the powerful invaders are just a bargaining chip to exchange for Konoha's Team 7 to become Jonin look down on the core figures of this invasion of Konoha? Damn it. Is it Su Chen? It must be that damned, haunting guy. Sooner or later I will skin him alive and tear his bones to pieces. Let him die in the most miserable way before my eyes. I will not accept such humiliation. Orochimaru, who was on the verge of collapse, could no longer hold back and roared wildly, saliva flying, his whole face distorted in a completely different style in the violence. Humph, you're just kidding. You're just saying that one day teacher Su Chen will die in your hands. I guess a guy who can be easily crushed by teacher Su Chen has no right to say such big words, right? Sasuke gave him a cold look and then used his mouth to attack. Damn kid. Boom. Feeling the taunt from Chunin, Orochimaru went completely berserk, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. Just now, were you mocked by a little devil? As the strongest rebel ninja in Konoha, who could easily stir up huge waves in the ninja world, he was ridiculed by Su Chen's students. The most hateful thing is that the mocking words are completely what can be called facts. The students taught by the unforgivable arrogant guy not only inherited the powerful strength, but even the way of mocking seemed to be exactly the same. All members of Konoha's Team 7, including their teacher, are unforgivable. Well, I haven't seen Lord Orochimaru so angry in a long time. But compared to this, the most important thing to pay attention to is that you are being seen through as a strategy to delay time and are about to be attacked with all your strength, right? Seeing that the usually calm Orochimaru was provoked to the point of breaking down by a little kid, Kabuto Yakushi was stunned and his scalp went numb again. As a powerful cage-level ninja, being reduced to being the Jonin assessment subject of the tiny Konoha Team 7 is indeed infuriating. What is more worthy of attention should be the current situation, right? Humph, you dare to insult teacher Su Chen, this is unforgivable. Wait, I will beat you up badly. Respectable teacher Su Chen will not be allowed to be insulted by people like you. Advertisement Naruto's face darkened, and his breath quietly leaped out of his body. A large amount of ki condensed on his fists, and coupled with his anger, his fighting spirit suddenly rose. Isn't that just anger from having your strategy seen through? However, if reinforcements do come, it would be best to complete the assessment as soon as possible. Haruno Sakura said weakly, while clenching her pink little fists. After confirming that the enemy has reinforcements and deliberately delaying time, the best option is to go all out and get rid of the opponent as quickly as possible. Then, go ahead and buy time. It won't be difficult or challenging to arrest you. Bring your reinforcements back to Konoha so that this trip won't be in vain. Sasuke smiled coldly and said in a cocky and cold voice. What? Are you serious, you idiot? Are you going to let them have their way until reinforcements arrive? The optimistic kid who was about to take action suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Sasuke in confusion. This arrogant guy, is he really not kidding? You could have ended the battle right away, completed the Jonin assessment, and successfully become a Jonin, but you had to see through the enemy's strategy and let your opponent do what he wanted, and actively wait for the opponent's reinforcements. No, this arrogant guy made such a decision without knowing the strength of the reinforcements. Isn't it too hasty? If you make a mistake in judgment, you will lose the chance to become a Jonin that you have finally gotten. Haruno Sakura, who was standing by, also had a look of confusion in her bright eyes as she looked at Sasuke in confusion. On the opposite side, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were also confused. Knowing that they were waiting for reinforcements, he was arrogant enough to offer to wait until the reinforcements arrived. This little brat is so arrogant, Itachi, your brother is very arrogant. He dared to say that he would bring the reinforcements back to Konoha village without knowing their strength. This is totally different from your calm personality. However, Chen is his class teacher, which is a bit troublesome. Hoshigaki Kisame commented with a sneer, BDBE. When Chen was mentioned, a complicated expression appeared on that shark-like face. A little anger, a little fear, and a touch of irritability. Has that arrogant man who has not been seen for many years finally decided to do something for Konoha village? It seems that it is inconsistent with his personality back then. Was he appointed as the head teacher because of Jinchuriki, not because of Itachi's brother? Advertisement after all, there are two special people in the Class 1 lead, which doesn't seem like a coincidence at all. As for that female ninja, perhaps that was one of the reasons why he chose to lead the class. The specific reason is that she is very big. Tisk tisk, are all the female ninjas in Konoha village so well developed? She is obviously just a little girl who has just entered puberty. Chen? This seems to explain a lot of problems. The Konoha rebel ninja, whose face was as calm as water, finally showed a slight emotion. He was the one who led Sasuke down the evil path of abandoning the Uchiha family's talent, right? The Uchiha family's bloodline limit has great potential, and is one of the strongest bloodline limits in the entire ninja world. Chen actually led the Uchiha family's genius to abandon this advantage. Was this done on purpose? The purpose is to so-called ruin the fun of a genius? The man with a personality so strange that even the most intelligent person couldn't predict it would really do such a thing. Judging from Sasuke's current growth performance, he does have strength that is not suitable for his current stage, but inducing him to give up the development of Sharingan is like forcing things to grow too fast. On the surface, his strength is improving rapidly, but in fact he has virtually given up the strongest training direction. This problem must be corrected. As his mind moved, the seemingly expressionless Uchiha Itachi's eyes glowed with a faint scarlet light. As his emotions fluctuated, the chakra accompanied by the Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power was already surging in his body imperceptibly. Sasuke. On the battlefield, the cute female ninja from Team 7 looked at Sasuke in confusion. Waiting for the answer with Naruto. Humph, you guys said you experienced the ability of perception, but it's nothing more than this. The reinforcements are approaching and will arrive in less than 5 minutes. They are strong enough for us to start the rare opportunity of the ultimate course. As for why you didn't prioritize completing the Jonin assessment in this situation, and chose the ultimate course, you will know if you use your perception abilities seriously. The cold-faced kid put his hands back in his pockets, making sure to give reinforcements a chance to arrive, and glanced coldly at the other two kids in Class 7, as if he was too lazy to explain. Use your perception ability and you will know. Naruto, who was half believing and half doubting, immediately calmed down and reluctantly activated his unskilled perception. Then, his eyes moved slightly. Feel it. There is a powerful aura that is rapidly approaching the battlefield. It should be Orochimaru's so-called reinforcements. There were also two powerful auras appearing at the edge of the forest in the distance, probably on the top of a big tree, but their identities were unknown. What is important is the last breath that is suspended in the air above your head. It is so powerful that it makes people feel suffocated immediately, yet it is so familiar and gives people a sense of security. That is, Teacher Chen. Chapter 190 Kimimaro appears. The situation is about to turn around. Is it there? I can't see it at all. Humph, Teacher Chen always likes to do things in a mysterious way. Naruto subconsciously looked up at the sky, at the location where he sensed the aura, and complained to himself. With Teacher Chen around, it makes people feel at ease. The feeling of being no longer afraid even when facing a cage-level warrior made the optimistic kid full of fighting spirit. Both his expression and bright eyes suddenly burst out with confidence. Is that Teacher Chen's familiar aura? The other two should be ninjas from Konoha village, right? Why are you letting Team 7 complete the Jonin assessment mission alone? Are you actually worried that Team 7 can't handle such a strong enemy? Also, what kind of expression would Teacher Chen have when he sees my current changes? Haruno Sakura was also silently complaining in her heart, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn slightly red with shyness when she mentioned the bigger changes. Humph, that damn Teacher Chen once clearly stated that he likes big ones. Now I shouldn't let him look down on me, right? Maybe she will even receive admiring looks like those of a giant female ninja? As soon as the thought came to her mind, the pounding little heart of the female ninja from Team 7, which had borne fruit, struck the fullness of her body, causing an imperceptible slight tremor. Mid-air, the figure was hidden under the shadow of the moon, and the tall figure was floating in the air inconceivably, silently observing all the movements below like a god. Make a wish with the Dragon Ball and succeed. Sure enough, the dragon summoned by the Dragon Ball I made with my own hands understands the master's mind best. Not only did it get bigger, but it also matched the body and face, bringing out the best in each other, allowing the flat kid to go from 6 points to around 9 points. Well, in this case, there will be one more pleasant scenery. Chen nodded with satisfaction and silently gave a thumbs up to the sensible dragon. Another purpose of coming here this time is to verify the effect of Dragon Ball's wishmaking, which can even be said to be the main purpose. The appearance of Akatsuki can only come in second. As for Orochimaru and Kabuto, it's not worth it at all, just a small role. Cold-faced kid, You have to thank the teacher. The flag ghost. No, the giant ghost should become your woman in the future, just like the original plot, right? For a teacher who has done such an important thing, it would be a great loss if I can't gain a lot of bond value from you. That aura has sped up. Is it in a hurry to become the experience package for Team 7's growth? By the way, Sasuke, who activated his perception ability, should have been able to sense that he was a formidable opponent, right? But he still chose to face him. Was it because he felt relieved after sensing my presence? The extremely powerful man, with a slight smile on his face, nodded with satisfaction again. This represents Team 7's absolute trust in themselves, to the point where the slightest touch will provide the greatest bond value. The account maintenance was successful. On the battlefield below, the night wind grew stronger, as if sensing that a battle of equal strength was about to begin. The 3 kids from Class 7 were already sitting on the grass, taking out some dry food and water to replenish their energy. After several hours of high-frequency fighting, even those who already possessed Jonin strength felt a little tired. Advertisement: Sasuke, Naruto, these are the snacks I brought, for you guys to eat. Haruno Sakura, sitting on the grass in a duck-like posture, smiled sweetly, and with the huge appearance, she looked beyond her age. He casually took the snacks handed over by the tender little hand, and the cold-faced kid glanced behind the little hand, then turned his head away somewhat unnaturally. What's this sudden accelerated heartbeat feeling like? Ever since that strange change happened to Sakura, this situation has happened frequently. I hate this feeling. Sasuke thought so proudly in his heart, and his honest cheeks turned red. Naruto, this is yours. Well, thank you Sakura. Naruto, who was crouching carelessly on the side, also blushed slightly at the huge sight from such a close distance. I finally understand why teacher Chen doesn't like tablets. In comparison, there is no comparison between flat and huge. Sakura is now cuter, and at the same time, she has an indescribable feeling. In a word, she has become more perfect. It should be a benefit brought by chi, right? This can also be regarded as the change that teacher Chen brought to Sakura. Well, thank you, teacher Chen. Ding! Detected the gratitude of the bond object, Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto, towards the host, and rewarded a bond value of 2,578. Close black lens bracket. Chen. What's up with the bond value that suddenly appeared from Naruto and the little devil? And it happened the moment the little devil's eyes swept over the result of Dragon Ball wishing. Oh. In midair, Chen showed a look of sudden enlightenment and couldn't help but smile wickedly. This kid must have thought that Haruno Sakura's changes were related to himself, and with a servile mentality, he preconceively believed that this was a benefit for his future. However, I'm afraid that childish Naruto will disappoint you. Future benefits, or for that brat Sasuke, you can only watch sadly. Tisk, such an arrogant brat, as expected, made a fatal mistake due to lack of experience. The situation is about to be reversed. On the other side, we saw that all the members of Class 7 were determined to wait for the arrival of reinforcements, and were resting. Orochimaru suddenly smiled coldly. Kimimaro, who is about to reach the peak, is a genius with a rare bloodline limit gift. His strength easily exceeds that of Jonin and is far beyond the reach of the Otobakure 4. These 3 little brats are definitely looking for death. Of course, I was reluctant to let Kimimaro kill that genius kid from the Uchiha family. Then I can make him my container. Advertisement: the thin and pale figure sat down to rest, took a deep look at Sasuke who was seriously replenishing his body not far away, and the evil snake eyes shone again. Then, take advantage of this time to heal your wounds seriously. Yakushi Kabuto secretly breathed a sigh of relief, sat cross-legged and started medical ninjutsu, using gentle chakra to drive away the pain. Well, these 3 little devils are really cruel. After the battle, almost all the bones in my body were aching. Fortunately, they took the initiative to wait for reinforcements in time, otherwise they would have been beaten even worse, right? The 4-eyed ninja, who appeared calm on the surface, thought secretly with fear. Far away, hidden on the treetops under the moonlight, the shark-faced ninja showed his sharp teeth and smiled playfully. Do, your brother is very cocky, and he is really like you in this respect. However, this behavior is more like that of the guy who likes to mess around. It can be seen that he admires Chen very much. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly as he spoke with a hint of gloating. Does he look like that guy? It does feel that way. It means that things are getting worse. The younger brother who went astray under the guidance of that guy obviously had absolute trust in him, which was another evidence of being deceived to the greatest extent. Silly brother. I must use some special means to make you wake up completely and realize that the Uchiha family's bloodline limit is the real way to become stronger. Do we have to take action against his 2 companions? The Konoha rebel ninja with a cold expression took a deep look at Naruto and Haruno Sakura who were resting on the grass with Sasuke. Sasuke probably hasn't used his full strength yet. Let's see. Time passes by with the clouds that keep passing over the bright moon. 5 minutes passed quickly. You're finally here, Kimimaro. The tall and handsome figure in midair slowly raised his eyes and looked down. You're here so late, but you're here at last. The cold-faced kid, with his hands folded under his chin, slowly stood up and turned his head to look behind Orochimaru with a cold but slightly excited look. Are you here? Naruto and Haruno Sakura also stood up and looked in the same direction. Haha, the situation is finally going to be reversed. You little brats, you will soon realize how stupid that rash and arrogant decision was. The snake eyes half covered by the long hair flashed coldly, and Orochimaru's mouth curled up. Kimimaro, you're late. I'm sorry, Master Orochimaru. Amid the calm noise, a figure in a white robe and with white hair landed softly beside Orochimaru. Chapter 191 Analysis Error? Please spare Orochimaru-sama. Itachi, it looks like your brother has encountered a very strong opponent. Can you feel that guy's powerful chakra? Hoshigaki Kisame chuckled and looked at Uchiha Itachi beside him with a hint of gloating. Sure enough, arrogance is a trait that can be transmitted through blood. As Itachi's younger brother, that kid's words, expressions, and even his eyes all reveal a deep sense of arrogance. He was clearly just a brat, yet he dared to challenge a being like Orochimaru. Only the guys from the Uchiha family would dare to do such a thing. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, quietly watching the small figure in the distance who was excited by the appearance of the expected enemy. He is actually excited? Is the part of your strength that you didn't show in the battle just now very strong? To what extent did Chen teach his younger brother? But no matter what 537 said, the seemingly rapid improvement in the short term is definitely not as strong as the true strength of the Chia family's bloodline limit, right? Chen, your teaching results make people inexplicably look forward to it. I actually feel like I've been saved. They're just 3 guys from Konoha village who just finished the Chunin exam, but I feel so lucky. It's hard to understand. After finishing his healing, Pharmacist Do slowly stood up, thinking secretly with some shame in his heart. Is Orochimaru injured? And he is in a very bad state. Was it all done by these 3 little devils? In the night wind, the white robe fluttered slightly. The handsome and fair Kimimaro glanced across the audience with a hint of surprise. The gaze in his pupils emitting a cold light finally fell on Konoha's Team 7 in a daze. One is a cage-level strong man whom he is willing to protect at the cost of his life and whom he always admires. Another ninja who has been lurking in Konoha village as a spy for many years and has never been exposed, which is enough to show his extraordinary intelligence and strength. In front of the 3 little ninjas, he actually looked very embarrassed. Well, it's incredible. And what about the other people responsible for this invasion? What about Kidomaru and the others? Considering the current situation, could it be that the invasion failed because Snakemaru Tento and his men were reduced to being hunted down by such a little devil? Kimimaro was surprised by the many doubts and couldn't help but look at Orochimaru beside him. Orochimaru's face turned red. Tisk, this look, does it mean that you saw a scene that could never happen? Advertisement originally, this kind of situation of being chased by little ghosts would never happen. It was all because of that damn guy Chen who showed up rashly and changed everything with one blow. Don't underestimate these 3 brats. They may appear to be Chunin at best, but they actually possess strengths that surpass Jonin. The 4-man escort team of Yin fell before them. These 3 little brats are trying to capture me and bring me back to Konoha village. Kimimaro, what do you think? Orochimaru warned calmly with a wicked smile on his face. More than Jonin's strength? Even the 4 of them? Kimimaro frowned slightly and his eyes slowly fell on Team 7. As the gaze fell on them, all the members of Class 7 felt their hearts tighten at the same time. I felt a very strong breath. This opponent named Kimimaro is very strong. They are not comparable to the 4 Otogear members. At least a lot higher. So what? Those of you who have prepared for the ultimate course will not be afraid of an opponent of this level. Teacher Chen has been observing everyone's performance, right? Never let him down. I decided to go through this course with the determination to die, just like fighting against a demon. Is this the only way to gain the approval of Teacher Chen? The 3 kids in Class 7 subconsciously entered combat mode and were determined to fight seriously. Be prepared. This guy will go all out from the beginning. Be careful of more Konoha companions coming after him. It makes me so nervous that I can't help but tremble. Sasuke gritted his teeth secretly and reminded his other 2 companions. HMPH, Yukaki B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I'm not nervous at all. I'll knock him down beautifully in no time. Naruto responded stubbornly, his body honestly trembling slightly. With his perception ability, he could easily detect the chakra situation in his opponent's body, which was far more turbulent than the chakra of the 4 opponents. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had to admit that this guy named Kimimaro was indeed so strong that it made people tremble in their hearts. Sasuke gritted his teeth again, not in the mood to continue arguing with Naruto. At least we have teacher Chen here. He won't just watch us get beaten by our opponents, right? Advertisement. It seems that there is no need to worry too much. The female ninjas of Team 7 exhaled quietly, trying to keep themselves calm and prepare for the battle in the best possible state. 014002213 Philo 2203022450. Bang. The white figure slowly took a step forward, and its movements were as graceful as the look. It was a gentle step, but it seemed to step accurately on the hearts of all the members of Class 7, making an illusory heavy sound. The tension among all members of Class 7 suddenly soared. Please, let us go, Zhuang. This is a serious request from the bottom of my heart. The plea from the heart made everyone present slightly stunned. All members of Class 7, enemy, are you being too polite? And it didn't look like he was being sarcastic at all, but rather a very serious request. The tone was so gentle that it left people speechless. Orochimaru. Humph, this guy who always looks very polite and gentle, his strength is beyond doubt, but his personality always reveals a feeling that is completely inconsistent with his style at inappropriate times. Even when facing the enemy, he will show this kind of speechless politeness. Huh, please, let you go. Hey, how do you know you can't escape with your strength if you don't try? If you make such a request directly, your opponent will usually agree, right? Naruto, with a messy face, looked at Kimimaro as if he was an idiot and reminded him. What? I thought the opponent would do as the arrogant guy said and launch high-frequency attacks with the mentality of ending the battle quickly. The result was such a boring request. 4.5 It's not like that idiot can always make accurate intelligence analysis. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura, there is also a feeling of being unable to do anything. So, the other person's gentle temperament is not pretended at all, right? He is indeed a gentle man who is so kind that he would ask his opponent to spare him. It is incomprehensible that such a person would be mixed up with a guy like Orochimaru who can make people shudder at the sight of him. Lord Orochimaru has a great desire to redefine the rules for the entire ninja world, and he is a very gentle person. As his subordinate, I will always understand and support him. I also hope that you can feel the will of Lord Orochimaru. Also, you are still young, I don't want to kill you. The ninja, whose white robe fluttered slightly in the night wind and whose appearance was gentle, spoke sincerely. Chapter 192 Bloodline Limit, Macabre Bone Pulse. Humph, after all this talk, to use Teacher Suchen's words, it turns out you were just pretending. An infuriating guy. Hearing this, Naruto's face darkened, and his confused expression turned into anger. The guy who used, not wanting to kill the weak, as an excuse was so arrogant that people couldn't help but beat him up immediately. Did you say that because you believed you could defeat us and you thought you were the strong one showing sympathy to the weak? The reason why you appear gentle is because you are absolutely confident, right? In that case, I will immediately blow away that gentle look of yours. Sasuke was slightly surprised, then sneered in response. You won't accept this gentle request, then I will have to protect Master Orochimaru's will in another way. The handsome ninja frowned slightly and took a deep look at Konoha Team 7, seeming a little helpless. After he finished speaking, he slowly untied his robe and threw it to the Wind King. As the white robe stretched out, revealing his thin upper body, chakra instantly spread all over his body, and a terrifying strong aura surged out from his not-so-strong figure, and together with the gradually fierce night wind, the long grass within a 10-meter radius was swaying continuously. Are you finally going to make a move? Don't take it lightly like last time. If you don't take this kind of opponent seriously, you may be killed quickly. The cold-faced kid clenched his fists and reminded nervously, secretly mobilizing the chi in his body and maximizing the chi in an instant. Sasuke's ability to sense chi revealed that the opponent was a very strong one, so he subconsciously prepared himself to use all his strength to defeat the opponent. You idiot, I can feel it even without your reminding, his chakra is very powerful. Naruto whispered back, nervous but with a hint of excitement. The appearance of a strong opponent means that the next step is the extremely dangerous ultimate course, which also means that you can continue to become stronger by passing this test. It would be strange if you weren't nervous facing a strong opponent. But the excitement caused by the opportunity to become stronger is obviously stronger. Sakura, don't force yourself when the battle comes. Leave it to me and the stinky bee ****************. The next second, Naruto felt Haruno Sakura's increasingly rapid breathing, whose nervousness was obviously greater than his own, and comforted her considerably. Well, I'll try my best. The cute female ninja from Team 7 said weakly and a little embarrassedly. She glanced at Sasuke beside her secretly, and her eyes became firm again. It can be sensed that the other party is so powerful that it makes people want to escape. But if I really do that, Sasuke will look down on me, right? Advertisement and Teacher Chen would definitely laugh at me mercilessly because of this. So, thank you Naruto, I won't escape so easily, because that would be a waste of Teacher Chen's powerful teachings. Led down Class 7. It may even disappoint the powerful Kai. HMPH, then, let's start the ultimate course right away. The excitement that could not be suppressed in his clear eyes burst out, and Sasuke was the first to explode. Whoosh whoosh. A strong aura emanated from his body, causing the surrounding grass to sway continuously, as if it was also looking forward to seeing a wonderful battle. Naruto and Haruno Sakura also activated their auras at the same time, and the three auras merged and collided. Under the powerful momentum, the expressions of the three opponents on the opposite side changed slightly. Especially Kimimaro, who narrowed his soft eyes slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Well, I was wrong. These three little devils are stronger than I expected. They can't be treated as ordinary genin devils. No wonder Kidomaru and the others fell into their hands. I understand. I will treat you as my equals and will not show mercy just because you are little brats. The beautiful ninja said lightly, and with a strange sound of crackling, a long bone shaped like a teeth saw slowly extended from the back. The slender arm raised, grabbed the bone blade and pulled it out decisively. In the night wind, the figure floating in the air smiled faintly, as if he had been expecting this scene to happen. Well, Macabre Bone Pulse finally showed up, showing such a strong talent right from the start. The three brats from Team 7 can make Kimimaro achieve this level, which is pretty good. Su Chen gave a satisfied comment silently but was not in a hurry to take action. After this Jonin assessment, Naruto and the others should have improved their strength, right? He wanted to see to what extent Class 7 had improved this time. Maybe it will give me a little surprise and fun, right? Is it some kind of bloodline limit? That guy Orochimaru has a lot of interesting subordinates. On the distant treetops, Hoshigaki Kisami's eyes lit up and he licked his lips and smiled faintly. It's the macabre bone pulse bloodline limit, it's very strong. The three of them encountered very troublesome opponents. Uchiha Itachi immediately saw through Kimimura's origins. This kind of bloodline limit is rare and not many people know about it. Sasuke and the others can only say that they are not very lucky to encounter such a strong person. Advertisement. Is it almost time for me to take action? The cold pupils moved slightly, and Uchiha Itachi's clothes fluttered more violently in the wind, obviously caused by the chakra fluctuations. In the sky, the powerful figure floating mysteriously turned his gaze to Uchiha Itachi below and smiled playfully. This kind of chakra fluctuation is because he is worried about that brat Sasuke and is ready to attack, right? But, Uchiha Itachi, don't underestimate your brother. His potential will soon surprise you. Just be patient and wait. Don't thank me too much. Boom. At this moment, Team 7, with great tacit cooperation, took the lead in launching the attack. Three figures moved at high speed and attacked Kimimaro from three directions. 453's speed was so fast that it was like three lightning bolts flashing through the top of the long grass, and in the blink of an eye it was only 5 meters away from the opponent. So fast, Kimimaro's expression changed. He didn't expect the three little ghosts to be so fast. In surprise, he rushed directly towards Sasuke who was facing him. The bone blade condensed shining chakra and slashed down fiercely. Brush. The bone-colored bone blade, strengthened by chakra, emitted a dazzling sword energy that resounded 3 meters away. Boom. Sasuke quickly burst out his breath and sped up briefly to avoid the sword light. The sword light instantly split the ground into a shocking crack. Drink. At this time, Naruto turned urgently, approached Kimimaro from the right side, and hit Kimimaro's cheek with his fist that was filled with a lot of energy. As the feeling of hitting a hard stone reached his fist, Naruto couldn't help but show surprise on his face. So hard. My fists were aching. This guy's defense is much stronger than expected. Boom. Haruno Sakura on the left punched Kimimaro who was knocked away by Naruto, and a hint of surprise flashed across her pretty face. This touch, like a punch to a solid bone. There is also an opponent who uses bones as weapons. This should be some kind of bloodline limit, right? The opponent is actually a bloodline limiter. The pressure is so great. Chapter 193. Gentle fist technique that is better than the master, terrifying absolute defense. After being knocked away by a punch from the female ninja of Team 7 and losing his balance again, Kimimaro just frowned slightly and was not panicked at all. The strength of the three small opponents did exceed his expectations, but not by much, just a little bit. Whoosh! The figure floating in the air as softly as Willow Katkins has not yet fallen, and Sasuke, who has beautifully dodged the sword light, has already arrived in front of him. Boom boom boom. The palm that has condensed a large amount of chi continuously hits the opponent like a storm, making bursts of explosive sounds. The graceful figure was like a small boat in the raging waves, completely covered by countless palm shadows, and had no ability to resist under the high-speed attack. This brat actually knows this trick. Orochimaru's cheek twitched involuntarily. As a trader of Konoha, he knew this trick too well. It is the secret of the Hyuga family of Konoha and the essence of the palm technique. The reason why outsiders cannot learn it easily is that the trick is to cooperate with the Hyuga family's unique bloodline limit ability to bring out the true power of this palm method. Tisk. The Uchiha family's brat can actually use the Hyuga family's secret at will, and it seems to be more powerful. Is this the result of Su Chen's teachings again? If his students can learn this extremely restrictive palm technique under his guidance, then how much ninjutsu does he know? I dare not think about it. I dare not even think about it. This kind of move? It's surprising. Was it taught by Su Chen? Uchiha Itachi's pupils trembled slightly, and he was also quite surprised. That's a very powerful palm technique. It doesn't seem like a kid can master it. Itachi, your brother is very strong. He is indeed a genius like you. Hoshigaki Kisame groaned and said with a smile, is it because of that guy Su Chen? I never thought that such a lazy person could be such a surprisingly qualified teacher. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Well, using chi to imitate and perform, it is not just as simple as 64 palms. It can be said that it has broken away from the original limitations of the palm method and taken its essence. If the Hyuga family saw this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Looking down at the battlefield, Su Chen smiled wickedly, expressing his satisfaction. The gentle fist method, used by his students, is not only more powerful, but they have also memorized the attacking points of the gentle fist method through the perception of chi. It is not just an imitation, it can even be said that it has completely surpassed the original boxing method. The disadvantage of this boxing style is that the highly concentrated chakra in the palm consumes an astonishing amount. The reason why there is a distinction between 64 palms and 128 palms is not only because of the number of acupoints covered by the two, but also because of the limitation of the user's own chakra amount. When this palm technique is performed with chi, all the shortcomings disappear. Advertisement. After all, This move is different from the direct attack method in that it consumes energy. The energy condensed in the palm of the hand and its lost speed are greatly reduced. When it comes to this move, the so-called geniuses of the Hyuga family can only call themselves younger brothers in front of Sasuke. Boom! Countless palm attacks lasted for a full minute, and finally ended with a powerful blow that knocked the opponent 20 meters away and smashed him down heavily. The cold-faced Lil Ghost's expression turned cold. The feeling just now, was it the feeling of all the palm techniques hitting steel? Even when attacking the acupuncture points, he was unable to sense that the opponent's chakra was blocked until the end. It is a bloodline limit ability that uses chakra to strengthen bones and can even protect acupuncture points and meridians under the bones. No matter whether it is taijutsu or ordinary ninjutsu, it cannot be broken. Absolute defense. Damn it, he could clearly sense the approaching opponent through his perception ability, and even though the chakra in his body was surging, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't win. However, he had overlooked that the other party was actually a person with a bloodline limit. Well, you idiot, good job. You can imitate Neji's moves to this extent. You have a strong ability to imitate. Seeing his opponent being knocked to the ground, Naruto, who always disliked Sasuke, couldn't help but praise him. Sasuke, you're awesome. Even if we can't defeat him, he must have suffered a lot of damage, right? Haruno Sakura looked at Sasuke with admiration, her shining eyes trembling slightly. With Sasuke around, I feel so safe, and the feeling of being protected by the boy you secretly love on the battlefield is extremely sweet. Two idiots, the opponent didn't fall. The reason why we are not in a hurry to attack is because he has long discovered that our attack cannot break his defense at all. Cheer up, don't slack off. Amid the irritated roars, the other two members of Team 7 were stunned at the same time and looked at their fallen opponents again. He sensed that the opponent's chakra had not even shown a trace of disorder after Sasuke's intensive attack just now. Sasuke's attack did not cause any damage to him at all. Fake, isn't it? Advertisement, is this guy so strong? A drop of cold sweat secretly flowed down his forehead, and the optimistic kid looked at Kimimaro, who was standing up as if nothing had happened with an incredible look. The enemy is very, very strong. Haruno Sakura's heart tightened, and the tension that had finally eased broke out again. He. A bloodline limit like macabre bone pulse is not something that brats like you can handle. Are you regretting it now? What a pity. Kimimaro's true terror has only just begun. Be prepared for death. In the night wind, Orochimaru's long black hair fluttered in the wind, and a cruel smile flashed in his snake eyes. Without understanding the enemy, they dared to wait for reinforcements to arrive. After all, little devils are little devils. Being too optimistic will cost them their lives. Joint attack, is that all? It's my turn. 20 meters away, Kimimaro, who was lying under the long grass, said in a cold voice, and then slowly stood up. Under the long white hair fluttering in the wind, a hint of disdain appeared on the pretty face. HMPH. You two idiots, gather your strength and maintain your speed and defense. Next, we will officially enter the ultimate course. Sensing that the chakra in his opponent's body was already surging before an attack, Sasuke gritted his teeth and reminded him impatiently. Open black lens bracket ultimate course close black lens bracket. Does that mean that if you're not careful, you'll be killed by that guy? Are you scared, you stinky guy? Is it time for me to rescue you again? Naruto, who was also very nervous, did not miss any opportunity to show off. The ultimate course. A course to become stronger that requires you to be mentally prepared for certain death. Should I be happy that I finally have another chance to become stronger, or should I be terrified that I might die? The female ninja from Team 7 swallowed quietly, her pretty face turning a little pale. Call. The next second, before the three members of Team 7 could adjust their mentality, a figure approached quickly with the cold light of a bone knife. Chapter 194 Overwhelming Strength, Strategy Useless? Brush. The cold light flashed past, and all the members of Team 7 hurriedly avoided it at super speed, but at the moment when the bone blade passed by their faces, their hearts sank at the same time. So fast, it was clear that the opponent's formidability was not only reflected in his amazing defense, but also in his physical strength, which was astonishing. Then the bone blade flashed, and the white-haired figure and the cold light of the bone blade seemed to merge into one, and they kept chasing and leaving afterimages on the battlefield. The entire Team 7 was also frighteningly fast, and the speed of the fight was so fast that Orochimaru and even Uchiha Itachi and others kept turning their eyes to capture the four figures. Just half a minute later. Middle. The tall and pale Konoha rebel smiled triumphantly, his narrow lips slightly parted. An orange figure on the battlefield lost his balance after being slashed by Kimimaro's bone blade and fell heavily. Before his body hit the ground, blood splattered from the wound on his shoulder. Naruto. The female ninja from Team 7, who was moving at high speed to avoid the opponent's amazing physical skills, couldn't help but panic when she saw this scene. In the moment of distraction, cold light flashed within the limit of her vision, causing her eyes to widen and her breathing to pause. In the cold light of the bone blade, Sasuke approached in time, and used his chi to imitate the great fireball technique, attacking directly at the face. 880 boom. Although it imitated ninjutsu, the great fireball technique was obviously more powerful. It enveloped Kimimaro with a force that was fierce enough to uproot a towering tree, pushing the latter to a distance of 10 meters, where he stopped with his feet firmly planted in the ground. In the night wind, the long white hair still flutters. The amazing imitation of ninjutsu that I just saw was easily blocked by the absolute defense of Macabre Bonepulse's bloodline limit, just as the cold-faced imp had analyzed before. Kimimaro tilted his head slightly, his expression as gentle as before, as if he had not really entered the combat state until this moment. Humph, he is indeed a troublesome guy. That kind of defense is hard to break even if I use chi to attack directly, right? Hey, Tailgater, are you okay? The cold-faced kid who subconsciously stood in front of his companions after the attack asked in a cold voice. Damn it, this guy is no ordinary trouble. You idiot, you should just take care of yourself. This skin injury is nothing. Naruto stood up again, covering his wound with his hand, with fighting spirit burning in his eyes, and even a faint sneer on his face because of excitement. The opponent is indeed very strong, but precisely because of this battle is a qualified, ultimate course. BDDB, compared with the surprise of becoming stronger, this injury is nothing. He stood side by side with Sasuke in a flash, and asked excitedly. Advertisement, hey, Stinky A, do you have any coping strategies? Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that even someone as smart as me can't think of any strategy to break that defense. Sasuke must have been thinking about strategy just now, right? After all, it is difficult to defeat an opponent with this kind of defense by relying solely on strength. Sasuke smiled coldly, and looked at his opponent with vigilance. His eyes slightly shifted to Naruto, and he immediately locked onto his opponent again. Last one, this time, the chance to think of a strategy is left to you. I really haven't come up with a strategy to crack it yet. As soon as he said this, he gritted his teeth in the slightly surprised gazes of Naruto and Haruno Sakura. Damn it, the opponent's defense generated by bones as hard as iron is definitely not some kind of defensive ninjutsu, but some kind of bloodline limit with amazing talent. That's the trouble. Although the activation of bloodline limit will also consume chakra, due to talent, the control of bloodline limit is far beyond that of ordinary ninjutsu, and the ability to reasonably allocate chakra has already reached an extremely proficient level. Even if this absolute defense is maintained throughout the battle, there will be no situation where chakra is exhausted. This can be concluded by using the perception ability to detect the other party's chakra usage. Add to that the opponent's powerful taijutsu, and the surging chakra in his body that has yet to be revealed but is bound to be amazing ninjutsu. It is definitely not something that can be dealt with by simple strategies. This, ultimate course, is more difficult than expected. The three kids in Class 7 were extremely nervous at the moment. Although nervous, he couldn't hide his excitement about the ultimate course. At this point, you're still not going to give up? Students of Chen, the guy who rashly asked you to take this so-called assessment seems to have accidentally ruined your lives. These little devils who only know how to blindly follow their teachers deserve to die. Orochimaru sneered complacently, regaining his previous heroic demeanor. Yes, these three little devils had made him miserable before. Now the situation has been reversed because of the appearance of Kimimaro. You three little devils who were foolish enough to give the enemy a chance, will die in despair. Of course, the genius kid from the Uchiha family has to stay. He has repeatedly surprised people with his wisdom and talent, and has proven to be a perfect vessel. Thinking of this, the tall and pale ninja tilted his eyes slightly towards Sasuke and licked his lips again. Advertisement, aren't you ready to give up yet? I understand, then, please go and die. The white-haired ninja holding the bone blade tilted his head slightly, seemingly puzzled. Since the opponents were three little devils, he did not use his full strength at the beginning, but instead fought with a trial attitude to make them retreat. Among the three little ghosts, the female ninja remained in a nervous state the whole time. The little ghost in orange clothes looks like an idiot. Only that cocky little kid seems very smart. As smart as he is, he should know that continuing to fight will only make things increasingly disadvantageous for them. Is there a reason not to give up? Then, destroy their chances of survival and take Lord Orochimaru away as soon as possible. Kimimaro, the game is almost over. I really don't want to see these three brats being so arrogant anymore. Do you know what to do? Orochimaru reminded sinisterly. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro nodded slightly, like Bai did to the demon, willingly becoming a tool for the one he loved. He suddenly rushed forward, and in the blink of an eye he was approaching Team 7 again. Faster speed, more powerful momentum. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All members of Team 7 quickly move at high speed to create distance, while using various ninjutsu like long-range attacks to block the opponent's physical skills. Perfect defense plus amazing physical skills are the opponent's most terrifying qualities. It can be predicted that the opponent will continue to use the combination of these two to end the battle as soon as possible. But it's faster and more powerful. Boom boom boom. Under a series of ninjutsu bombardments, the slender figure's speed was not affected at all while imitating ninjutsu, and the blade swept past Sasuke's nose. Snort. Sasuke narrowly avoided the sharp attack and used his body skills to quickly retreat to create some distance. 10 fingers pierced the bullet. Kimimaro uttered 4 words lightly. The 5 fingers pointed at Sasuke and the bullet-like bones shot out with chakra. Bang! Sasuke was caught off guard, and 5 blood flowers burst out of his body, and 10 fingers pierced through his body. Chapter 195. Mistakes that must be corrected, the teacher appears. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura screamed in panic, her pretty face turning pale in an instant. Stinky A. Hateful. The next second, the optimistic little ghost who was forced back by the bone blade gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes burning with rage, and his anger value reached the maximum on the spot. Although, I usually hate the smell of that thing. But he is a member of Class 7, only allow yourself to bully others. If anyone else touches him, it would be like touching his uncompromising reverse scale. Damn it, this guy named Kimimaro actually hurt Sasuke like this, it's unforgivable. Boom. In an outburst of emotion, Naruto lost his mind and rushed forward, imitating ninjutsu and attacking with amazing physical skills. Boom boom boom. Punches, kicks and all kinds of ninjutsu imitations rained down on Kimimaro. The latter, however, raised the corners of his mouth and showed contempt on his face. As expected, he is a kid with little combat experience. This meaningless continuous attack is just a waste of chakra. But, not only this reckless kid, the other two kids didn't seem to use chakra during the battle. Is it some kind of powerful ninjutsu that can hide chakra usage from detection? They are obviously not that strong, but they have such strange ninjutsu. They are really three weird kids. The white-haired ninja thought so as he kept weaving in and out of the dense attacks of the orange-clothed imps. Then he used the bone blade in his hand in conjunction with his 10 fingers to penetrate the bullets, turning defense into offense and pressing forward. The worried female ninjas from Team 7 quickly ran to the fallen Sasuke, checked his injuries, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the attack passed through the body, it did not hit any vital parts. Have you finally decided to use ninjutsu? I see. Whether it's defense or offense, it all depends on the changes in the bones in the body. He can instantly grow bones and use them as ninja tools. This is his ninjutsu. The cold-faced kid stood up while enduring the pain, a light flashing in his eyes. Advertisement: very useful information, almost revealing the secret of the opponent's bloodline limit. Although there is no solution to crack it for the time being, I have finally gained something. Do you want to keep trying? On the treetops in the distance, Uchiha Itachi frowned when he saw Sasuke standing up and attacking his opponent again. Not giving up easily is indeed the spirit that a qualified ninja should possess. But it also depends on the situation to make the appropriate choice. From the fight just now, anyone could see that if the fight continued, Sasuke would be defeated. In this situation, continuing to launch futile attacks unwillingly is not only a foolish choice, but also irresponsible for the lives of companions. My brother, I thought you could do something that would impress me, but in the end, you made such a low-level mistake. Chen, that unpredictable guy, is really not a qualified teacher. He actually ignored this kind of common-sense teaching. There was a scarlet light in his eyes, ready to move. The handsome rebel ninja was slightly disappointed, and his surging chakra seemed to be unable to be hidden. Sensing the chakra fluctuations of his companion, Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Uchiha Itachi in surprise. Oh, are you unable to resist and want to save your brother? It's a good time to take action now. You can deal with Orochimaru and the others. As for the Jinchuriki, those little brats can be dealt with one sword each. Licking his lips lightly, Hoshigaki Kisame, who was no longer willing to just watch the show from the sidelines, said with shining eyes. Is this a good time? Kisame, there's no need to be so anxious. Fighting until we are exhausted is the best time for us to take action, right? Uchiha Itachi responded calmly. I really want to stop my brother's stupid behavior. But I am more curious about what he will try if he chooses to continue attacking. However, judging from the current situation, unless Sasuke has some effective ninjutsu that he has not yet revealed, the predetermined outcome of this battle will not change. Well, you are still the type who is a little too cautious, then, let's wait a little longer. Hoshigaki Kisame sneered slightly and gently patted the Samahata sword on its back, as if to comfort it that there was no need to worry and that it would be able to taste the chakra of the tailed beast soon. The leisurely figure in the air took in everything that happened on the battlefield with an amused look on his face. Well, the three kids from Class 7 did pretty well in this battle. They were seriously following the ultimate course that would help them become stronger. The use of ninjutsu imitation and the performance of ki, strengthening the lower body techniques are very satisfying. But the shortcomings are also prominent. The specific manifestation is: as a ninja, I only consider winning by strength, and I am bound by the rules. I don't even use so-called dirty tricks when I am in danger. Advertisement: you three have only learned my chi techniques, but not my other strengths. Chen couldn't help but sigh secretly. He believed that this was the best time to take the ultimate course, and neglected his own safety in pursuit of becoming stronger. Even though he was practicing with the determination to die, it was still ridiculous to put himself in a situation where he was bound to die just because he strictly followed the rules. It's time to teach them a lesson. The godlike figure in the air narrowed his eyes slightly, and the energy in his body surged along with his thoughts. The sign of the attack made all the members of Team 7, who were fighting hard, feel a stir in their hearts, and they hurriedly got away from Kimimaro as quickly as possible. Tisk, Mr. Chen, who once said that the ultimate course was very rare, is he planning to cancel this rare opportunity for Class 7? If you give me a little more time, I can come up with a solution. Sensing the change in the aura of the figure in the air, the cold-faced little ghost subconsciously looked up at the sky and complained unwillingly. Did they realize that if they continued to fight, Team 7's lives would be in danger, so they decided to take action? Or did Team 7 make some mistakes in the battle that needed to be taught, and as a teacher, Mr. Chen had a reason to take the opportunity to teach them? I feel that change in the aura. Humph, Mr. Chen always appears out of nowhere and loves to show off. Naruto also looked up at the sky in surprise and complained in a low voice about the direction of the breath he sensed. What? If Teacher Chen takes action under such circumstances, Class 7 will lose the opportunity to proceed to the ultimate course. It makes people speechless. Haruno Sakura also raised her pretty face after sensing it, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in her bright eyes. Yes, I'm saved. That kind of fluctuation in aura was a sign that Teacher Chen had decided to make his debut. The damn Teacher Chen waited until Class 7 was beaten badly before taking action. It must have been intentional. As for the ultimate course, even Sasuke was helpless in the face of the absolute defense and various ninjutsu attacks launched by the opponent named Kimimaro. So, this is an ultimate course that is doomed to fail, right? Is this the reason why Teacher Chen appeared? Well, those three little devils. Seeing all the members of Class 7 suddenly withdraw from the battle, they looked at the night sky with complicated expressions. Orochimaru's pupils trembled, and with a strong ominous premonition, his snake pupils looked towards the sky in the same direction. There's a very bad feeling approaching. Could it be that damn guy? Chapter 196. Dominating the whole audience, a fatal illusion. Could it be that the most troublesome one has arrived? This is a big problem. The four-eyed ninja Kabuto Yakushi subconsciously looked up at the seemingly empty sky, and a faint bitter smile appeared on his not-so-mature face. I was so naive that I hoped that guy would not show up. How could a guy who taught three little ghosts seriously and helped them improve to Jonin-level strength in just 1 month, and who was said to have put aside his lazy attitude in order to train his students, and was so arrogant that he directly turned the Chunin exams that affected many hidden villages into a training ground for his students, really allow the students he cared about to perform this so-called Jonin exam, alone against the truly strong? So, that guy is destined to show up, right? Is there something there, or is it someone? Kimimaro raised his head slightly, a look of surprise on his face. The three little ghosts ignored their powerful opponent and instead looked towards the 883 sky. Combined with Orochimaru's nervous reaction, it gives people the feeling that a strong man is about to appear. But if it was a powerful enemy, how could it appear from the sky? The white-haired ninja narrowed his eyes, and question marks kept appearing in his clear eyes. Even if a powerful enemy appears, it should come from the direction of Konoha village, right? What's going on when you look up at the sky? Could it be possible that the enemy would drop from the sky? The night sky as far as the eye can see is already incredibly high. Can the enemy fly? Itachi, your brother is doing something strange. You don't mean that someone will fall from the sky? Hoshigaki Kisame chuckled and said in a teasing tone. If it's that guy, everything seems to make sense. Uchiha Itachi, who also had a puzzled look on his face, had already looked in the same direction with confusion, quietly activated his Sharingan, and then his expression was slightly shocked. With the blessing of pupil power, his vision far surpassed that of everyone present. As his sight extended, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure slowly descending, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Next second. Boom, like a falling meteor, a shadow forcefully cut through the clear moonlight. The moment his feet touched the ground shook, and countless long grasses were pulled out by the impact and flew into the air. The white clothes kept swaying in the turbulent breath, accompanied by a handsome face with a gentle smile. The handsome Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, even Kimimaro, who has a gentle and unique temperament, were instantly overshadowed. Chen, teacher. Advertisement Haruno Sakura cried out in surprise, her pretty face turning slightly red reflexively. Humph, the showy Teacher Chen just chose to stay in the air just to appear and then drop down from the sky in a handsome way, right? He always likes to show off in this way. He is an unreliable teacher. However, this way of debut is really a master. Ding. Detected that the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha village, admires the host, and rewards bond value 1589. Close black lens bracket. Well, it's really Mr. Chen. Hey, Orochimaru, I feel a little sorry for you guys now. Wait, you're going to be miserable, right? The optimistic kid looked at Orochimaru with a complicated expression and said sincerely. As enemies, they are indeed infuriating, especially that disgusting guy Orochimaru, who has been acting smug after Team 7 was crushed by a guy named Kimimaro. Gloating over misfortune. But compared to the terrifying strength of Teacher Chen, they are estimated to be completely unable to fight back, and will be so miserable that even their opponents will feel pity for them. Ding. The trust of the bond object, Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha village, in the host is detected, and the bond value 2089 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. The pharmacist Kabuto. His face suddenly turned black, and he felt angry at being looked down upon. Deep down, I couldn't help but feel the same way. Damn, it really is this troublesome guy Chen. Now, it would be difficult to escape from Konoha village. If I resist, I would definitely be beaten mercilessly by him. You chose to appear at this time. Surely you have important teachings to teach me? That means Team 7 didn't do well enough. Humph, he will definitely mock us mercilessly later. The cold-faced kid snorted arrogantly, seeming to be a little annoyed by the teacher's appearance. However, the system broadcast immediately exposed his little thoughts. Ding. The trust of the bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha village, in the host is detected, and the bond value of 1587 is rewarded. Close black lens bracket. It is indeed him. Has he been floating there all this time? Seeing the familiar figure suddenly falling from the sky, Shark's face immediately turned dark, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It seems that it reminds me of some unpleasant memories. Itachi, what was the best time you mentioned just now? Once this guy shows up, the so-called best time no longer exists, right? Humph, although I don't want to say such embarrassing words, it's not too late to leave now. Advertisement. After the words fell, Sharkface subconsciously clenched his teeth. If there is anyone in this world who truly understands how terrifying Chen is, he is definitely one of them. This time, he appeared near Konoha village with the purpose of gathering information about Jinchuriki and capturing them if conditions permit. The collection of the tailed beasts has been a plan of Akatsuki for many years, but due to timing issues, they have been waiting and watching. The annoying thing is that troublesome guy Chen also knows about this plan. But now Nine Tails Jinchuriki is his student. Once you find out there's a member of Akatsuki present, you'll immediately think they're going to attack his students, right? Now that he has a reason to take action, it is hard to imagine what unpredictable things this unconventional guy will do to Akatsuki. The timing is just right. The cool and handsome figure who was just as cool as Sasuke said calmly. The gaze locked on Chen gradually turned cold. Sasuke's performance in the battle just now could be said to be very disappointing to me. This proves once again that abandoning the Sharingan bloodline limit training direction is completely wrong. The responsibility lies with Chen. Even if he doesn't show up, he will go find him in person and use any means to make him correct his wrong teachings to Sasuke. I didn't expect him to show up at this time, so I didn't have to sneak into Konoha village to find him. In the night wind and moonlight, the handsome figure ignored Orochimaru and smiled at the guilty Team 7. I suddenly thought of a very important teaching, so I came here temporarily to conduct a key course. Well, you three seem to have been beaten up pretty badly. It will be hard to pass the Jonin test at this level. Teacher Chen, our opponent is much stronger than expected. Also, even if old Master 0.4 doesn't show up, our Team 7 will definitely be able to think of a strategy to defeat him. Naruto clenched his fists and said unconvincingly. Yes, the enemy is indeed very strong. However, Class 7, which has been taking the ultimate course, has encountered enemies that were so powerful that they seemed invincible, and finally defeated them. So, defeating this guy named Kimimaro is only a matter of time, right? Yes, Mr. Chen, with Sasuke here, we should be able to come up with a solution quickly. Haruno Sakura also expressed an optimistic opinion. Because you've had many experiences of the weak defeating the strong before, do you have the illusion that you will definitely win no matter what opponent you face? This kind of illusion will kill you, you three childish little devils. Glancing sideways at all the students in Class 7, the handsome teacher commented bluntly. Chapter 197. An important lesson. Kimimaro, kneel down. All members of Class 7 were stunned. Does an opponent exist that is invincible? Even with a perfect strategy, it's impossible. Is Mr. Chen too arbitrary? Naruto immediately looked puzzled, raised his head and asked seriously. Teacher Chen, you must complete the ultimate course, with the determination to die in order to become stronger. Isn't this what the teacher taught you? No matter how you look at it, now is a good time to start the ultimate course, right? As he spoke, the optimistic kid blinked, his eyes full of confusion. HMPH, idiot, being determined to die doesn't mean you're actually going to die. When facing an opponent you're sure you can't defeat, you should give up on the ultimate course. Is this what you want to say, teacher? Sasuke glanced at Naruto as if he were an idiot, and then looked at Chen with a proud expression. He looked as if he was saying, I have once again easily seen through the teacher's thoughts. Invincible opponent. Indeed, that person is very strong. Haruno Sakura glanced weakly at the white-haired ninja who was tilting his head to observe Teacher Chen in the distance, and nodded quietly in agreement. In the battle just now, Team 7 almost maximized all the abilities they had gained from training. But he still couldn't break the absolute defense of his opponent named Kimimaro. Even if Team 7 cooperates with each other strategically, there is no chance of defeating an opponent with almost no weaknesses or loopholes, right? Therefore, the reason why Teacher Chen appeared was, as Sasuke said, to teach everyone to always make rational analysis and not blindly pursue the so-called ultimate course. The gentle gaze swept over the cold-faced kid's face with a playful look. The handsome and powerful man who became the focus of all attention as soon as he appeared smiled slightly. Little boy, don't guess what the teacher is thinking. Even if you guessed it right a few times by chance, you were wrong this time. Remember the important teachings that follow. Important teachings? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of all the members of Class 7 lit up, even the arrogant and cold-faced kid had a look of anticipation on his face. Important teaching. Humph, damn it, you don't think that just by showing up and giving these three lil broths some temporary teaching, you can make them defeat Kimimaro right away, right? Haha, what a childish idea. Orochimaru smiled disdainfully, he had never seen anything so outrageous in his life. Even Chen, whose strength is unfathomable, can't do it. Advertisement. Is that guy trying to teach his students briefly so that they can immediately defeat their opponents? Hoshigaki Kisame was stunned, and a look of mockery immediately appeared on his face. No matter what kind of teaching they gave, it was impossible for the three little ghosts, who were inferior to their opponents in strength, to immediately improve their strength. So, the so-called important teachings have nothing to do with improving strength, right? On-the-spot instruction? You seem very confident, but even you can't give Sasuke the power to defeat his opponent, right? Uchiha Itachi, who has a very high IQ, frowned, with doubts in his eyes, and he was not looking forward to the so-called important teaching. Yes, just a little doubt. Haha, Chen, what important teachings are you talking about? I want to see how the three of them can turn the situation around without you intervening. Orochimaru scoffed loudly. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, the tall figure disappeared from the spot, and the figure that suddenly squeezed through the air and appeared behind him stirred up a gust of wind, causing the thin and pale rebel's long hair and clothes to fly wildly. The moment the snake's pupils suddenly widened in surprise, a large hand had already grabbed its slender neck from behind. The sudden sense of oppression and crisis made Snake's pupils tremble violently. Well, the sudden change stunned everyone present. The three kids in Class 7 were even more confused. Teacher Chen suddenly took action. Didn't we agree that this was the content of the 7th class Jonin assessment? He also made it clear that as a teacher of Class 7, he would never help Class 7. What is this operation? The so-called important course has officially begun. When facing absolute defense and not being able to find any flaws in the opponent, it doesn't mean that the flaws and weaknesses don't exist. Sometimes, if you look for flaws from a different angle, you will get unexpected results. With a wicked smile and gentle eyes looking at Class 7, Chen taught them seriously. Looking for flaws from a different angle means. Sasuke, bewildered, muttered his teacher's words, his doubtful eyes subconsciously falling on Orochimaru's face, who was gritting his teeth due to the sudden attack. Then his face was full of black lines. Advertisement. The teacher's meaning is not the same as what I understand, right? Is it really okay to do this? Teacher Chen, can you explain it more clearly? That white-haired guy doesn't seem to have any weaknesses or flaws. What does another angle mean? Naruto scratched his head in distress, with a question mark on his face. What? Teacher Chen always speaks in riddles. Can't he explain it clearly at once? Teacher Chen is doing something strange again. Directly attacking a rebel named Orochimaru. Is this considered a lesson? Haruno Sakura also complained silently, and her pretty face turned red again while sleeping. Just now, Teacher Chen suddenly disappeared and subdued the enemy in an instant. It was so cool. Haven't you grasped the important lesson yet? I really can't help you, so I have to demonstrate it to you. As if helpless, the handsome and powerful man's eyes flashed with a smirk, and then his deep eyes slowly turned to the white-haired ninja who was nervous and angry because the person he cared about was controlled. Kimimaro, kneel down. Otherwise, I will crush this stinky snake to death right now. Chen, you're so stupid. Like a lion majesty being pinched by 7 inches, Orochimaru, unable to move, had an undiminished vicious look on his face and glared at him fiercely with his snake eyes. Regardless of whether others can understand the meaning of the important lesson, I have understood it. This guy, who is so hateful that people want to skin him alive, actually teaches this kind of thing to his students as an important course. How shameless. Please, release Lord Orochimaru. The next second, the white-haired ninja, whose face was filled with shock, put away his anger and pleaded seriously. Bang! Both knees landed on the ground almost without hesitation. Everything I have, even my life, was given by Lord Orochimaru. In this life, he was determined to live for Lord Orochimaru and would never watch Lord Orochimaru being crushed to death in front of him. Hey, 3 little devils, see clearly, this is your opponent's weakness. Those who are arrogant and try to defeat their opponents with their own strength even though they know they will be killed if they continue to abide by the rules are simply idiots. In this dirty ninja world, being foolish enough to follow the rules in some cases can lead to a miserable end. Have you all remembered this important lesson? Then, I'll leave the rest to you. Chen smiled faintly and announced the content of this important course. Chapter 198 Another Identity, the Rebel Ninja of Akatsuki. Class 7. Is this what the course is about? Very effective, but shameless. It seems that it has nothing to do with the ultimate course. Well, Mr. Chen, we have always regarded this as the ultimate course, so we thought of winning by strength. Winning in this way won't seem to improve my strength, right? Naruto's cheek twitched slightly, with black lines appearing on his face. The so-called opponent's weakness turned out to be attacking the guy named Orochimaru and then friending him. I thought it was a course that could immediately improve everyone's abilities. That's the result. Didn't you hear what Teacher Chen said? Although the ultimate course requires us to be determined to die, it doesn't really let us die. No matter how rigorous the training is, it has to be based on the premise of saving your own life. Sasuke snorted thoughtfully and looked at Chen with more awe. Teacher Chen suddenly showed up to teach this so-called important lesson. Was he worried that Class 7 would rigidly carry out the ultimate course and fall into danger? It must be said that this is indeed a very important lesson. If the teacher hadn't appeared, Class 7, including myself, would have ignored the danger of this battle because of the temptation of the ultimate course. That can make people stronger. As a result, it is possible that all members of Team 7 were killed by a guy named Kimimaro. Teacher Chen, who seems to enjoy watching Class 7 suffer, actually cares about Class 7 more than anyone else, right? A warm feeling surged in the cold heart of the cold little kid, but because of his tsundere personality, he frowned slightly. Ding! The trust of the bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha village, in the host is detected, and the bond value of 356 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. The cute female ninja of Team 7 also fell into deep doubt about life because of what happened just now. Hearing Sasuke's words, her clear and beautiful eyes couldn't help but move slightly. Is it because he is worried about the safety of Class 7 that he made up an excuse to teach an important lesson? Teacher Chen has become warmer and more handsome. Ding. The trust of the bond object Haruno Sakura from Konoha village in the host is detected, and the bond value 758 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Well, what the cocky kid said makes sense. I really had a feeling that I would be killed at any time during the battle with that guy just now. The optimistic kid was stunned for a moment, and touched the back of his head embarrassedly. No matter what kind of practice you do, you must save your life as a prerequisite. It is indeed a very important lesson. Teacher Chen used the unique perception ability of the practitioners of Qi to detect that everyone in Class 7 was in danger, so he came here specially to give this important teaching, right? The teacher cares about Class 7 more than it seems on the surface. Ding. The trust of Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha village in the host is detected, and the bond value is rewarded with 658. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system broadcast, Chen's mouth curled up slightly. The three little kids had obviously learned this important lesson. Then, there is no need to worry that they will be killed by Kimimaro for abiding by the so-called rules, thus ending their journey of taking advantage of others. Next, it depends on your performance. Remember your opponent's weaknesses and try to exploit them. I don't need to teach you this again, right? With a wicked smile on his face, the handsome figure disappeared in a flash. The next second, on the distant treetops, two figures shook their bodies at the same time, jumped to the nearby treetops as if by reflex, and turned to look back to their original location. I saw the figure that was far away from my sight just now floating leisurely in front of me. Advertisement, you suddenly appeared in Konoha village because of those two brats, right? Specifically, one is an important younger brother, and the other is a tailed beast that he wants to collect. Chen asked calmly, with a gentler smile on his face. Two former companions, long time no see. Well, that shark-faced guy is still as aggressive as he was back then. Realizing the possibility of a fight, he became excited beyond his capacity. As for Uchiha Itachi, even though he was startled by me suddenly appearing behind him, he was able to calm down immediately and was not as nervous as Sharkface. Is it because of the wrong judgment back then that I still think that my own strength has some shortcomings and I am not his opponent? It's been a long time indeed, Chen. As a traitor Akatsuki, the information about you has always shown that you don't seem to care about what happens in this world and only care about indulging in pleasure, so even Akatsuki is too lazy to punish you as a traitor. You suddenly became interested in teaching students. Did you change your mind and want to get involved in something? If you do this, you might become the target of Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi warned coldly. Many years ago, this unpredictable guy suddenly appeared in front of Akatsuki and clearly expressed his interest in Akatsuki's existence. After showing his strength to crush Hoshigaki Kisame and saying that if they did not accept him, they would become a tough enemy of Akatsuki, he successfully became one of them. Soon after that, he yawned and mercilessly said in front of all the members of Akatsuki that Akatsuki was not as interesting as expected, and then he happily obtained the identity of Akatsuki's traitor ninja. This made many members of Akatsuki furious. The moment they were about to take action, the handsome rebel ninja with his hand on his forehead disappeared on the spot. The entire Akatsuki organization went into an uproar. They understood. This troublesome guy said when he joined Akatsuki that he joined for fun. It wasn't just a casual remark made out of his lazy personality. He really did it just for fun. Ignoring the fear of Akatsuki, he chose to become a rebel ninja of Akatsuki because he thought Akatsuki was boring. All members of Akatsuki said that they had never seen such a casual and arrogant person. If Akatsuki had not had an important mission at the time, it would have immediately launched a hunt for the Akatsuki rebel ninja. In addition, later intelligence showed that Chen, as a traitor ninja of Akatsuki, did not seem to share any information about Akatsuki with Konoha village, but instead kept looking for courtesans to tease Konoha female ninjas for fun. Li Zhao's was judged as a non-primary target that does not need to be eliminated immediately. Later, Akatsuki tried to control the hidden mist village and attacked Mizukage Terumi Mei. As a result, Chen took action again and rescued Terumi Mei from Akatsuki with the most powerful ninjutsu ever seen. Akatsuki was immediately furious. However, the ninjutsu that fell from the sky at that time, accompanied by an intense bright light, left them with lingering fears. They realized that the guy who had never helped the organization since joining Akatsuki possessed a ninjutsu that was so powerful that it shocked all the members. So they tacitly agreed not to mention punishing the traitorous ninja, using the excuse that Akatsuki has a more ambitious goal to accomplish. 1. Will you become Akatsuki's target? It seems very interesting. Hey, Sharkface, who is already ready to make a move, do you want to carry out the goal of eradicating the traitor? Now? Chapter 199. Kisame. I feel like I am being treated like a minotaur. Humph. Then give it a try. Chen, I have long wanted to fight you, but never had the chance. Besides, my broadsword has long wanted to taste your chakra. Sharkface gritted his teeth, a faint sneer appeared on his face, his palm tightly grasped the Samahata sword, and the chakra in his body flowed wildly. Endless fighting spirit burst out with the momentum. A dashing figure slowly stood in front of him and reminded him coldly. Now is not the time. Don't forget our mission. Chen, just wait. One day, I will let my sword taste your sweet blood. Hoshigaki Kisame frowned slightly, secretly feeling it was a pity. Chen is a very strong guy. After he joined Akatsuki, I have always wanted to compete with him, but I never had the chance. Now, he has the identity of rebel ninja of Akatsuki, and there are sufficient reasons to take action against him. But Itachi was right. The main mission of appearing in Konoha this time is reconnaissance. If conditions permit, he can capture the Jinchuriki. But now with Chen's appearance, it would be very risky to capture Jinchuriki hastily. There is no point in fighting him at the moment, and there is no need to take such a risk. 973. Taste my blood? You mean this piece of rotten iron? A playful laugh was heard. Amidst the laughter, the handsome figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and reappeared in the blink of an eye. However, he was holding the Samahata sword in his hand, and it looked like he was holding a disgusting bug. On his handsome face, his two long eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, showing his disgust for this thing. As one of the famous swords of the Hidden Mist Village, the Samahata blade is indeed very famous, but for a strong man like Chen, it is at most a useless ornament. It didn't arouse his interest at all. Chen, how did you do that just now? Hoshigaki Kisame, who had a murderous look on his face just now and was confident that he could fight Chen, suddenly showed a look of confusion on his face. I was totally stunned. The sword was taken away in an instant, and he didn't even have time to react. If Chen's action just now was not to snatch the knife. Instead, if I stabbed myself hard in the back with a kunai, wouldn't I be doomed? Is this Chen's true strength? Just now, I was actually thinking about challenging him. What he did just now was simply courting death. Advertisement. The shark's face twitched slightly, and its already strange face turned pale. Uchiha Itachi. A hint of shock flashed across the handsome face, which seemed not to be surprise. This speed is simply indescribable. Even a strong man like himself didn't react the moment he attacked. Just now, there seemed to be no signs of chakra fluctuation. That is to say, this kind of powerful speed comes from pure physical skills. This guy is definitely a genius. Compared to him, I, who was known as the top genius of the Uchiha family, could not compare at all. However, even someone as strong as Chen has his shortcomings. That's right. Even a strong man like Chen must have shortcomings. And this shortcoming is exactly my strength, genjutsu. After all, a genius in physical skills, when choosing the direction of practice, will definitely follow his own talent. With talent as the basis, he will be able to practice like a fish in water and progress relatively quickly. This is true for any ninja. Chen's powerful ninjutsu is also one of his strengths. This also means that Chen does not know how to, and does not have more time to delve deeply into genjutsu, so genjutsu is definitely his weak point. Chen is indeed so powerful that it makes people tremble, but in front of Grandmaster Genjutsu himself, he doesn't seem so scary. Chen, give me back my sword, otherwise, huh? In anger, Hoshigaki Kisame gritted his teeth and roared, but the next second, he was stunned, and his pair of commanding eyes suddenly stared at the sky. Your sword seems a bit strong. Kisame, the one you love deeply in your heart doesn't seem to be loyal to you at all. At this moment, Chen's face was also full of surprise, looking at the Samahata sword wrapped in bandages, which was rubbing his arm affectionately. The next second, a playful smile appeared on his handsome face. The Samahata broadsword is considered the most shameful among the famous swords of Sonoyan village. Not only are the additional abilities useless, but they are also not loyal at all. When they meet someone stronger than their master, they will immediately get close to him. It's pure admiration for the strong. It makes people inexplicably think of a shark face with a big hat on its head. Advertisement in its green. It was quite the Minotaur scene. This scene is very interesting, but, on the other hand, the guy with the shark face looked disappointed and incredulous, and gave people a very sad feeling. But there is clearly an atmosphere of deep love. It really makes people feel inexplicably pitiful. Chen, you want to take Samahata for yourself? If that's the case, I will take it back no matter what means I use. Under the stimulation of various complex emotions, the body trembled slightly, and the shark face with clenched fists warned fiercely. At the same time, it was a huge blow. He also didn't expect that Samahata would show such affection towards Chen in front of him. There is a heart-wrenching feeling of being deeply betrayed. Take it for yourself? Shark face, you underestimate me, Chen. I don't want this kind of rubbish. You want to take it back, right? Then just fly away like a dog chasing a bone. The handsome and powerful man smiled wickedly, loosened his fingers that were pinching Samahata with disgust, and then flicked his fingers, and Samahata's broadsword was immediately flicked away, turning into a cold light in the sky. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* his teeth, and almost without hesitation, he used his body skills and quickly pounced in the direction of the flying sword. Looking at the figure chasing the sword like a dog, Chen sneered. You really are like a dog when you try so hard to pursue your beloved. Well, it's an interesting scene. Uchiha Itachi, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. For some reason, I feel that Chen's evaluation is very vivid. As a companion of the figure that pounced on the big knife, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Now that the unimportant people have left, let's talk about some serious business. Uchiha Itachi, if I'm not mistaken, Akatsuki's goal now is to collect the tailed beasts. Then, let's have a fair competition to see who can collect all the tailed beasts first. Chen said with interest, and then as if he had thought of something, he slowly added. Just to remind you, one tail Shukaku is in my hands now. 9 tails will soon be in my hands, so I'm already way ahead in the competition now, you guys better work hard. Chapter 200 Super Powerful Genjutsu? Itachi's Misjudgment? Hearing this, even the handsome ninja who always managed to remain calm in any situation couldn't help but widen his bright eyes. His eyes trembled quietly. This lazy guy is actually secretly collecting tailed beasts? According to the information, one tail Shukaku is in the Sand Village. Even Akatsuki would not dare to rashly go to Sand Village to collect the tailed beasts. Did Chen collect the tailed beasts during the Chunin exam when one-tailed Jinchuriki came to Konoha? Although he is a member of Akatsuki on the surface, he is actually a spy of Konoha. Seeing one tail fall into the hands of Konoha villagers, he should be happy for Konoha. However, he couldn't be happy at all that the tailed beast fell into the hands of a dangerous guy like Chen. Good. In his eyes, Chen is definitely a very dangerous person. It's not just because his strength is too strong. The main reason is that this lazy guy is not controlled by the upper echelons of Konoha and always likes to act according to his own preferences. This kind of person pursues fun all his life. Maybe one day he will suddenly feel that destroying Konoha is a very fun thing, and this unreliable guy will definitely act without any hesitation. Therefore, Chen is definitely a more dangerous existence than Akatsuki. Besides, is it really okay for Sasuke to be a student under such a dangerous guy? The thought turns. The handsome ninja looked at Chen, and a cold light slowly flashed on his seemingly expressionless face. In his eyes, scarlet light flickered slowly, signs that Sharingan is about to be activated. See this scene. Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, do you want to start another competition now? No matter what, we were once companions. Since you want to give it a try, I don't mind satisfying your curiosity. Chen said. Facing the powerful pupil power of Sharingan, he was not at all afraid. While gaining the ability of Chi from the system, you can unlock various character panels and gain the powerful willpower of the relevant characters. And willpower is one of the secrets to resisting genjutsu attacks. Not to mention, the recently unlocked Kame Sensei panel allowed Chen to possess the hypnosis technique, which can be called the strongest ninjutsu, as well as the Crane Sensei's mental control ability. Chen didn't take the small Sharingan's genjutsu seriously. Even, there is a little expectation. Advertisement. Buzz. Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly widened, scarlet light flashing violently in his eyes, and the pattern representing the Sharingan quietly rotated under his eyes. At the same time, he activated his pupil power, causing the red clouds and black robe to flutter, as if moving with the strong wind, and his entire aura became extremely fierce. After all, this arrogant guy in front of him may threaten Konoha's existence. What's more, as Sasuke's teacher, he has successfully led Sasuke astray. My younger brother, who I had high hopes for, is currently training in a direction that is simply destroying his Sharingan. Even if he didn't kill Chen, he would use the powerful genjutsu to teach him a profound lesson. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi showed no mercy when he attacked. Right from the start, he used his pupil power to the fullest, performing his strongest genjutsu. But the next second, the confident and handsome ninja's scarlet eyes trembled slightly again. An expression of deep surprise immediately appeared on his handsome face. Just see. Chen on the opposite side still maintained a playful smile. Under the powerful pupil power of Uchiha Itachi, he didn't even blink, and seemed not to be affected at all. This is absolutely impossible. The powerful eye power associated with Sharingan can enable the most powerful genjutsu to be performed immediately at the moment Sharingan is activated. When facing this instantaneous genjutsu, the enemy often has no time to react and is hit without knowing it. Even an enemy who has been prepared must be careful and alert in advance and be prepared to resist genjutsu. Only then will there be a chance to neutralize the genjutsu attack. But look at Chen. I just did nothing. The powerful genjutsu was actually ineffective against him? Powerful. It's simply ridiculously strong. Uchiha Itachi, who had never encountered a similar situation before, was confused. Oh, is this the end? I thought it hadn't even started yet. From now on, don't think you are a genjutsu expert. Your ability is not good enough. Also, Sharingan is just a piece of junk. With a slight frown, Chen commented from the bottom of his heart, expressing that Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan attack disappointed him. I originally thought that Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan and the genjutsu he performed would bring me a little surprise. Advertisement. As a result, due to his powerful spirit, the Sharingan genjutsu, which was originally very difficult to deal with in the ninja world, did not play any role at all. My Sharingan, was it underestimated? Tisk, what an arrogant guy who makes me angry. But, he was able to resist my genjutsu without doing anything. How did he do that? A hint of anger suddenly flashed across Uchiha Itachi's confused and handsome face. Sharingan is the pride of the Uchiha clan and one of the top blood limits. Even, he himself is called a genius who appears once in a century with Uchiha, and the ability of Sharingan accounts for most of the credit. This guy Chen dared to call Sharingan trash. He was simply insulting the entire Uchiha clan. It's more painful than being scolded by someone pointing at your nose. A smile appeared on Su Chen's calm face, and he spoke slowly. Uchiha Itachi, your genjutsu is nothing more than that. It can be considered an immature genjutsu at best. I'll show you what real genjutsu is. I'm reminding you in advance, don't be too shocked later. Hearing this, the handsome ninja frowned, his muscles tightened quietly, and the Sharingan pattern under his eyes glowed scarlet again. The Sharingan slowly turned. An expression of disbelief appeared on his slightly nervous face. Real genjutsu? Does this guy who makes people so angry that their teeth itch possess a genjutsu that is confidently superior to the Sharingan? That's impossible. Super strong technology, amazing ninjutsu. If you add in genjutsu that surpasses Sharingan, so, how powerful is he? This guy is definitely bluffing. Having the ability to resist genjutsu does not mean having powerful genjutsu. Boom. Before he finished his thoughts, the handsome ninja suddenly felt a strong sense of weightlessness. The surrounding scenery changes wildly during the grinding, like a constantly rotating Mangekyo, which is dazzling. The ever-changing illusion suddenly ended in the next second. The handsome ninja suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the familiar scene in front of him. His heart seemed to be pierced by a kunai, and the painful mental torture instantly enveloped his whole body. It made him feel as if he had fallen into the endless hell. Chapter 201 The painful nightmare reappears. The collapse of the genjutsu master. The nightmare scene that night. It has been lingering deep in my heart. Every time I think of it, it hurts like a kunai piercing my heart. The blood-red moon is particularly dazzling in the dark night, emitting an ominous light. The red mist spreading in the air seemed like the air dyed red by blood. Bleeding bodies lying under the sharp blades. Each one is a perfect replica of the scene that night. Uchiha Itachi widened his eyes and looked at the bloody ninja sword in his hand, his pupils trembling violently. All the blood in my body seemed to coagulate in an instant. This scene will be a permanent pain in his heart. Even though he had a strong belief in protecting Konoha village, he thought he had to do this that night. But that doesn't mean he won't feel pain, DJ. In an instant, he was hit by Su Chen's genjutsu. 047? There is almost no precursor to using genjutsu, just a glance can make you fall into your worst nightmare. That guy's genjutsu is indeed terrifying. And the scariest thing is that the genjutsu scene is the most painful scene that I am most reluctant to face. What an indescribably cruel guy, must escape from here. Otherwise, the pain of the nightmare recurring would inevitably cause one to collapse quickly. With this in mind, Master Ninja didn't even dare to look at the scene in front of him. However, just as he was about to use his skills to escape from the scene before him, suddenly, a cold, desperate, and hateful voice came from behind. +4. Why do you do this? Sasuke. No, it's an illusion. Uchiha Itachi froze, and he subconsciously stopped and gritted his teeth. Damn Su Chen, not only did he create the most painful illusion for me in genjutsu, but he also brought the person I could not face the most that night. A moment. Intense anger mixed with deep fear made him involuntarily turn his head slowly. Wherever you look, a small figure was clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. The blood-red moonlight was reflected on the cute little face, which no longer had the innocence and cuteness that I remembered. Some advertisement, it's just a fierce hatred that can't be ignored. Why kill them? They're our relatives, our people. Why do you want to do this to them? The icy yet slightly childish voice pierced Uchiha Itachi's heart like a sharp blade. Uchiha Itachi took 2 steps back, sweating all over, and his body trembled slightly. Sasuke. I have my reasons for killing them. You may not understand it now, but one day you will understand why I do this. As for you, you must live well. Fantasy. Everything is an illusion. Even though she knew it was caused by genjutsu, she still felt a strong pang of not being able to face Sasuke. What reason is more important than family and tribe? What do you want me to do to live well? How can I live well after witnessing all this? On the contrary, I will live in fear and hatred forever, and bear the curse of pain and hatred forever, right? Brother, is this the result you wanted? Is this the life you created for me? Forever. Hate? And pain. The handsome ninja seemed to have his heart pierced by these words and retreated again. The last line of defense of rationality seemed to completely collapse at this moment. His handsome temperament had long gone, leaving only a pale face and eyes so embarrassed that he didn't dare to look directly at the small figure in front of him. Yes. Young Sasuke saw with his own eyes that his parents and tribesmen were killed, and the one who did it was his once beloved brother. How can he live well? From this night on, his life was destined to be filled with tragedy forever. And all this, it turned out to be created by myself, the one who cares about my brother the most. I actually told him to live well? It's just stupid and cruel. No. Genjutsu. This is genjutsu, an illusion created by the cruel guy Su Chen with deep malice. The purpose is to torture yourself. Even what Sasuke just said must have been said by Su Chen. But, to be fair, advertisement are these words also a true reflection of Sasuke's inner thoughts that night? Damn Su Chen. Don't just let yourself face the existence that you dare not face. They also designed such heart-wrenching lines. He is simply the most cruel among all the genjutsu masters. Must escape from here as soon as possible, otherwise. Even though he knew it was a genjutsu attack, he would inevitably collapse quickly because it was his biggest nightmare for a long time. Whoosh! Uchiha Itachi did not dare to delay and immediately displayed his sharp skills, escaping from the small figure behind him at an extremely fast speed. It's like escaping from a reality that you dare never face. Not killing me? Are you trying to tell me that I'm the one you care about the most? In that case, why did you create for me a life that is more painful than death? My beloved brother, why did you let me endure this hellish torture? What did I do wrong? Tell me, why did I have to endure such a punishment that ordinary people cannot bear? The cold questioning voice continued to ring in the ears of the quickly fleeing figure. Although he knew that this was a powerful ninja of genjutsu, the look on his face became more and more embarrassed and painful. Just a few minutes of torture, he had almost reached the limit of what he could bear. At this time, the other side, in reality, you can't bear this little mental torture? And you still say you are a genjutsu expert? Much more fragile than I thought. As expected, even for a person who appears to be very strong on the surface, psychological trauma can become the most fatal weakness. Also, verified, Sharingan is completely rubbish under Kame Sennin's hypnosis technique and Crane Sen Ryu's mind control ability. 2.1. Seeing that the other party's eyes were dull and his whole body was trembling due to his mental torture, he fell into a dazed state. Chen smiled faintly and commented leisurely. Well, the verification is complete. Hypnosis and the spiritual ability of Crane Sen Ryu can indeed be called the strongest genjutsu in this world. Look at the situation of Uchiha Itachi. It seems that it will take some time to escape from this nightmare. Even with the powerful eye power of Sharingan, it is not easy to escape from this kind of mind-controlled torture. I can only look for new fun. Then let's look for new fun from the three little kids in class 7. The tall, handsome and powerful man narrowed his eyes slightly and looked back at the battlefield in the distance with interest. And at this time, the situation on the battlefield had already reversed 180 degrees because of his appearance just now. Chapter 202. Reversal, no power to fight back, at this time. On the battlefield in the distance, the bright moonlight keeps pouring down from the sky. It fell on the three kids in class 7, who were no longer as exhausted and nervous as before. After all, the appearance of teacher Chen helped them find their opponent's weaknesses. The other side is not invincible. At this moment, they were even digesting the important teachings brought by Chen. So, the first priority of the ultimate course is to survive, right? Teacher Chen, are you teaching us not to stick to rigid rules? I have to say, I learned a very important lesson today. The cold-faced kid murmured, with a faint sneer on his face. His cold eyes subconsciously locked onto Orochimaru's tall, pale figure. Well, you're saying that the opponent's weakness doesn't necessarily exist in himself, right? His companions can also be used as weaknesses? Teacher Chen is teaching us that we must be good at observation and apply it flexibly, right? It's a bit embarrassing to threaten an opponent with a guy like Orochimaru. But, Mr. Chen is such an excellent teacher, so he can't be wrong, right? Well, I've decided. I'll put my knowledge into practice right away. Verify the effects of what you have learned. The optimistic kid thought excitedly in his heart. Excited eyes also turned to Orochimaru. Everything is about to end. As long as we catch that guy Orochi 13 Maru, we can end this battle, right? That way, I can go back and change into nice clothes soon. Haruno Sakura, the cute female ninja from Team 7, breathed a sigh of relief. A pretty face, not as nervous as before. Her clothes were dirty from a series of battles, making her look very unconfident in front of Sasuke. So, it's better to end this battle as soon as possible, go back, change into nice clothes, wash your face, and tidy up a bit. Plus the sudden enlargement of the part. After the battle, when you stand in front of the mirror, you must be so beautiful that you will emit a dazzling light. So looking forward to it. Thinking this in his mind, Chunlipa's gaze could not wait to lock onto the so-called weakness, the big snake O. Orochimaru. Damn Chen, he actually taught these little brats such despicable methods. The looks in these three little ghosts' eyes clearly showed that they wanted to imitate Chen and control themselves to threaten Kimimaro. I was just leisurely watching the show, but just because of Chen's appearance and a few words, I was dragged into the battle again. Damn Chen, it's totally unconventional, advertisement. And it is extremely despicable. Did it accidentally turn into such a difficult situation? Chen, it seems, has reversed the situation with just one or two words. Lord Orochimaru is in crisis again. Under this circumstance, can Kimimaro stop Yi-Chi-Chi? The four-eyed ninja Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but frown secretly. He, who has a very high IQ, immediately realized that the situation had changed and was very disadvantageous to him. It can even be said that because of Chen's appearance, his side was in great danger. Call. At this moment. Master Orochimaru, please rest assured that I will protect you to the death. Never let anyone hurt you. As the sound of a figure breaking through the air was heard, the white-haired ninja's long hair fluttered as he landed lightly in front of Orochimaru. His desire to protect Orochimaru was still strong and unshakable. But his expression was no longer as relaxed as before. With his strength, if it was a fair fight, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Konoha Team 7. But unfortunately, their teacher actually showed up at the most critical moment and gave them some very shameless advice. In just a few words, he grasped his fatal weakness. This weakness is Orochimaru-sama. If he were to fight the three little devils directly like he did just now, he would have absolute confidence that he could defeat them and gain the final victory. But now the situation is completely different. There was one more person, Lord Orochimaru, in the battle. The next battle that is about to take place will inevitably be very difficult. There is a danger of being defeated soon. Can you put my mind at ease? Haha, I'm really a little worried about this situation. Orochimaru smiled coldly, then gritted his teeth. The snake pupils radiated an evil light, and there was a hint of irritation in the bottom of the eyes. Hey, idiot, the next strategy is to control Orochimaru, right? This way, things seem to become much simpler. Naruto chuckled and rolled up his sleeves, his face full of confidence. So what are you waiting for? Sasuke glanced at him lightly and sneered proudly. Strategy? Given the current situation, it seems that no strategy is needed. Because the advice given by teacher Chen just now can be regarded as the best strategy. The powerful ninja named Kimimaro is certainly scary. However, when he was protecting someone he loved, he simply couldn't let go and exert his greatest strength as he wished. Advertisements and powerful ninjutsu cannot be used at will. Because if he did that, he might accidentally hurt the so-called Lord Orochimaru. So, Kimimaro, who had just shown great strength in the battle, can now be called a bird in a cage, and his fighting power has been greatly reduced. The difficulty of this assessment has dropped by more than half. There is nothing to worry about. Sniff sniff. The next second, the three members of Konoha's Team 7 exchanged glances and almost simultaneously launched their movements and rushed towards Orochimaru. Drink. As his body swayed, Sasuke condensed and compressed a large amount of energy with his hands, and directly launched a direct long-range attack with energy. The compressed light ball gathered in the palm of his hand instantly turned into a dazzling beam of light. Attack target, Orochimaru, Tisk, damn little devil. As the bright light approached, Orochimaru's pupils involuntarily contracted. This kid is indeed a good student of that nasty guy Chen. After listening to the instructions, he actually attacked me immediately. And he seemed smart enough to have realized it and didn't even need to consider that Jun 907 Maru would take the opportunity to attack him. After all, Kimimaro, who showed excessive concern for himself as soon as he appeared, had already revealed that he didn't care even if he died for himself. And this is precisely the fatal weakness. What's more, the little devil from the Uchiha family was convinced that attacking him directly and ignoring Kimimaro was the best evidence. Almost at the same time, the other two members of Konoha's Team 7, who were in good sync with each other, also used ninjutsu imitations of chi to perform long-range attacks. Various long-range attacks were instantly launched towards Orochimaru. Boom. A critical moment. Kimimaro barely hesitated, and immediately used the ability of Blood Limit Macabre Bone Pulse to burst out bones as hard as iron from his body. The shields intertwined into a spherical shape protected Orochimaru in the blink of an eye. At the same time, block all attacks from the little devils of Konoha Team 7. Humph. It's exactly as expected. You just need to keep attacking Orochimaru, and Kimimaro will have to defend himself. That way, he won't have a chance to fight back. See this scene. The cold-faced imp raised the corners of his mouth slightly and took the opportunity to leap into the air. Looking down from a high position, the great fireball technique, which imitated chi, continuously and fiercely hit the bone defense from midair, making him dare not to release the defense easily. Naruto and Haruno Sakura kept moving around the defense, looking for loopholes to attack while launching intensive attacks. This left Kimimaro no time to fight back. Chapter 203 Burning Chakra, Burning Life. Boom boom boom. A moment. Team 7 used a dazzling array of ninjutsu, which kept smashing down on the defenses, causing bursts of roars. Make the surrounding atmosphere fluctuate violently. It was as if a strong wind was blowing. Macabre Bone Pulse, a skeletal defense known as absolute defense. The two figures seemed to be hiding in the turtle shell and could only watch as attacks more fierce than the last hit the turtle shell. There was no way to fight back at all, can't even move at all. The thin and pale figure, Orochimaru, gradually became paler. A strong and fierce expression continued to extend from his face. The anger in his eyes burned wildly. Damn Chen. He actually taught three little devils to use such a vicious move. Everyone in Konoha village said that he was the most vicious rebel ninja in Konoha's history. But compared with this guy Chen, in many aspects, I am far behind. After all, who in their right mind would think of such a shameless method? This approach is in line with Chen's personality. But as a course directly taught to my three students. This is outrageous and too much, but now things are different. After Chen's instruction, the three little ghosts seemed to have opened the door to a new world. They suddenly woke up and attacked as if they were injected with chicken blood. The reckless attacks continued to fall on the defense like a downpour, leaving no chance for himself and Kimimaro to breathe. What's even more hateful is, only a minute or so had passed. Kimimaro was already panting, cold sweat was pouring down his forehead, and his body was shaking slightly. It's not fear. But under this seemingly vicious attack, even the Macabre Bone Pulse defense, which was known as the best defense, seemed to be unable to maintain. OF. At this time, Kimimaro's condition wasn't much better. There was no color left on her pretty face, as pale as Orochimaru's face. She clenched her white teeth tightly and looked more worried. If this continues, the defense will be breached soon, right? Once the defenses were breached, there was little guesswork as to what would happen next. Orochimaru-sama will soon become a target. Purpose. It is to use this weakness of Orochimaru-sama to limit one's own attack power to the maximum extent. Hateful. I came here to protect Lord Orochimaru, how could I just watch something like this happen? I have already sworn a solemn oath to protect the respected Lord Orochimaru with my life. Snap, snap, next second. The sound of broken bones, like a death knell, continued to ring around. Advertisement: the cracks in the defense that were forcibly created by the three little devils in Team 7 were spreading wildly throughout the entire defense. The defense is about to collapse, notice this change. The gentle ninja gritted her teeth and seemed to have made up her mind. Buzz. The next second, the air fluctuations caused by the chakra explosion made a harsh sound. The pattern representing the second state of the Earth seal instantly spread all over the body. The whole person's aura also changed drastically in an instant. That's right, facing three little kids whom he had just ignored. He had to activate the seal of the Earth, and it is directly turned on state 2. By forcibly utilizing the ability of the second state of the Earth seal, one can mobilize the chakra in the body to the maximum extent possible and fully unleash its potential. Although this is the case, it will rapidly increase the load on your body, and the burning and consumption rate of chakra will also increase dramatically. Even with his current physical condition, he couldn't bear this kind of forced chakra mobilization. If you are not careful, the condition will get worse because you can't bear it. That is to say, it wasn't just chakra that was burning at this moment. It is your own life, but now, I can't care about so much. For the safety of Orochimaru-sama, even if I have to sacrifice my life, it's nothing. The words, protecting Orochimaru-sama with my life, are not just empty words, but a belief that I will seriously implement throughout my life. Kimimaro. Your body? Cut. Feel the changes in Kimimaro's body. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, and even though he usually looked down upon everyone, his expression darkened at this moment. He knew that Kimimaro's condition had been unstable. It was already quite a stretch for him to come and rescue himself and fight against the three powerful little ghosts. Now directly activate the Earth Curse state, and it is directly turned on state 2. This is definitely forcibly burning life, to fulfill the promise to protect oneself. 014002213 Falu 220,342,530. Damn little devil. Damn Chen. Did you push Kimimaro to this extent? Huh, it's another way of forcibly developing chakra potential, it's nothing new. Even so, he can't change anything. With his perception ability, Sasuke immediately noticed the signs of his opponent's chakra burst. A sneer appeared on his cold face. At the same time, there was a hint of surprise. Because when he sensed the changes in his opponent's chakra fluctuations, he clearly sensed something different. Just like the previous four guys, it's another way to forcibly increase chakra. However, this guy's body. That is, a sign that it can't withstand the chakra explosion. He jumped high up, continuously condensing his chi into his fists, and fiercely struck the optimistic kid who was defending. A strong sense of doubt appeared on his slightly confused face. Then he showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. I see. This guy named Kimimaro said he would protect the stinking snake with his life. It's not just talk, advertisement, but really fulfilling the promise. The last one, did you see that? It's the same information we gathered from the previous duel between the four opponents. The only difference is that the opponent's body shows signs of being unable to bear it. The next strategy is to delay time, Sasuke reminded calmly. There's no need to even gloss over the strategy that follows. After all, even if the opponent hears it, he can't change anything under this situation. Humph. You don't need to remind me, you idiot, I already saw it. At least 1 second earlier than you. Realizing that they could win the battle soon, the optimistic kid felt much more relaxed, and his competitive spirit reappeared, and he showed it off every day. As he spoke, his powerful fists continued to hit the defense fiercely, causing a shocking roar. So hard, even the cracks that had just been created seemed to be repaired in an instant by the opponent who forcibly raised his chakra. But there's nothing to worry about. The biggest weakness is the physical changes of the opponent detected by the perception ability. The opponent simply can't bear it for long, on defense. Orochimaru's face darkened again. Damn little devil, he's much smarter than he looks. Before, I actually thought that although the three little ghosts became stronger under Chen's teaching, they lacked combat experience. Looking at now, the mature fighting attitude shown by the three little devils completely proved that his previous intelligence was wrong. To what extent has Chen taught these three little brats? They don't just have the abilities of Jonin. It seems that even the battle experience he collects grows much faster than that of ordinary ninjas. Boom boom boom. The intensive attacks from Class 7 and the three little devils continued in turns. The defense in the second state of the curse is almost flawless. However, just half a minute later, phew. That's good, the white-haired, graceful ninja suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, with a hint of despair and unwillingness in her eyes. Orochimaru-sama, I'm sorry, I can't seem to keep my promise. Bang bang bang. Next second. As the orange figure leapt up fiercely and struck down with all his might from above, the entire defense shattered like broken glass. The stinking snake mentioned by teacher Chen, an important trader of Konoha village. You're about to be caught by me. The optimistic kid grinned and, after breaking through the defense with a punch, he emitted a burst of energy from his body to propel his body forward. Like a meteorite, it fell heavily behind Orochimaru. The ground shook and the long grass flew everywhere. At the same time, the small hand imitated Chen and pinched Orochimaru's throat from behind. Humph! Damn little devil! Orochimaru's mouth trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but curse through gritted teeth. Orochimaru was an adult. Kimimura's trembling voice revealed deep nervousness and concern, and he subconsciously wanted to rush forward. With a bang, he was greeted by Sasuke's fist. He was punched and flew away, falling heavily into the long grass in the distance. Chapter 204. Excessive sympathy? Change it? Four-eyed ninja Kabuto Yakushi. It turned out to be the same as I predicted. With the appearance of Chen and his shameless teaching, his side was doomed to fail. Although, Chen, the guy who made people's scalp tingle, has left. But there is always one. The feeling of being stared at by him. It makes one's scalp tingle all the time. What a scary guy. Lord Orochimaru had a perfect invasion plan, but because of his appearance, the whole plan was ruined. Even the tiny wish of escaping from Konoha village has now been shattered. It's all because of that guy Chen. Could he be Lord Orochimaru's natural nemesis? After all. Ever since Lord Orochimaru appeared in Konoha village, he has been suppressed. Now, even I am connected. Hey, Kimimaro, who possesses the powerful bloodline limit of Macabre Bone Pulse, forcibly increases his chakra, but loses even faster? And those three little brats, well, they're not bad. Their strength is improving very quickly, much better than their performance in the Chunin exam. With this guidance, they should become stronger, right? From the distant treetops, Chen, who had been quietly observing the battle for fun, as the teacher of the three little kids in class 7, couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. After capturing Orochimaru, the Konoha upper class and the third-generation old men should have nothing to say about the fact that the three brats became Jonin, right? Tisk. He treats the Sharingan like a treasure and often acts cocky, obviously thinking that with the Sharingan, he is invincible in Genjutsu. In the end, he couldn't even resist this Genjutsu. You haven't untied my Genjutsu until now. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to look at Uchiha Itachi, who was stuck in Genjutsu beside him with a dull look in his eyes. Unabashedly expressing disappointment. I had high hopes for this guy Uchiha Itachi, but this is the result, but it's not a complete failure. This experiment at least proves that, under the hypnosis technique carried by Kame Sennin's panel and the spiritual power of Crane Senryu, the so-called Genjutsu in the ninja world is nothing but rubbish. Is everything finally over? I don't have to be so nervous anymore, huh? Sasuke, Naruto, well done, on the battlefield. The cute female ninja from Team 7 looked at her two companions with pride. Her cheeks flushed slightly with excitement. The battle is over. Orochimaru was successfully captured. The ninja named Kimimaro became full of loopholes the moment Orochimaru was captured, and was knocked out by a punch. This means that everyone is finally going to become a Jonin, right? Moreover, everyone in Team 7 will become a Jonin together. This has already broken the record of the fastest way to become a Jonin in Konoha village, right? Yamanaka Ino and others who were not optimistic about Team 7 before will soon be envious to the point of their eyes turning red, and more. While chasing Orochimaru, an important part of my body inexplicably grew bigger. Well, I accidentally won a lot. Thank you, damn teacher Chen, for putting the most difficult Jonin test on Team 7 in advance. The result was unexpectedly satisfying. Ding! The gratitude of the bond object, Murano Sakura of Konoha village, towards the host is detected, and the bond value of 756 is rewarded. Close black lens bracket opposite, in the long grass. The white-haired ninja, who was knocked away by Sasuke's punch, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and an unwilling look on his face, struggled to stand up from his half-kneels and looked at the controlled Orochimaru with a complicated expression. All the emotions on his face instantly turned into pain, so. Even if he had made up his mind to protect Lord Orochimaru to the death, would he still be unable to protect Lord Orochimaru in the end? That was Lord Orochimaru, the one whom he loved and admired, and for whom he was willing to become a tool. But because of his own incompetence, he fell into the control of that little devil. This is definitely the greatest humiliation that Lord Orochimaru has ever encountered in his life, his own failure. Unforgivable. Bang. In the night wind, the long grass under my knees swayed slowly like waves. The white-haired ninja fell to his knees without hesitation. He was once a powerful ninja with graceful and elegant movements and an unbeatable temperament. At this moment, his body was hunched over, and his previous momentum had long since disappeared. Even the fighting spirit that had just risen up slowly dimmed like a lamp that was about to go out. See this scene. Naruto frowned in confusion and blinked. Hey, Kimimaro, it seems like no one asked you to kneel down? Is it a reflex? Is this guy confused by the punch from the conceited ghost? Although teacher Chen had previously controlled Orochimaru and asked him to kneel down. But it doesn't mean that once Orochimaru is controlled, he will kneel down. Kimimaro was definitely beaten stupidly. Besides, I don't have the bad taste to make people kneel down casually. Only teacher Chen would take this kind of thing as fun. I just want to catch this guy Orochimaru and complete the so-called Jonin assessment. I have no interest in making my opponent kneel down. Please, let Orochimaru go. Advertisement, whatever you ask, I will do it. Because Lord Orochimaru is the most important person to me. I cannot protect him with my life, so I can only give up my dignity and beg you. The white-haired ninja clenched his fists tightly, and his pale and lifeless face was raised firmly. There was a look of firm supplication in his expression. Tiet. His pupils trembled slightly, and then as if to hide his emotions, his face was instantly filled with disgust. Kimimaro, are you still so childish? There is no need to do such a thing. Humph, these 3 damn brats are students of that damn Chen. They must be as ruthless as him. I don't allow you to ask anyone who is related to that guy Chen. Veins bulged on his forehead as he spoke angrily. Damn it, it turns out that I can't mention that guy Chen. Even just mentioning it slightly makes people so angry that they can't stand it. And there's this guy Kimimaro. I actually do such a boring thing for myself. I don't need others to plead for me. I am not the kind of person who needs others' pity. Yes, a very important person? Naruto looked at Kimimaro with a thoughtful expression. Idiot. Don't affirm other people's bonds casually. Do you think that Mr. Chen's so-called important lesson just now is for us to use Orochimaru as the opponent's weakness? More importantly, you should avoid your excessive compassion. Wake up. The cold-faced kid, who had already seen more from an important lesson, couldn't help but frown fiercely when he saw this scene. A cold reminder. Humph. You cocky B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* who is so compassionate. How could I possibly sympathize with such an enemy? Naruto, whose thoughts were seen through, was slightly stunned, and then he quickly retorted angrily. Although, I did feel a little sympathy for the white-haired guy just now, but I would not have rashly sympathized with him and thought of letting Orochimaru go. Even if you just think about it casually, it would be a letdown to Teacher Chen who came here in person to teach us, right? Teacher Chen would definitely be disappointed. Besides, in my heart, the teacher must be right. Therefore, what that stinky guy said was right. I really need to change my habit of even feeling pity for my enemies. Next second, Naruto took a deep breath, his eyes gradually became firm, and he said in a resolute tone. Hey, white-haired guy, Orochimaru, the stinky snake, is right. It's useless to beg for mercy. Class 7 will never let this stinky snake go easily. Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, a slightly playful voice sounded behind him. At the same time, there was the sound of a figure falling to the ground. Chapter 205. It doesn't matter, I will destroy Konoha with my own hands. Teacher Chen. I felt the encouragement in Chen's eyes and the approving smile. Naruto suddenly smiled broadly, his smile full of pride. I was praised by the teacher again, but that was a close call just now. What the stinky fellow said is absolutely right. Teacher Chen took the trouble to come and teach in person, and one of the things he taught was indeed targeting his often overflowing compassion. The purpose is to eliminate this bad habit. It was during the trip to the land of waves that the teacher discovered this problem, right? Although, I don't think this is a problem and I don't think there is anything wrong with it. Teacher Chen will never be wrong. If he says that I should change this bad habit, then I must change it myself. It is absolutely right to follow the instructions of Teacher Chen carefully. The optimistic kid secretly made up his mind to change this bad habit. And you two little brats, you did a great job too. It was completed much faster than I expected. To be honest, even Zhu Yang was a little surprised. The handsome and strong man had a gentle smile on his face. He turned to look at the other two members of Class 7 and nodded slightly to show encouragement. Feeling this warm gaze, the arrogant and cold-faced kid turned his head to the side, seemingly not caring. A strong sense of pride also emerged in my heart. Teacher Chen, the tasks that our Class 7 has completed now should qualify us to become Jonin, right? Finally, I have become a Jonin on my own. Haruno Sakura clasped her hands together, placed them over the enlarged part, and asked expectantly. The part that people are concerned about suddenly becomes bigger and perfect. And on the same day, he became a Jonin along with his companions. It's a surprising surprise that makes people unsure. This kind of miracle can only be achieved with the help of Teacher Chang, right? In an instant. Like Naruto, the cute female ninjas in Team 7 are madly contributing to the bond value in excitement. Chen smiled faintly and nodded slowly. Of course. Those old guys in Konoha village don't have the guts to break such a promise. Just bring your target back to Konoha village, and then throw him in front of those old guys in a cool way, and you can become a Jonin. Although, since Team 7 had just become Shunin and was immediately assigned to perform the Jonin assessment task, it was indeed somewhat inconsistent with Konoha village's ninja rating rules. But, rules are made by people. Advertisement moreover, rules can only restrict the weak who grow up step by step. For my students, Chen, these rules are meant to be broken. Otherwise, these three little ghosts would be too boring and would not even be qualified to be his students or to become practitioners of Qi. Ha! Chen, you actually used such a despicable method to make your student a Jonin. If I'm not mistaken, you did it by threatening those old guys in Konoha, right? But I have to kindly remind you that the old guys in Konoha are very conservative. What they hate and fear the most are people like you and me who don't like to follow the rules. One day, you will become a dangerous target that they must eliminate, just like me. Orochimaru slowly raised his evil snake eyes, a hint of coldness emanating from his pupils, but a cruel smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Chen, do you really think that everything will go according to your will? According to the previous intelligence from Odogakure, this guy has been lying flat in Konoha village. Even so, it did not avoid the investigation from the third-generation elders in Konoha's upper echelons. This speaks volumes. Not to mention, during this Chunin exam, the Konoha Team 7, which was taught by Chen, shined brightly. As the teacher of Class 7, he became the focus of the entire Konoha. Even because other hidden villages are participating in this Chunin exam. This made him the focus of the entire ninja world. It can be said that his brilliance is fully revealed. If he was a rule-abiding person who blindly followed the arrangements of Konoha's upper echelons, there would be nothing wrong with that. But this guy just does what he wants, giving people the impression that he is not restricted by anyone and does not accept any rules. Do you really think that the third-generation old men in Konoha village and those old guys in Konoha are as harmless as they appear? These corrupt guys kept talking about the will of fire. They could do anything outrageous for the so-called future of the village. In their eyes, any existence that threatens Konoha village, or has the potential to threaten Konoha village, will be eliminated. What happened to the Uchiha clan many years ago is the best example. Of course, the explanation given by those old guys for the Uchiha genocide was that the Uchiha had rebellious intentions, and if they succeeded, the entire Konoha would inevitably be destroyed and there would be no recovery. They were eliminated as a last resort. The truth is, there is no substantial evidence to support this claim. The Uchiha tribe has been struck by a negative fate, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke alone. It is hard to explain what happened back then, but at least it proves that those old guys are not as kind as they seem. And there is also himself, the so-called most important rebel ninja of Konoha village. Just because he had different ideas from the Konoha upper echelons, he was ruthlessly ostracized and eventually became a traitor. Request flowers. Chen, one day, the same thing will happen to you. Advertisement at that time, could you still be as calm and confident, chatting and laughing as you are now? Are you saying that one day, Chen, will end up like you? Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and a trace of serious coldness flashed in his seemingly indifferent eyes. He said in a tone that made it hard to tell whether he was serious or joking. I am different from you. Because, if something like that really happens one day, I will not run away and do something troublesome like revenge. Instead, they will take direct action and don't mind destroying the entire Konoha village. As a time traveler, how could I not know the original plot of the ninja world? In short, the evaluation of Konoha's upper class by Stinky Snake was pertinent and accurate. The nothing else to say. The Anbu root of Konoha village, Shimura Danzo, is a very radical guy. I have been quietly observing and monitoring myself over the years. It was just that I was too lazy to deal with him, so I allowed him to investigate secretly. There are also those old men in the upper echelons of Konoha who appear kind and amiable on the surface, but are actually very conservative and pedantic at heart. For the so-called will of fire, he even lost his independent judgment ability, which is a tragic product of the ninja's will. Even the old man from third generation, you've already considered yourself a potential threat to Konoha, right? But, none of this matters, because once my bottom line is touched, I will act decisively. Even if the entire Konoha village is destroyed, there will be no mercy. UB*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** His pale face twitched slightly. Different from yourself? Because, if he had the same experience as me, would he destroy Konoha village directly? This guy is really brave, however, judging from his current strength, it seems that he can really do this. Three little devils from class 7, after hearing this explosive declaration, everyone was speechless. What did the teacher say just now? Don't mind destroying Konoha village. Fake, right? Teacher Chen always likes to joke, but he didn't seem to be joking just now. As for Teacher Chen, who taught everyone not to be too strict about following the rules, it is understandable that he himself is against the rules. But in terms of not wanting to follow the rules, his rank is obviously very high. So high that he could even destroy a set of indestructible rules with his own hands, and... Chapter 206. The previous practice is just the basics, the big one is coming. Ding. The bond object, Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto's Awe of the Host, is detected, and the bond value of 2,580 is rewarded. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Detected that the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha Village, is in awe of the host, and rewarded with a bond value of 2,438. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object, Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke's awe of the host, is detected, and the bond value of 2045 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Hearing Chen's declaration, the three kids in class 7 all looked at him with complicated expressions. Involuntarily, I contributed a wave of bond value out of awe. Hearing the pleasant broadcast voice of the system, Chen's mood suddenly became happier. Well, generally speaking, we gained a lot from encouraging Team 7 to conduct the Jonin assessment this time. The current bond value is once again approaching the level that is enough to unlock new character panels. The most important thing is the potential contribution of the three little ghosts. After all, 647, the three kids in class 7 who have completed the Jonin assessment have almost confirmed their Jonin identities. This means that they can unlock S-level missions with rich rewards. According to the agreement between the three little ghosts and themselves, every time they complete a mission, they have to give most of the commission to themselves. It is conceivable how considerable your income will be in the future. Besides, judging from the current performance of the three little ghosts, they have completed the most basic Chi training and are qualified to carry out further training. Once the various skills from the DragonBall World in the character panel are officially passed on to these three little ghosts, won't they be shocked? The bond value will definitely come like a tide. Things seem to be getting more interesting. Congratulations, three little brats, you have successfully completed the assessment. You will soon become Jonin. As a teacher, I must give you a little reward as encouragement. Soon, Team 7 will be training in various powerful ninjutsu under my instruction. Don't be too shocked then. Chen smiled calmly and gave a caring reminder, seemingly unintentionally raising the expectations of the three kids in Class 7 to the maximum. Specifically, ninjutsu training. Teacher Chen, are you going to formally teach us those powerful ninjutsu that you know? I'm so excited, I'm ready. Hearing this, the optimistic kid's eyes lit up, his blood boiled, and he couldn't wait any longer. The training that Teacher Chen had led everyone to do previously only gave a general direction for the training and did not directly teach any ninjutsu. But even so, advertisement it still allows everyone to quickly possess Jonin strength and brighten the eyes of many people. If we start learning ninjutsu right now, Team 7 will surely grow faster, right? In this case, the dream of becoming the Hokage's man seems to be accelerating rapidly. Well, it's all the fault of that damn Teacher Chen, who played that kind of joke on me at that time and made me feel like I shouldn't go. The optimistic kid who was extremely excited just now looked at Chen speechlessly, his cheeks twitching slightly. Direct ninjutsu learning. It seems that the teaching strategy has changed. No, it should be said that the teaching that allowed Team 7 to quickly gain strong strength is helping us lay the foundation, right? They have finally decided to formally teach us ninjutsu. Does that mean we have completed our basic studies very well? Are you finally facing the challenge of entering a world with a stronger energy? Bang bang bang. Floating in mind, the cold-faced little ghost trembled wildly. My heart is pounding. He is always very proud and doesn't show his emotions easily, but at this moment his face turned slightly red due to excitement. At the same time, he glanced at Chen with eyes full of expectation. My guess should be correct, right? Although the various Chi abilities acquired before seem extremely powerful, even magical to an incredible degree, in the eyes of Teacher Chen, they should only be the most basic abilities. It seemed that the real practice was about to begin. We are about to enter the real world of Chi. What kind of world would that be? How powerful will the ninjutsu taught by the unfathomable Teacher Chen be? It's hard to imagine. It's really exciting. Haruno Sakura, the cute female ninja from Team 7, couldn't hide the shock and surprise on her pretty face, and her beautiful eyes widened quietly. My pounding heart seemed to slow down a beat at that moment. She also knew what Teacher Chen's words just now meant. Advertisement for the powerful Teacher Chen, the 7th team becoming Jonin is just the beginning? Everything that happened before, all the practice and improvement were just preparations for the official start. Oh my god. Does this mean that the so-called real training that is about to begin will make Team 7's strength grow faster than before? Become stronger? Is it possible to reach the level of Kage like Orochimaru? As the thought came to her mind, the female ninjas of Team 7 were a little confused. I must be overthinking, right? Not long after the 7th team graduated from the ninja school, they passed a Chunin exam and quickly obtained the title of Chunin. Then they immediately started the Jonin exam and quickly became the top. This was such a shocking thing that it was hard to believe in the entire ninja world. Become a shadow-level powerhouse? I dare not even think about it. But it seems that under the guidance of Teacher Chen, anything can happen. Teacher Chen, I'm so excited. Can you tell me a little bit about what kind of practice you will do next? Do you want to learn the move that can destroy a large forest by opening your palm? Or, like the bell test, can you use the rapid vibration of your breath to make the bell silent even in a fierce battle? Time. After a moment of shock, the optimistic kid finally understood what Teacher Chen had just said and became extremely excited. There was a gleam of anticipation in his eyes, his fists were clenched in front of his chest, and he was so anxious that his 4.0 feet kept tapping on the spot. He kept asking questions. Chen glanced at him lightly, with a faint and mysterious smile on his face. Kid, why are you in such a hurry? When the formal teaching begins, you will know what powerful ninjutsu you will learn. For now, let's just leave it as a suspense and treat it as a big surprise later. Also, to learn those powerful ninjutsu, your mission goals must be set higher. Naruto, you will become the Hokage of Konoha village within a year. What do you think of setting this as your mission? The handsome and strong man narrowed his eyes slightly, smiled faintly, and spoke in a calm tone, which instantly stunned everyone present like a thunder. All eyes were focused on the rich little Naruto who was standing there. Hokage? Just this little devil? Chapter 207 Mission Impossible, more like a dream come true. Ha ha ha, this dumb kid? He'll become Hokage in a year? Chen, you are so boring that you tell this kind of joke. Do you want to make me laugh? Orochimaru, who had been confused just now, laughed wildly without any restraint. This guy Chen is definitely joking. As a result, although he had a smile on his face when he said this, he looked very serious. This brat wants to be Hokage? Just think about it. Su Chen, you are too confident in your teaching. Do you think that just 1 year of instruction would qualify him to become Hokage? Are we underestimating the position of Hokage? Or is it that he has become so arrogant that it is beyond common sense? You stinky snake, why are you butting in on other people's conversations? With a snap, Su Chen didn't even look at Orochimaru, he just slapped him in the face with his backhand. Orochimaru was an adult. Because of Su Chen's explosive speech, Kimimaro, who was also in a daze, suddenly woke up, gritted his teeth and tried to get up, but fell heavily to the ground. Blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth, hateful. Lord Orochimaru, the person he cared about the most, was slapped in public by Su Chen. He was so humiliated, but he could do nothing about it. Lord Orochimaru, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I am a useless piece of trash. Huh, in 1 year, a laggard becomes the Hokage of Konoha? Isn't this a joke? Teacher Su Chen, if you take this as your goal, you will be disappointed in a year. Besides, this goal is a bit too high for the last place student. Sasuke frowned slightly, looked at Naruto with a slightly contemptuous look, ignoring the anger gradually emerging on the latter's face, and then looked at Su Chen seriously. Sasuke was also confused after hearing what Su Chen just said. He never thought that teacher Yin Chen would give the last place student such an impossible goal. Good. With the progress at the tail end of the league, there is no way to accomplish such a difficult goal. Well, teacher Su Chen, are you kidding? It's really hard to laugh when you suddenly make a joke like this. Haruno Sakura gave Su Chen an unpleasant look, then looked at Naruto with suspicion and complained. It's not that I don't have confidence in teacher Su Chen. Advertisement teacher Su Chen's strength is so strong that it can be said to be unfathomable. If a genius like Sasuke has the potential to grow into Hokage under the guidance of teacher Su Chen, then it is possible. B.S. Since becoming Su Chen's student, the usually carefree Naruto has grown in strength very quickly, and has even learned to use his brain in battle. Start using strategy. But that's the Hokage. He is the most important person in Konoha village, and you can't become that person just because you want to. In addition to being strong, one must also be highly respected and have the ability to take care of the village. In 1 year, Naruto, who is still unreliable, has transformed into Hokage. This is definitely a joke, and it's an outrageous joke that can never be completed. Teacher Su Chen, although I do want to become Hokage. But becoming Hokage isn't that easy, right? Besides, even if I have the potential to become a Hokage, isn't 1 year too short? I can't be mentally prepared at all. The most confused one among them is the optimistic kid. He scratched his head and smiled bitterly with mixed emotions. Yes, his dream is to become Hokage. This is the height he wants to reach no matter how hard he tries. It is a lifelong pursuit, but becoming Hokage in just 1 year was still too hasty for him. It's more like an unattainable dream. Not to mention, to become a Hokage, one must first possess the strength of a Kage, and must also be recognized by everyone. Especially the recognition from Konoha's upper echelons. How could those cautious people in Konoha's upper echelons allow me, a little kid, to become Hokage? So, even though Mr. Su Chen looked very serious when he said these words, he was actually making a serious joke, right? A year is a long time, enough to fulfill many dreams. Naruto kid, do you have no confidence in yourself? Su Chen smiled faintly and gave him a mysterious look. Then he turned to look at Sasuke and spoke again. Grim kid, are you worried that your companion's missions are too difficult? You should consider the difficulty of your own mission first. The three little ghosts are actually doubting their seriousness? Advertisement then be more serious. The tall, handsome and strong man put away his smile and pointed a finger at Sasuke with a more serious attitude. In 1 year, you must have the strength to defeat that man. The so-called defeat does not mean simply knocking him down, but a crushing victory. It's best to be able to kill it instantly, that man? Boom. The cold-faced kid, who had just believed that Su Chen was joking, suddenly became gloomy when he mentioned that man. There seemed to be a flash of fire in his eyes. Teacher Su Chen is talking about the man who made him hate her so much that he wanted to kill her all the time, right? What the teacher meant was that in 1 year, I would grow up to be able to kill that kind of group. It sounds a little unbelievable, but, although Su Chen always likes to joke, it is impossible for him to make the same joke twice in such a short time. And 590 every so-called joke sounds like the dream of Class 7. Is it because he is confident that he can teach Class 7 to that level that Teacher Su Chen said this seemingly impossible task? In other words, in the following practice, Teacher Su Chen will try his best to teach everyone how to grow faster so that everyone can improve quickly. The speed is so fast that the dream can be realized within a year. So, this is not a joke, nor was it assigning tasks to Class 7. Like, helping Class 7 realize their dreams, it's more like Teacher Su Chen's promise to Class 7. The cold-faced, arrogant kid suddenly understood everything. He couldn't help but look at Su Chen with a slightly excited look. I couldn't help myself. The sound of providing bond value rang wildly in Su Chen's mind. Ding. The trust of the bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha Village, in the host is detected, and the bond value 2547 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. At the same time, the other two members of Class 7 were finally surprised to find that Teacher Yin Chen was indeed not joking. The bond value is also provided very high. Ding! The trust of the bond object Haruno Sakura from Konoha village in the host is detected, and the bond value 2412 is awarded. Close black lens bracket, ding! The trust of the bond object, Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha village, in the host is detected, and the bond value of 3012 is awarded. 7 Knots Chapter 208 Re-electing Hokage? The third generation is targeted. Teacher Chen, what about me? What is my mission? The other two members of Class 7 also quickly realized that Teacher Chen was not assigning tasks but helping them realize their dreams. A warm feeling flows through my heart involuntarily. Naruto was so excited that his body was shaking slightly. Haruno Sakura, the female ninja from Team 7, blinked her intelligent eyes, clasped her hands in front of her chest impatiently, and asked curiously. She noticed it too. Teacher Chen, this is definitely not about setting any tasks, it's more like helping everyone fulfill their wishes or something. And Teacher Chen saw the wishes of the two students at a glance, and did not directly offer to help them realize them. Instead, he helped them fulfill their wishes in the form of tasks. He is simply the warmest man in the world, TJ. The teacher probably doesn't know his own wishes and goals, right? After all, even I don't know what my goals and wishes are. If you insist that there is, it is not impossible to find it, for example, Sasuke. Thinking of this, the cute female ninja's pretty face blushed slightly. He took a quick glance at Sasuke, who was standing next to him with a complicated expression on his face. Well, it is indeed a beautiful wish, but the teacher wouldn't be able to guess it, right? This kind of wish can't be always on the lips like Naruto. Therefore, even if Teacher Chen is very smart, he should not be able to guess this wish. Giant little devil, as for your mission. I will practice hard to make my body more perfect, and strive to become the best-looking female ninja in the ninja world. Chen smiled playfully, lowered his eyes, and examined the results of the Dragon Ball wish again. Well, I have to say that the wishing dragon is very sensible, and the wishes that come true are completely changes brought about by American standards. Very round and full. You can tell at first glance that it is very elastic. Even if she were placed among the courtesans, she would definitely be able to be killed instantly. From this perspective, the previous experimental wishes were not a waste. Haruno Sakura was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and her cute little face was instantly filled with black lines. Advertisement. What did the teacher say just now? What is a giant little devil? Although, Teacher Chen no longer called that irritating little flat boy. But a giant little ghost is also very rude, right? Snort. Sure enough, Teacher Chen is still that rude guy. Total disregard for other people's feelings. The second personality in the body clenched his fists and roared violently. At the same time, I felt a little secretly happy. The word, huge, seems to represent the recognition of Teacher Chen for himself. Although it was very impolite, the sense of recognition from Teacher Chen made people feel proud involuntarily. After the cute female ninja from Team 7 came to her senses, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to Sasuke and Naruto's mission, his mission is just to change his body shape by strengthening his chi. It couldn't be simpler. I knew it. Although Teacher Chen is impolite and often says things that make people angry, he is still very caring towards girls. Then, admit that he has a warm side. It's about time. Although the Jonin exams will take several days, those old guys in Konoha's upper echelons won't be able to rest easy unless they see the stinky snake soon, right? Then let's go back now and give them a little surprise. As he spoke, Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had discovered something, and quietly turned his gaze to the woods at the edge of the grass. I just felt a powerful aura moving away quickly. Is it that guy who claims to be a genius who just unleashed the genjutsu that I cast on him? It took so long? You still dared to call yourself a genius? Just a little garbage. Chen couldn't help but silently comment happily in his heart. Not planning to chase after him. After all, the so-called rebel ninja of Konoha village has another identity. Besides, if he was brought back to Konoha village, maybe Sasuke would take action against that guy before a year has passed. A lot of fun will be lost. Then, Chen gathered together Team 7 and the spoils of Team 7's pursuit, then activated his instant teleportation skill and returned to Konoha village in the blink of an eye. Advertisement at the same time. Konoha village, Hokage building. In the conference room, almost all of Konoha's top leaders gathered here, all with solemn expressions and complicated gazes focused on the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was particularly serious. Aside, the two white-haired ninjas, Kakashi and Jiraiya, exchanged glances quietly, their expressions extremely solemn. So, even if the crisis of Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha was successfully resolved this time, as the Hokage, Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen still couldn't escape the accountability from the higher-ups? That's right. The theme of this meeting started with the post-war analysis of the invasion incident, and then Shimura Danzo mentioned that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's dereliction of duty as Hokage that led to Konoha falling into a great crisis. It directly escalated into a debate on whether Sarutobi Hiruzen was suitable to continue serving as Hokage. Call it an argument. Most of the Konoha high-ranking officials almost unanimously stood on the side of Shimura Danzo. Only a small number of people are taking a wait-and-see attitude. However, judging from their attitude, they also doubt Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability. After all, This time, Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha revealed many problems, and some of these problems directly pointed to the problem of Hokage's ability. In the next few hours, a group of old guys headed by Danzo kept pointing their spearheads at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and pointed out that the credit for resolving the crisis this time did not lie with the Hokage, but was caused by an accident. If there were no so-called accidents and coincidences, Konoha village would have been successfully invaded, and the consequences would be unimaginable. As Hokage, he naturally cannot rely on accidents and coincidences to protect Konoha village. That would be really unsettling. Danzo Shimura even pointed out directly that if Zhao Liaohao allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue to stay in the position of Hokage, the next time a similar incident happened would be the day of Konoha's destruction. As Danzo Shimura continued to set the pace, the group of old guys who had originally doubted Hiruzen Sarutobi's ability became even more determined to stand on Danzo Shimura's side. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't blame me. I did this to protect the village and for its future. I didn't do this to target you on purpose. Excuse me, if the same crisis occurs again, can we just take this chance? How will you protect Muza? I suggest that we re-elect the Hokage. On the other side, after a round of criticism, Shimura Danzo finally got to the point. There was an incomparable firmness in the cold voice. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sudden shock at the scene. Many Konoha upper-level officials looked at each other in surprise. They never expected that Shimura Danzo would be so straightforward. Another group of people, however, bought slowly. Apparently, he had anticipated Shimura Danzo's proposal. Chapter 209 Provoking Chen will bring disaster. Well, I think it is necessary to re-elect the Hokage. The mastermind behind this invasion is Orochimaru. Don't forget, Orochimaru was the most proud disciple of the Hokage. The key to disrupting the invasion plan this time is Chen. The problem is that Chen is not controlled by anyone, and he did not report the relevant intelligence immediately after collecting it. If it wasn't for luck, Konoha village would be in big trouble this time. Yes, Konoha village was able to escape the invasion crisis this time. There were indeed many coincidences and luck factors involved. It can only be said to be luck. But luck is not always 1989. When Konoha is in crisis next time, how will we deal with it? Will we still rely on luck? Moreover, Lord Hokage seems to be too indulgent towards Chen. Many rules do not apply to Chen, but Lord Hokage is turning a blind eye. It is hard to convince others. If this continues, Yi's future will become increasingly pessimistic. Amid the growing voices of doubt, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly exhaled a puff of white smoke, his facial expression not changing at all. I'm being targeted. Danzo, the former partner, is still as vigorous and resolute as before. He is a rare man of action who never misses any opportunity to seize power. But, whether it is Danzo or other Konoha high-level officials, what they said makes sense. Konoha almost fell into a crisis of destruction this time. As the Hokage, I have to bear the greatest responsibility. Not to mention, this time, it was his former apprentice Orochimaru who launched Plan 467, a devastating invasion of Konoha. It doesn't seem so difficult to understand why Shimura Danzo or other Konoha leaders would call for the re-election of Hokage. Also, although Orochimaru's plan to invade Konoha this time was thwarted, the negative impact it brought to Konoha was also devastating. We have already controlled the invaders from Sand Village and have communicated with the envoys from Sand Village. We can resolve this matter peacefully. But at this juncture, the tailed beast of Sand Village was lost in Konoha. This will make the relationship between the two hidden villages even more tense. Even if a ninja war breaks out in the next second, it won't be surprising. And Chen, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have been too indulgent towards Chen, and even made an exception to open the Jonin examination for his students. This is simply ignoring the rules of the village. Shimura Danzo said calmly with a blank expression on his face. The tone was still very calm, however, anyone could hear that there was a hidden edge in it. Almost every sentence and every word is directed at the third-generation old men. These words. This once again caused responses from Konoha's upper echelons. Yes, just the Chunin exam alone has brought such a great crisis to Konoha. If Chen had not insisted on being the chief examiner, Konoha village would not have fallen into chaos, giving Orochimaru an opportunity to take advantage of it. Advertisement. Speaking of which, it was the Hokage who made an exception and made Chen the chief examiner. Ultimately, it was because the Hokage was too indulgent towards Chen. If even the Hokage ignores the rules, how can we convince others? How can we make others abide by the rules? If this continues, the entire Konoha village will soon fall into chaos. The Konoha upper echelons, who were led by the rhythm, echoed it one after another. Moreover, there are more and more voices holding the same opinion. In the blink of an eye, almost 90% of Konoha's upper echelons began to believe that the Hokage was primarily responsible for the crisis that almost destroyed Konoha. Amid the increasingly noisy discussions, Shimura Danzo, who was as steady as an old dog, had a hint of pride flashing across his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the situation is very favorable for me now, and you are probably unable to cope with it. In particular, Chen has a strength beyond the level of Kage, but such a powerful man is not controlled by Konoha and is indulged by you as the Hokage. This makes Chen even more dangerous. If you indulge him wantonly, you should have expected that one day you will become the target of public criticism. Once you can no longer bear the pressure and abdicate, you, who have made countless contributions to Konoha, will be able to become Hokage smoothly. At that time, he could change the entire Konoha at will according to his own will. Make Konoha safer, more stable, and better implement the will of fire. He even had the confidence that he could make Konoha village the strongest among all the hidden villages. I will become the most watched Hokage in history. At that time, Chen had only two choices. Either obey himself and willingly become a tool in the hands of the Hokage like other ninjas. Or, leave Konoha village. Certainly, a strong man like him, BDCG, once he leaves Konoha village, especially if he is forced to leave Konoha village, is very likely to become the opposite of shy. The best option is the hidden third one. Eliminate him ruthlessly and eliminate this uncontrollable threat forever. Hokage-sama, are you already a little overwhelmed? I can't imagine what will happen if Konoha village falls into the hands of someone like Danzo. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the white-haired ninja Kakashi couldn't help but frown slightly and muttered to himself worriedly. Did Chen become the reason for Danzo to overthrow his teacher's position as Hokage? It seems that the trouble caused by that guy is more serious than imagined. Advertisement Jiraiya also smiled bitterly in silence. It can be said that Shimura Danzo's statement is impeccable. It's not just Konoha. The first rule for all ninjas in the ninja world is to unconditionally obey the rules set by the upper level. If they deviate from these rules even slightly, they may become the target of punishment. In comparison, Chen is indeed a bit too free. What is strange is that the teacher actually allowed this to happen. Whatever the reason is, I'm afraid only the teacher and Chen know it, and no one else has any idea. But no matter what, accusing the teacher of indulging Chen is indeed speechless. Danzo, do you want to be the Hokage? If I pass the position of Hokage to you, what will you do to Chong? Amid the waves of accusations, Sarutobi Hichiza remained silent. At this time, he slowly raised his head, with no movement in his indifferent eyes, and asked seriously and calmly. As he spoke, the entire conference room fell silent in an instant. Everyone present was instantly in a state of high excitement. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been speechless in the face of countless questions. According to common sense, he would have been silent if he had not spoken, but if he had spoken he would have been defending himself. But he never expected that in the face of all these questions, the first thing he said was to ask such a seemingly irrelevant question. If I become the Hokage, I will ask him to abide by the way of the ninja. Those who don't follow the rules will not be welcomed by Konoha. A hint of surprise flashed across Danzo's old face. He narrowed his eyes slightly and answered calmly. I see. But if we do this, it will bring disaster to Konoha and the ninja world. So, I'm sorry, I can't give you the position of Hokage. The third-generation old man seemed to have received an answer that disappointed him. A wry smile appeared on his face, and he slowly shook his head and said. It's just as I thought. Danzo didn't understand Chen at all, so he couldn't understand what kind of disaster the answer he just gave would bring. That kid Chen is not as gentle as he seems. If he were really treated like that by the Hokage, he would definitely do something that might even destroy Konoha village. Chapter 210. First page of intelligence, Kakashi is shocked. As Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, the scene became noisy again. What? Lord Hokage just said that we should not easily provoke Chen, right? Just Chen alone can bring a threat to Konoha and the world. How can I not believe it? It is indeed incomprehensible. But if this is regarded as the reason why the Hokage is unwilling to abdicate, it seems that everything makes sense. I have to admit that Chen is indeed very strong, and can be described as unfathomable. But precisely because of this, he must accept the rules of ninja, otherwise he will become the biggest threat to Konoha. Hokage-sama, it seems a bit far-fetched to use such irrelevant words to scare people. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech caused the entire conference room to be noisy again. After a brief moment of confusion, Danzo and the other old guys all showed disapproving expressions on their faces, and they all agreed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was deliberately exaggerating. Good. That guy Chen is indeed very strong, but it would be too exaggerated to say that he alone could threaten the safety of the entire Konoha village. Not to mention, the ninja world is full of strong people. Even if Chen has strength beyond the cage level, it does not mean that he can threaten the entire ninja world by himself. In the final analysis, these words are nothing more than the Hokage's last-ditch effort to avoid abdication. The two white-haired ninjas, Kakashi and Jiraiya, looked at each other again, but their expressions were different from the others, and they became solemn. As Chen's friends, they can be said to be among the people who know Chen best. Although there is no substantial evidence, they feel the same way as the old man from third generation. This guy Chen has a personality that is difficult to understand, and his strength is even more unpredictable. It is precisely because of this that an indescribable aura of danger is revealed behind his gentle and lazy appearance. One can't help but think that if he is really angered, he might cause a terrible disaster in the next second. Really, this feeling. As friends of Chen, the two white-haired ninjas couldn't help but give the same evaluation in their hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you reminding me not to provoke Chen easily? Are you trying to say that, through his battle with Mizukage, it was confirmed that he is a person stronger than Kage, so he cannot abide by the rules of ninja? It is your cowardice that nearly brought Konoha to the brink of destruction. Advertisement, if it were me, I would not indulge Chen like that. If he really threatens Konoha and the ninja world, I don't mind wiping him out. Danzo sneered slightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and said confidently. A guy who never cares about the future of Konoha and the will of fire, and even completely disobeys the rules. Even if he becomes the key to stopping Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha this time and becomes a hero in the hearts of many people, especially female ninjas, in the long run, it will do more harm than good to Konoha. If I become Hokage, the first thing I will do is to deal with the potential threat Chen. Chen could either bow to himself, abide by the way of the ninja, or willingly become a tool in the hands of the Hokage. Either, it disappears completely. I will never be like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who indulges him wantonly and turns a blind eye to everything he does. It is this attitude that I am most worried about. The third-generation old man exhaled a puff of smoke again, shook his head slowly, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Does this mean that if Chen doesn't obey, he will be killed directly? If it were that simple, I wouldn't have to worry about him all the time. First of all, it is certain that Chen will never bow his head, and the ninja rules that everyone abides by are meaningless to him. As for wiping him out, the third-generation elder took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and said carefully. First, let's take a look at the information I have collected about Chen over the years. As he spoke, he took out a piece of information and turned to look at Kakashi beside him. Is there any information about Chen that can change other people's views? A hint of surprise flashed across Jiraiya's face, and his heart was slightly shaken. As Chen's friend, although he is one of the people who knows Chen best, that is relative to others. In fact, he knew very little about Chen's past, his specific strength, and his complete character. Teacher, has he been paying attention to Chen all these years and quietly collecting his intelligence codes? Have a premonition. The content of this information must be very explosive. This also aroused Jiraiya's strong curiosity. Everyone, this top-secret information was collected by the Hokage-sama over many years. No one has ever seen it except the Hokage-sama. Advertisement. Today, I will announce the intelligence content. The white-haired ninja Kakashi, who received the hint, spoke calmly, and his expression changed slightly after taking the information handed over by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The dead fish eyes exposed outside also showed anticipation the moment they came into contact with this information. He knew the intelligence existed, but had never seen it. It is precisely because of this that I am more curious than ever about the content of this intelligence. The Hokage will use this information as evidence to change everyone's mind, and the content will surely be shocking. What kind of intelligence will it contain? Kakashi took a deep breath again, and under the same doubtful, expectant and curious gazes, he slowly turned to the first page of the intelligence. This is, next second. The white-haired ninja, who had already prepared himself to be shocked, suddenly widened his one eye. Although most of his face was covered, the expression on his face still gave people a sense of confusion and shock. Seeing this scene, the top leaders of Konoha could not help but look at each other, with question marks appearing on their faces. My mood suddenly became tense. Just by turning the first page, the top Jonin of Konoha village showed such a puzzled expression. To what extent was the content of this intelligence explosive? What kind of secret could make a calm person like Kakashi so uneasy? This can only explain. The secret about Chen may be beyond everyone's imagination. He actually showed that expression. It seems that the contents are very extraordinary. Chen, I hope that what you do can really support what the teacher said, otherwise, the teacher will be in big trouble. It would be unacceptable if the position of Hokage really fell into the hands of someone like Shimura Danzo. Jiraiya, who was also feeling nervous, actually breathed a sigh of relief. The more explosive the information about Chen used as evidence, the more it would support the teacher's statement. So, what exactly is the information about Chen that made Kakashi show that expression? In the gradually weird atmosphere, the different emotions in the eyes turned into deep curiosity. Thousands. Chapter 211. The explosive secret that subverts Konoha's history. Kakashi stared at the first page of information that shocked him, still in a daze. Mainly, the information about Chen in this letter was so shocking and unbelievable just from the beginning. It is a complete subversion of the truth of a major event in Konoha. Moreover, it involves a person who is closely related to me. If this information came from someone else, Kakashi would definitely question it. But unfortunately, this information was gathered by one of his most trusted people, the Hokage-sama. People have to pay attention to it. Moreover, this is only the first page of many connections. Judging from the feel of it, all the information added up to more than 10 pages. How much explosive content is there? How many more things that are considered facts will be overturned? Kakashi doesn't even dare to think about it. 2, 1, 3, Kakashi, announce it. The third-generation old man seemed to have anticipated Kakashi's reaction. He remained calm, took a puff of his pipe, and urged him in a calm tone. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi came back to his senses and nodded slightly, put away his inappropriate expression, and adjusted his mood. Amid the confused and curious gazes of Konoha's upper echelons, he took a deep breath and continued to repeat the contents of the intelligence. On the night of the Nine Tails disaster, the Nine Tails-tailed beasts suddenly appeared in Konoha and attacked Konoha village. Konoha village was caught off guard and faced a crisis of destruction at the beginning of the invasion. As the information unfolded, Kakashi just opened his mouth and everyone present frowned slightly, as if they realized something and their hearts trembled. The surprise on his face became even stronger. The information about Chen actually mentioned the night of the Nine Tails disaster right at the beginning. Could it be that the information that shocked Kakashi to the point of losing his composure was related to the Nine Tails disaster that everyone in Konoha remembered? What happened that night was indeed very strange. Could it be that the many suspicious points were related to Chen? It can't be related to him, right? I can still remember the scene that night clearly. The runaway tailed beast was almost in a violent state, and then suddenly. You're not saying that Chen also had a role in sealing the tailed beasts, are you? Advertisement. I have a strong feeling that no matter whether this information is true or false, this matter will really involve Chen. Thinking back to the tragic scene that night, many of the Konoha upper echelons present had gloomy expressions on their faces. That disaster brought endless pain to Konoha and also caused countless losses. Many talented ninjas died at the claws of the tailed beast in that battle. Not to mention those ordinary villagers who have very weak fighting power. Just thinking back on it makes me so heartbroken. Because of that night, Konoha's overall strength regressed by at least 10 years. Many powerful ninjas died in that battle to protect the village. That's not all that's worth noting. There are still many doubts. At the end of the Nine Tails disaster, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze sealed the tailed beast with his own life. This action alone brought about many puzzling details. After all, with Minato Namikaze's strength, it was difficult to completely seal the tailed beast at that time. Otherwise, with his selfless character and his belief in protecting Konoha village first, he would never wait until Konoha suffered a huge loss before implementing the seal. Instead, he would make this tragic decision quickly after decisively judging that the seal was the only solution. No one in Konoha's upper echelons had any doubt about this. But the fact is, after the tailed beast went berserk, it turned the entire Konoha village into a sea of fire. The village could be shattered at any time in the attack. During this process, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze has been struggling to find an opportunity to seal it. It was not until the power of the tailed beasts was strangely weakened that they finally succeeded in sealing them. How could the attack power of a tailed beast in a berserk state suddenly weaken? This is one of the biggest doubts. The 4th generation, who sacrificed their lives to seal the tailed beasts, became the heroes of the Leaf Village. But there is one thing that cannot be ignored. After the Nine Tails disaster, the upper echelons of Konoha village have been organizing investigations, digging deep into the details of the time, trying to find out the reason why the power of the tailed beasts suddenly weakened. Nothing has been found so far. As a result, everyone is still feeling a bit resentful about it, and are still curious about what happened at that time. Unexpectedly, the first information about Chen occurred on the night of the Nine Tails disaster. One cannot help but suspect that the biggest suspicious point in Konoha is likely closely related to Chen. In the midst of the crisis, Nine Tails suddenly showed signs of being suppressed, and their attack power and chakra weakened at the same time. 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze took the opportunity to seal them. Advertisement. Almost at the same time, Chen appeared in Konoha and claimed that he was just passing through Konoha and would stay in Konoha temporarily. As Kaka finished reading out the first piece of information with mixed emotions, the scene suddenly fell into deep silence. Especially the last sentence. Everyone was shocked and looked incredulous. Only at this moment did they finally understand why Kakashi had such an expression when he saw the information just now. The extremely dangerous Nine Tails disaster, Chen's sudden appearance. If we talk about these two separately, no one would think that there is a direct connection between them. But unfortunately, after briefly describing the process of the Nine Tails disaster, the intelligence suddenly turned around and mentioned Chen. It is inevitable that people think that Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote these two things into the agreed intelligence because he was suspecting and speculating that the opportunity for Nine Tails to be sealed was caused by Chen, who severely damaged Nine Tails. If this is true, this is definitely a shocking secret that can overturn the entire history of Konoha village. Could it really be him? If it is really him, that period of history will probably be completely overturned and rewritten. The Nine Tails disaster and Chen's appearance in Konoha village should be coincidences, and there is no direct connection. But why do I always feel that? It is undeniable that Chen is indeed very strong. Until now, there is no accurate information to determine his true strength. However, forcibly putting the credit for resolving the Nine Tails disaster on him is denying and insulting the ninjas who died that night, especially the 4th Hokage. But Lord Hokage should not be the kind of person who would deny the 4th Hokage's heroic status just to show favoritism to Chen. 1 hour. All the upper echelons of Konoha looked even more solemn, and their moods were extremely chaotic. There was even a hint of shock in his eyes. The 4th Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash, is known to everyone as one of the key figures in resolving the Nine Tails crisis and as a hero destined to be remembered by all future generations of Konoha. If this information is true, his title of hero will naturally not be denied, but Chen must also be added to the title of hero. This is definitely a piece of news that will shock the entire Konoha and even the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you want to use this far-fetched connection to continue to protect Chen? What on earth do you want to say? A look of horror flashed across his face, but Shimura Danzo sneered slightly, with a look of deep disdain on his face. It turns out that Chen is the key to solving the Nine Tails problem? Why don't you say that he sealed Nine Tails himself? It's complete nonsense. Chapter 212, Departing Early, Failure of Duty or Taking on the Responsibility Alone? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his eyes, glanced at Shimura Danzo gently, and spoke calmly. Danzo, don't be so anxious. Just keep listening and you will know what I want to say. It seems a little too early to draw conclusions now. HMPH. Shimura Danzo sneered and snorted, not agreeing at all. Are you anxious? No rush at all. On the contrary, I want to see what other tricks this guy Sarutobi Hiruzen can come up with. Wasn't his purpose to force two unrelated things together, impose the identity of a hero on Su Chen, and portray him as a hero who once saved Konoha? Once Su Chen is known as a hero, even if the Konoha upper echelons are unhappy with Su Chen who does not follow the rules, they will not be able to take action. Pure moral kidnapping. But all in all, the first so-called explosive intelligence was too far-fetched and backfired. Instead, it proves that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed deliberately favoring Su Chen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are old after all. You no longer have the magnanimity and determination you had when you were young, and even your brain isn't working well anymore. The first move turned out to be such a bad move. How can such a person continue to be the Hokage? Shimura Danzo was secretly proud. He admitted that he was also shocked when he heard the first intelligence. At this time, they were quite calm. Kakashi, you may continue. 13. Yes, Hokage-sama. Following the instructions of the third-generation old man, Kakashi put away his shock, looked at him with a hint of anticipation, and turned to the second page. Next second, it was as if it had seen something unacceptable. The single eye that was exposed widened without warning, and the pupil trembled a few times again. These are important records about Su Chen's S-level mission? Each record consists of only a few sentences, and on the surface, there is nothing special about it. There is almost no difference between the mission records performed by other Jonin who are qualified to perform S-level missions. But Kakashi still saw the explosive point at a glance. One of them, it is the Hokage's evaluation of each mission. And these evaluations are surprisingly consistent. In the first year that Su Chen came to Konoha, he spent the first half of the year traveling, eating, drinking and having fun, which completely fits the identity of a tourist he mentioned before. Advertisement, half a year later, he suddenly asked for a mission without warning, and the first thing he asked was a level 5 mission. Since he is not a ninja and is not recognized by Konoha, the proposal was rejected. For some reasons that need not be mentioned, Su Chen obtained the Hokage's permission to perform S-rank escort missions as a non-ninja. In that mission, the executors included Jiraiya and Tsunade besides Su Chen. The target they are escorting is the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Mission execution process. The journey was safe and sound, without any obstruction, and we successfully arrived at the destination. Hear this. Many of Konoha's upper echelons seem to have thought of that mission, with expressions of sudden enlightenment on their faces. Some of them subconsciously looked at Jiraiya who was standing aside. Oh, it's that mission. Because the mission was very special and it was Su Chen's first mission, many people remembered it vividly. Although it looks like an ordinary escort mission, it is actually not simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out powerful Jonin like Jiraiya and Tsunade at once. The target being escorted is the daimyo of the Fire Country, who is in a high position of power and is one of the most important figures in the eyes of the Fire Country in Konoha. His purpose is to go to the Iron Country for negotiations. Since this negotiation involves the interests of the Water Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom, we must be on guard against these two hidden villages sending ninjas to assassinate or rob in the middle of the negotiation. Moreover, the Konoha intelligence network at the time showed that Kirigakure and Sand Village were indeed well prepared and determined to stop the Fire Country's Ming from going to negotiate. But the result later was just a lot of noise but little results, as the ninjas from the two hidden villages did not appear on the road. The escort of the characters went surprisingly smoothly. Because the matter was of great importance, Konoha actually invested a lot of combat power in this mission. Almost all the upper echelons are also paying close attention to this mission. On the surface, the escorts were Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Su Chen, who was not even a ninja at the time. Secretly, Konoha village sent out many top Jonin, including Sarutobi Isuma, Might Guy and other strong ninjas. It can be seen how dangerous this mission was expected to be. What puzzles many people is that the enemy never appeared at all. This is also a big doubt. Well, Su Chen is not a Konoha ninja, but he was given a special license to carry out this important mission, which caused a lot of dissatisfaction in Konoha village at the time. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I really don't know what you were thinking at the time, actually giving this kind of task to Su Chen. According to my understanding, Su Chen did nothing in that mission. So, Kakashi, what exactly are you shocked about? Shimura Danzo frowned slightly, sneered at the third-generation old man, and then turned his cold eyes to Kakashi. All of Konoha's upper echelons had the same doubts and their eyes were fixed on Kakashi. Advertisement, is this guy born with a sensitivity to shock? It was a very simple matter, why did he show that expression? Compared to this information, the first piece of information forcibly linked the Nine Tails disaster to Su Chen. Although it seemed far-fetched, it could at least be summed up in one word. Coincidence. In this information, Su Chen did almost nothing, but Kakashi was so shocked, it is hard to understand. The reason? Let Jiraiya explain it. After all, he was the person involved at the time. Hokage-sama, am I right? Kaka hesitated for a moment and then calmly proposed. Jiraiya, tell me about the situation at that time. The third-generation old man decisively accepted the proposal and immediately said calmly. That past event. Many of the mission details should be known to those present. Let me tell you about some of the details that were overlooked at the time. In fact, after the mission began, Su Chen did not follow the fixed escort process, but set off early. For this, Daimyo was very angry, and later he caused a big scene in this office building. I believe many people remember it, right? Jiraiya smiled bitterly, as if he had already seen through Kakashi's shock, and immediately mentioned the key details. Leaving early. It's true. At that time, people just thought that Su Chen was a man who didn't follow the rules and was not trustworthy. I didn't expect that. Could it be that you want to say? The expressions of Konoha's upper echelons changed drastically. Even Shimura Danzo's old face fell in an instant. It is not surprising that Su Chen, who has always been unruly and only does things according to his own preferences, would ignore the escort rules. But after the mission, intelligence shows that Sand Village and Kirigakure have sent out ninjas. However, from Konoha's perspective, this escort mission went smoothly, and the ninjas from the 2 hidden villages did not appear to block it. At the time, Konoha's upper echelons were still very confused, always feeling that there was another hidden story, but seeing that the result of the mission was good, they did not delve into it further. It simply comes down to intelligence errors. This information from the Hokage is saying. Was the intelligence at that time correct? The 2 hidden villages did send ninjas to stop them, but they were dealt with by Su Chen, who set out ahead of time. And combined with an even more shocking detail at the time, after the mission, many Jonin from Sand Village and Kirigakure disappeared and never appeared again. Combined with Su Chen's first piece of information, everyone present couldn't help but feel a slight tingling sensation on their scalp. Coincidence? 2 similar coincidences occurred at the same time? One cannot help but wonder if it is really a coincidence. Chapter 213. The execution was perfect, the only one in Konoha. Are you trying to tell us that Su Chen defeated all the enemies alone in that mission? But no matter what, this is just a superficial guess, not definite evidence. It doesn't prove anything at all, right? Shimura Danzo continued to speak stubbornly. This time in the meeting, it was clearly stated that Sarutobi Hiruzen should abdicate, which was already a broken record and there was no way out. If we admit that Su Chen did make significant contributions to Konoha, it would be tantamount to admitting defeat in this confrontation. Being embarrassed is a small matter, but what is unacceptable is that I will miss the best opportunity to seize the position of Hokage. So, in this case, you have to take a gamble no matter what. I bet that these strange events that happened in Su Chen's intelligence are just coincidences. Hearing this, many of the Konoha upper echelons present couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. When these pieces of information are revealed, they will indeed lead to some shocking associations. But after all, it is not substantial evidence, it just remains at the association stage. Even if the association is equally incredible, it still cannot prove anything. Danzo, you are wrong. I am not trying to prove anything. Besides, sometimes, on certain issues, is evidence really important? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo meaningfully, as if he was hinting at something. When dealing with the Uchiha clan rebellion, did you pay attention to the evidence? Isn't it too hypocritical to talk about evidence at this time? And, I never intended to use this information as evidence to prove anything. From the very beginning, everything that was put on the table was just speculation. However, these conjectures are sufficient for what is to be expressed next, without even the slightest evidence. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo remained silent, and naturally understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. Then, the 3rd-generation old man motioned for Kakashi to continue. Kakashi nodded again, looking somewhat shocked, and returned to Su Chen's intelligence. The following content is all about Su Chen's execution of S-level tasks. What is interesting is that every 10 tasks were completed perfectly. Advertisement: Hokage-sama's criticism of Su Chen's completion of the mission is that he is the only one in Konoha. If we follow Konoha's rules and grade based on mission completion, Su Chen should have become Konoha's elite Jonin 3 years ago. However, even the elite Jonin cannot complete the task so perfectly. But Su Chen responded by refusing to become an elite Jonin. As he spoke, a strange look appeared on Kakashi's face. This was one of the reasons why he was shocked just now. What does it mean if every S-level mission is completed perfectly? Looking at the entire ninja world, this is also a very explosive record. Let's not talk about anything else, just in Konoha village, except Su Chen, no one has the same record. Of course, many powerful ninjas also have undefeated records. But when performing tasks, even they cannot be perfect, because it is impossible to make every task be marked as perfect. But Su Chen did it easily. Besides, the title of the elite who was rejected by Su Chen. For many Jonin, it is an unattainable existence, and it is also the honor they have been pursuing for a long time. But Su Chen's attitude gave people the feeling that he could get it easily. It seemed that the elite Jonin qualification had no appeal to him at all. Isn't this explosive enough? Isn't that jaw-dropping enough? Kakashi had known about Su Chen's task execution status before, but he had never viewed the task completion data as intuitively and systematically as he did now. I was surprised to find out after taking a look. Before taking over Class 7, Su Chen had been keeping a low profile. Before this, many earth-shattering things had actually been done. Neither are the events themselves, it's still this result. It's all incredible. Are you trying to prove Su Chen's strength through this information? That's unnecessary. Everyone in Konoha village knows that Su Chen has cage-level strength. Advertisement, but then again, I can't imagine that a guy who seems lazy and doesn't care about anything can actually achieve such outstanding results. It's really surprising. Well, looking back, Su Chen actually made a lot of contributions to Konoha. It seems that we can't avoid the evaluation of Su Chen and his contributions. Rather than saying this is mission intelligence, it's better to say it's a perfect report card. If you look at these results alone, Su Chen is indeed an excellent ninja. But it's a pity. Later, that guy just laid down completely and started a dissolute life with a lazy attitude, not accepting the rules. He never took the ninja rules seriously and didn't obey anyone's will. From this point of view, he is not a person who is easy to bear. But Su Chen never said that he was a ninja, right? That guy never considered himself a ninja, and now he even said that he is not even scary. The release of this information shocked all of Konoha's top leaders. The original attitude towards promotion finally changed a little. But it's just some, although Su Chen is now regarded as a threat to Konoha. As the meeting progressed, everyone felt even more that Su Chen's problem must be dealt with as soon as possible. But it cannot be denied that Su Chen had made previous contributions to Konoha. Although, he carried out those S-level missions not for the future of Konoha, nor was he complying with the will of fire. He just wanted to earn commissions to support his extravagant lifestyle. But regardless, these contributors cannot be ignored. But this does not mean that they will let Su Chen go. After all, in their eyes, no matter how strong and outstanding Su Chen is, as long as he is not under their control and does not abide by the way of benevolence, he is a worthless existence. I heard the discussion calm down a little. Shimura Danzo's expression suddenly became even gloomier. Then, a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hiruzen, you deliberately highlighted the importance of Su Chen's mission in the intelligence about his mission. Isn't that a bit disparaging of his companions who were on the mission with him? According to the intelligence I have, Su Chen rarely carries out missions alone, and those who carry out missions with him describe him as lazy, having no sense of companionship, and not even taking the mission seriously. It's totally the attitude of going out for fun. Even during the mission, he rarely took action. In most cases, he let his companions take action on his behalf. Hiruzen, can you explain why our information is different? In this case, do you still want to say that he is an excellent ninja? Chapter 214. Will the difficulty of the mission be reduced? Is it related to Su Chen? Chapter 214. As Danzo said this, all the Konoha upper echelons present were slightly stunned. Then he nodded slightly with an expression of sudden enlightenment. Su Chen's lazy attitude is known to everyone in Konoha village. Everyone knows that this guy's style of doing things is different from anyone else's. While on mission, there were indeed constant rumors that his companions were dissatisfied with his lazy attitude. Among these complaints, all of them pointed out that Su Chen had been slacking off during the execution of the mission, and that his schedule was often delayed because of going to the brothel. It's not just those companions in Konoha village. Even the client's reply was full of accusations against Su Chen. However, Su Chen has always been indifferent to other people's attitudes and always does what he wants. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply used intelligence evaluation to elevate Su Chen's importance in the mission, which was obviously intentional bias towards Su Chen. Those so-called perfectly completed tasks were not just Su Chen's credit, right? It can even be said that his companions who went on the mission with him contributed more. I was almost led astray by the Hokage if I wasn't careful. As soon as the thought came out, the Konoha upper echelons who thought that 497 had touched the truth frowned and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with displeasure. Seeing this scene, Danzo's mouth curled up slightly and he felt secretly delighted. Sure enough, my judgment was correct. This old guy Sarutobi is indeed old and his brain is indeed not as sharp as before. Another bad move. Isn't it just to elevate Su Chen's image in everyone's mind to forcefully attribute the achievements of his companions to Su Chen's head? On the surface, this operation is indeed very clever. But he overlooked one point. That is, Su Chen had long been known for his laziness in Konoha, and he also had the opposite information he wanted to obtain. This so-called brilliant move completely backfired and would instead cause Sarutobi Hiruzen to lose the trust of Konoha's upper echelons. Hiruzen, your plan is full of loopholes and has no chance of success. I really don't know what you are struggling with. Advertisement, or will you continue to go your own way and favor Su Chen? But even so, it's already hard to maintain, right? You will soon be overwhelmed, right? Shimura Danzo thought proudly in his heart. Jiraiya, as Su Chen's good friend and the person who has carried out the most missions with him, what do you think? Facing all the hostile looks, the third-generation elder remained calm and raised his eyes slightly to look at Jiraiya. My opinion? Lord Danzo's evaluation of Su Chen just now seems to be correct. Jiraiya said truthfully with a wry smile on his face. Upon hearing this, not only Konoha's upper echelons, but even Shimura Danzo were surprised. Who doesn't know? Jiraiya is Sarutobi Hiruzen's student, and everyone expects him to stand on his teacher's side without hesitation. Su Chen, how many excessive things have you done to Jiraiya? Even your best friend doesn't seem to be willing to stand by your side. However, I have to mention some details of the mission. The most important point is that every time I carry out a mission with Su Chen, the difficulty is much lower than the evaluation difficulty. We can't be sure that he solved those important enemies in advance because there is no evidence, but every time this happens, it always makes people feel incredible. But at this moment, Jiraiya added sincerely, the scene of carrying out the mission together at that time suddenly emerged in my mind. Just thinking about it, I subconsciously feel a headache. Every time I go on a mission with that guy Su Chen, I feel really annoyed. Although they were partners in carrying out a common mission, it was always Su Chen who attacked the enemy, while Su Chen always chose to stand by and watch with a smile on his face. Never take action until the critical moment. Even when it came to arranging food and lodging during missions, that guy just let it go. I don't care. After all, that guy is his friend. I'm used to being bullied by him. But after each mission, other companions and clients would have very bad opinions about Su Chen, thinking that he was completely redundant in the mission, or even a burden. Advertisement, but no one noticed except myself. As long as he participates in the mission, no matter how difficult the level 5 mission is, it will become very simple in the end. After completing a mission, there are often no setbacks along the way. Even if you encounter enemies, they are the kind that can be easily dealt with. The difficulty is so low that it is hard to believe that this is a level 5 task. Based on the information Kakashi had read before. So, the most reasonable guess is, that guy Su Chen is not as indifferent to the mission as he seems to be. Actually, you did a lot of things in secret, didn't you? Under the noses of companions and clients, eliminate important enemies without being discovered. This kind of thing seems difficult for other ninjas to do. But Su Chen is different. That guy possesses powerful spacetime ninjutsu, and is suspected to have super perception abilities. He seems to be able to lock onto his opponent at any time and appear behind him at will. It is precisely because of these two abilities that this conjecture becomes stronger and stronger. My mission has suddenly become easier. Are you hinting that, as the intelligence above indicates, Su Chen has quietly eliminated many powerful enemies? Jiraiya, you are indeed a good student of the Hokage. Danzo's pupils shrank slightly, and he threw two unfriendly glances at him, sneering. Master Danzo, no matter how you look at it, this is my truth and my true feelings. Of course, as you just said, there is no evidence to support this idea, so, again, just treat it as speculation. Jiraiya gave him a faint look and said in an indifferent attitude. After all, it is really difficult to find evidence for this kind of thing. This is why even his so-called best friend finds Su Chen mysterious. Many things seem to have nothing to do with him, but people can't help but connect them with him. Hiruzen, if I'm not mistaken, the following information is similar to the above information, right? If so, then there is no need to continue listening. Why don't you tell me what you want to say by using so much information to prove Su Chen's strength and his contribution to Konoha? Now, can we reveal the answer? Shimura Danzo frowned slightly and seemed to have finally lost his patience. The sharp eyes swept across Kakashi and Jiraiya, and finally stopped on the wrinkled face of the third-generation old man. Chapter 215. The best physical skill. Strong light attribute ninjutsu. I thought there was some substantial evidence. The result was just some far-fetched information trying to prove that Su Chen had made contributions to Konoha. Besides, use these easily found reasons as the reason for not dealing with Su Chen. What is Sarutobi Hiruzen's real purpose? Is it the same as what I thought, that Su Chen has made great contributions to Konoha, so he can favor him at will? But even though we cannot deny Su Chen's contribution to Konoha, we cannot allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to turn a blind eye to Su Chen's disregard for the rules. So, the shocking information above can't change anything at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions can only become a laughing stock. Hokage-sama, whatever your reason for coming up with this information is, you can tell it now. But Lord Hokage, we want to remind you that even if this information shows that Su Chen has made a great contribution to Konoha, it cannot be used as a reason for you to indulge him. Yes, there seems to be no need to continue reading the following intelligence. Even if it proves that Su Chen's contribution is great, it cannot erase his shortcomings of not following the rules. That's right. Compared to the way of the ninja and the will of fire of Konoha village, his contributions are actually insignificant. This information doesn't mean anything at all. The upper echelons of Konoha expressed their opinions one after another. They admitted that the information about Su Chen just now did shock them. However, if we hastily conclude from this information that Su Chen has made contributions beyond others in the Nine Tails disaster and various missions, the evidence is somewhat insufficient. Even if the existence of this information changes everyone's perception of Su Chen, it cannot change the fact that Su Chen is an unruly and dangerous person. So, this information can't change anything at all. In contrast, Su Chen had to make changes, either submit to Konoha's rules or accept punishment. Otherwise, if a dangerous person like him does not accept any control, he will sooner or later bring greater danger to Konoha. Are you sure you don't want to hear the next bit of information? It's information that you're very interested in. Especially Danzo, the following information is the information you have been trying to investigate but have never found any results. Faced with the impatient urging of the crowd, the third-generation old man slowly lit up his pipe, took 2 puffs calmly, and then said calmly. The following information is about Su Chen's ninjutsu. As the words fell, that guy possesses ninjutsu. The eyes of the Konoha upper echelons, who were gradually losing patience and urging the third-generation old man to make a decision as soon as possible, suddenly lit up. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but be slightly moved. Whose ninjutsu? This, like Su Chen's origin, is also one of the biggest mysteries in everyone's mind. The information currently available shows that the ninjutsu used by Su Chen has never appeared in the ninja world. It can be said that he is the only person who can use those ninjutsu. As for how much ninjutsu he actually knows, no one knows this. Advertisement: the two most concerning ninjutsu are chakra hiding techniques. No matter what kind of ninjutsu is used, it is impossible to detect chakra fluctuations. Even the strongest detection ninjutsu cannot detect any chakra movement. Who did Suchen learn ninjutsu from? Why is his ninjutsu different from ordinary ninjutsu? Where is the source? These questions have always been the mysteries that Konoha's upper echelons and Danzo really want to figure out. Especially Danzo Shimura. Ever since he determined that Suchen was a potential threat to Konoha, he has been trying every possible way to uncover the secrets of his ninjutsu. Unfortunately, the investigation has not yielded much results to date. If the next information is about Suchen ninjutsu, it's really worth listening to patiently. Seeing everyone's reaction, the third-generation old man held a meeting and turned to look at Kakashi again. Kakashi, who received the hint, didn't say much. He flipped through several pages and read the information about Su Chen's mission execution. And when the finger finally stopped at the page of Suchen ninjutsu information, even though Kakashi had already prepared himself mentally and tried not to be too surprised and lose his composure, he still couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, I tried to adjust my mood and read it slowly. Below is some information about Suchen's ninjutsu, the first ninjutsu. It's tentatively called instant teleportation. You don't need to make a seal, just press your finger between your eyebrows and you can instantly move to a designated location. The chakra consumption is unknown, the moving distance is unknown, and the conditions for activating the ninjutsu are unknown. But based on the situation when Su Chen used this ninjutsu, the distance of instant movement must be amazing. In other words, Su Chen, who possesses this special spacetime ninjutsu, can appear anywhere he wants. Next, let's talk about Su Chen's physical skills. Qingbao just started reading. Everyone present felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. There is a feeling of overwhelming pressure. They had also seen Su Chen use this so-called spacetime ninjutsu. I was quite shocked at the time, but I never expected that there are so many details about ninjutsu. In the information about ninjutsu collected by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was specifically pointed out that Su Chen could appear anywhere he wanted. This is very scary, not to mention, and spiritual body. What is currently known about Su Chen's physical skill system, and what is most worth mentioning, is his amazing speed and super strength. Especially the speed, which is almost the highest in physical skills. It is so fast that even the pupil skills of the original blood limit are difficult to catch. The Hyuga family should understand this, right? Having said that, Kakashi paused and looked at Hyuga Hiyashi. Request flowers. Advertisement. The latter nodded slowly, his expression becoming more solemn. As an important figure of the Hyuga clan, when he realized that Su Chen was in danger, he would naturally use the Byakugan pupil technique to collect information about Su Chen's strength. Turn out, the flow of chakra cannot be seen at all. As for speed, even the white eyes can't catch it. As for the super strength, it also comes from Su Chen's physical skills. The strange thing is that there is no sign of chakra strengthening when using this physical skill. Therefore, Mr. Hokage speculates that Su Chen seems to have some incredible bloodline limit. In addition, in terms of strength, Su Chen can also be called the best in Konoha's physical skills. Another brief pause. This time, the whole audience was silent again. Everyone was immersed in the shock brought by the information about Su Chen's strength. A space-time ninjutsu that can appear anywhere at any time. 0. 0 is super powerful physical skill that can easily reach the best in Konoha. No matter which one it is enough to make people afraid of Su Chen. The scariest thing is, judging from the situation, the information about Su Chen's strength will not come to an abrupt end again. The next thing to mention is the strong light ninjutsu that Su Chen has demonstrated. The number of fusions is different, and Su Chen rarely uses this type of ninjutsu, so there is little information about this type of ninjutsu. According to the current intelligence, this kind of strong light ninjutsu does not have a single form. Sometimes it focuses on the form, and sometimes it is in the form of a light egg. It should be a ninjutsu of some attribute. Compared to other attributes, this kind of strong light type ninjutsu has stronger attack power and greater destructive power. The same doubt is that although it is a ninjutsu that uses chakra, it is also impossible to detect chakra. With Kakashi's another pause, all the Konoha high-ranking officials present felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. Strong light type ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. This requires the user to compress chakra in large quantities to change the properties of chakra. In this process, it is possible to make chakra undetectable. It's simply incredible. If it were before, everyone would have absolutely refused to believe this so-called ninjutsu. But, during the Chunin exam, Su Chen did show that kind of spacetime ninjutsu. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he locked onto the fleeing Orochimaru's location almost instantly, and moved over to him instantly, bringing him in front of everyone. It is a super strong taijutsu, and a ninjutsu with strong light. Su Chen seemed to have not shown it during the Chunin exam. But the Konoha Class 7 that he taught showed their best in the exam. Moreover, the effect of using it is no less than that of Jonin. So, how strong is Su Chen, who has taught Konoha's Team 7 to this level? Chapter 216. Can't afford to offend, is this the truth? Hear this. Almost everyone present had an extremely solemn look on their faces. Especially Danzo, who just thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen's move was full of loopholes and was extremely proud of it, frowned even more. Everyone looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with strange eyes. It seemed that he finally understood what he wanted to say through Su Chen's information. Kakashi, let's stop here, that's enough, at this time. The third-generation old man waved his hand slowly. There is no need to read on. After all, the purpose of supporting an important point of view of mine is already great. Even if the next piece of information is even more explosive and unbelievable, there is no need to continue revealing it. So many powerful ninjutsu. I thought Su Chen was already at the level of Kage before, but now it seems that I was a little hasty. Su Chen's strength can easily surpass the Kage level, right? I seem to understand a little bit. What exactly did Hokage want to say about 073? What Hokage-sama means is that he is not intentionally biased towards Su Chen, but he can't afford to provoke Su Chen, right? Several of Konoha's upper echelons couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Can't afford to offend? Hear these 4 words. The third-generation old man was slightly stunned, and then a barely perceptible bitter smile flashed across his face. These people summed it up very well. Although, as a Hokage, admitting that he can't afford to provoke Su Chen is a very shameful thing. But I have to say, this is the fact. For a long time, the reason why I seemed to favor Su Chen and indulge Su Chen in the eyes of others was not because of my attitude of discriminating against him. It's more like, I can't afford to offend Su Chen. That's the truth. At this moment, through Su Chen's information, what I want to express is this fact. You don't dare to provoke Su Chen. That's why you just watch him disregard the rules? That's why you turn a blind eye to all the outrageous things he does. Even though Su Chen always shows an attitude of not taking him, the Hokage, seriously, there is nothing he can do. Everything finally seems to make sense, after the same pause for a second. Jiraiya couldn't help but let a faint bitter smile appear on his face once again. It turns out that this is the teacher's dilemma. No wonder the teacher allowed Su Chen to perform so many S-level missions as a non-ninja. They would turn a blind eye to anything unreliable he did and would never come forward to correct it casually. The real reason is not that they are biased, or that they don't want to manage, but that they simply can't manage, right? This is the truth. Although I have already had the same guess, I still find it incredible when I hear it with my own ears. Advertisement. It turns out the guy has already made the Hokage-sama quite afraid of him a long time ago. After laying down the information, the white-haired ninja Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, couldn't help but twitch his cheeks slightly. Many years ago, I felt that Hokage's attitude towards Su Chen was very strange. At that time, it was believed that Hokage, as a kind old man, only showed tolerance towards the younger generation in his attitude towards Su Chen. I never expected it. The guy who is bothering you has actually brought a lot of pressure to the Hokage invisibly. Especially after realizing the guy's strength, the Hokage was even more afraid and did not dare to interfere with him easily. Su Chen. You be ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** You are amazing. The white-haired ninja couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Release this information to everyone not to deny the danger of Su Chen. In fact, I want to tell everyone that the danger of Su Chen is far beyond your expectations. If we lack this information and provoke him without thinking, it will definitely bring disaster. He might destroy Yi village in a fit of rage. Until everyone realizes how dangerous Su Chen is, I'm sorry, but I really can't give up the position of Hokage with peace of mind. Because I am not sure who else can maintain this so-called balance besides me. The third-generation old man spoke calmly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. This voice was still extremely calm, but because of the existence of that information, it seemed to carry a tremendous force. All the Konoha high-ranking officials present fell silent again. Balance? You mean, the Hokage-sama's indulgence towards Su Chen has earned him a little respect from him, right? Although this is not much respect, there is indeed a delicate balance between indulgence and respect. To put it bluntly, Lord Hokage still has a little face in front of Su Chen. If it were someone else, for example, Shimura Danzo, this delicate balance will inevitably be broken in an instant. At that time, Su Chen's danger would be infinitely magnified. It is hard to imagine what kind of disaster it will bring to Konoha. Moment. Those who previously thought that Shimura Danzo was more qualified for the position of Hokage now feel a sense of fear and sweat all over their bodies. Understood. I originally thought that based on the information everyone had about Su Chen's level of danger was already high enough. Actually, the real danger is far beyond everyone's expectations, right? Especially those extremely dangerous ninjutsu he possesses. Space-time ninjutsu, advertisement. It means that he can appear behind anyone at will. If you want to assassinate someone, it's easy as pie. The target might die in his hands before he even has time to react. His powerful taijutsu and ninjutsu meant that even if he didn't use space-time ninjutsu, but fought head-on, few people could suppress him. Even a cage-level warrior would not be able to withstand these two terrifying methods. If Su Chen is angered by mistake, not to mention everyone else, even a shadow-level warrior would not be able to sleep well. Everyone actually thought that he was qualified to accept Konoha's rules. If you don't accept it, you will leave Konoha village, or be punished. Innocent. Danger. There is a strong sense of fear, as if you were on the edge of an abyss and one wrong step could lead to eternal damnation. In an instant, many of Konoha's upper echelons turned pale. Some of them even quietly wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Shimura Danzo. The old face couldn't help but twitch slightly. The fear is no less than that of others, hateful. He seemed to have accidentally made the stupidest decision of his life. Before, I naively believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was out of his mind and unable to make rational judgments. Now it seems that I am the one who is unclear-minded and lacks rationality. If this plan to seize the throne is really successful, the first thing to do is to deal with the biggest hidden danger of growing this leaf. And will the consequence 1.2 bring about a huge disaster, as Sarutobi Hiruzen said? After all, with Su Chen's personality of not taking anyone seriously, he might really do such a thing. And now, is it only possible to admit that Su Chen is untouchable under this invisible threat? I'm really unwilling. However, before thinking of a better solution, it seems that I can only accept the setting that Su Chen is untouchable. Finally, do you understand my helplessness and painstaking efforts? Quietly observing Shimura Danzo's reaction, the third-generation old man had a complicated expression. Do you really think it's easy to be a Hokage? When I meet a guy like Su Chen, I feel like I'm walking on thin ice almost every day. If it weren't for the future of Konoha, for the will of fire, I won't bear this kind of pressure. So, Konoha has already taken the shape of Su Chen. This feeling is an illusion for everyone. On the other hand, Kakashi held his forehead lightly and muttered to himself. Chapter 217. All members passed. Team 7, Jonin. You're all here, that's great. Can we wrap up the Jonin assessment now? The title of Jonin for Team 7 should be okay, right? Just at this moment, a familiar voice sounded outside the door, with a hint of amusement in the tone. Along with the voice came Z Suchen's tall and handsome figure. Behind him, the soldier from Team 7 he was unable to hide his excitement at becoming a Jonin. Also, several important ninjas from Anbu, Morino Ibiki, Yamato and the others, until this moment, had expressions of deep disbelief on their faces. The guy we were discussing suddenly appeared. At this time, all of Konoha's upper echelons involuntarily locked their eyes on Su Chen, with rather strange expressions on their faces. This is the guy. He was judged to be someone that even the Hokage did not dare to provoke easily. Looking at the entire Konoha village, I'm afraid no one is qualified to provoke him. After all, according to previous intelligence, angering him would have extremely serious consequences. That kind. If he is angered, he may bring destruction to Konoha. All those who were sure of this had complex looks in their eyes, all of which were filled with deep fear. What's that look? Is that a look of fear? And that guy Danzo? The handsome and powerful man with a vicious look in his eyes couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He glanced at the strange faces one by one with interest, and suddenly felt a little confused. Then, put the emotion behind you. I don't care about the feelings of these old guys. The only purpose of coming here is to help Team 7 confirm the qualifications of Jonin. Hey, third-generation old man, Orochimaru has been captured by the three of them. Is the Jonin test completed? How do you say? With his hands in his pockets, Su Chen turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, a faint smile appearing on his handsome face. A casual expression, in the eyes of others, reveals a strong sense of oppression. Is it completed so quickly? Have the three of them grown to this level? The old man from the third generation was slightly surprised and couldn't help but look at the three kids from Class 7 who were still excited. Advertisement. Well, judging from their miserable state, Orochimaru has suffered a lot recently. Obviously, it took several fierce battles. Fortunately, the result was good. Orochimaru was actually caught within the agreed time. Really, only a guy like Su Chen, whose strength far exceeds that of a shadow, could teach these three seemingly unreliable brats to this level in such a short period of time. A good Chunin exam. Su Chen, the so-called chief examiner, turned it into a Jonin assessment for Class 7. This also proves that Su Chen's strength can only be described as unfathomable, right? Hokage-sama, Orochimaru and his accomplices have been sent to Anbu prison by Team 7. In addition to Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi from Konoha village and Orochimaru's accomplices from Otogakure village have all been sent to Anbu prison at the same time. Team 7 completed its mission very smoothly this time. Ibiki Morino hastily added. Subconsciously, he took a deep look at the three little kids from Class 7. When the Chunin exams began, they were still just genin. Result. After the exam, the three brats actually possessed the strength of Jonin, and even Orochimaru, the traitor ninja that Konoha had been hunting for many years, fell into their hands. It's simply incredible. All I can say is that all this is the result of Su Chen's teachings. After all, even the top geniuses would find it difficult to improve your shit to this level in such a short period of time. So, how did this guy Su Chen teach these three little ghosts? It's simply impossible to guess, as the so-called torturer Morino Ibiki finished speaking. The Konoha upper echelons finally revealed even more shocked expressions. Team 7 actually did it. Although they have been confirmed to have Jonin strength, a few hours ago, they were just genin. That's Orochimaru. He's been wanted by Konoha for so long, but he's never been caught. This time, he even launched an invasion plan to destroy Konoha. It's hard to imagine that they would be caught by three brats. Team 7 of Konoha has only been taught by Su Chen for a few months, and they have grown so much. If they are given more time, a few months, or even a year, it is simply unimaginable how much Team 7 will grow. Sure enough, this is the best evidence to confirm our intelligence about him. No wonder the Hokage is so cautious in his attitude towards him. Shock. The shock in the hearts of all Konoha's upper echelons was far greater than what they showed. They at this moment, I finally understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's feelings. How could one not be afraid of a being who could summon 3 little ghosts to such an extent with just a casual move? Advertisement. With mixed emotions, he was speechless again. After the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen made an exception and started the Jonin exam for Konoha's Team 7, which had long caused him strong dissatisfaction. After all, this kind of unprecedented thing is extremely outrageous no matter how you look at it. When combined with the previous intelligence. At that time, the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen made an exception and started the merchant assessment for Team 7 was because he was afraid of Chen, right? It seems so. Not only is it not outrageous at all, but it is extremely reasonable. Hey, stop being so surprised. Why don't you announce the result right away? Third generation old man, you know I have little patience. Why don't you announce their Jonin titles? Seeing everyone so busy, Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. These old guys are such a waste of time. I don't have time to play shock with them here. After all, 630 is still waiting for this matter to be resolved as soon as possible, and then to seal the 9 tails in Naruto's body. What do you think? The third generation old man did not rush to announce the result, but smiled at the leader and others, which made them frown. Is this a test of everyone's attitude? Isn't it a bit shameless for the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen to do this? It is clear that after hearing the information, everyone has realized that the consequences of provoking Chen are very serious. No one dares to say no. Is it intentional to throw the question to everyone so that everyone can feel the feeling of being slapped in the face? I think that since the 3 of them have successfully passed the Jonin examination, they should be awarded the title of Jonin. Yes, I agree. The performance of Team 7 in the Chunin exam this time has brought great honor to Konoha village. Now they have captured an important traitorous ninja from Konoha, and they should indeed become Jonin. Congratulations to Class 7, you deserve the title of merchant. Suppressing the pain in their balls, the upper echelons of Kunya reluctantly cast a few glances over. In this slightly surprised look, all members of Class 7 are extremely excited again. Instead, the handsome, tall and strong man raised his eyebrows in surprise. When did these old guys become so straightforward? Something is wrong, combined with their unusual reactions when I showed up. Something unexpected must have happened before I arrived. Chapter 218 Terumi Mei. Humph, I don't care about that man's information. Since no one objects, congratulations to Team 7 for becoming the Jonin of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a gentle smile finally appeared on his old face which had remained calm all the time. He looked at the 3 kids from Class 7 with approval and gave them encouragement. Although I was forced to start the Jonin examination this time, it was something I had no choice but to do. But, seeing the 3 little kids in my village grow up so fast. As the Hokage of Konoha village, he is also very proud. Xiaoying, we are finally together. It's Jonin, not Genin, and it's not Zhongham. I heard that the 3rd generation grandfather finally confirmed the identity of the Jonin of Team 7. The optimistic kid clenched his fists immediately, his face turning red with excitement. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Chen. If it weren't for Teacher Chen's teaching, it would be difficult for everyone to achieve this level, right? All this is thanks to Teacher Chen. Ding! Detected the gratitude of the bond object, Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto, towards the host, and rewarded a bond value of 2,765. Close black lens bracket. Unconsciously, another wave of bond value was contributed. Well, yes, it's like a dream. I was obviously taking the Chunin exam this time, but suddenly I became the top. The cute female ninja from Team 7 still has a confused feeling. It's hazy like a dream. Next second, there was also gratitude in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Chen. If I become a Jonin, I will be regarded as someone who can stand on my own, right? After all, the ninjas who have obtained the title of Jonin are all very important in Konoha. My parents should be very proud of me after hearing this news, right? Also Yamanaka Ino. Snort, as your opponent, you lost miserably this time. Now you are still a little Genin, and I have done a great job becoming a Jonin, 2 levels higher than you. And in terms of strength, he can't compare with me. Suddenly, it seems that there is a big gap. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I have won so much in every aspect. Ding! Detected the gratitude of the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha village, towards the host, and rewarded a bond value of 2,651. Close black lens bracket. Huh, isn't it just becoming a Jonin? What's so exciting about that? It was totally expected. On the other hand, the cold-faced kid still kept his hands in his pockets. The previous excitement had already slowly calmed down. Advertisement instead, a cold light gradually brightened in his eyes. He was indeed excited for a while to be able to become a Jonin in such a short time. Then calmed down quickly. After becoming a Jonin, there should still be a long way to go before you reach your goal, right? After all, the man who was sure he was going to be killed by me was also known as a genius, and he was extremely strong. However, if there were no Teacher Chen, even the current level of growth would be difficult to achieve. It was Teacher Chen who helped me quickly narrow the gap in strength with that man at an incredible speed. Ding! Detected the gratitude of the bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha village, towards the host, and rewarded bond value 2312. Close black lens bracket. On the surface, she looks like a nonchalant tsundere. The contribution bond value is missing, but there is no drag at all. They sounded in Su Chen's mind at the same time. There were also sounds of other people who were bound to him and frantically contributing their bond points. But, compared to the 3 kids from Class 7 who admired him to the extreme and had already regarded him as their most trusted person. Whether it is the 3rd generation old man, or Jiraiya and Kakashi, the bond value they provide is much smaller. Despite this, with this wave of bond value increase, it still exceeded the value required to extract the character panel, and by a large margin. I accidentally exceeded 100,000 bond points. Well, that's great. Let's find a chance and slowly enjoy the fun of unlocking new character panels. Su Chen smiled faintly, as he made such a happy decision in his heart. Afterwards, he took Class 7 out of the meeting room. The 3 brats of Class 7, after a tough battle in the Chunin exam, immediately started the even more dangerous Jonin exam, leaving them with almost no time to rest. Just now I heard the 3 little ghosts' stomachs growling in protest. As their teacher, showing a little concern will be more conducive to the generation of bond value. Well, spend a little money and take them out for a bowl of ramen to celebrate. As the teachers and students of Class 7 left, the conference room fell silent again. Almost all eyes were focused on the direction where the figures left, as if until this moment, they were still unable to digest the shock brought about by the information about Su Chen. Konoha Village. Another early morning. The warm gaze spread across the entire Konoha village, and now through a clean window, gently sprinkled into a clean and tidy hotel room. Compared to the bustle during the Chunin exam, as the exam came to an end, people from various Yin villages who had participated in the Chunin exam left one after another. Now the early morning at Konoha Hotel has become quiet and comfortable. In the bathroom, the air was filled with mist and smoke, as if a misty fairyland had been created in this small space. Terumi Mei lay comfortably in the spacious bathtub, with her 2 flawless and slender legs casually crossed. There was a light blue smile in her slightly closed beautiful eyes as she enjoyed the most leisurely time since arriving in Konoha village. Advertisement, however, at some point, her dark eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. It seems that my thoughts touched someone who made me angry. Humph, that man named Su Chen, it makes me angry just thinking about him. Although he was sure that he was the guy who fell from the sky and saved him that year. However, ever since he came to Konoha village, his rude attitude towards him made him feel angry far more than the gratitude for saving his life. Besides, even though he was a Mizukage, he had a strong feeling of powerlessness when fighting him. What makes people even more angry is, in this highly anticipated Chunin exam in the ninja world, that guy somehow managed to get the position of chief examiner. He simply turned this important exam into a testing ground for his students. What's more, all the downloads from Kirigakure who took part in the exam were ruthlessly eliminated shortly after the exam began. And more. What is even more unforgivable is the sentence full of frivolity and impetuosity, "She looks so smooth in her pajamas." That guy gives people the feeling, there are no rules. He doesn't follow the so-called ninja way at all. It really makes me angry just thinking about it, especially men. A subconscious change in my mind's evaluation of that hateful man. A moment of surprise flashed across the beautiful face, which was originally cold and slightly angry. And, under some uncontrollable emotions, her delicate and beautiful face turned a slightly alluring blush. Special, man? This point seems undeniable. In the warm water, the beautiful figure seemed to have some irrepressible emotional throbbing in her body. She didn't even notice that her flawless white teeth had been biting her lower lip. Shui, Mizukage-sama, can you please report the latest information about Su Chen-sama now? There were footsteps outside the door. Chojuro, the shy ninja from the Hidden Mist village, hesitantly came to the bathroom door. I heard a faint sound of water coming from inside the door. The shy ninja couldn't help but blush, revealing a strong sense of shyness. The latest information about that man? Snort, I don't care about his information. What did this guy Chojuro say? Lord Su Chen, when did you become so polite to that guy? Say, off. The arrogance in his heart was broken in an instant by the honesty of his mouth. Chapter 219. Kirigakure's chance to rise? Ao's worries. K plus ebb. A speechless look appeared on his face. Mizukage-sama's attitude just now clearly showed that he was not interested in the information about that man at all. But when the moment came, I couldn't hide my curiosity about him. Really, it must be as predicted. The powerful ninja from Konoha village named Su Chen has a very special relationship with Lord Mizukage. Otherwise, the calm and composed Mizukage-sama would never react like this. Mizukage-sama, do you remember when, at the Chunin examination hall, Master Su Chen made an exception and asked the upper echelons of Konoha village to start the Jonin examination for Team 7? The Jonin examination was completed last night, and the result is, all members of Konoha village's Team 7 have passed the assessment and have been awarded the title of Jonin. In the bathroom, a hint of surprise flashed across the face of that beautiful figure. Just those 3 little ghosts gained the title of Jonin? Although, as we all know, under Su Chen's guidance, Chen Y's Class 7 has made rapid progress. In the Chunin exam, he performed even better. Even I, the Mizukage, was shocked by their performance. But the Jonin assessment is by no means easy to pass. As a genius who was sacrificed through double blood sacrifice, he was awarded the title of Jonin back then, but his speed was definitely not that fast. But these three ordinary-looking kids of 290 naturally did it. The answer is definitely yes. Chen. This infuriating guy might be more powerful than you think. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his students to soar from the status of genin to become jonin smoothly during the chunin examination. That guy has been confirmed to have a strength beyond the cage level. But I never thought about how much I had surpassed. It seems now, it's not just about surpassing. As her heart moved, a look of shock spread across that extremely pretty face. Also, as a condition of the assessment, Konoha village's most important rebel ninja, Orochimaru, was captured during this jonin assessment. According to the estimated time, Konoha's Team 7 only took less than 24 hours to complete this jonin assessment. And, while minimizing the losses, capture Konoha village's emergency rebel nin Orochimaru. Outside the door, Shojiro couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Even when I confirmed this information, I was shocked. When I repeat it again, my heart is still stirred. Advertisement: that's a top-level warrior. Even if the powerful jonin of Konoha village were dispatched, it would be impossible to complete the task in such a short time. Certainly, Orochimaru had been seriously injured during the mission. But according to intelligence, Orochimaru is not alone. There are many powerful allies. The three little brats who had just left their genin status and became chunin level were able to break through numerous obstacles in such a short time and bring him back to Konoha village smoothly. Incredible. Orochimaru, he who carefully prepared this invasion plan, should have a lot of help. Under these circumstances, they were not able to escape the pursuit in the pastoral areas. It seems that Chen has trained Konoha's Team 7 very well. She bit her scarlet lips gently. A complicated look appeared on Terumi Mei's face. Through the various events of the chunin exam, it can be confirmed that both the 7th team of Konoha village and their teacher Chen are very powerful. This is indeed a good thing for Konoha. For other hidden villages, this is not a happy thing. This also includes Kirigakure, especially the three little brats from Konoha village. As the next generation of the hidden village, they have reached such a height in the blink of an eye. In comparison, the ninjas of the same generation from other hidden villages seemed dull and lackluster. Whether from the perspective of the comprehensive strength of the hidden village or the honor, Konoha village won beautifully this time. Terumi Mei couldn't help but frown slightly. Is it because of that man that Konoha village has achieved such success? This will continue. I can't imagine how big Konoha village will grow. In addition, the most concerning information is the information that the tailed beast of the hidden beast was lost in Konoha village. BDFI, Konoha village has concealed this information very well. It cannot be confirmed at present, but it is very likely. Besides, it is very likely that that organization is involved. Next second, Shojiro continued to report weakly. Cold sweat began to break out on my forehead again. That organization? It was just as he expected. As he finished speaking, the sound in the bathroom became noticeably colder. There was deep anger in it. The already shy ninja couldn't help but shrink his head subconsciously. Advertisement as expected, Mizukage-sama still cares a lot about that organization. After all, according to some previous intelligence, Kirigakure has fallen into several crises, all of which may be related to that organization. And there are rumors that the reason why Mizukage-sama hates that organization so much. The main reason was that he almost fell into the hands of Chen, a member of that organization. So, are the previous rumors true? Mizukage-sama and that organization are incompatible. Originally, the many troublesome incidents that occurred during the chunin exams have caused Master Mizukage a lot of headaches. Now that organization has surfaced again. You can imagine how Mizukage-sama feels right now. Are they finally showing up? What happened back then will be repaid 100-fold. In the bathroom, the beautiful figure had a gloomy expression on his face. Even the mist in the bathroom seemed to slowly condense in this raging anger. Open black lens bracket Don close black lens bracket. That's the name of the organization. Many intelligence reports indicate that this organization has used misleading information as a means of carrying out ulterior motives. And one of them was confirmed, that is, attacking himself as the Mizukage. If it weren't for the appearance of that annoying man when I was ambushed, I would have fallen into the hands of that organization long ago. Although this matter has been kept secret from the outside world. But it was a great humiliation after all. Shao, you guys finally showed up again? The information means that the tailed beast of the hidden mist village may have fallen into your hands? It seems that there is one more reason to take action against you. Mizukage-sama, Ao-sama's opinion is that if the tailed beast is lost in Konoha, Sanagakure will never give up and may even go to war with Konoha. At that time, I hope that Mizukage-sama, can take the overall situation into consideration and not be soft-hearted just because of one person. This is the best opportunity for Kirigakure to rise. With a gulp, just finished speaking. The shy ninja couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his mood subconsciously became nervous. This is my own hint, so the film master should understand it quickly. No matter what, the man named Chen is from Konoha village. And Mizukage-sama's attitude towards him is now known to everyone. If it's because of him, it would be a pity to miss the opportunity to strengthen Kirigakure. What choice will Mizukage-sama make? Chapter 220. Team 7's special training officially begins. Being soft-hearted to someone? It's totally a waste of time. If the timing is right, I won't let such boring things affect the overall situation. The beautiful figure in the bathroom frowned visibly. Someone? Are you talking about that guy Chen? Snort. That rude guy, even though he saved his life. But, that night, I felt deeply humiliated. This time I came to Konoha village. Besides being sure that he was the one who saved her life, I also made a very contradictory decision. That is, make him pay a heavy price for his rude behavior. As for why it was not done, the main reason is that the opponent is too strong. But this determination will not change. Once I get the chance, I will strike without mercy. I won't let him off just because he's my savior, is handsome, has a strange charm that's both good and evil, and has a charming smile. Huh? The extremely beautiful figure, thinking of this, suddenly made me stunned. Her face seemed to blush again. Did I just give that abominable guy a very high evaluation? How so? My cold heart seemed to be hit hard by that disgusting yet charming smile. Something firm seemed to have an unignorable sense of vacillation at that moment. Well, that's good then. It seems that Lord Qing's worries are unnecessary. The Kirigakure ninja outside the door smiled awkwardly and quickly agreed. Subconsciously, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although Lord Mizukage has made it clear that he will not destroy the future of Sanagakure village because of Su Chong. But, the emotional fluctuations just now seem to reveal unusual information. After all, asking Mizukage to make such a difficult decision is indeed a bit difficult for her. Even if she chose to protect Su Chen at the last moment, it wouldn't be strange, right? That kind of thing between men and women, although I haven't experienced it. But at this age, there is still that hazy feeling that seems to be there and not there. It really is an irresistible charm. As for the timing, let's observe first. If the time is right, we can make plans for it. Advertisement Terumi May added lightly. There was a hint of impatience in his tone. At the same time, she held her burning cheeks with her soft, slender hands as if by reflex. Oh 3. It's all Chojiro's fault for mentioning that man at this juncture. In a place like the bathroom where there is no possibility of hiding. It reminds me of the experience of being seen naked that night. It makes people feel angry and ashamed. Mizukage-sama, I understand. The only thing left is to inform Lord Qing. Outside the door, Chojiro, who had obviously sensed the impatience, said with a sense of relief, and then quickly left. After receiving this answer, Master Qing probably wouldn't feel relieved, right? Mizukage-sama's statement seemed a bit forced no matter how you looked at it. Really, a woman who falls in love, even one as strong as Mizukage, will inevitably become hypocritical. So, it really came to the point where we had to become enemies with Konoha. How will things develop? It's hard to feel at ease. At the same time, the edge of Konoha village, Class 7 training ground. A breeze blew. The surrounding woods seemed to sway and tremble in the not-so-strong wind. It seemed as if they were recalling together the destructive power of Team 7 during their past training. At the edge of the woods, the three little devils from Class 7 gathered again. As expected, Teacher Su Chen is late again. When it comes to keeping people on edge, Teacher Su Shuai is always so good at using mental torture. I deliberately changed into beautiful clothes. The cute female ninja from Team 7, who had her hair neatly tied up, sighed speechlessly and complained silently. Although he said so, in the bright eyes, the color of expectation overflows freely. Because the 7th team, which had just become Jonin, was about to start a more important training. And a practice that is only aimed at everyone's dreams. This is even more tempting, but what is your dream? Even I am hazy. If you insist on having a dream, it is. Haruno Sakura's cheeks flushed and she glanced at Sasuke, who was leaning against a tree with his hands in his pockets and looking impatient. The teacher probably doesn't know about this dream, right? Advertisement. If I were to be exposed, I would be so embarrassed. As soon as I thought about it, my heart started beating fast again. Always late, especially when it's time for special training. He's more than an hour late. Teacher Su Chen is really good at keeping people in suspense. Naruto squatted on the grass, holding his cheeks with both hands, and complained with a distressed look. It's okay for the registration teacher to be late. The most tortuous thing is, every time when Teacher Su Chen was not around, Sakura would look at that arrogant Sasuke with blushing cheeks. I was totally left out. That feeling is so good. Teacher Su Chen, you better show up soon. This kind of torture is simply unbearable. Can I really surpass that man in 1 year? During this period of time, the man's strength should have increased rapidly. Is it really possible to catch up with him in such a short time? The cold-faced kid looked impatient. The little heart in my chest is beating faster and faster. 0. Ever since Teacher Su Chen said those words about improvement, that feeling of blood boiling has been filling every inch of my blood vessels. 1 year time. Surpass the man you are determined to kill. Such a training goal is simply my ultimate dream. However, that man had already obtained the powerful eye power of Sharingan that night. That's Sharingan. An orphan of the Uchiha clan. No one understands better than me what the evolution of Sharingan means. That means, the infinite power contained in the blood of the Uchiha clan has been unlocked. The power that erupted at that moment was a level that many ordinary ninjas could never reach in their entire lives. Can the practice of Chi make up for this gap, too? Just when the three kids in Class 7 were preoccupied with their own thoughts, the entire training ground fell into a brief lull. The familiar and anticipated sound of breaking through the air rang in my ears. Teacher Chen. All the members of Class 7 were in high spirits, and their bright eyes lit up at the same time, staring at the tall and handsome figure that suddenly appeared. Are you all here? Then, let's start today's training right away. The handsome figure has one hand in his pocket. The other hand was casually tossing the beans in his hand. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, with a warm smile. The magnetic voice slowly fell. The three kids in Class 7 suddenly felt their blood boiling. The long-awaited targeted special training is finally about to begin, people. Chapter 221. You know nothing about that man, Teacher Chen. Let's get started right away. Are you going to teach us some powerful moves? The kind with specific moves. The optimistic little boy Naruto clenched his fists again, with little stars in his eyes. It's finally time to start training on specific moves. Although it sounds a bit unbelievable that it only took 1 year to become Hokage. But if it's the magical teacher Chen, he should be able to help me do it, right? The road to becoming Hokage may begin from this moment. Ding ding ding. Doubting the deep expectations and admiration. Naruto and the little devil's bond value is offered in large quantities again. Then please ask teacher Chen to teach you those moves as soon as possible. The cold-faced kid, who had been leaning against a tree with his hands in his pockets, could no longer remain calm. I just felt a surge of hot blood rushing through my body. Subconsciously, he took his hands out of his trouser pockets, and a barely perceptible light appeared in his eyes. 797. Haruno Sakura. He took a deep breath. I feel nervous again. It can be imagined that such specific training of moves must be more arduous and difficult than previous training. After all, the corresponding goal is simply unimaginable to others. Correspondingly, the difficulty and hardship of training will be greatly increased. Besides being nervous, my heart is also filled with deep expectations. First lesson, theoretical tutorial, but at this moment, the handsome, tall and strong man smiled wickedly, held the senzu bean that fell from midair and said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the three kids in Class 7 were all stunned, and then their faces turned black. Who said that the main purpose of this special training is to learn specific moves? Result. Playing theory right from the start? Hit. Isn't it just the same as the one used to mobilize the chi? Is Mr. Chen deliberately keeping people in suspense? Amidst the suspicious gazes, Chen smiled calmly and spoke leisurely. Don't be so anxious. Your goal is difficult for ordinary people to achieve even if they spend their entire lives. It is difficult to achieve your goal in 1 year without a solid theoretical foundation. To put it simply, you need to figure out your specific direction of practice and train according to your goals. Only in this way can you achieve twice the result with half the effort. Well, that sounds reasonable. So, Mr. Chen, what is the specific theory? Naruto scratched his head and asked impatiently, advertisement. Then let's start with the cold-faced little devil. Chen smiled, and his gentle gaze fell on Sasuke first. The latter took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became more serious. Have a premonition. The so-called theoretical courses are not simple at all. Sasuke, if I remember correctly, your wish is to kill that man, right? In order to do this within a year, you first need to understand that man. Do you know him? Hearing this, Sasuke nodded slowly. Almost unconsciously, he clenched his fists. The flame of revenge flashed in his eyes. That handsome face turned cold in an instant. Do you know that man? Need I say more? After all, he is his brother, and I saw him exterminate the entire clan with my own eyes. Almost every night before falling asleep, I think about how to kill that man. You can say that. Looking at the ninja world today, no one knows that man better than me. Humph, that man is an absolute genius. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to destroy the entire Uchiha family by myself. But I will work hard. One day, I will kill him with my own hands and make him pay for what he did that night. The arms that were clenched into fists began to tremble violently and voluntarily. The cold eyes of the cold-faced little ghost glowed scarlet due to the violent emotional fluctuations. A mouthful of white little teeth with a hint of gritting one's teeth. Kebj. Stinky A. The other two members of Class 7 suddenly felt much more depressed. They had also heard the rumors about that man, especially Teacher Chen, who likes to expose people's scars, would bring it up from time to time. This made the two of them roughly understand the deep blood feud that Sasuke carried. And the man who was destined to bring lifelong pain to Sasuke was none other than him. It was his brother. It is said that he is a rare genius in the Uchiha family who only appears once in a century. Uchiha Itachi. Then, the two little ghosts looked at Chen with strange eyes. Teacher Chen actually asked Sasuke if he knew that man? Is this question a bit redundant? Advertisement Sasuke should be the one who knows that man best, right? That's a good summary, but unfortunately, your understanding of him is only superficial. Well, let me share some information about him next. This is a theory course just for you. Chen smiled mysteriously and said leisurely. Theoretically speaking, Sasuke should be the one who knows Uchiha Itachi best. But it's a pity. It's better for me to have read the script in advance. Take Uchiha's current strength for example. Sasuke, this brat, has no clue at all. That's exactly why. In the original plot, after Uchiha Itachi sneaked into Konoha, The cold-faced kid who had just learned Chidori from Kakashi and thought he was capable of it, actually challenged Uchiha Itachi directly without knowing his own limitations. As a result, he was pulled into genjutsu by his good brother with just a glance, which taught him a lesson of despair. It was precisely because he realized that the gap between himself and Uchiha Itachi was too great that Sasuke lost his mind and was attracted by Orochimaru's power and taken away by Orochimaru. But, with the appearance of Chen, these plots have deviated from the original plots. The current Sasuke is many times stronger than the Sasuke in the original work. But despite this, there is still a big gap when facing Uchiha Itachi, who is well known for his genius. Lesson 1. It is to make him realize the existence of this gap. Simply put, he needs to be mentally prepared for the huge gap between him and his good brother. In this way, in the subsequent arduous practice, he will keep working hard and speed up his practice because he has a lofty goal. It also made him realize, how difficult is it to surpass Chie Itachi in just 1 year? After tasting the results of his special training. 2.8 bond value without contribution flying, crackling. The handsome figure remained calm, but his mind was calculating at a thundering pace. About that man, service? The cold-faced little ghost's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Chen with surprise. Teacher Chen actually has information about that man? But, since taking over Class 7, Teacher Chen rarely leaves Konoha. How did he get the information about that man, or in other words? The so-called information about Uchiha Itachi is not recent information? Information? Can you help Sasuke with his training? The 7th version of the cute female ninja Haruno Sakura looked at Sasuke with some concern. It has long been discovered that every time Sasuke mentions that so-called man, he will experience great emotional fluctuations. Information about him. No matter what, it will make Sasuke very angry and hateful. Chapter 222. The secret to resisting genjutsu. But, it can't be imitated? Ah, information, I have a strong feeling. Naruto scratched his head and raised his little face seriously. He would like to see it. Who is that so-called man who can make his friend, the stinker, so angry when he is mentioned? Uchiha Itachi. He is indeed a rare genius in the ninja world. Apart from your Uchiha family's Sharingan bloodline limit, his own taijutsu and ninjutsu have also reached a level that others can only dream of. But the most difficult thing is genjutsu. You should know this, right? Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and asked meaningfully. Yes, the Uchiha's Sharingan can easily activate genjutsu. Moreover, this bloodline limit can continue to grow. It's really possible. A single glance can pull someone into a terrifying illusion. Often, the opponent is killed instantly before they have time to react. The cold-faced kid nodded slightly and answered very seriously. This is the Uchiha family's proud bloodline limit. Compared with other bloodline limits in Konoha village, it has extremely obvious advantages. Can see through ninjutsu without saying it, it can even be imitated. In addition, his innate advantage in genjutsu is unmatched by other bloodline abilities. But what a pity. As a practitioner of chi, the Sharingan, a bloodline limit, cannot be used as an advantage at all. Even, during the practice, this talent showed signs of being lost. The information I want to talk about is about genjutsu. That man's genjutsu, due to the evolution of the Sharingan, has reached a rather terrifying level. You can manipulate other people's will at will. Even just by moving your eyes, you can make people fall into endless genjutsu. In terms of genjutsu, that man is probably close to cage level. Chen told the truth in a calm tone and with a smile. Although, this time, in the duel with Uchiha Itachi, the opponent was instantly trapped in genjutsu at the moment the duel began. But under the perception ability of chi, the powerful power of Sharingan can be clearly felt. If he hadn't obtained the hypnosis technique of Master Roshi and the spiritual power of Crane Senryu, even he wouldn't have been sure that he could resist that kind of genjutsu. I can only say, the horror of Uchiha Itachi has exceeded many people's imagination. Not to mention a brat like Uchiha Sasuke, Mangekyo Sharingan, as expected, he has been able to use it as he pleases. But one day, he will die in my hands. Crunch, the sound of gnashing teeth rang out again. Sasuke clenched his fists again, squeezing so hard that his nails dug into the flesh of his palms. Advertisement 4K. This should be my best ability as I possess the Uchiha family's bloodline limit Sharingan. However, due to his practice of chi, he lost the possibility of developing the ability of Sharingan. Teacher Chen wanted to tell himself. That man's genjutsu was pretty tough, right? Is it time to start practicing genjutsu? His eyes suddenly lit up. His eyes trembled slightly. The cold-faced little ghost looked at Chen with incredible eyes, and his little heart began to beat wildly again. It must be like this. The practice of chi definitely includes genjutsu. After all, this is a practice that is about to unfold in response to one's dreams. And her only dream is to kill that man. The biggest obstacle is the powerful genjutsu that man possesses. Resisting genjutsu, or learning stronger genjutsu, is definitely the theme of this special training. Teacher Chen, do you want to teach us genjutsu? Does chi training also include genjutsu? I'm looking forward to it. Please start right away, Mr. Chen. Naruto, who was confused just now, suddenly widened his eyes and thought of the same question as Sasuke. Teacher Chen must be about to start practicing the genjutsu included in the chi training. Otherwise, There was no way she would specifically mention that man's genjutsu. I never thought that in addition to strengthening the body and being used directly as attack energy, Kai also includes the use of genjutsu. What a surprise! Is Mr. Suchen going to teach us genjutsu? Genjutsu. I didn't expect that teacher Chen actually knows genjutsu. The most surprising person was the cute female ninja Haruno Sakura from Team 7. The cute little pink fists were clenched together and placed under the chin, and admiration continued to shine in her eyes. Really, teacher Chen's strength can only be described as unfathomable. Obviously, in terms of taijutsu and ninjutsu, he has been evaluated as surpassing Cage level. He has never used genjutsu before, which gives people the illusion that there is no need for him to learn genjutsu. I never expected it. Now it's time to start your genjutsu practice. This shows that genjutsu is also one of his strengths. Looking forward to it. 1 hour. The three little devils from Class 7 looked at Su Chong eagerly. Advertisement. They are like a group of well-behaved primary school students, staring at the candies in the teacher's hands and almost drooling. Joke. That's Cage-level genjutsu, must be very strong. And from what Mr. Chen said, it seems that Ping can be comparable to the genjutsu carried by that man's bloodline limit. So motivated? In that case, let's go deeper into the theory of cracking genjutsu. Su Chen slowly stretched out a finger. His expression also became a little more serious. The main reason why the genjutsu released by Uchiha Itachi can pull the target into an illusion with just a glance is because of the eye contact. If we can prevent the other person from opening his eyes from the beginning, wouldn't the problem be solved? The three kids from Class 7 looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard this. 390 make the opponent unable to open his eyes. That does make sense. The problem is it that easy? Certainly. A strong man like teacher Chen, with his super speed and powerful ninjutsu, can indeed make the opponent lose sight in an instant. Even, the opponent can be killed instantly before he has time to launch genjutsu. However, it was extremely difficult for the three of them to do so. Teacher Suchen, is this how to defend against genjutsu? It sounds simple, but it should be difficult to do, right? Are you trying to tell us to speed up? Naruto curled his lips and was the first to express some disappointment. What? I thought the teacher would teach very strong methods to defend against genjutsu. That's the result. With teacher Chen's ability, it can indeed be done. But except him. In the entire ninja world, I'm afraid there is no one else who has such confidence and qualifications. The other party just gave him a look and he quickly controlled him. Looking at the entire ninja world, only teacher Chen has such speed. Although Class 7 are also practitioners of Qi, and the ninjas of the same class are indeed incredibly strong. But compared with teacher Chen, in terms of the practice of Qi, I can only say that I have just started. So, there is no way that Class 7 can replicate teacher Chen's method, right? Chapter 223. Sun Fist. The nemesis of eye-power ninjutsu. Prevent the opponent from opening his eyes? Eliminate the opponent's sight? Teacher Chen, is there any move we can use? The cold-faced little ghost's eyes lit up and he asked in a cold voice. Unlike the other two members of Class 7, he clearly felt that with teacher Chen's serious attitude, the method he was going to teach could never be a method that Class 7 could not use. So, there must be some special method, or some kind of move. It makes it easy for Class 7 to do this. It's a very simple move. It may be difficult for others to do it. But you three little brats have already mastered the changes in the properties of Qi. So, that move should be easy to learn. Well, let me show you a little bit. The corners of his mouth are slightly upturned. A playful smile, with a hint of teasing, spread across his face. All members of Class 7, suddenly I had a bad feeling. As Su Chen's students, they know Su Chen too well. Every time they show this expression, it means that Team 7 is about to be in trouble. Is he going to perform a move that will quickly block the genjutsu caster's vision? Bang bang bang. Same moment. The three little kids were nervous, but their hearts were beating wildly with excitement. They all focused their attention on every move of teacher Chen. Next second. The strange smile on his face gradually changed into a smirk on the face of a tall, handsome and strong man. Slowly open your fingers and place them on your forehead. The body flew backwards instantly and flew into the air in the blink of an eye. As the last word came out, it's similar to the hand seals a ninja makes when performing ninjutsu. Boom. A strong light suddenly burst out with the center of the eyebrows as the origin. Countless rays of light burst out from midair in the blink of an eye. Like a sunburst. The three little kids from Class 7 were originally looking up, watching the performance of this move with anticipation and nervousness. But I never expected it. Advertisement. It will be a move that explodes with strong light. In an instant, rays of light shot into my eyes, my head was buzzing, my brain was blank, and I couldn't even open my eyes. Damn teacher Chen, he actually used this kind of move. My eyes hurt so much, I can't stop crying. Naruto, who had been mentally prepared to act in worship, squatted down the next second and rubbed his eyes with his hands. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the stinging eyes. I see, no wonder you mentioned the change in the properties of Qi. Simply using Qi to generate a strong burst of light and instantly blinding the genjutsu user, right? HMPH, a rogue move, but it is indeed effective. Sasuke covered his eyes with one hand and used the other hand to wipe away the tears that were rolling down his face. It's so dazzling. Who would have thought that teacher Chen, who has always been extremely handsome and unrestrained, always used the most handsome moves in previous duels. This time the move is so shameless, but it does work. It was obvious that after being attacked by this move, even the Sharingan lost its effect and could not be activated at all. Teacher Chen, this is so abominable. Is it necessary to show it directly? Can't we give them a heads up so that we can be mentally prepared? Damn it. Female ninja Haruno Sakura. She covered her beautiful eyes, which were filled with tears, with her hands. The whole person was squatting on the grass in a duck-sitting posture. He complained angrily. Snort, teacher Chen is doing such boring things again. Really? Watching Class 7 suffer was one of his pleasures. This eye-blinding move is indeed very useful. This moment, not to mention performing genjutsu, even opening my eyes was difficult. Even the man that Sasuke hates so much wouldn't be able to use genjutsu against this kind of move, right? Having said that, this move should be the most direct and effective way to resist genjutsu. 014002213 Fulu 220,402,000. And the performance process is very cool. There's no such thing as handsome or ugly in this kind of move. But even this is a rogue move. When performed by teacher Chen, it also gives people a relaxed and unrestrained feeling. This is called the Sun Fist. It can emit a strong light for a moment, causing the genjutsu user to lose their sight instantly. Advertisement, especially for those genjutsu masters who use pupil power to activate their skills. Once they lose their sight, it will be very difficult for them to perform genjutsu again. Then, they will be like you three little devils, at the mercy of others. Slowly falling from the sky, Chen smiled faintly and explained casually. Sun Fist. This kind of move is not considered to have strong attack power in the neighboring DragonBall world. Even, from beginning to end, there was no lethality shown. Even if someone uses it, it is to avoid the enemy or for the purpose of escaping. Compared with other moves like Kamehameha, this kind of move can be said to be completely rude. But in the ninja world, the style is completely different. It is simply the nemesis of genjutsu. For other ninjas, it is also a killer move. After all, it's different from the DragonBall world. The warriors in that world all possess the ability to sense chi in the later stages. Even if you lose sight, you can still use this ability to quickly lock onto the enemy and continue fighting. The effect and significance of the Sun Fist have been weakened to the lowest point. But in the ninja world where there is no ability to perceive Kai, the Sun Fist is definitely a move. The effect is unexpectedly good, but this kind of move should be difficult to practice, right? Naruto after listening to teacher Chen's explanation. Get excited quickly. He also felt that this move was not only effective against genjutsu masters, but also very difficult for other ninja opponents. This kind of ninjutsu that can make the opponent lose sight right away must be difficult to learn, right? Qian Nuo Zhao. The cold-faced little ghost, whose eyes were hid by the strong light, could not help but sneer. The last one, didn't the teacher just say that? This is related to the change in the properties of Qi. It shouldn't be difficult for Class 7 to master it, all it takes is some time. While talking, Sasuke's face turned slightly red due to excitement. Based on the information about the man provided by teacher Chen, the most difficult thing about that man is the genjutsu that comes with the Sharingan. Genjutsu can be said to be his most grandmaster's ninjutsu. And now, the so-called Sun Fist, which can easily dissolve that man's genjutsu. The biggest problem seems to have been solved. As for that man's taijutsu and other ninjutsu, teacher Chen should have a solution, right? In this way, it took a year to cultivate enough strength to kill that man. It seems not as difficult as imagined. Chapter 224 Solving the Troubles in the Body? Two other members of Class 7 thought of the same thing. Just like Sasuke, he was immediately excited. Every little face was flushed with excitement. After all, already mastered the trick of changing the properties of Qi. Next, you just need to practice according to teacher Chen's method, and you will quickly be able to master the techniques to crack top genjutsu. It's exciting just to think about it. The training method is very simple. The 10 fingers are spread out, similar to the seals of ninjutsu. The purpose is to let the energy pass through the 10 fingers and collide with each other between the eyebrows, emitting a strong and intense light. The collision of the 10 auras must maintain the same intensity at the same time. That is to say, the aura of each finger must be of the same strength. This should be an unfamiliar training method for you, but it shouldn't be a problem, right? Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the three little kids from Class 7 with a smile. The Sun Fist move is similar to the previous changes in the attributes of Qi. But the actual operation is much more complicated. The three little devils in Class 7 have already mastered the changes in the properties of Qi flexibly. But this kind of move will divide the aura into thousands of paths. And the intensity of each 363 breath must be maintained at the same level. This is the first contact. The so-called quick training still takes some time. So that's it. This is the secret of the Sun Fist. Sasuke took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sneer of unwillingness to admit defeat. He has confidence. You can quickly master this way of using your breath. Then, At Su Chen's signal, he put his hands in his pockets, walked quickly towards the woods nearby, and trained alone. Snort. That man. Just wait. I have finally embarked on the path to becoming stronger, and will soon master this powerful move to break genjutsu. When we meet again, I will never be so scared that my whole body is stiff like I was that night. This time, I will crack your genjutsu myself. Avenge the entire clan with personal hands. Teacher Su Chen, is it my turn now? What is the special teaching for me? It should be a more powerful move, right? After all, I'm more powerful than the stinky guy. He watched as his partner and rival Sasuke disappeared into the forest. Naruto clenched his fists excitedly and kept marching in place. The little face was full of anticipation. Advertisement. 471. With a look of slight disdain, she secretly glanced at Naruto. Naruto always claims to be the most savvy and powerful member of Team 7. Did you forget that in every previous battle, it was Sasuke who played the biggest role? You can't wait, Naruto-chan, then, let me start your special instruction. The first step is to solve the problem in your body. A mysterious smile flashed across his handsome face. He leisurely extended his index finger and pointed at Naruto's navel. Trouble in the body? Upon hearing this, the excitement on Naruto's face suddenly subsided like the tide. The whole person, as if by reflex, lowered his head slightly. Seem. The so-called physical trouble brought back many bad memories for him. Teacher Su Chen, you are talking about the tailed beast in my body, right? A slightly low voice slowly came out of the optimistic kid's mouth. Even he, who always appears to be very optimistic and carefree. When he mentioned the tailed beasts that caused a lot of trouble in his life, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Start from a very young age, you can notice it yourself. The people in the village, whether adults or friends of the same age, looked at him with a strange look. There is fear. It's more of a deep disgust. I still can't understand why I am treated differently. Why? I have worked hard to do many things and want to show myself. All I got in return was deeper disgust. Even, there are many people who look at me with hatred. I can't understand myself. I just feel like I'm being isolated for no reason. Living in loneliness every day, it is precisely because of this that they commit many mischievous acts. The purpose is to attract the attention of others and get rid of the feeling of loneliness. But despite this, even if I do a lot of things that even I feel embarrassed about, in the end, you will still be discriminated against, and you will still not be able to get rid of the loneliness that follows you like a shadow. At that time, I didn't understand what was going on. But now he understood that it was all because there was a tailed beast in his body that once brought disaster to Konoha. Junior. It is its existence that makes others mistakenly believe that they are its incarnation, which is why they are constantly treated with hostility and hatred. Advertisement: there are only third-generation grandfathers and a few people in Konoha village. The most important thing is Teacher Su Chen and the other two classmates in Class 7. Never consider yourself a tailed beast. Teacher Su Chen, won't he be able to deal with the tailed beast in his body? Teacher Su Chen, do you have any way to help Naruto? Silently watching the optimistic kid beside him and was trapped in painful memories. Haruno Sakura's mood gradually became gloomy, as peers. She naturally knew what kind of pressure and pain Naruto had been enduring over the years. Teacher Su Chen suddenly mentioned the tailed beast in Naruto's body. Is there really a way to deal with that tailed beast? Teacher Su Chen, even you can't pull the tailed beast out of my body, right? After all, it's a tailed beast. Naruto smiled bitterly and scratched his head gently. Other approvals. Just for a few seconds, he really thought that Teacher Su Chen could do it. You can help yourself relieve that pain. Let me draw a clear line between myself and Nine Tails from now on. In that case, he would definitely gain further recognition from other people in Konoha village. But, how could such a thing be done so easily? Otherwise, the tailed beast would not have stayed in his body for so long. If there really is a way, the third-generation grandfathers will definitely find ways to help me get rid of this curse. A solution? It's too simple. We just need to remove the seal and then reseal the tailed beast. Little guy, don't take things too seriously. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled, speaking lightly in a relaxed tone. Isn't it just unblocking Nine Tails? For other ninjas, it might be very difficult. After all, that was the tailed beast that was sealed by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, also known as the Yellow Flash. But in front of the DragonBall World skill, Mafuba, the so-called Super Seal is simply unable to withstand this powerful sealing force. In particular, this result was verified when one tail was extracted from Gaara. Boom! As Teacher Su Chen's extremely calm voice fell. The two little ghosts from Class 7 were both shocked. Surprise and surprise on the little face. Teacher Su Chen, can he really do it? Really, are you kidding? Chapter 225. A new sealed container? Are you sure it's not a joke? Teacher Su Chen's strength can only be described as unfathomable. In addition to powerful taijutsu and ninjutsu, other abilities must also be worthy of these 4 words. Super powerful genjutsu is the most direct example. Is it possible that Mr. Su Chen is omnipotent in ninjutsu and ninjutsu? The two little kids looked up at Su Chen with admiration. There was a mixture of shock, joy, and deep admiration on his face. This caused the two pairs of bright eyes to tremble slightly. The emotion of being moved cannot be suppressed. Ding! Detected that the bond object, Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha Village, worships the host, and rewards a bond value of 2,412. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Detected that the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha Village, worships the host. Reward. Bond value 2325. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Detected the gratitude of the bond object, Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto, towards the host, rewarding bond points. It's just a simple affirmative answer. Instantly, a tide of bond value poured in. As the pleasant broadcast voice of the system in my mind sounded, Chen's mood suddenly became much better. It turned out to be just as I expected. Throwing out explosive information at a critical moment will have a more shocking effect than just randomly throwing it out. This bond is worth it. It's simply unstoppable. In this case, let's strike while the iron is hot and make this emotion even more intense. Wait here for a while, teacher. I need to make some final preparations. I'll be there soon. Chen blinked at the two little ghosts and pressed his fingers on his eyebrows. As the sound of breath fluctuations sounded, the tall and handsome figure disappeared from sight again. It only took a few seconds. Another clear sound of air fluctuations was heard. The figure that had just disappeared for a while appeared directly in front of the two little ghosts. Unlike leaving with nothing, the two kids in Class 7 quickly noticed that Teacher Chen had an ordinary-looking pot in his hand that had nothing special about it. Teacher Chen, is it too early to eat now? Besides, even if you want to eat, there's no need to bring a pot with you, right? Didn't we agree to help Naruto extract the tailed beast from his body? Haruno Sakura looked at Chen suspiciously. Her pretty cheeks couldn't help but twitch slightly, and her forehead was full of black lines. I couldn't help but complain. Snort, Teacher Chen just said that he wanted to help Naruto get rid of the tailed beast in his body. I even felt a little touched. Advertisement, I never expected it. He actually brought a pot. He looked like he was going to eat on the spot. Really, Teacher Chen is still as unreliable as ever. Teacher Chen. I understand. He tilted his head and thought hard for a few seconds. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he said with a moved look on his face. The process of extracting the tailed beast must be very difficult, right? Moreover, as a Jinchuriki, willpower is especially important in the whole process. The teacher was afraid that I would be hungry and unable to concentrate, so he made me fill my stomach in advance. But it would be much better if it was Ichiraku ramen. As she spoke, her eyes gleamed with emotion, and she raised her little face to look at Chen again. Chen. I am speechless. Two little ghosts, isn't this a weird angle of understanding? One is obviously a foodie. Another one actually thought he was a foodie. In comparison, the cold-faced kid has a clearer mind. These two little devils. I feel like crying because I am so stupid. Glancing at the two little ghosts with an idiotic look in his eyes, the handsome and powerful man said leisurely. Looking at this pot with such strange eyes, are you thinking of something strange? I'm not giving food to someone. This is the container for sealing the tailed beasts. Wait a minute, teacher. I will seal the tailed beast in this kid's body directly into this pot. Next second, the two little ghosts immediately thought they had heard wrongly. Could not help but look at each other. Question marks kept popping up above my head. Did I just hear it wrong? The teacher actually said that the tailed beast should be sealed in this pot? Teacher Chen must be joking. If the tailed beasts could be sealed with this kind of equipment, there wouldn't be any Jinchuriki, right? After all, this kind of thing is more convenient and easier to put away and take out than human assistance. Anyone with no brains. Everyone would think of sealing the tailed beast into something like this, rather than into someone's body. So, this thing cannot be used as a carrier to seal the tailed beasts at all. Teacher Chen seems to be unreliable again this time. Teacher Chen. If you are joking, you should be careful about the scale, right? Naruto is looking forward to the removal of the seal. Request flowers. 0 advertisement. Yes, Mr. Chen. Sakura is right. Even if you are joking, you can't make such an outrageous joke. This thing can barely hold 2 bowls of ramen. How can it possibly seal the tailed beast? The two kids from Class 7 let out a sigh of frustration at the same time. The two little faces were full of discouragement. 1+. I thought that Teacher Chen could really draw out the tailed beast. Let Naruto's life return to normal relatively. In the end, it was just a joke. After all, with this kind of thing, there is no way to seal the tailed beast. Oh, you're suspected? Are you sure you don't want to try? Originally, the technique of removing the seal and resealing it would consume a large amount of energy. Since you don't believe it, forget it. Chen said with a nonchalant attitude and a smile. Then, he sat cross-legged on the grass, put the pot beside him, and waited for the two little ghosts to make a decision. The two little kids looked at each other again and quietly observed Teacher Chen's reaction. After a moment, Teacher Chen, please help me deal with the tailed beast. It seemed that Naruto had finally made up his mind. He took a step forward and said in a firm tone. Teacher Chen looks like he's joking no matter how you look at him. But what if it's true? After getting rid of the troubles caused by the tailed beasts, I can live a normal life like other people of my age in Konoha Village, right? No one will ever look at me with hatred again. No one will look at me with hateful eyes anymore. Those who once regarded themselves as monsters will now regard themselves as normal people, right? Even if teacher Chen has a 1 in 10,000 chance, he is not kidding. Try it yourself too. At most, I can provide him with some fun while making myself extremely disappointed. 1. Looking at Naruto's figure gradually approaching Chen. Haruno Sakura looked empathetic, seemed to have seen what Naruto was thinking. Naruto, who was rejected and hostile by the village, finally found an opportunity to break away from the past this time. Damn teacher Chen, you must not be kidding, otherwise Naruto will definitely be extremely disappointed. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of a rapidly beating heart continued to ring in the ears of the female ninjas in Team 7. Although it is not him who is to lift the seal of the tailed beast. But that sense of tension is no less than that of Naruto. Chapter 226 Naruto is freed, and a new life begins from now on. Then let's get started as soon as possible, then. Chen slowly stood up and made final preparations for the demon sealing wave. 1 minute later, Naruto, with a nervous look on his face, sat cross-legged on the grass not far away. With bright eyes, he looked at Chen opposite him with a hint of hesitation. And that pot, especially when your eyes fall on the pot. Her little face couldn't help but twitch again. The sense of ceremony is strong. But I don't know what happened. That pot somehow feels out of place with the style of lifting the seal. Very stiff, very abrupt. It is impossible to believe that this is going to lift the seal of the tailed beast. Haruno Sakura, who was standing nearby, had the same idea. His bright eyes stared at the pot, and his forehead was gradually covered with black lines. I always feel that there is a sense of outrageous disharmony in the painting style. Sealing the tailed beast with a pot? Who would believe this kind of thing if I told them? Naruto-chan, 560, get ready, it's about to begin. At this moment, Chen gave a light reminder and slowly raised his hands above his head. Yes. Naruto quickly sat up straight, took a deep breath, and waited quietly. Next second, boom boom boom. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and flashes of lightning kept poking out from the thick clouds. At this moment, a strong breath rushed straight into the sky from Chen's raised palms. The two kids from class 7 were so shocked when they saw this scene that their mouths opened wide, and their entire mouths turned into an O shape. This scene, this explosion level, if teacher Chen was just joking. There's no need to go to this extent, right? It's true. Unsealing the tailed beast and extracting it, then resealing it in this pot, this is definitely not a joke, this is real. And in the shocked eyes of the optimistic little devil, the breath that transformed into a dragon suddenly penetrated into his body. To be precise, it is the navel that seals the tailed beast. Just 5 seconds later, roar, followed by a roar filled with fear and anger. Wrapped in the aura and transformed into a virtual form, 9 tails was directly pulled out of Naruto's body. The confused expression was like a small boat in a huge river. No matter how hard it struggled and screamed, it could not escape this aura. Is this the tailed beast inside Naruto? 30,188,017. Advertisement. Seeing 9 tails' true appearance for the first time, the female ninjas of Team 7 couldn't help but clench their hands and put them in a huge position. In shock, the huge object trembled wildly a few times. However, Naruto was so shocked and surprised that he did not notice the scene in front of him. Otherwise, he must have sprayed 2 buckets of nosebleed on the spot. This feeling, is it like being unsealed and then being sealed again? It's not any sealing method I'm familiar with. It's that man again. In the torrent of breath, the tailed beast, with a look of shock on its face, finally locked its sights on that extremely handsome figure. Then, my head shrank involuntarily, give up resistance. It was indeed that man. At that time, I felt unprecedented pressure just by being looked at by him. Even without knowing his true strength, they were suppressed by his terrifying aura and dared not show their heads. Besides, that year, he was teleported to Konoha with the intention of creating chaos. It was this man who used the power of a single punch to completely render him defenseless. I originally thought, there won't be too many interactions between me and this scary man. But even if you use 9 tails to think about it, you can't imagine it. This scary man actually used this strange sealing techniques to pull himself out of Jinchuriki's body. The new seal carrier looks like a pot? Seeing the direction of the surging breath, it was obvious that it was going to lead him into that ordinary pot. 9 tails' defense was broken immediately. The fox face, filled with an endless evil aura, twitched madly. DJ. Being sealed into the body of a brat named Naruto is already frustrating enough. But no matter what, this kid is also the son of Konoha's 4th Hokage. As his own Jinchuriki, it barely matches his own status. Result. Resealed carrier, it turns out to be pot? A pot that looks like it would take a lot of effort to cook rice. This is F********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Roar. 9 tails, feeling very humiliated, let out a final roar of resignation. Then the whole body, along with the breath, was poured madly into the pot. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds dispersed and everything calmed down. There were only 2-tailed beasts, staring at each other in the pot. Feeling the endless humiliation, I continued to be confused. The ceiling this time was also very smooth. Advertisement, magical sealing wave is indeed the strongest sealing technique. Seeing the sealing result, Chen smiled with satisfaction and nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with the result. Naruto the kid didn't seem to have any adverse reactions. The senzu beans that were originally prepared seemed to be useless. Is the seal over? That feeling of controlling the tailed beasts at will? Such powerful sealing techniques? But the female ninjas of Team 7, who had never seen such a grand scene, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After relaxing my tense body, I involuntarily squatted on the grass. Once again, accompanied by a tremor of the huge object. It's really gone. Teacher Chen, thank you for helping me finally get rid of him. Naruto, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly raised his face. With a grateful smile on his face, it's just tears that can't stop flowing down. Those were tears of gratitude, tears of happiness. Tears on the way to a new life. Ding! Detected the gratitude of the bond object, Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto, towards the host, and rewarded a bond value of 3,584. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The bond object, Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto's admiration for the host, is detected, and the bond value of 3,512 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Detected the bond object, Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto, towards the host. There is no need to say much about the various emotions. The system broadcast sound kept ringing in his mind, revealing Naruto's respect, gratitude, and deep love for Teacher Chen. And that's not all. Ding! Detected the bond object, Konoha Village Murano Sakura, towards the host. They rang out at the same time. There is also the sound of Haruno Sakura contributing bond value. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smiled happily. The tailed beast is obtained. At the same time, a large amount of bond value was also gained. This so-called special training yielded more benefits than expected. 4.42 Little Devils, go practice the Sun Fist first. The following teachings will be full of surprises. Chen smiled mysteriously, which immediately whetted the appetite of the two little devils. The purpose of collecting the tailed beasts has been accomplished. As for the next special training, let's start by letting the three little ghosts master the Sun Fist that can break genjutsu. And this is just the beginning. The next special training will be even more explosive. Mr. Chen, where is my exclusive course? Isn't it also the kind that is very powerful? After the shock, the man with circled hair looked at Chong excitedly. There is an anticipation that can't wait spreading all over my body. Sasuke, during this special training, obtained information about that man. And Naruto, with the help of his teacher's super sealing techniques, was able to resolve the troubles of the tailed beast. Is it your turn now? What kind of exclusive teaching will it be? Looking forward to it. Chapter 227 New panel, to make up for the shortcomings, you little pig? Exclusive teachings for the other two companions. All very strong. It gives people a strong feeling that as long as they implement it seriously, they can really achieve their dreams within a year. Although the cute female ninja of Team 7 is not sure what her ultimate dream is. But, Teacher Chen will definitely give some advice, right? Moreover, it is a special guidance that is equally important as the other two companions. Just think about it. Haruno Sakura's cute little face smiled again. Waiting for Teacher Chen to reveal the answer. Giant little devil, is this your personal instruction? That's amazing. The tall and handsome figure smiled slightly and cast two playful glances over. Involuntarily, I paused for a moment at the huge position. Of course, I'm not very interested in this kind of kid. Too eye-catching. It makes people unable to help but stare at it. That's all. Very impressive, exclusive instruction? I'm looking forward to Sakura's exclusive teaching, The optimistic little ghost possessed by the dog attribute suddenly smiled broadly. Very happy for Haruno Sakura. The exclusive teaching of myself and the stinky ghost can be said to have opened the door to another new world that leads to a stronger path. So, Sakura has been working hard, and she will definitely be very strong in the special training she is about to face. What is the teaching? 13. It's really exciting. Teacher Chen, I'm ready. Then, let's get started as soon as possible. The huge female ninja's cheeks flushed slightly as she waited anxiously. Even my breathing became a little faster. A pair of beautiful eyes is full of benefits. He just stared at Teacher Chen without even blinking. For the giant little devil, this nickname that Teacher Chen gave without considering other people's feelings. Under the temptation of so-called special teaching, people can't help but ignore it. Even feel. This is a kind of recognition from Teacher Chen's strange interest. After a slight smile, Chen slowly spoke, your special instruction is to practice with the other two little ghosts. In other words, you are free to choose to learn whatever moves you are interested in. That's a huge privilege. When talking about the word, huge, I couldn't help but emphasize the word because of its length. No way. Coming to the ninja world, it can be said that I have no weaknesses on the surface. To this day, it is relatively invincible. As for weaknesses, there are actually some. And it's an obvious weakness, that is it, advertisement. I have a natural tolerance for the big things, plus. The performance of the giant little devil was not the most dazzling among the three people in Team 7. But she is a giant ninja. This is enough reason to be treated preferentially. It's that simple. Yes, can I choose to learn any moves on my own? Xiaoying, keep working hard. I'm so envious. At the moment the special training was announced, the giant female ninja of Team 7 showed shock on her face. The optimistic kid had already widened his eyes slightly. A look of surprise and amazement. What Mr. Su Chen said just now means that Sakura can choose any ninjutsu to learn, right? The unlimited kind. If you like, you can even learn all the lessons that you and the stinky guy will face. So envious. So happy for Sakura. It's almost time, teacher, I have something very important to do. The first step is to remember the tricks of the Sun Fist and master it first. Then, the teacher will take the initiative to show up and bring you more surprising new teachings. One hand in pocket. The other hand held an ordinary soup pot. Then, he turned around and walked a few steps, and in an instant, his figure had stirred up a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, that handsome and tall figure had already appeared in the distance, just within sight. Humph, damn teacher Su Chen. You said I can choose all the teachings by myself, but the truth is, even you don't know my dream, right? But I don't know either. In short, this is also an opportunity for him to further recognize me, right? The female ninja from Team 7 reacted quickly, and her flawless face darkened slightly. Speechless complaints. Next second, the image of Sasuke appeared in my mind, and I suddenly felt endless motivation. The ultimate dream or something like that, although it cannot be determined for now. But in front of me, there is still a very important dream. Well, I've decided to use this opportunity to learn more about ninjutsu. Gain more recognition from Sasuke. Sakura, let's start practicing the Sun Fist as soon as possible. That idiot is already way ahead. Excited Naruto took a breath and said with full energy. He just discovered. Dazzling flashes kept appearing in the woods not far from the training ground. Although it was not strong, it was enough to show that the guy with the stinky fart had initially mastered the trick. Among the 3 people in Class 7, he was ahead again without any surprise. Besides, through the perception of chi, it can be clearly felt. Advertisement: the 10 breaths of the stinky ghost are gradually becoming even through constant practice. This is a sign of rapid progress in the practice of Sun Fist. Snort. I don't want to lose to that cocky guy, especially in front of Sakura. Well, we should start working hard. Sasuke, he's improving really fast. Haruno Sakura, who also sensed this information, nodded seriously. After, 2 small figures also disappeared into the woods. After a moment, flakes of light, there were 3 areas in the woods that were flashing continuously. The breath is getting stronger and stronger. The intensity of the flash is also getting higher and higher. The 7th class had only just begun practicing the Sun Fist, but they were already making rapid progress because they had laid a good foundation for practicing chi. The other side, in Su Chen's apartment, put the soup pot on table 210. The tall and handsome figure stretched lazily, then quietly opened the system panel. Seeing the recent bond value gains, his slender sword-like eyebrows couldn't help but twitch slightly. Over 200,000 bond points. Is it to unlock new abilities on Goku's panel, or to extract new character panels? Give it some thought. Su Chen directly chose the latter. After all, with the current strength, under 6 paths, he is invincible. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths was reborn, he would be able to crush him in front of his powerful strength. It's just that the process is not as easy as that of other opponents. Besides, what about strength? Compared with the fun brought by the new character panel, it seems less important. System, extract new character panel. In a calm voice, he issued the extraction command. Bite. After a series of prompt sounds, new character panels surfaced. Oolong? That's a bit bitter, pig. With the first round of draws over? Su Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. Compared with the characters drawn in the past, the pig that could transform itself seemed unremarkable. The combat power is so weak, but so what? Do I need other characters' strength to supplement my current strength? The ability to transform seems to have made up for one of the so-called shortcomings. The next moment, the handsome and strong man wiped away the disappointment on his face and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 228. Obtaining top swordsmanship. Good friends coming to say goodbye. In this world, I am indeed invincible. The problem is, compared to those strange ninjutsu, the various kai moves seem too simple and not gimmicky enough. For example, transformation. Just pick any student from a ninja school who hasn't become a jonin yet. You will be able to master the art of transformation proficiently. I am indeed a bit embarrassed that I can't even do this. But this little pig has clearly made up for this shortcoming. It seems so. That nice little pig is not so annoying anymore. This time's lucky draw was quite rewarding. Come again. After feeling the usage of the transformation technique and the flow of breath, he made sure he had mastered it completely. Su Chen was not in a hurry to try it. Instead, it directly started drawing the next character panel. And this time, as the system's cold broadcast ended, Yakurobe, the greedy, cowardly fat guy in the DragonBall world? His brows furrowed slightly again. Su Chen felt a sense of loss in his heart. Public knowledge. That fat guy dressed as a warrior is not only timid and cowardly, but also has poor fighting ability. Even, he is not a chi practitioner. Use 100,000 bond points to extract such a thing. It gives people the urge to overturn the table and smash the bench. Even if the bond value comes easily, isn't it a bit too much to fool the system with such a character? Just as Su Chen's brows were filled with chill and dissatisfaction was spreading. When he saw the skills displayed on the panel, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed across his face. All kinds of top sword techniques? There are nearly 100 of them? Fusion. The unexpected discovery made Su Chen no longer hesitate, and he chose fusion directly. He wanted to see whether the nearly 100 sword techniques that Fat Guy possessed were worth 100,000 bond points. As the system responds, the character panels began to merge. In the blink of an eye, the vigorous information of nearly 100 kinds of top sword techniques, like a surging river, all merged into Su Chen's body and mind. Even, it fills every cell, and at this moment, the corners of Su Chen's mouth finally curled up slightly in a slightly satisfied arc. I didn't notice. The fat guy who always behaves timidly and rarely takes action in the DragonBall world. He turned out to be the world's top swordsman. Advertisement. The reason why he seldom takes action is that there are not many stages for him to perform. Therefore, it gives people the illusion that he is not very strong. But actually, in the original story of Dragon Ball, Yajirobe's superb swordsmanship was once demonstrated. The old Devil King Piccolo sent out elites to make little Goku suffer. Result: Yajirobe just swung his sword and cut the opponent into 2 pieces. This is the performance of swordsmanship, but, compared to the skills on the character panel that Su Chen has currently obtained. For example, Kamehameha. These top sword skills are indeed not good enough. But definitely handsome enough. This is the value of this character fusion. For him, it is definitely worth 100,000 bond points. Not bad, I have gained a lot of skills that can show off. These sword techniques can be performed with any ninja tools. They are definitely very tempting to those 3 little devils. Whether it's a way to show off or a tool to collect bond points, the effect must be very good. Nodded with satisfaction, just as Su Chen was thinking about it. If there are any sacred ninja swords or other ninja tools in this world. Outside the door, there was the sound of leisurely footsteps. At the same time, the ability to perceive chi captured a familiar breath. It's that guy. He was originally a lazy, freedom-loving guy like me. Because of the various incidents during the Chunin exam, Konoha fell into a huge crisis. Even he can't stay out of it, right? Su Chen, the guy who stole the show during the Chunin exam, has clearly become the focus. You still look like you don't care about anything. A voice with a slightly wry smile was heard, and the white-haired ninja Jiraiya, with a wry smile on his face, pushed the door open and walked in. His eyes subconsciously fell on the bed. Well, surprisingly, this guy is most likely not alone every time he is in the apartment. It always contributes some special beauty or something. This time, it's quite surprising. The focus, although I don't want to be the focus, I have to admit that I have always been the focus of many people's eyes. Especially those female ninjas. Su Chen smiled wickedly, resting his head on his hands, and leaning back on the bed. He looked extremely relaxed, still so cocky. That kind of personality of not caring about anything hasn't changed at all. Even if Konoha is currently facing a major crisis, it seems to have nothing to do with you. The white-haired ninja, whose bitter smile had not disappeared, sat down cross-legged opposite him without any hesitation. Advertisement, however, since you are not a ninja, you don't need to follow the ninja way. Sometimes, I really envy you. A sigh from the heart. The white-haired ninja's face really showed a look of envy, jealousy and hatred. If you are not a ninja, you can abandon the so-called wall of fire and do not have to abide by various rules. This is what I have been pursuing my whole life, right? But the premise is, you must have the kind of strength that Su Chen has, which makes all the upper echelons of Konoha fear you and make them dare not speak out. I'm afraid I'll never be able to do this in my lifetime. I've seen it a long time ago. You envy me, however, you can't envy this kind of life. Just keep your envy and jealousy in your heart until the ninja world is destroyed. Su Chen glanced over without any modesty and responded indifferently. Konoha was in crisis, but this guy who could resolve many troubles with just one move just stood by and watched. But I want him to take action. It's even harder than getting the Hokage's real name. So, the thought of asking Su Chen for help as a best friend was extinguished in an instant. I should have realized that you wouldn't change your character for anyone. If it was those 3 little devils, maybe. Never mind, let's get down to business. I came here to say goodbye to you. I poured myself a cup of tea and sipped it gently. Jiraiya's tone became much calmer, different from Su Chen. He is a ninja from Konoha village after all, and it's a very important one. He must shoulder part of the responsibility for the various changes that Konoha village encountered this time. There's no need to say goodbye in such a special way, right? Do you need my help with something? I'm busy teaching those 3 little brats and don't have time to take care of other things. Su Chen retracted his gaze and said calmly, this is him. After coming to this world, all kinds of fun that can move him are his pursuit. Liability? Dealing with troublesome hidden village disputes? Not interested, none of your business. It's just a parting chat, I'm not asking for your help. This time, the last digit of the Sand village is missing, and many people in Konoha village are troubled. There's a clue, and I will start investigating immediately. A bitter smile appeared on Jiraiya's face again. It turned out to be just as I predicted. This guy, who gives many people a headache just by thinking of him, is not someone who will help out just because his friends ask for help. Akatsuki, but the next second, Chen seemed to be asking casually. The white-haired ninja couldn't help but stop picking up the teacup. She looked at him with surprise. Chapter 229. Tsunade in debt. Jiraiya's request. Akatsuki, it seems like you already knew about their existence. Jiraiya looked surprised. A faint bitter smile appeared on his face again. There are so many surprising things about this good friend. Especially when it comes to intelligence, it has reached an incredible level. For example, he always reveals some advanced intelligence unintentionally. Even if the information is very confusing and unreasonable. Eventually, it will be confirmed. This is clearly the case now. Jiraiya said he was used to it. You are sure that the tailed beasts have fallen into their hands, so you are going to investigate? However, you should be careful about your own actions. Be careful in this investigation and don't get yourself involved. Chen reminded him with unexpected depth, glancing at the other party at the same time. This good friend of mine probably doesn't know that the appearance of Akatsuki is related to his students, right? At least it's just a suspicion and cannot be confirmed. This investigation, obviously, is to verify this conjecture. According to the original plot, once Zilaya left, there was no chance for him to come back. However, even if he was told this, he would never give up the idea of preliminary investigation. Chen was very clear about the character of this good friend. A hint of surprise flashed across his face again. 3 cute little faces appeared in 870's mind. The 3 of them lost contact long ago. As a teacher, even if I traveled throughout the ninja world in the name of searching, I could not find any trace of them. It even makes me feel that they may no longer be alive. In the chaotic ninja world, human life is like morning dew, which may disappear at any time. Even if these 3 extremely talented students were unable to escape this fate, right? However, recent intelligence has continued to show that the 3 of them are likely still alive and have some connection with Akatsuki. So, this time, the investigation is not just to investigate the organization, Akatsuki, itself. Advertisement it was also to fulfill my long-cherished wish, to meet their teachers and students, to see how far they had grown. If Akatsuki is really related to them, how should I face them? The white-haired ninja, who secretly felt a headache, drank the wine in front of him, and his expression became solemn and complicated. Chen, who took in all of this, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. I'm afraid Jiraiya doesn't know what he's going to face. See the transformation in his students, not to mention the dangers itself. His heart must be broken by this, right? But, none of your business? As someone whose ultimate goal is to pursue fun in this world, I will not get involved in such trivial matters as nagging or teacher-student relations. There is that time. It would be better to use it to teach the 3 little kids in class 7. Anyway, even if you don't take Konoha village seriously, please take care of it a little. Also, Chen, whether you admit it or not, you have changed a lot since you became the teacher of Konoha's Team 7. Don't always act like you don't care about anything and don't take anything seriously. In fact, once a bond is formed, even someone as strong as you will be unable to control it, right? After drinking a glass of wine, Jiraiya smiled calmly, holding his knees and slowly stood up. He put the luggage on the ground back on his back. The moment I opened the door, a feeling of rushing into the unknown came to me with the wind. Bonds. Only the weak talk about that. I don't care about that kind of stuff. As for changes, I can only say that you don't know me well enough. The corners of Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He gave a slightly sarcastic smile. My goal in taking over Team 7 has always been to harvest the bond value of Team 7, unlock more character panels, and get more fun. That's all. Bonds and the like have nothing to do with myself traveling across time to this world, and I am not interested in them. Also, although you keep saying that you won't agree to any of my requests, please just do the following. BDDC. The white-haired ninja who was about to walk out of the room turned back slightly and said in a light tone. Before I leave, I will go find Tsunade and ask her to return to Konoha. After what Orochimaru did, the relationship between Konoha and Tsunagakure has deteriorated, and it is likely that other hidden villages will see it as an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Even she, who is always free and easygoing, will not sit idly by and will definitely come back. Is that irritable woman finally going back to Konoha village? The tall, handsome and strong man was lying on his side with an inexplicable smile on his face. Advertisement in my mind. An image of a plump, tall and full figure instantly emerged. You're finally coming back, Tsunade. My request is that, at least in this situation, don't pursue her for the debt. The tens of millions of debts may be the 10 reasons why she left Konoha village. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh with a wry smile, and subconsciously held his forehead gently, feeling a little headache. One of the reasons why Tsunade left Konoha village was because of this guy Chen, right? I really don't know what he was thinking back then. She, who was addicted to gambling, actually approached Chen to gamble. The results prove it. Chen doesn't just play by the rules in other matters. When it comes to cheating, he is even more ruthless. Even if his opponent is the most accommodating and most likely to show mercy to him. In the end, Tsunade successfully owed a debt of tens of millions of taels. This guy was even more shameless. He jokingly suggested on the spot that if there was no money, he could repay it in other ways. Successfully angered Tsunade. Tsunade, in a rage, directly activated the power of the 100 healings. The confrontation between the two turned Konoha village upside down. Although there were not many witnesses during the process, Chen didn't even take any action and was always in a defensive state. Even so, Tsunade's chakra was almost exhausted. Tsunade, in anger, Q village. At that time, the upper echelons of Konoha, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not know the truth about Tsunade's departure from Konoha village. Even the details of that confrontation are not very clear. Only when you are at the scene, you know the truth. Well, I can promise you this for now. I can promise not to collect the debt from her immediately. But no matter what, that's tens of millions of taels. Given our friendship, I can't write it off. Chen thought for a moment, then smiled calmly and told the truth. What a joke. That's tens of millions of taels. Although the means by which it was obtained were not fair and above board. But the casino is like a battlefield, and even if his opponent is Tsunade, whom he admires very much, he will not show mercy. As for Jiraiya's face, you still have to give him some. The main reason is, long time no see, Tsunade. Are you bigger and fuller now? Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Chapter 230 Akatsuki Meeting. Dragon Ball information shocks everyone. Then thank you for your tolerance of this friendship. I hope we can meet soon. Without even turning his head, he waved his hand and walked out of the room into the sunlight outside. Take a deep breath and feel the cool air of the surviving Konoha village. A comfortable smile appeared on his face. If it's not necessary, I really don't want to leave so soon. The familiar faces in Konoha village give people a very warm feeling. Even though Chen, my good friend who always gives me a headache and makes me feel very difficult to deal with, can still bring me some warmth. It's so sad to leave so soon. Then, the pace quickens. The figure with long white hair flying in the wind gradually accelerated, and finally turned into a white flash, running quickly towards the outside of Konoha village. He was reluctant to give up the ties with Konoha village. The bond with Yuyin that had formed many years ago, as well as the various doubts that followed, also gave him some expectations. At the same time, hidden rain. The strange buildings that look like pipes are bathed in endless rain. The entire hidden village never sees sunlight all year round, but the rain has never stopped since the establishment of the ninja village. Inadvertently, it gives people a strong sense of sadness and depression. Yuyin Village office building, in the huge conference room. The environment is extremely dark, so, does that magical thing really exist? Can you summon a so-called dragon to fulfill any wish? Are you sure that's not genjutsu? At the main seat, a gloomy ninja wearing a red cloud black robe and orange hair asked expressionlessly. There was a deep touch in Jia's tone. Dragon Ball? Shenron? This is an unheard of existence. The news brought by White Zetsu is as confusing as genjutsu, making it difficult to believe. Genjutsu or facts, I can't tell the difference. I saw it with my own eyes, I heard it with my own ears, but I can't be wrong. On the spacious long table in the conference room, Bai Zetsu, who was wriggling like clay, emphasized again with a smile. If it's about Chen, it doesn't seem so strange. He always does something unexpected. Advertisement. Conan, who was standing next to the main seat, also had a blank expression on his face, but couldn't hide his cute and cool temperament, and made an insincere comment. That bad guy. During the short period of joining Akatsuki, he seemed lazy and idle, and did not take Akatsuki's beliefs and goals seriously at all. But there is always a mysterious temperament about him. It always makes people feel that no matter what he does, it will not be strange. Dragon Ball. Dragon. It's not that surprising that these two things would appear from that bad guy, right? The image of that handsome and tall figure involuntarily popped up in my mind. The female ninja, who was always as cold as the icy rain in the hidden rain village, had an imperceptible blush on her face. In other words, as long as we gather the so-called Dragon Balls scattered throughout the ninja world and summon the dragon, we can immediately realize our wishes, right? It seems much easier than collecting the tailed beasts. Deidara smiled coldly and licked his lips. In the process of collecting the tailed beasts, you will definitely confront other powerful ninjas, which will be a lot of fun. And his own explosion art will also be remembered by many people. It will eventually shock the entire ninja world, but compared to Akatsuki's great dream, my own dream really seems insignificant. So, collecting things like Dragon Balls is the most effective way to achieve your dream, right? In theory, it is true, and we have also encountered great resistance in collecting the tailed beasts. That unpredictable guy, but he used powerful sealing techniques right in front of me. Without any cost or sacrifice, he was able to easily extract the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki and then seal it. The whole process takes no more than 2 minutes. Bai Zetsu further shared information. As soon as these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but look shocked. Some of them even looked at each other in bewilderment. A sealing technique without any cost? And it's aimed at the tailed beasts? You know, even with the most powerful sealing techniques, when facing a sealing object like the tailed beast, a huge price must be paid. Take 9 tails of Konoha village for example. 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze finally succeeded in sealing 9 tails, even at the cost of his own life. And removing the seal of the tailed beast also requires a huge price. One of the costs is the death of Jinchuriki. I never expected it. That guy Chen actually possesses a powerful seal that can unlock and seal the tailed beasts at will. Advertisement, asterisk 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 asterisk, even if you look at the entire ninja world, this is absolutely explosive information. It can even be said, there are only a handful of people who can do this, and even so, he is probably the only one who can do it as easily as Chen. So his strength is even stronger than the intelligence we collected before. It's easy to surpass the cage level, right? The orange-haired ninja sitting at the main seat couldn't help but frown. Chen. I really didn't realize that. At that time, I insisted on joining, knowing that you actually have such strength. The tailed beasts of Sanagakure and the 9 tails of Konoha all appeared in Konoha village because of the Chunin exams. That troublesome guy who suddenly became interested in sealing the tailed beast would certainly not let go of this opportunity. 0. So, of the 9 tailed beasts, at least 2 have fallen into his hands. Even if Akatsuki captured all the remaining tailed beasts, in order to gather all the tailed beasts, they still couldn't avoid a showdown with that guy. However, based on the information currently available, the difficulty of collecting the Dragon Balls is definitely much lower than taking the tailed beasts from that guy. Collecting the so-called Dragon Balls to realize the dream seems to be the only inevitable way. Thinking of this, the ninjas fell into deep thought. Collecting the Dragon Balls can indeed be used as a backup option, but we'd better make preparations for both situations. The plan to collect the tailed beasts can be carried out simultaneously. After a moment's silence, the ninja in the main seat finally spoke cautiously. The Dragon Balls that can easily fulfill wishes suddenly appeared in the ninja world. This is indeed good news for Akatsuki. How can Akatsuki, who has been preparing for years to collect the tailed beasts, give up this plan so easily? It seems safer to prepare for both situations and proceed simultaneously. Not to mention, according to intelligence, although Chen is incredibly strong, he is not without weaknesses. And this shortcoming is genjutsu. Fortunately, there are many people in the Akatsuki organization who possess powerful genjutsu. For example, myself. Also Uchiha Itachi. It seems that it is not impossible to collect the tailed beasts from Chen. Next second, the orange-haired ninja's gaze fell on Uchiha Itachi's face. Conan and the others who had thought of the same thing all looked at Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 231. The goal is determined. Collect Dragon Balls. In the misty rain, Hoshigaki Kisame noticed these expectant gazes and his cheeks twitched slightly. Shortboard. Genjutsu. The intelligence can be updated. When it comes to genjutsu, that guy has no shortcomings. There was also no expression on Uchiha Itachi's face. Only, the corner of his eye twitched imperceptibly. Everyone present, except the mummy ghost shark, was slightly stunned. That guy Chen doesn't have any weaknesses in genjutsu? This seems to be very different from the previous information. After all, according to intelligence, that guy has never used genjutsu. He also inadvertently revealed that among the members of Akatsuki, the only one who could arouse his vigilance was Uchiha Itachi, who possessed a powerful genjutsu. This also made everyone agree that Chen's weakness was that he couldn't resist genjutsu. The level of genjutsu of this, 903, must be very low. Why did Uchiha Itachi suddenly say this? Many people present soon showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. This time, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame teamed up to carry out a mission to collect intelligence on the 9 tailed beast in Konoha village. And Chen is currently in Konoha village. Has there been some kind of friction between the two? And if the previous intelligence is correct, and Chen's weakness is indeed genjutsu, then in this so-called friction, it is very likely that Itachi Feng Chia will win. After all, his genjutsu can already be called unfathomable. Corresponding to Chen's shortcomings, Chen's chances of winning are very low. But Uchiha Itachi's words just now made people wonder, in that duel that may have already happened, Chen, who was considered to be weak in genjutsu, exploded with a strength that even the young art master Uchiha Itachi was afraid of. The source of the information is. The orange-haired ninja's expression was slightly moved, and he asked in a cold voice. Chen and I had a genjutsu duel. Unfortunately, I lost, and lost miserably. He can even do it, with just a glance, to unleash a genjutsu that even I can't resist. Uchiha Itachi announced this shocking truth in a calm tone. In an instant, everyone's expression was slightly shocked. Even though there was a look of disbelief on their faces, they had to accept this reality. Advertisement. The so-called shortcoming of genjutsu. It was just a misjudgment due to lack of intelligence. That guy's genjutsu is terrifying. Otherwise, Uchiha Itachi, who possesses incredibly powerful genjutsu, would not have made such a comment about him. Silence. The feeling of shock kept flowing through everyone's heart. Only the sound of rain outside the window makes the stillness and silence seem less lonely and awkward. Then, the next task for all members is to collect Dragon Balls. After a moment's silence, the orange-haired ninja at the main seat finally spoke slowly, confirming the next direction of Akatsuki's efforts. As for capturing the tailed beast, this original main task can only become a backup plan. The information that Chen showed recently revealed an incredible message. If Akatsuki's plan makes it inevitable for everyone to face him, the entire organization will likely be hurt in the end. Compared to taking the tailed beast from that guy, it is significantly easier to collect the so-called Dragon Balls to fulfill wishes. Konoha village. It's another early morning. The awakened sun once again emitted a scorching light that became even more dazzling. Almost all the ninjas in Konoha village, from genin to jonin, are practicing hard. Other ninjas, from the upper echelons of Konoha to the Anbu ninjas, are all working intensively. At present, the crisis of invasion of Konoha village has been resolved. But the crisis that spread from the Chunin exam did not end there. Even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen showed up at the office early and handled all matters, big and small, personally. The entire Konoha village seemed to be busy in January. Especially the training place of Konoha Team 7. At this time, in addition to the tense and busy atmosphere, there is also a passion that far exceeds that of other ninjas. As pieces of increasingly hot light flickered in the woods, Konoha's Class 7 is finally about to finish its first special course. Konoha Flower Tower, the largest and most comfortable room. As bright sunlight poured into the room from the window, the delicate and lazy figures and the light reflected by the white skin add a beautiful and fascinating beauty. In a field of pure white flowers, a tall and handsome figure slowly opened his eyes. Advertisement. A look of slight surprise then appeared on his face. Those three little brats, did they complete the Sun Fist training so quickly? This activation speed and strength are much stronger than when the bald guy in the DragonBall World practiced this move. Sure enough, taking over Class 7 was the right choice. He muttered a few words silently. Chen stretched leisurely, then slowly stood up. The faster Class 7 progresses, the more it proves that they are good teachers in the eyes of the three little devils. This will make it easier to collect bond points, not hard to predict. Once the special training is further developed, the value of each bond value will increase significantly. Unlocking all character panels is just around the corner. So, now, go and collect bond points happily. Chen glanced at the battlefield and noticed that his opponents were still exhausted. He smiled with satisfaction and pressed his fingers between his eyebrows. Whoosh! The figure quickly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Konoha's Team 7 training ground. The three breathless little ghosts all showed excitement on their faces. After several days of practice, he finally mastered the Taiyang Fist, which can break all genjutsu. Although in terms of strength and speed, it is not as good as the powerful teacher Chen. However, when facing ordinary strong people, the current level is definitely enough to deal with them. The 0.0th lesson has been completed with ease. The next course should be even more powerful and worth looking forward to, right? Hey, Stinky B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** sweat from his forehead, Naruto asked with blinking eyes. Snort. Although actively asking the most annoying stinker gives people a very uncomfortable feeling. But I have to admit that this guy does have a huge advantage over me in terms of collecting intelligence and seeing through the teacher's mind. This guy must have collected a lot of information, right? Sasuke, what kind of special training will Mr. Suchin give us next? You should have discovered something, right? The cute female ninja from Team 7 clasped her hands in front of her chest. The extremely elastic part couldn't help but tremble slightly, causing Naruto to almost have a nosebleed. Chapter 232. Even if you are well prepared, you will find the practice simple. Even the cold-faced kid who looked completely uninterested in such things couldn't help but blush slightly. No wonder teacher Chen likes giant female ninjas. There is indeed a feeling that makes people's heart beat wildly. The cold-faced kid commented secretly in his mind, and then made a tisk sound. I felt a little annoyed by the boring thoughts that suddenly popped up in my mind. Humph, teacher Chen did teach me a lot, but this kind of boring stuff should never be the object of study. It seems that I was led astray by him accidentally. I am speechless. Humph, intelligence or something like that is not important. Teacher Chen said that once we master this course, he will appear soon. Since the answer can be revealed immediately, why bother to guess? He glanced at his other two companions proudly. Sasuke resumed his arrogant attitude with his hands in his pockets and said impatiently. Naruto frowned, looked at Sasuke for a moment, then smiled wickedly with an attitude of wearing everything. So, you have no clue, huh? Tisk, I'm not looking forward to you. As he said this, he rolled his eyes provocatively, sat down with his hands on his knees, and continued to breathe heavily. The practice in recent days has been very tiring. But the reward is even greater, it was all worth it. Especially this so-called special training, which gave everyone the ability to break genjutsu from the very beginning. It was a blast to start. The first course is so valuable, so the subsequent practice will surely take off, right? Snort. The cold-faced kid glanced at Naruto again, looking like he didn't want to bother with him. In his cold eyes, there was also a hint of anticipation. Now that she has mastered the genjutsu move Sun Fist that can break virginity, she is one big step closer to becoming the man she wants to kill. The next training should also be targeted at that man, right? 1 year to complete the dream. Once upon a time, such a dream gave people a feeling that it was out of reach. But with the Sun Fist and the careful teaching from teacher Chen, that is worth looking forward to. It made him feel that maybe within a year, he would have the strength to kill that man. Advertisement. It was decided to shorten the time to 10 months. After 10 months of hard training, I will make sure that man dies in my hands. With that determined look in his eyes, Sasuke subconsciously clenched his fists. Bang! Followed by a familiar sound of air being squeezed. The eyes of the three kids in Class 7 lit up at the same time, and they looked in the direction of the sound. Same time. A tall and handsome figure suddenly appeared in the air and slowly lowered the fingers that were pressed on his forehead. Teacher Su Chen. The three kids in class 7 were all perked up at the same time, looking up at Su Chen's mysterious figure. Just one glance, and the admiration in my heart burst out involuntarily. Ding. Detected that the bond object, Haruno Sakura of Konoha Village, admires the host, and awarded a bond value of 2,356. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha Village, has been detected to be worshipping the host, and a bond value of 2,452 is awarded. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Detected that the bond object Uzumaki Naruto admires the host, rewarding bond value 3046. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the sweet mechanical sound of the system, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be just as I predicted. As the teaching continued to deepen, the three little ghosts who had gained something saw a significant increase in both the speed at which bond values were generated and the amount of bond values themselves. Before, the three little ghosts would only contribute a large amount of bond value when unexpected famous scenes appeared. And this time, as a teacher, I gained an average of more than 2,000 bond points just by making an appearance. Among them, Naruto, the most carefree kid, has increased the amount of bond value he provides to over 3,000. Good phenomenon. It was worth it for my hard work in teaching them. Of course, the so-called painstaking efforts are just casual pointers, and they don't really require any effort. Teacher Su Chen, we have mastered the Sun Fist. It's dazzling. Naruto smiled, revealing a mouthful of wide teeth. Her eyes almost turned into crescents as she smiled excitedly. In just a few days, he mastered the Sun Fist that can break all genjutsu. Compared to the other powerful ninjutsu mentioned by Teacher Su Chen before, the lethality of the Sun Fist may not be that strong. But compared to regular ninjutsu, it is much stronger. After all, looking at the entire ninja world, there is currently no one who can resist genjutsu and can confidently say that they can resist all genjutsu. However, the Sun Fist clearly possesses this characteristic. Advertisement: when it comes to resisting genjutsu, Team 7, which has learned the Sun Fist, can even rival top-tier warriors. The first lesson of special training produced such explosive results. You can imagine. The next training will definitely be even more explosive. It would be strange if you don't expect it. The other two kids in class 7 who had the same idea were also looking up at Su Chen's tall and handsome face, their little hearts beating wildly at the same time. Su Chen smiled casually, tossing the beans in his hand, and spoke softly. Very good, you have mastered the Sun Fist so quickly, it is time to move on to the next step of training. As for the acceptance of the results, that's not necessary. I, the teacher, trust you very much. Then he threw him a gentle smile, patted the cold-faced kid on the head. Snort. The cold-faced kid snorted coldly and turned his face away proudly, seemingly not used to such embarrassing scenes. Her cheeks turned red quietly. There is a feeling of being encouraged. Ding. The gratitude of the bond object, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha Village, to the host is detected, and the bond value is rewarded with 2546. Close black lens bracket. Surface contact. But in his heart, he honestly accepted this encouragement and provided a lot of bond value. As for the little brat Naruto and the cute female ninja from Team 7. Even without Su Chen creating more embarrassing scenes, he still provided bond value crazily. I silently accepted today's harvest and smiled with satisfaction. It was worth it that I gave up my warm bed early in the morning and taught the three little ghosts the ninjutsu of the warm bed. This effort is indeed worth it. Next, we will get into the main topic of hard training. Be prepared to face unprecedented difficulties in your training. Even so, the degree of difficulty will surprise you. The tall figure smiled wickedly, with a hint of anticipation on his face. Watching the three little devils in class 7 suffer is also fun. And the so-called main topic that follows will make them suffer unprecedentedly. Just thinking about it, it's very interesting. The handsome and strong man couldn't help but think evilly. Even if you are mentally prepared for the hardship of practice, you will still be surprised. Hardship, practice? Hearing this, the three little ghosts gasped at the same time. Chapter 233, Spiritual Time House, Practice Speed Doubled. I specifically mentioned that even if you are mentally prepared, you will still find this practice difficult. It must have been very difficult. Haruno Sakura, the female ninja from Team 7, quietly clenched her tender white hands, and became nervous again reflexively. Snort. Damn Teacher Su Chen, although every time he practices chi, everyone's strength will advance by leaps and bounds. But I have to say, the process was completely painful. Take the ultimate course for example. That is a practice that can only be carried out with a consciousness as if one is willing to sacrifice one's life. The difficulty of the following training is obviously much higher than that of the ultimate course. So nervous to say, Teacher Su Chen, you said that on purpose, right? The ultimate course is the most difficult course, right? Can the following courses be more difficult than that course? The optimistic kid scratched the back of his head, his eyes full of doubt. After all, Teacher Su Chen's teaching process is difficult to predict. It is difficult to judge whether he is deliberately creating psychological pressure or really wants to teach something far beyond the ultimate course. It should be the former, right? How could there be a course more difficult than the ultimate course? Therefore, they must have deliberately created psychological pressure on everyone before the course started. Humph, mental preparation or something, I'm ready. Teacher Su Chen, no matter how difficult the course is, I will accept it completely. Please, Teacher Su Chen, start the course immediately. Sasuke frowned slightly, put his hands in his pockets, and said with a cocky look on his face. No matter how difficult the course is, as long as it can make me stronger, I will do it. Even if it is a course more difficult than the ultimate course, I will grit my teeth and work hard to break through. Difficulty or something is not important. What's important is how much the next course can improve your strength. Whether you are mentally prepared or not, the course is about to begin. Open your eyes and accept the toughest training ever. A wicked smile flashed across his fair and handsome face, and his clear eyes instantly emitted a strange light, which fell forcefully into the eyes of the three little devils in Class 7. Buzz. Next second. Advertisement. The three little ghosts were surprised to find that from their perspective, the space around them was distorted wildly. In the training ground of Class 7, trees, grass, open space, and even the scorching sun, all were twisted into nothingness in an instant. Instead, there is an endless blank. This feeling. The three kids from Class 7 suddenly opened their eyes wide and realized that their bodies suddenly became extremely heavy, and they even felt a sense of pressure that made it difficult for them to straighten their backs. Teacher Su Chen, what is this place? Why, it seems like there is an invisible force pressing down on me. The cute and huge female ninja, under the sudden heavy pressure, couldn't help but sit like a duck and support herself on the ground with her hands. The huge fullness of her chest created an alluring ripple the moment her body suddenly fell. Naruto, with a look of surprise on his face, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and his arched body trembled slightly, trying hard to resist the invisible pressure. The little face, which became resolute in an instant, was instantly covered with sweat. Is this an illusion created by genjutsu? They say that the Sun Fist can break all genjutsu, but in the face of Teacher Su Chen's genjutsu, people don't even have a chance to perform the Sun Fist. This is not surprising at all. The cold-faced kid snorted coldly and complained silently. With his hands in his pockets, he still maintained a cool and handsome attitude. He, who also noticed the abnormality in this genjutsu space, was also bearing that invisible pressure. Just like the other two kids in Class 7, even though he quietly mobilized his breath and strengthened every muscle in his body to resist, his figure with his hands in his pockets still trembled slightly involuntarily. A few drops of sweat quietly slid down my forehead. Now let's begin the pre-course briefing. This is the spiritual time room that the teacher specially prepared for you. Its characteristic is that the gravity here is 5 times that of the real world. The air is also relatively thin. Adapting to this environment and practicing hard will speed up the improvement of strength. It can be said that you can get twice the result with half the effort. As for the speed of improvement, it depends on you. Su Chen, who also appeared in the spiritual time house, explained patiently in a calm tone. Spirit Time Room is also a product of the DragonBall World next door. Even Su Chen, who possessed the panels of many characters in that world, was unable to create this magical thing. Advertisement. Fortunately, with his powerful mental power, he can cast genjutsu, directly acting on the three little ghosts, pulling them into the genjutsu space and creating the same effect as the Spirit Time Room. With the qualifications and strength of the three little kids, even with my personal guidance, it would be difficult for them to realize their dreams in a few years. After all, whether they are optimistic kids or grim kids, their dreams are too big and difficult to achieve. Especially becoming Hokage. A person who holds the title of Kage must not only possess powerful strength, but also gain the trust of countless ninjas. The optimistic kid who used to be Nine Tails Jinchuriki obviously lacks fans. The only way is to make up for this deficiency with a powerful strength that exceeds the shadow level. No matter how many rules there are in the ninja world, like other worlds, this world also respects the strong. As long as the optimistic kid's strength can be raised to a level that shocks the ninja world, then let him use this powerful strength to do some earth-shaking things. When the time comes to compete for the position of Hokage, even an old troublemaker like Danzo will have to retract his neck and dare not raise any objections. As for the cold-faced kid's dream of killing a strong man like Uchiha Itachi, the same principle applies. Only if you are strong enough can you easily accomplish this goal. Only the magical existence of Spirit Time House can help them quickly improve their strength and fulfill Zhao Li's dream within a year. 5 times gravity? By practicing here, can we achieve twice the result with half the effort? Teacher Su Chen, I understand. The 3 kids from Class 7, who were full of doubts just now, immediately showed expectations in their bright and clear eyes after listening to Su Chen's explanation. No wonder Teacher Su Chen said confidently that he would help everyone realize all their dreams within 1 year. It turns out that there is such a teaching magic weapon. Besides, in order to help everyone realize their dreams, Mr. Su Chen uses his mental power to maintain this genjutsu space. It must be very hard, right? For the sake of his students, as a teacher, he still did this without any complaints. Sure enough, I know it. Teacher Su Chen is not as selfish as he seems. The usual look of enjoying seeing his students suffer must be an act. Teacher Su Chen is definitely the best teacher in the world. Chapter 234. No more pretending. I am the strongest genjutsu master in the ninja world. Teacher Su Chen. After thinking about it for a while, the 3 kids from Class 7 all believed this. Her crystal clear eyes trembled slightly as she looked up at the tall and handsome figure. She was so excited that she wanted to say something but couldn't, but she inevitably contributed a large amount of bond value invisibly. Teacher Chen, it must be very hard to maintain this genjutsu space all the time, right? In the future, will we all have to practice in this kind of genjutsu space? Then, Teacher Chen, you will be the one who has to work the hardest, right? Haruno Sakura asked weakly with a worried look on her face. It would be very hard for Team 7 to practice in this special genjutsu space with double gravity and thin air. But the hardest, it should be Teacher Chen who maintains this space. It must take a lot of energy to maintain such a powerful genjutsu space. And, during everyone's training, Teacher Chen must always maintain this genjutsu. You can imagine how hard it is, and Teacher Chen, for the sake of everyone's practice and to fulfill everyone's dreams, is willing to be the hardest working one in Class 7. It makes people feel moved. Thinking of this, Haruno Sakura clasped her hands tightly against her chest, her trembling eyes almost filled with tears due to being moved. Yes, Teacher Chen, you hate this kind of trouble the most, but for us. Naruto's eyes turned red and he was almost moved to tears on the spot. Teacher Chen actually did this for everyone, it's decided. You must practice well in the genjutsu space created by the teacher and never waste a single minute. Because that would be a letdown to Teacher Chen. Humph, that won't happen. Teacher Chen, you are not the kind of person who would mistreat yourself, right? If I'm not mistaken, you won't be the hardest working one in Class 7. The cold-faced kid glanced at his two companions as if they were idiots, sneered, and pointed out rudely. What on earth are these two idiots talking about? As students of Teacher Chen, they really don't know Teacher Chen well enough, right? When has Teacher Chen ever treated me badly? Advertisement. The genjutsu space created does not require him to maintain it all the time. And this is exactly the powerful manifestation of Su Chengdu's genjutsu. What are you talking about, you idiot? Teacher Chen has done this for us, so we should show some gratitude, right? BD? Do you want to be beaten? Naruto frowned and said angrily, subconsciously rolling up his sleeves again. He looked like he was ready to fight on the spot. BD. Haruno Sakura also frowned slightly, even she felt that Sasuke's words were a bit too much. Teacher Chen, for the sake of everyone's practice, did not hesitate to use genjutsu to create the so-called spiritual time room. According to the genjutsu theory learned in ninja school, any powerful genjutsu must be based on chakra. Simply put, genjutsu can only be maintained by continuously applying chakra to the practitioner. Especially this kind of genjutsu that lasts for a long time, not only does it require the practitioner to have a strong chakra, but also requires concentration every minute and every second. It is not wrong to say that Teacher Chen is the most tired one in Class 7. Even genjutsu, which is based on energy such as chi, should not be able to escape this rule, right? Instead of spending a lot of time arguing, it is better to practice as soon as possible. Su Chen smiled faintly, glanced at the three little ghosts in an unfathomable way, and then added calmly. But I have to say that the cold-faced little ghost is quite smart. I, the teacher, will not accompany you boring little ghosts to practice this kind of low-level training. The Spirit Time House doesn't require teachers to spend a lot of time maintaining it. For the training of these little ghosts, we must constantly focus on creating space for genjutsu? I'm totally overthinking it. The reason why I thought of using the spiritual time house to help the three little ghosts practice. One of the main reasons is that this so-called genjutsu only needs to be activated for the effect to last for a long time. No need to inject a lot of gas into it. To release the spirit time house, in addition to one's own active release, the three little ghosts inside must have strong willpower and mental strength to break through the illusion and return to reality. However, with their current strength, even if they were given another year to practice, it would not be easy to break through this genjutsu space. So, he is the most tired one in Class 7? It's totally non-existent? Hearing this, even the cold-faced kid who looked like he had seen through everything already subconsciously brightened up. Really? Advertisement same as my guess. Teacher Chen's genjutsu does not require constant maintenance of chakra to maintain its effect like chakra-based genjutsu. Teacher Chen's genjutsu only requires a certain amount of energy to be activated, and the effect can be maintained for a long time. And this is another piece of evidence that Kai practitioners have an advantage over chakra practitioners. Doesn't it need to be maintained for a long time? I was so grateful for a long time. Naruto's face was also shaken, he scratched his head and his tone was full of shock. Teacher Chen, your genjutsu seems to be beyond common sense. The descriptions of genjutsu in the ninja schoolbooks don't seem to apply to you. Haruno Sakura blinked her clear and bright eyes and said in surprise. Beyond common sense? You can say that. Otherwise, how can you call Jonin the world's strongest genjutsu? The tall and handsome figure smiled calmly and said calmly. Ninja World. The strongest genjutsu. Boom. This didn't seem to be proud at all, but rather a humble tone, which made the three little ghosts unable to help but widen their eyes again. All I know is that Teacher Chen's genjutsu is extremely powerful. He never expected that in the eyes of Teacher Chen, the genjutsu he possessed could be called the strongest genjutsu in the ninja world. Not to mention Mr. Chen's strength in ninjutsu and taijutsu. In terms of genjutsu, he can indeed be called the strongest. Because this is what the teacher said himself, it can't be wrong. Then, let's start the pleasant and arduous training. I forgot to remind you that the passage of time in the spiritual time room is completely different from the real world. 5 minutes in the real world is roughly equivalent to 2 days in this space. I will come to test your training results in 2 days. The first step is to try to overcome and get used to the gravity here. As soon as the words fell, the handsome figure in the pure white space flashed and disappeared in front of the 3 little ghosts. At the same time, in reality, Chen slowly opened his eyes. In the real world, only a few seconds have passed. His eyes fell on the 3 little ghosts who seemed to be in deep sleep. Chen yawned, found a comfortable place on the grass, and lay down. After 5 minutes of preparation, check the practice results of the 3 little ghosts. Chapter 235 5 minutes, the 3 little ones doubled their strength. Although I don't have much patience, 5 minutes is worth the wait. He lay leisurely on the grass, his head resting on his left hand, and his right hand tossed up and caught the beans out of boredom, repeating this over and over again. While waiting in boredom, I recalled the deep ninjutsu duel last night where one person fought against more than 10 people. Very soon, 5 minutes passed. Chen noticed that the 3 little ghosts whose spirits were trapped in the genjutsu space were in great pain in their bodies during these 5 minutes. Everyone was sweating coldly, especially the cold-faced kid who worked the hardest. His muscles were always kept tense. Obviously, in the spirit time house, created by genjutsu, the 3 little ghosts were carrying out their usual arduous journey. The so-called regular practice, under the special properties of the spiritual time house, is 10 to 20 times more difficult. 5 minutes later, the 3 people's body trembling and the pain on their faces had lessened a lot. The one who has made the most progress, unsurprisingly, is the cold-faced kid who has a huge obsession with becoming stronger. At the last second, there was even a smile on his face. See this scene. Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, grabbed the magic beans falling from midair and slowly stood up. The 3 little ghosts' cultivation progress is much faster than he expected. During these 5 minutes, during the 2 days in the spirit time house, the 3 little ghosts have obviously adapted to the gravity there, as well as the harsh and special environment. Even on this basis, he unexpectedly made considerable progress in his practice. This can be seen from the gradually calming emotions of the 3 little ghosts. This is the first time we have conducted this kind of training and we have achieved good results. These 3 kids are much better than I expected, both in terms of talent and hard work. It's time to undo the genjutsu. Spiritual time house is good. But due to its special properties, anyone who enters it for the first time must return to reality and rest if they stay for more than 2 days. Otherwise, even the body has adapted to the gravity inside. Exceeding the time limit may also cause physical discomfort. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced coldly at the 3 little ghosts. Just to look again. Genjutsu unlocked, FFF. The 3 little ghosts who successfully returned to the real world collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, with the sweat on their foreheads dripping to the ground. You can see it. Advertisement 5 minutes in the real world and 2 days in the spiritual world. Although the continuous practice brought them great gains, their physical strength had obviously reached its limit. However, every little devil had excitement on his face. Pairs of bright eyes revealed excitement that could not be concealed. Same scene. Even the position of the sun didn't move. Even though I stayed in there for a long time, only a few minutes passed in the real world. Sasuke, who had clearly received Chen's explanation and who was the first to raise his head, noticed that the speed of time flowing in the 2 worlds was different. After experiencing it personally, he still couldn't help but be surprised. Then, with eyes filled with surprise, he looked at his hands and arms, and then felt his body. It was as if something exploded in his eyes, causing his body to shake violently. The body becomes lighter and more powerful, especially the breath in the body. It became more turbulent than before. Obviously, compared with the previous practice, this time's practice actually produced a lot of chi. And this is obviously the result of practicing in an illusion. But in the real world, only 5 minutes had passed. Teacher Chen. That kind of chi attributed attack technique seems to have made up for the shortcomings. I feel full of energy now, right next to Sasuke. Naruto, who was also extremely excited, slowly stood up. The invisible aura slowly flowed around the body, and both the clothes and the grass around it began to sway wildly in the flow of this aura. The orange hair also fluttered along with this invisible aura. Drink. The optimistic kid was excited, and as soon as he spoke, he put his wrists together and clenched his fingers. Buzz buzz. The breath with changing properties suddenly and quickly condensed into a ball of light between the 2 hands. The ball of light quickly grew larger and shone brightly. My feeling is correct. The light ball that took a long time to condense before can now be done easily. In just 5 minutes, you become so much stronger. Put away the light ball. Naruto's body trembled slightly in excitement. He looked at teacher Chen in front of him with even more admiration. The gratitude in my heart flows wildly. It eventually turned into more than 3,000 bond points and successfully flowed into Chen's system account. Is that really the case? Request flowers 00? Advertisement. In that kind of space, 5 minutes of practice can bring such great progress. Staring at the ball of light that condensed easily in his hand. Haruno Sakura, the cute female ninja from Team 7, was so surprised that her cherry lips turned into an O shape. Then, as if she discovered a new change, her beautiful eyes also trembled. I feel it. It's the change of physical strength. In the fantasy space. During these 2 days, both she and her 2 companions were carrying out various trainings. In addition to ninjutsu, taijutsu is also a very important training item. Now, 2 days later, it is easy to feel that the sense of power in the body has almost doubled. Whether it is agility or defense, there is a feeling of a significant increase. Suspecting that this was just a feeling, Haruno Sakura tried to condense the energy in her body to strengthen it the next second. A subtle sound of breath explosion came from his body. The whole person's clothes expanded rapidly, and the sense of power flowing outside the body with the breath made the other 2 little ghosts check their own changes in surprise. Then, the same discovery was made. This moment, the 3 kids in class 7 were so shocked that they even fell into a trance. In reality, it was just 5 minutes. This allowed the practitioner's power of each attribute to increase significantly. Teacher Suchen's teaching of genjutsu is absolutely unique in the entire ninja world. The effect is second to none. This is Teacher Suchen's special teaching method. No one could have imagined it, cannot be imitated. There is no comparison. The six-pad's eyes, filled with shock and gratitude, were focused on the tall and handsome figure of the chief. The 3 kids in class 7 couldn't help but show their respect for the powerful. Along with it, there is a constant flow of bond value. Not bad. It seems that you 3 little brats have adapted to the environment in the spirit time room. Then, for the next practice, we need to slightly change the environment inside. To be specific, if the gravity is doubled, the air will become thinner. The speed of time will also become relatively slower. 5 minutes in reality is 4 days in that world. Just at this moment, Chen smiled evilly and announced a piece of news that was both good and bad. Chapter 236. Tsunade returns, the name that cannot be mentioned. 4 days, gravity continues to double? The 3 kids from class 7 couldn't help but gasp. Having just come out of the spirit time room, they certainly knew how cruel the environment inside was. Practice every minute and every second. It almost feels like executing the ultimate course. I originally thought that the spiritual time chamber, created using genjutsu, had reached its limit. I never thought that Teacher Chen could change the environment inside at will. Especially when it comes to gravity, it can be doubled easily. It is easy to imagine how difficult and dangerous the second stage of practice is. Same. The improvement in strength will also be greater. The 3 kids in class 7 looked at each other, and the astonishment on their faces slowly disappeared. Instead, there is a resolute look of desire for power. At this, 840, time, Chen smiled indifferently. Snap your fingers. The 3 magic beans instantly fell into the hands of the 3 little ghosts. In the surprised eyes of the 3 little ghosts, Chen smiled faintly. Just consider it a reward for your progress, but don't even think about getting senzu beans from me next time. Also, each senzu bean costs 10,000 taels. Don't worry about it. I will put it in your account myself. The 3 little devils in class 7 looked at the senzu beans in their hands with dark lines on their faces. What? I thought the teacher really wanted to reward us out of kindness, but it turns out he still wants to collect money. Naruto curled his lips and muttered something in a low voice. Then, excitedly and impatiently, he stuffed the senzu beans into his mouth to quickly restore his strength. The other 2 little ghosts also glanced at Chen with resentful eyes, and then swallowed the magic beans. This behavior of making money from students at every turn is indeed shameful. But the subsequent training will obviously make everyone stronger, and this is the most important thing. In reality, it only takes 5 minutes for your strength to improve by leaps and bounds and reach a higher level. In comparison, 10,000 taels doesn't seem expensive at all. Teacher Chen, we can start now. The cold-faced imp took a deep breath, feeling the magical power of the magic beans, which dispelled the pain and fatigue in his body, and his eyes became sharp with excitement. Then, let's start right away. Chen didn't waste any time and gave him another sharp look. Boom. Advertisement in reality, just like last time, Chen just gave him a look. The 3 little ghosts in class 7 have undergone earth-shaking changes in their spiritual world. All the scenery and things before my eyes quickly faded into paleness. The 3 little ghosts reappeared in the spirit time house. And this time, with the experience from the last time, class 7 did not waste a single minute and started training right after entering. Continue doubling the gravity. Thinner air. Compared to the last time I entered the spiritual time house, the practice process is more difficult. The 3 little ghosts who were chasing for strength improvement gritted their teeth, tried their best, tried to adapt to this harsh environment, and trained hard. Real world. After doing all this, Chen put his hands in his pockets and turned his face slightly towards the direction of Konoha village. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just now, he sensed a familiar aura entering Konoha village. The current location is in the Hokage office building. Did Jiraiya finally find you? If you think about it carefully, it's not that difficult to find you. I just need to look for clues in the gambling house. Long time no see, Tsunade. A tall and handsome figure, his eyes revealed a hint of expectation. Then, press your fingers between your eyebrows, Hokage office building. At this time, the appearance of a figure caused quite a stir. That's, Lady Tsunade? Are you finally back? I don't know why she suddenly left Konoha back then, which led to a lot of speculation. It is said that the reason she left Konoha village was most likely related to Master Su Chen. Lord Su Chen. Lord Su Chen's personality does conflict with Lady Tsunade's. Lady Tsunade showed up at this time because of the current crisis in Konoha village, right? She has a feud with Lord Su Chen. Maybe the two of them will soon turn Konoha village upside down. All eyes were focused on the beautiful figure, plump figure. Although she looks casually dressed, it cannot hide her curvy figure. A cold and pretty face, without any expression, advertisement. However, it seemed that the two words, Su Chen, were taboo in front of her. Tsunade's clear black eyebrows couldn't help but frown slightly. It's that guy. Mentioning that guy makes people inexplicably angry. I lost tens of millions to him back then, but that damn guy actually proposed to repay me in another way. Tsunade, if you are willing to accept this method, come to me at night. We can discuss in depth some of the ninjutsu I have recently developed. Waiting for you. The guy's arrogant look at that time, and the hateful face with a smirk when he left. It makes people feel angry, but for some reason, a trace of shyness appears in their hearts. Is that some kind of hint? So, the so-called bet with oneself is just a way to get closer to oneself? That's an obvious confession, right? Then, that night. She dressed herself up nicely, even put on some light makeup and wore a beautiful long dress. Walking on the moonlight, taking advantage of the moonlight, I came to the room of that hateful man. As a result, he discovered to his shame and anger that there were at least 5 courtesans and female ninjas from Konoha village who went to look for that hateful man. Faced with the shocked looks of those courtesans and female ninjas, she had no way of ending the situation and could only attack out of shame and anger, claiming that she was causing trouble for Su Chen. In the eyes of Jiraiya and some people who knew the situation, he had a fight with Su Chen because he had a bad gambling character. Only I know that the battle was just to cover up my embarrassment and disappointment. It was precisely because of this embarrassment that she found it difficult to face that hateful man, so she left Konoha village. 1.4 Did you come back this time because you wanted to see him? Humph, no. A thought came to my mind. The bad-tempered female ninja frowned even deeper. A strong murderous aura spread from his body. The hands that contained the power of 100 heroes clenched quietly and uncontrollably. This feeling. I almost forgot that Master Su Chen's name cannot be mentioned in front of Master Tsunade. Let's go, let's go. With Lady Tsunade's personality, the consequences of speaking out will be very serious. The ninjas, who were originally just watching the show, felt the surging anger hidden in the chakra, shrank their heads, and ran away immediately. Welcome home, Tsunade. The door to the Hokage's office opened, and an old man from the 3rd generation, with one hand behind his back, greeted him with a complicated expression while smoking a pipe. Chapter 237. Konoha Team 7, more important than anything else? At the same time, my head suddenly ached slightly. It is indeed a good thing that his student Tsunade has returned when Konoha village needs talents the most. But on the other hand, Konoha village has another troublesome person who is causing headaches. Su Chen alone is enough to give people a headache. Others may not know, but don't you know the personality of your student Tsunade? Before leaving Konoha village, he and Su Chen were incompatible in terms of personality. The battle when leaving the village was completely expected and was bound to happen sooner or later. Teacher. Tsunade nodded respectfully. Although she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she has a fierce personality and a sense of pride in her bones. But I have always respected my respectable teacher. Come in. A lot of big things happened in Konoha village during the time you were away. I think I should let you know about them. DF. The 3rd generation old man exhaled a puff of smoke and said lightly. Of the 3 students, the one he was most proud of was actually Orochimaru. After all, among the 3 of them, Orochimaru's talent is the strongest. It's just a pity. In pursuit of ultimate power, 13, his most satisfied student, eventually became the most troublesome rebel ninja in Konoha village. As for the other student, Jiraiya, his personality is very similar to Su Chen's. He likes a free and easy life and hates being bound by rules the most. Instead, it was Tsunade, although he is also a very troublesome person among the 3 students. Compared with the other 2 students, he is more suitable to be trained as the successor to Hokage. This time let Jiraiya find her back. It is to let her learn and familiarize herself with some of the management procedures of Konoha village as soon as possible. Then, at the right time, the important responsibility of Konoha Hokage will be transferred to her shoulders. Mainly, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she has excellent bloodline and will receive support from many people if she becomes Hokage. As for excellent ninjas like Kakashi and Asuma, however, because they are too young and lack the qualifications, if they are nominated, the upper echelons of Konoha village will definitely strongly oppose it. Yes, teacher. Tsunade nodded and walked slowly into the office. Advertisement. She also guessed a little about the teacher's painstaking efforts. As the granddaughter of the 1st generation, she could not pursue freedom like Jiraiya and stay out of certain things. Sometimes, I really envy that guy who was born with a thick nerve. And that damn guy Su Chen, who is the freest person in Konoha village. He's the only one, right? When this unmentionable name is mentioned, the white teeth of the hand can't help but rub against each other fiercely in the mouth. In his eyes, the flames of anger slowly burned again. Tsunade-sama looks so serious. What Jiraiya-sama said is right. Hokage-sama seems to have high hopes for her. And Lord Chen, I haven't seen him for a long time, is he more handsome than before? Shizune, the quiet-looking female ninja who had been following behind Tsunade, said with mixed emotions. When she mentioned that unmentionable name, her cheeks flushed slightly. 10 minutes later. Hokage's office. What? Chen not only took over Team 7, but also trained them into excellent ninjas? These three little brats have become Jonin. Across the desk, the giant female ninja's face was already filled with shock. In front of her were the information about Class 7 and the latest intelligence. Whether it was the basic information or every piece of intelligence, it was enough to make her pupils tremble more severely. The teacher of Class 7, the guy who doesn't take anything seriously, actually took over Team 7? Jiraiya, that guy, really wasn't kidding. It's hard to imagine a person who often appears lazy. Every time he appears in a place with a bed, there will always be a guy lying on the bed. And any woman who was a little bit pretty would be looked at with admiration by him. A true rogue ninja, now he actually took over Class 7. It seems that two of the three little devils in Team 7 are also very troublesome. His cold gaze fell on the photo of the stern-faced kid from the Uchiha family. And just below the photo is detailed information about him. An orphan of the Uchiha family. The seeds of hatred have been planted in my heart since childhood. Even in the ninja school, he never hides his dark heart. At first glance, he looks like the kind of guy who would give any teacher a headache. Advertisement: it can be judged that if you become a teacher of such a little devil, how much trouble you will have to endure every day. The guy who hates trouble the most is actually willing to be the teacher of such a troublesome kid. There must be some ulterior motive. Snort. Based on my understanding of Chen, this is absolutely true. Teacher, as I recall, this brat named Naruto should be Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, right? Tsunade's eyes slowly moved and fell on the second document. The huge female ninja's expression suddenly became serious. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze's son. Minato Namikaze sealed the Nine-Tails-tailed beast into this kid's body at the cost of his own life. The original wish was to make him a hero of Konoha village, right? But the result is, most people in Konoha village regard him as the true form of the tailed beast, a guy who brings disaster to Konoha village. In order to ensure that the information about the tailed beasts is not leaked to other hidden villages, Konoha village has always chosen to conceal the truth. Even this kid himself didn't know that he was actually the son of the 4th Fire 59. He must have suffered a lot because of those misunderstandings over the years, right? If I'm not mistaken, his mind should be as dark as that brat from the Uchiha family. It might even be described as darkness, another troublesome little devil. But he also became a student of Chen. It's totally contrary to that guy's personality. Incredible. Yes, this is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. The third-generation old man nodded slightly with a wry smile on his face. He could see that Tsunade had the same doubts as him. The fact that Chen took over Team 7 on his own initiative puzzled the entire Konoha village. No one could imagine that such a lazy guy would actually take the initiative to serve as the teacher for these troublesome little kids. Teacher, why did you let me look at the information about Team 7? As far as I know, there are many more important things happening in Konoha village than this, right? For example, the invasion of that guy Orochimaru. Slowly closing the document, Tsunade frowned slightly and asked in confusion. I originally thought that what the teacher wanted me to know were the major events that happened during the time I was away from Konoha village, as well as the crises that threatened the safety of Konoha. But during these 10 minutes, the teacher talked incessantly about Class 7. Is Team 7 really more important than the Konoha crisis? Chapter 238 Wrong Judgment, the conclusion is uncontrollable. Meeting Tsunade's puzzled gaze, the third-generation old man smiled bitterly again and blew out a smoke ring. He knocked the pipe against the desk to remove the ash residue inside. The most important thing about Class 7 is not these two troublesome kids, but their teacher, Chen. You should know something about his strength, right? As he spoke, his slightly burning gaze slowly fell on Tsunade's face, waiting for an answer. Which nasty guy? His strength is indeed terrifying. From what the teacher said, it seems that with that guy's strength, he can influence the fate of Konoha. This is a bit outrageous. After all, no matter how strong that guy is, with his personality, he will rarely interfere in Kunyi's affairs easily. Even if it's to carry out S-level missions as a non-ninja. The ultimate goal is not to help Konoha village, rather, it was for the High Commission. When did this selfish guy who didn't care about the overall belief of Konoha village and the future of Konoha village become so important? Well, his strength is indeed very strong and unpredictable. But teacher, despite this, there is no need to put him in such a high position, right? Aren't you overestimating him? Tsunade glanced at the third-generation old man and said with some resentment. Snort. This time when I returned to Konoha, I never imagined that the damn guy had become so important in the eyes of the teacher. It's very frustrating. I'm ready. After returning to Konoha, I must settle the previous accounts. Of course, we can talk about gambling debts later. The anger that had accumulated in his heart for so many years had to be vented on that guy through the power of 100 heroes. Result. As soon as I returned to Konoha, I found that the guy seemed to have become the focus of the whole village. And also took over the most troublesome 7th class. Many things were beyond our expectations. Previous speculations about his strength were just speculations. It is impossible to predict how strong he is. But through the performance of all the members of Class 7 during this Chunin exam, and some signs of his own strength, it can be concluded that he is a strong man beyond the level of Kage. And it's not just a little bit beyond that level. The third-generation old man lit up another cigarette. Even if I had already reached this conclusion and it took some time to accept it. Advertisement when he said this, his face was still a little shocked. That troublesome guy is still very young, yet he possesses such strength. If there are geniuses in the ninja world, he must be one of them, and the most dazzling one. Beyond the level of Kage, a strong one? Tsunade looked up in surprise, her beautiful eyes trembling. The Kage level represents a very high level among the rope operators in the ninja world. Generally speaking, even the Kage of each hidden village is not the strongest one in the hidden village. Their strength level is already close to the ceiling. Beyond the level of Kage, apart from anything else, looking at the entire Konoha village, he, Chen, should be the strongest. That lazy guy actually possesses such strength, the same is proven. In that battle, that guy didn't just release the water, he released the entire sea. Thinking about it this way, it seems that in that battle, Chen fought with himself purely for fun. Hateful. Unforgivable. Think of this. With mixed emotions, the huge and beautiful female ninja clenched her fists tightly again. He certainly didn't show any signs of interfering in anything before. This time in the Chunin exam, he not only allowed Team 7 to participate in a high-profile competition, but he also showed some amazing ninjutsu himself. So, he who used to like to keep a low profile seems to be no longer willing to keep a low profile. The third-generation old man added. Both his expression and eyes became solemn involuntarily. He couldn't judge whether Chen's change was a good thing or a bad thing. A powerful man with unfathomable strength appeared in Konoha village. His previous attitude towards the village was not to interfere in anything. Occasionally take on tasks or something, earn commissions, and live a life of enjoyment. And now, during the Chunin exam, however, he suddenly intervened in the Orochimaru invasion. Although he was a key figure in preventing the invasion, such a sudden move made people pay attention. What a pity. Not only is Chen's strength unpredictable, his behavior and personality are also often unexpected. One can't guess the motives of his actions, and this is exactly what makes people worry. Teacher, are you telling me that Chen is now interested in participating in village affairs, which is a good thing for Konoha village, so we should not provoke him? Tsunade asked in sudden realization. Understood. No wonder the teacher immediately let me know about Team 7 and their recent things when I just returned to Konoha village. Advertisement. The problem lies with Chen, right? Because the teacher knew that he had a grudge against Chen. But now Chen has come out of his lying down state and has finally decided to intervene in the affairs of Konoha village, which is a good thing for Konoha village. With his strength, if he is determined to help Konoha village might become the largest and most powerful of the 5 hidden villages in the blink of an eye. Teachers naturally want to see this day come as soon as possible. And the key figure Chen naturally becomes more important. The teacher was telling himself to try not to provoke Chen. Lest things change. After all, with that guy's personality, he can do anything. If you accidentally anger him, if he left Konoha village in anger, it would definitely be a huge loss for the entire Konoha village. Is this what the teacher really thinks? Thinking of this, Tsunade took a deep breath and secretly suppressed the anger in her heart that was rising when she thought of that handsome face. Snort. Although I'm well prepared this time when I come back, I'm going to have a big fight with that guy and make him pay for what he did before. But for the future of Konoha village, and with the teacher's personal plea. Then, let's leave that guy alone for now. The huge female ninja thought of that handsome face and that tall figure, her heart beating slightly as she thought so. No, you misunderstood. I let you read these intelligence and data not to tell you how important Su Chong is. After all, that guy cannot be influenced or controlled. I have seen this over the years. The third-generation old man looked at the giant female ninja with a strange look and then said lightly. So, what is the teacher's purpose? Tsunade was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. The teacher actually let me read these information and materials because he was not afraid of offending that damn guy? What is it all about? I just want to tell you that Chen's strength is terrifying, and whether it is his brainpower or his own strength, he is incomparable to ordinary people. So, if you provoke him, you will be the only one who suffers. The third old man said meaningfully and smiled bitterly again. Where on earth was this good student of mine thinking? He actually privately judged that Chen was very important to Konoha. This point cannot be refuted. The problem is that he is uncontrollable. If this were not the case, I would have already done that all these years ago, so how could I have waited until now? Chapter 239. The position of Hokage must be secured with the help of a strong person. Tsunade. His blushes turned red on the spot. He thought his teacher told him not to provoke Chen easily for the future of Konoha village. After all this time, it turns out that he was afraid of getting hurt. Is Chen really that strong? Even his teacher, the Hokage, couldn't help but give him such a high evaluation. Humph. This guy is stronger than me, how could I not know that? But I have to sell that account anyway. Now the teacher has personally called me here and used a bunch of information and intelligence to tell me that I am no match for that guy. It's really heartbreaking, but we have to admit that the teacher's worries are not unnecessary. Humph, I returned to Konoha because Konoha was in crisis and we were short of manpower. I didn't come here to cause trouble for that kind of guy. Just try to ignore him. The next second, the giant female ninja snorted coldly, clenched her fists quietly, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said reluctantly, "Then I'll feel a little relieved." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled lightly and breathed a sigh of relief. How could he not know the character of his student? Even if he knew that he was no match for Su Chen, he would still take action. The relationship between the two was originally very complicated and subtle. At the critical moment, it is better not to let the relationship between the two people deteriorate. After all, I don't have much time to focus on other things. 727 Both of them are not easy to deal with. The main reason was a disagreement, just like last time, which turned the entire Konoha village upside down. As a teacher, I would definitely be questioned by the upper echelons of Konoha village. Seeing that the matter had been roughly resolved, the third-generation old man changed the subject and his expression immediately became more solemn. "I feel relieved when you say this. Then let's discuss something more important. After this Chunin exam incident, many people in Konoha's upper echelons have begun to question my abilities. Of course, some of them have ulterior motives and want to take advantage of the opportunity to seize the position of Hokage. But no matter what, it's time for me to abdicate." Abdicate? Hearing this, a look of deep surprise once again appeared on the face of the huge female ninja. She never thought that her teacher had already thought about abdicating. Then I immediately realized that the so-called more important things are related to myself. If I continue like this, the Leaf Village will surely be at odds with me because of my position, so I thought about it and decided, the best way is to resign from the position of Hokage. This way, those who want to take advantage of this issue will not be able to make a fuss about it. So, I want you to prepare yourself as soon as possible and accept the position of Hokage. Advertisement, teacher. Although I had already guessed what the teacher was thinking, there was still a hint of shock on the face of the huge female ninja. She returned to Konoha village this time because the village needed her. Certainly, another reason was to settle accounts with that damn guy. I never thought that the teacher actually wanted to pass the position of Hokage to me. The reason was, if he continued to sit in the position of Hokage, it would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to Konoha village, such as discord among the upper echelons of the Leaf. Sensei, I have never thought about the position of Hokage. But if it's really as you said, then I will just have to do my best. A brief moment of surprise flashed across his face. The huge female ninja's face became extremely determined. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she understood how difficult it was to establish Konoha village. It embodies so much of my grandfather's efforts. She also didn't want Konoha village to be in danger because of some unnecessary trouble. Especially at this critical juncture, the Chunin examination was extremely chaotic. Orochimaru invasion incident. In addition, the tailed beast of Sand village was lost in Konoha village. All these events will make Konoha village the target of public criticism, but it is very difficult to take over the position of Hokage at this time. As a descendant of the first Hokage, he can evade anything, but he cannot evade his responsibility to Konoha village. Very good, then I feel relieved. The third-generation old man smiled and finally put his mind at ease. Just now he was worried that with her personality as a female student, she would not easily agree to his request. However, it now seems that my worries were unnecessary. Certainly, letting Tsunade be Hokage doesn't seem to be the best choice. But looking at the entire Konoha village, there is no one else who can take this position. We can't give this position to a lazy guy like Su Chen, right? With that guy's personality, if he becomes Hokage, all the female ninjas in Konoha village might suffer. After much thought, Tsunade is the only one who is suitable. As someone who is about to become Hokage, you not only need to be aware of everything that happens in Konoha village, but you also need the help of strong people. Among the current strong men in Konoha village, Su Chen is one of them. And Konoha's Team 7, they have become Jonin at such a young age, and at the rate they are growing, they should be able to become strong soon. This is another reason why I let you look at their information and intelligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe and then reminded lightly. Su Chen, Team 7 of Konoha. Tsunade frowned deeply, but nodded slightly involuntarily. As a Hokage, no matter how strong she is, there are many things that are difficult to accomplish by relying on her own strength. Not to mention the management of Konoha village itself. To deal with various crises, the support of many excellent ninjas is needed. She knew this. What the teacher means is that I should win over Su Chen and Konoha's Team 7 as soon as possible. Let them help me consolidate my position as Hokage. This is indeed a good idea. However, I still have a lot of accounts to settle with that damn guy. But let me seek his help. As if seeing through the huge female ninja's mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a bitter smile on his face and reminded in a persuasive tone. You should be well aware of how complicated the upper echelons of Konoha village are. With your qualifications and age, taking over the position of Hokage under such circumstances will inevitably be questioned by many. Then, the original intention of passing the position of Hokage to you to prevent Konoha from getting into trouble would have been in vain. Chapter 240. Reunion. Tsunade can't stop panicking. This is what the third-generation old men are most worried about at the moment. That is, Tsunade and Su Chen's strange relationship. If Su Chen's influence could be properly utilized, Tsunade's succession to the position of Hokage will surely be very smooth, and even the old thorn Danzo Shimura dare not say anything more. Just be afraid. Tsunade would object to such an approach. But now it seems that this student is more mature than I expected. The future of Konoha village should not be affected by a small personal matter. The giant female ninja thought for a moment, and finally nodded slightly, as if she had made some kind of decision. The moment of slowly getting up. The huge part trembled slightly a few times. If Chen was present at this moment, he would definitely look over with admiration. Teacher, I understand. I will handle my relationship with Chen well. Although he won't take the initiative to contribute to Konoha, I will do my best to get him to help me and help Konoha village. After saying that, he turned and walked out the door. The moment she turned around, her pretty face had a complicated expression again. Snort. Another important purpose of my return to Konoha village this time is to find trouble with that guy. We have to settle the account from that year. Result. Just arrived at Konoha village. However, because of the future of Konoha village and the teacher's considerations, he had to join forces with that guy and forget the previous unpleasantness. This feeling is very unpleasant, but as someone who is about to become Hokage, the first thing to consider is the interests and future of Konoha. Personal grudges seemed less important than Konoha. That's right. Where would that guy be? It's time to talk to him. With a thought, the huge female ninja couldn't help but bite her lips hard, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Snort. Where else could that guy be? It must be in that kind of place. When you can't find him, go to that kind of place and look for him. The probability of finding him is very high. Admiral Tsunade. The cute and well-behaved female ninja Shizune saw Tsunade coming out and hurried to greet her. Let's go find that guy. Tsunade's face gradually turned cold because of that person who could not be mentioned, and she said coldly. Are you going to find Master Chen? Yes? Shizune was full of surprise and looked at Tsunade with a strange look, then followed with complicated thoughts. Advertisement Lady Tsunade. Although she has always listed Lord Chen as an existence that cannot be mentioned, it seems that every time she mentions him, she will grit her teeth in anger. But actually, you really want to see him, right? Women understand women's minds best. Besides, Master Chen, he must have undergone a great change, right? Looking forward to seeing him. The female ninja holding the pink piglet couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster when she thought about meeting that person. Walking out of the Konoha office building, Tsunade didn't hesitate at all and immediately headed towards the direction of Konoha Flower House. That guy must be in Yahulu now. After all, before he left Konoha village, that was his favorite place to stay. If nothing unexpected happens, he must be there as he spends almost all his time on it. However, not long after the two people and a pig walked out of the Konoha office building, a faint voice sounded behind them. It's been a long time since I last saw you. You seem to have grown a lot bigger. The last proposal is still valid. Would you like to consider it? Chen. He's not in the flower house. Suddenly hearing this familiar voice, the huge female ninja's heart subconsciously skipped a beat. Jingyun's pupils brightened. The two figures turned around at the same time, with a hint of surprise on their faces. In front of them was a tall, handsome young man wearing white clothes and with his hands in his pockets. Messy hair, bright eyes, and a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. All of this suddenly turned into an impact that the woman could not resist, as if it was the strongest ninjutsu in the ninja world. Directly through the pupils, it penetrated into the hearts of the two female ninjas. Bang bang bang. Both ninjas could hear their own heartbeats. Especially Tsunade, her emotions became complicated again. Damn guy. He had clearly angered me many years ago, and even caused me to leave Konoha village in anger. I was thinking almost every moment about how to deal with this guy when we meet again. For this reason, after leaving Konoha village, he continued to practice ninjutsu. Especially the 100 Heroes technique that he is most proud of. This kind of powerful enhanced physical skill originally had many shortcomings. It is precisely because of these shortcomings that the gap in strength between me and Chen gradually widens. Years of hard practice have made up for many shortcomings. The backlash caused by using the power of the 100 Heroes had long since disappeared. At the moment of successful practice, there was only one thing on my mind. That is, after seeing Chen, he was determined to use the complete experience of the 100 Heroes, which had no shortcomings, on this guy. Let him pay for the offense. Advertisement. But this moment, touched by those bright and gentle eyes. And that familiar playful smile, but I couldn't hate it no matter what. Of course, being angry is still being angry. The desire to take action was reduced to almost zero at this moment. Is it because this guy has become more handsome today after so many years? So handsome that people can't bear to touch him, a thought came to my mind. Tsunade gritted her teeth and tried to show some anger on her face. Snort. That's not the case, all because of the teacher's instructions to me. Not offending Chen and winning over a strong man like him will be beneficial to Mune's future development. And he can sit more securely on the position of Hokage. Yes, that's the reason. The female ninja tried hard to deceive herself in her heart beating like a deer. A scornful smile appeared on his face, and he rolled his eyes at Chen. Humph. It's been a long time, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Every time I see you, nothing good happens, so please move aside. I'm going to go back and rest. Having said that, he turned his eyes away from that handsome face and headed towards the apartment. I was planning to talk to him about some serious matters. However, this sudden reunion after not seeing each other for many years caused a little panic, which might become the starting point for that guy to tease him. The safe approach is to adjust your state of mind and then talk to him again. It seems that you are not ready to accept that proposal. That's a pity. It's your loss. Chen touched his nose and smiled brightly. These words came from the heart. Now that I have unlocked many character panels, I am much stronger. Especially in terms of ultimate ninja technique, it is simply an existence that surpasses the entire ninja world. All the Ouran who have experienced it are full of praise. It was clearly she who gave Suna an opportunity, but she didn't cherish it. Shizune blushed and greeted him weakly. Then he lowered his little head, hugged the pink pig, and quickly caught up with Tsunade. Chen, I didn't expect that you have such a special relationship with him. I'm curious as to how the third Hokage could tolerate someone like you. A cold voice sounded. A beautiful figure slowly descended. Behind him, the shy ninja Chojuro was following nervously. Hearing this, the huge female ninja, who was walking away quickly to hide her panic, suddenly stopped and turned around with a look of surprise on her face. Chapter 241 Terumi Mei and Tsunade, an invisible showdown. Is it her? Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei? What was that jealous tone just now? Besides, the Chunin exams are clearly over, so why is she still in Konoha Village? During the time I was away, how did this guy Chen hook up with Terumi Mei? Tsunade, who was about to leave, suddenly felt a sour feeling in her heart. Instead, he turned around and walked back. The silence behind me was silent. It's true. Lady Tsunade appears to be very hostile to Lord Chen. Once a competitor appears, his true emotions are immediately revealed. Lady Tsunade actually cares a lot about Lord Chen, right? However, the opponent is Mizukage. Even for Lady Tsunade, it would be difficult to win in such a duel, right? Looking at Terumi Mei, Shizune couldn't help but make such a judgment. Terumi Mei is a Mizukage. She already has a great reputation in the ninja world, and coupled with her unrivaled figure and looks, she is very competitive in matters like 047. Even Lady Tsunade, who is also known as a recognized beauty in the ninja world, does not have much competitive advantage. These two beauties in the ninja world who would never meet each other under normal circumstances are suddenly about to have some kind of collision because of Lord Chen. It makes people feel inexplicably excited. Isn't this the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village? From what I understand, the Chunin exams are over, right? A small Chunin exam is not worthy of the Mizukage-sama coming to supervise it personally, right? Why haven't you left Konoha Village yet? Tsunade stared with cold eyes at the beautiful figure that made her feel invisible pressure. I came to Konoha Village, never for the Chunin exam. I came to find someone. That person is him. I could sense a hint of jealousy in the other person's tone. Terumi Mei glanced at the other person coldly, then looked at Chen. In my heart, there was an urge to grind my teeth again. How many female ninjas did this damn man offend? Even the famous Tsunade of Konoha Village seemed to have an inexplicable atmosphere with him. Scumbag. He is definitely the #1 scumbag in the ninja world. You mean him? Tsunade's gaze also fell on Chen's face, and her expression slowly turned cold. The Mizukage of Kirigakure actually came to Konoha Village in person, not for the Chunin exam, but to find this guy. There is indeed a story between them, but it's not surprising. Mizukage was originally this guy's type. It's just something that no one could have imagined. Advertisement he didn't know when he had come into contact with Mizukage. Moreover, Mizukage could travel thousands of miles to Konoha Village just to see him. The story between the two is definitely not simple. Master Mizukage, you have already met the person. Konoha Village is in a sensitive period right now and it is not suitable for outsiders to be present. I wonder when Mizukage-sama will leave? Tsunade smiled coldly and asked politely. Although it may be a bit abrupt to ask this, it is also the truth. The current Konoha Village has become more complicated because of Orochimaru's invasion, which involves the Sand Village. The potential crisis facing Konoha Village is gradually revealed. Through a brief conversation with the Hokage, we can tell that one of the biggest crises right now is whether other hidden villages will take advantage of this and move in. The relationship between the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Leaf Village has always been superficial. While Konoha Village was on full alert against other hidden villages, it was indeed a bit inappropriate for the cage of the Hidden Mist Village to stay inside Konoha Village. Really, I was planning to leave as soon as possible, but there is something very important that I haven't discussed with Chen yet. After the talk, I will leave naturally. Terumi Mei frowned slightly and replied in a somewhat unhappy tone. At the same time, her beautiful eyes glared at Chen fiercely. It can be easily judged from Tsunade Konoha's tone and attitude. This guy's relationship with Tsunade is definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, Tsunade wouldn't exude such hostility. My judgment was right. This guy is definitely a scumbag. When he sees a female ninja he likes, he will immediately provoke her without hesitation. It is no exaggeration to call him the biggest scumbag in the ninja world. Seeing this confrontation, I sensed a hint of jealousy in their voices. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Chen's face. These two women are very similar in some ways, for example, appearance. Huge extent. Another point is, although he appears to be hostile to me on the surface, he immediately becomes hostile once a competitor appears. Very interesting scene. Chen had no intention of intervening at all. Instead, he put his hands in his pockets and looked at the scene in front of him with a smile. Is there anything more interesting than this scene? Lu Xiaobu, you still understand men's hearts, and at this time. As the two female ninja characters confronted each other, the atmosphere at the scene was filled with a strong sense of tension. Shizune, who was holding the pink pig, was also speechless. What? I originally thought I had already seen through Lady Tsunade's little thoughts. I never expected it. When it comes to Lord Su Chen, once another woman appears, he becomes unyielding. In Lady Tsunade's heart, Lady Su Chen's status has actually reached this high level. Advertisement I thought the relationship between them was complicated. Now it doesn't seem complicated at all. Lady Tsunade's attitude towards Su Chen is exactly the same as hers, it's just the way she expresses it that's different. Why do I have a sour feeling in my heart? Suddenly, Jingyan also felt a surge of jealousy in her heart. But I dare not show it. Not at all. Joke. The two adults in front of him are both very important figures in the ninja world. There is no room for me to intervene at all. Even a little jealousy can only be felt in the heart. Not even a glance dared to show it. Su Chen and I have something important to discuss. Were you leaving just now? Then I won't waste your time, Terumi Mei said coldly, smoothing the hair beside her ears with her slender, soft white fingers, already a little impatient. Snort. I am the Mizukage. Why did you suddenly start arguing with others about Su Chen? It's totally disgraceful behavior. It's time to end this pointless fight. What a coincidence. I also have something very important to discuss with Su Chen. Why don't you come back later? Tsunade responded coldly. Wouldn't it be tantamount to admitting defeat if we back down in this situation? In gambling, once you have the mentality of admitting defeat, you will lose miserably immediately. Therefore, we must not give in at this time. The Mizukage from the Hidden Mist village frowned slightly upon hearing this and looked at Tsunade coldly. The latter met her gaze, and the provocation in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Su Chen clearly noticed that the aura in the two people's bodies had gradually become violent and turbulent. It seemed like they would start fighting on the spot in the next second due to a disagreement. The duel between two beautiful female ninjas will definitely be more exciting and more interesting. But it's a pity. The 5-minute practice time for the 7th class is about to end. Such scenes can only be enjoyed later. Don't make decisions for others on your own. I don't want to talk to you about boring things. If you can catch up, we'll talk later. With a faint smile, a burst of aura burst out from Su Chen's body and he headed towards the direction of the training ground of Class 7. Just now, he sensed it using his chi perception ability. The 3 little ghosts in Class 7 have signs of a massive increase in their internal energy. It has reached the level one expected. This also means that their second stage of practice has been successfully completed. Chapter 242 Kakashi. Women are indeed the most troublesome creatures. Tsunade and Terumi Mei looked at Su Chen's quickly receding back with eyes full of resentment. Subconsciously, she bit her lips lightly, snort. This damn guy, don't think I didn't notice it just now, he has been gloating all the time. He is indeed a hateful scumbag, and the most hateful kind. The look of delight in watching the show made people want to run away on the spot. But that damn desire to win makes people unable to extricate themselves even though they know that they are being shamelessly watched as a good show. This damn guy will have to pay the price for what he did today and what he did before one day. As for now, of course you can't admit defeat. The two gorgeous and huge female ninjas looked at each other provocatively. Without saying anything else, they immediately started to chase after him. After all, even a fight needs an audience. Especially in this battle full of gunpowder, the most important audience is that damn guy Su Chen. Without him, everything seemed dull. Besides, the battle is still undecided, so we can't just let it go. The two giant female ninjas were both stubborn and thought so in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures, 1 in front and 2 behind, disappeared quickly like 3 flashes of lightning, and headed towards the direction of the training ground of Class 7. Mizukage Adult. Adult Tsunade. Shojiro and Shizune both had dark lines on their faces and chased after him with a look of helplessness. In their perception, both Mizukage Terumi Mei and Konoha Tsunade are mature ninjas. Especially Mei Terumi. After all, he is a famous shadow in the Hidden Mist village. If his mind had not matured to a certain degree, he would not have been favored by the upper echelons of Kirigakure and become the person who could influence the fate of Zunian village. As a result, in front of Su Chen, she immediately behaved like a young ninja girl with a strong desire to win. This is enough to prove that in the hearts of the two, Su Chen's position is definitely very special. Advertisement, as expected, Mizukage-sama has met a very strong opponent. An opponent more powerful than those who put the Hidden Mist village in danger. Speaking of which, isn't Lord Su Chen going too far? He has such a past with Lord Mizukage, yet he still flirts with other women. The world of mature adults is so hard to understand. Shojiro was running and thinking hard, complaining silently in confusion. I am more firmly convinced that Mizukage's statement that he approached Su Chen just to win over the strong is completely an excuse to get close to Su Chen. But as her subordinates, these thoughts and opinions can only be kept silently in their hearts. I dare not say it all. After all, Lady Mizukage is only so tolerant towards Lady Su Chen. If it were someone else, even a simple question would likely bring down her terrible wrath. This kind of situation, I never expected it. As several figures quickly disappeared in front of him, the white-haired ninja Kakashi, who was holding Intimate Paradise in one hand and accidentally passed by but saw a good show, came out from the corner. Even though he had a mask on his face, he could still see a hint of speechlessness in his dead fish eyes. It has to be Chen. Just by showing up, the two most difficult women in the entire ninja world almost fought over him. Even I feel a headache for you, but you seem to enjoy it. Women are only suitable for viewing from a distance in Intimate Paradise. It is best not to provoke them. It's going to be a headache. Kakashi sighed. Regardless of whether Chen could handle it or not, he knew that it would be better for him not to get into such trouble. After a brief sigh, he was about to end this rare leisure time and continue to perform his guard duty when he suddenly felt a resentful gaze and subconsciously looked to the side. You were also watching from the side? The white-haired ninja suddenly felt a headache. Everyone in Konoha village knows that it's not just Tsunade. The relationship between Yuhi Kurenai and Su Chong is also a bit unclear. Suddenly seeing the complicated relationship between Chen and the other two women, the two women almost fought for him. Yuhi Kurenai must be in a bad mood, right? Female ninjas are not the little women in books who would endure anything, especially when it comes to relationships between men and women. If you anger them, the consequences will be disastrous. I really don't know how that guy Chen will end up. Advertisement. Kakashi touched the back of his head awkwardly and thought with a headache. As a bystander, I feel overwhelmed by this scene. Chen will soon feel the same as me, right? Kakashi was so worried about his friend. Well, I saw a very disgusting scene. Some people actually worry about such a disgusting guy. I don't understand. Yuhi Kurenai changed his previous calm attitude and frowned as he commented, seeming to sneer at what he just saw. The anger in his eyes could not be concealed. I came here today to report the progress of the mission to the third-generation old man, but I didn't expect to see such an infuriating scene. Mizukage Terumi Mei from the Hidden Mist village and Tsunade, who had just returned to Konoha, were actually fighting over that kind of guy. She doesn't look like a mature female ninja at all, but more like an ignorant kid who can't suppress his emotions. What's outrageous is that when I saw that scene, I couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness that something I like is about to be stolen. Yes, that kind of behavior is indeed a bit childish. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, a rare smile on his face. Fine. Yuhi Kurenai, who could make the comment, Chen is annoying, simply disdains to participate in that enviable game. Snort. The next second, Yuhi Kurenai's face turned green, and he said, hate, but his body seemed to be out of control as he headed towards the Team 7 training ground. Asterisk. His face instantly turned black, and he said that women's minds were really difficult to understand. So, Yuhi Kurenai's behavior just now was a double talk, right? She clearly showed that she hated Chen, but when she saw a potential competitor appear, she immediately felt a sense of crisis that she would not be content unless she intervened. He looked at Yuhi Kurenai's pretty back that was about to disappear from his sight, and shifted his gaze to the Intimate Paradise in his hand. The white-haired ninja smiled bitterly again. Everything in the book is a lie. Women in real life are more troublesome and more unpredictable. Kakashi suddenly felt that compared to the reality he had seen with his own eyes, the obedience and simplicity of the women in the book were simply a trick to deceive the naive male readers who had never experienced women. Well, yes, as a reader, Kakashi already has a childish self-evaluation. Chapter 243. The new target of the ultimate ninjutsu must be a cage-level warrior. At this time, Class 7 training ground. The breeze is floating and the cicadas are chirping leisurely. Although the entire training ground was hot, it was also quiet due to Class 7's new training method. It seemed that even the singing of birds in the woods had become much more cheerful. At this moment, a figure came quickly and stirred up the air. The wind blew through the trees and grass, causing quite a commotion in the originally peaceful training ground. A tall figure appeared, with his hands in his pockets, looking with interest at the three little ones in front of him who were still immersed in the spiritual time house. You can see it. The three little ghosts trained very hard in the spirit time house, and were all soaked in sweat. But there was no sign of pain on their faces. On the contrary, everyone had an excited look on their faces and their bodies were shaking slightly. It was unclear whether it was due to fatigue or the joy of increased strength that made them unable to control themselves. In Chen's opinion, it is definitely the latter. After all, the perception ability of Chi has revealed everything. The aura in the three little ghosts' bodies was far more turbulent and violent than it was 5 minutes ago. The second phase of training clearly brought them greater gains. Compared to expectations, the three little devils seem to have completed their training to a higher degree. Sure enough, guys with obsessions are more likely to get into the state. Seeing this scene, Chen nodded with satisfaction. These three little brats really didn't embarrass themselves. After the first stage of adapting to the spirit time house environment. In the second stage, the speed of cultivation is significantly improved. Now, both their physical skills and the so-called ninjutsu should have grown a lot. As for how much it has grown, you won't know until you test it. Boom. At this moment, two figures cut through the air, making a deafening sound. It was Terumi Mei and Tsunade. Just as the two of them stopped, another beautiful figure came. Yuhi Kurenai. What are you doing here? Seeing that the person coming was Yuhi Kurenai, Tsunade looked a little strange. As a female ninja with a strong sixth sense, Tsunade immediately realized that there was something wrong with Yuhi Kurenai's appearance. Especially the slightly angry look on his face, it seems. Is it aimed at this damn guy? Advertisement. Tsunade took a fierce look at Chen's indifferent expression with her beautiful eyes and immediately understood something. Snort. Indeed, it is aimed at this guy, right? During the time when he was away from Konoha, how many women did Chen offend? Also, Yuhi Kurenai has always been Asuma Sarutobi's secret crush, right? Does this guy totally disregard Asuma's feelings? A scumbag, and also the most selfish guy. I really don't know why these women are so obsessed with Chen, who has so many shortcomings. But come to think of it, I seem to be one of them, right? No, I am different from Yuhi Kurenai. I got close to Chen only because the teacher said that Chen and Team 7 were the key to stabilizing Konoha's future. Yes, that's it. The huge female ninja thought so stubbornly in her heart. Terumi Mei was slightly surprised by the appearance of Yuhi Kurenai, and at the same time realized something. The pretty and cold eyes also gave Chen a fierce look. Chen looked at Yuhi Kurenai with a smile and narrowed his eyes slightly. That look seemed to have seen through everything in an instant. Wasn't she also present during that delightful female ninja fight just now? With the ability to perceive chi, her familiar breath could not be hidden at all. She was always calm, but that scene aroused her desire to win, so she followed me, right? Women, you are creatures who say one thing and mean another. He had been so cold to me before, so I kept my distance. Once there is a danger of having the person you love taken away, you can't hold back any longer. Yuhi Kurenai, your thoughts have been accidentally exposed. Konoha's Team 7 performed exceptionally well during the Chunin exams and have been selected as a candidate for a small class for all of Konoha. I'm here to observe the learning process of Class 7. Chen, you won't refuse, right? Yuhi Kurenai looked at Chen calmly and asked with a legitimate reason. Of course, the Team 7 training ground is off limits to everyone else, except for the giant. Female ninja. Then, enjoy your observation and learning. Chen smiled generously and spoke in a cheerful tone. Perhaps for others, this so-called Shira field is a headache. But it is a scene that I enjoy. Advertisement. The more female ninjas come, the better. That way it will be more lively. It's very interesting. As for why I, who always hate trouble, don't avoid this kind of trouble. One of the reasons is that it's fun. The other one is, I have become extremely powerful, and my energy is so strong that it has exceeded the imagination of the ninjas in this world. The women in the brothel, no matter how many there were, had already reached the point where they could no longer bear it. The annoying thing is, I have many character panels. Even if I take the initiative to stop improving my strength now, it is increasing rapidly every moment. Before long, even if all the women in the brothel were put together, they would not be able to become a match for someone who could delve deeply into the ultimate ninja technique. You can only find a suitable partner who is strong enough to withstand you. Terumi Mei, who is the Mizukage, and Tsunade, who possesses the power of 100 healers, are the best candidates. To Yuhi Kurenai, whether it's figure or appearance, they are all the types I like. It's just a pity. With her current Jonin strength, it is difficult for her to take on the responsibility of stopping herself from destroying the ninja world. It can only become a backup plan, therefore, it is essential to break up with them. Chen said that all his efforts were for the continued survival of the ninja world. It's not for personal preference, yes, that's it. Thinking so happily in his heart, the tall, handsome and strong man looked at the candidate who would join hands to save the ninja world with great interest, and then unlocked the spirit time room. Woo! As the genjutsu was released, Naruto was the first to wake up. He was slightly dazed when he saw so many people suddenly appear in front of him. Teacher Chen. Then, didn't she, the huge female ninja Haruno Sakura woke up, her body suddenly collapsed on the ground like a duck, with her huge parts shaking constantly, and she looked at Tsunade and others in surprise. As the one with the least confidence and the weakest obsession in Team 7, he felt much more pain and hardship while practicing in the spirit time room than his other two companions. She wanted to complain about Teacher Chen as soon as she left the spirit time room, but she was stunned when she saw Terumi Mei and others. This level has only been going on for 4 days, and I don't feel any pressure at all. The arrogant little devil slowly opened his eyes, put his hands in his pockets, and glanced around him with cold eyes. He showed no surprise at the sudden appearance of the uninvited guest. He was so focused on pursuing the power that could kill the man that he had no time to pay attention to other things. However, Mr. Chen seems to be in trouble. Otherwise, why would the looks of those female ninjas be filled with a hint of resentment?